kept on cutting, I lay for you, and now I'm gushing, I play for you, but you never spinning my face, my love, they won't face me. Spinning my face, my love, they won't change me. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, they won't face me. Spinning my face, my love, they won't change me. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone mad. For sure, tell me, give it up, I leave everyone in the cold. All I wanna say, I'll do anything you can do. Show me hell where I shoot it through my motherfucking bone. Got a crack in the room with a noose and a backward. And the bitch don't cut me crazy, little hoe had a sour. She got the guest house, show it, I was smoke out the attic. You're right, I know we love to argue, let's get at it. You crushed my heart and say it's nothing. You broke me down, I kept on cutting, I lay for you, and now I'm gushing, I play for you, but you never spinning my face, my love, they won't face me. Spinning my face, my love, they won't change me. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, they won't face me. Spinning my face, my love, they won't change me. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone crazy. Spinning my face, my love, I'm gone mad.
The new solitude of the neoconservatives. Why Hobbes's doctrine has not become absurd in objective terms. States are monsters. The metaphor of the biblical monster that Thomas Hobbes found for them could not be revised under any circumstances, however peaceful and democratic. Nor could Hegel's insight that between such creatures, artificial animals as Hobbes also calls them, law cannot really exist but only the state of nature, that is, a state of violence. Mutual deterrence may be able to guarantee treaties and the observance of conventions, but only if the constellation of states is favorably balanced. The UN, which can therefore be nothing other than the mere result of mutual threat, emerged from the former alliance against Germany. As is well known, Roosevelt still spoke of a war alliance to be developed, but this UN is now being glorified by the latest German ideology as a global legislator, which is concerned only with pure law. From such a perspective, the states can no longer be perceived as states, but only analogous to the citizens within the state as subjects of international law, or, to put it bluntly, as peoples. What is addressed as law between them ultimately serves as a pretext for viewing them in precisely this way. That is, as peoples, not as individuals. What is claimed as sovereignty over them proves to be an expanding power vacuum that encourages destabilization, the community of nations as a united rackets. If states are all monsters without exception, that does not mean that all monsters are the same. Their distinction, which led Hobbes to speak not only of Leviathan but also of Behemoth, is itself part of the concept of the state. Ultimately, it is determined by the extent to which the sovereign, who decides on life and death, also harmonizes the utilization of the value that constitutes its essence as a monster with the preservation and defense of human life, or whether it carries out the crisis of that utilization in the spread of death as an end in itself. With the rise of Germany, this distinction becomes the ultima ratio for the survival of humanity, and Franz Neumann therefore recognized the modern behemoth in the National Socialist Unstat, the return of barbaric gang rule under developed capitalist conditions. The conditions abolish all limitations, and the return of gang rule is capable of unleashing a barbarism that exceeds everything that was originally barbaric and that gangs have ever committed. Since it has been possible for this unstate to establish itself, the new categorical imperative has also applied in international relations, to do everything possible to ensure that Auschwitz never happens again. And that would mean mobilizing those communities that, within their borders, guarantee a minimum of freedom and individual rights through the limited generality of the law, against those racket formations that not only eliminate this minimum in favor of immediate rule, but also threaten to enforce the generality of unlimited destruction. 20 years after September 11th, the Taliban are back in power, and the question arises as to whether the events of the last 2 decades were ultimately just part of a self-inflicted zero-sum game for the West called the War on Terror. Answering this question requires not only recognizing the difference between Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. It requires, 20 years after the attacks of September 11, 2001, on the one hand, to understand China as the anti-Western global player and, on the other hand, to become aware of a culturally hegemonic anti-bourgeois mood in the West, which has intensified immensely since 9/11 and which has immensely promoted the objective tendency of a West that no longer believes in itself. It is only against this background that we can decide how it was possible for Afghanistan to call itself an Islamic Republic after the fall of the Taliban in 2001, and for no one to object. Whether there would have been a so-called Arab Spring at all without the fall of Saddam Hussein in the aftermath of 9/11. How it can be that the bitterly needed nation-building is confronted not only in Afghanistan with an anti-national hatred in the West that fights the idea of a rule of law that can only be guaranteed by a nation-state, in particular by morally hyping the flight from miserable conditions to the West as the only emancipatory act and by making the commitment to national liberation on the ground contemptible as quasi-reactionary. Whether the Taliban are not old-style jihadists and the fighters of the Islamic State, IS, not a new, more threatening internationalist type that is currently targeting the slaughter of Christianity in sub-Saharan Africa in particular. Barack Obama is a false messiah or the first American demagogue since the 1930s. Norman Podhoretz, after Irving Kristol died in September of this year, the longest-serving American neoconservative, so to speak, from whom the quotes come, sees in the phenomenon that is the career and election of the current American president signs of changes that could qualitatively shift the self-image and content of American society. For someone like Podhoretz, the skepticism or concern arose even before Obama's actions in office, especially in foreign policy, showed tendencies that could possibly radically deviate from the core issues and essential guidelines of American policy. The repeated reprimands of Israel, public camaraderie with populist autocrats like Chavez, programmatic non-intervention in the early summer crisis in Iran. Podhoretz is by no means alone among American neoconservatives in his negative, sometimes pessimistic assessment of the new U.S. administration. Obama's initiatives to abolish nuclear weapons worldwide or his ideas for a completely new policy between states, as presented at the United Nations, have led Abe Greenwald of Commentary magazine, for example, to see Obama as a remote radical utopian who ultimately endangers not only the USA, but also the entire political world through the withdrawal and partial disempowerment of the previously most influential nation. This is all in line with the history and tradition of the group of American intellectuals who, since the 1970s, have been acting as a kind of permanent early warning system against anti-liberal tendencies in the USA and the world, and since they like to find such regressive tendencies on the left, have therefore been labeled neoconservatives by the very left, which means damnation. But that is not the whole story. Influential intellectuals from the neoconservative camp, such as Robert Kagan, are far more cautious in their assessments and see, voluntarily or involuntarily, numerous strategies introduced by the Bush administration as being continued by Obama on the whole. Kagan also sees the isolationist tendencies in the Obama camp and their blame America first attitude, but believes that Obama himself is more on his side, i.e. quite willing to continue to use the power of the USA globally under the slogan freedom and democracy. What may appear confusing at first glance, however, offers a good opportunity to counter the myths and projections about American neoconservatism with a more realistic picture that presents this intellectual current in its always existing differences, internal contradictions, and variations. However, the focus of the evening will be on the equally numerous myths and projections about and of Barack Obama. Despite all the excitement, projection, and demonization that has recently surrounded the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States, it is tenacious continuities that determine a large part of world politics in general and American foreign policy in particular, and in a form of deficiency. Following the collapse and eventual dissolution of so-called real socialism, the one pole of the world structure at that time, all the international organizations, alliances, etc. that had existed up to that point were hit by an existential crisis for which no catch-all mechanism has yet been developed or found that would allow a return to a lasting business as usual. Despite the initial euphoria over the supposed dawn of a new global liberal age. As far as the U.S. government is concerned, it has been trying to solve this problem since 1990 at the latest, with different emphasis on destructive or constructive tendencies, with different mixtures of isolationism and transnationalism. What they all have in common, Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, is that they have apparently not been able to establish what Bush Sr. had already declared as the New World Order in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, and may not even have come any closer to it. Europeans tend to react to these efforts by the USA with a touch of hysteria, whether with demonization and doomsday fantasies as in the case of Trump or previously with the two Bushes, with the second Bush combined with conspiracy theories about a clique of neoconservatives who supposedly took the rudder of the world into their hands, or with bouts of cultic worship as with Obama. In their fixation on the USA, they tend to forget the old adage, de te fabula narrator. Since the aforementioned so-called neoconservatives had at least recognized the problem of a world gone wrong early on, and in principle, they will be the focus of this lecture, including their failed attempts and approaches to solutions which also failed Trump. This new U.S. realism, which ultimately only continues what was started under Obama, is also expressed in a policy towards Iran that, while marking a caesura in the policy of Trump's predecessor, is far removed from the idea of regime change. In his speech in Berlin on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo expressed this as follows: "The only thing that matters is to urge the revolutionary regime in Tehran to return to the negotiating table and to do something very simple, namely to behave like a normal country. Europe does not even want that, which says it all about the state of this community of nations, which is tired of civilization. Israel, on the other hand, would be well advised to continue to rely only on itself, or rather, especially under a Donald Trump who is particularly friendly towards Israel and whose modest ambitions towards Iran. It would then also not be, in itself, regrettable that the United States has given up its claim to be the world's policeman. The tragedy lies in the concomitant renunciation of the claim to preserve the global order with world standing, which the West should stand for. If it were possible to determine what the emissaries of the West, who primarily deal with average tribal people, should convey spiritually, I believe that nothing better could be desired than the image of a person who has his own judgment, respects every other person as a human being, hates injustice and subjugation, the gestures of freedom." Quote, "The centerpiece of our joint efforts must be the determination to stand side by side with men and women in every nation who are advocating what President Bush has called the non-negotiable demands of human dignity: freedom of speech, equal rights for all, respect for women, religious tolerance, and the restriction of state power. We must reject the condescending view that freedom cannot flourish in the Middle East, or that Muslims do not desire to be free." So said Condoleezza Rice, the security advisor to former U.S. President George W. Bush. Left-wing common sense immediately senses that this is a lie and a deception. All just products of the imperialist propaganda machine, J. Elsasser, and the geo-fascists, German pacifists speak. Although such demands are very much negotiable elsewhere, and there are many states among the allies of the United States whose populations one would wish to be liberated from the regimes terrorizing them. The leftists of all stripes who are outraged by American hypocrisy and one-sidedness should be told that this optimistic view of the changeability of people and the conditions in which they live is far more sympathetic than the unwavering way in which German cultural relativists invoke the eternity of misery and barbarism. Anyone who wants to understand why one has to refer positively to U.S. politics at the present time will have to grasp the change that is associated with the years 1989-90-91. Only if one faces up to this comprehensive shift in coordinates in politics, economics, and ideology, and that includes the shock to left-wing identities and self-evident truths, does one have a chance of grasping reality. Where such reflection is lacking, a worldview that until the early 1990s seemed to claim a residual measure of rationality for itself as a supposedly progressive real socialist alternative to the capitalist world order solidifies into an unquestioned edifice of delusion, anti-imperialism. Ever since the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance disappeared, it has been clear that anti-imperialist rhetoric, stripped of its folkish core, is not communist but German and serves only to counter Enlightenment. The only thing that remains of the socialist world republic, Ernst Busch, is the authoritarian and barbaric intention to force humanity under anti-Western, and thus above all anti-American, rule. What could still be claimed in the 1960s and 1970s with some correct arguments that life would be better without American influence on economics and politics than within the hegemony of this empire is constantly being exposed as a sham by reality today, where it is still even attempted. In contrast to 1991, when the U.S. government proclaimed the necessity of creating a so-called New World Order, the USA is now concerned with preventing a New World Disorder. In the early 1990s, the USA emphasized multilateral action and looked to Germany, which it wanted to have as a partner in leadership, alongside other NATO states. In a statement by Bush Sr. on the occasion of the 1991 war against Iraq, he said, "It is about more than a small country. It is about a new world order in which different nations take care of a common cause." When NATO attacked Yugoslavia a few years later, it was with disgust that we realized that U.S. policy, committed to multilateralism, was following the German idea of a map organized according to ethnic criteria. And in doing so, it cooperated with the ethnic gang of the KLA, which Robert Gelbhard, the U.S. Special Representative for the Balkans, still knew in 1998 to be without question a terrorist group. The proclamation of a new world order expressed the idea of an order in equal partnership without the immediate direct interest of the USA. It had to be shown that the weak in NATO have a strong ally for the realization of their inalienable rights, human rights. End of quote. In April 1999, Chancellor Schroeder assigned the USA its role and the NATO attack on Yugoslavia under U.S. leadership as the culmination and end of the multilateral humanitarian interventions that were being pushed by the USA in the course of creating a new world order seemed to confirm this. In the USA, harsh criticism of the Clinton administration's line had long since formed. According to Henry Kissinger, the operations did not reflect a traditional view of American national interest, in the sense that their outcome could have no impact on American security by any historical definition. In the Kosovo conflict, the USA explicitly played the ethnic card and thus suffered a foreign policy defeat, the extent of which the majority of the political establishment only realized after September 11th. It would be presumptuous to claim that the ethnic playground is no longer an option for the USA in terms of foreign policy after September 11th, but it cannot be overlooked how much the USA is impressed by the fact that it has become a target of countries that were important allies during the Cold War. The proclaimed establishment of a multilateral new world order has turned out to be a hellish spectacle in the eyes of U.S. politicians. Unlike in 1991, when the U.S. and Europe imagined themselves to be the winners of history, the U.S. is now forced to react to direct threats, not only because security interests demand it in the wake of the attacks, but also because the massacre met with more or less open understanding, and since then, from the opponents of globalization to the Arab League and the EU, global resistance to the USA has been forming. The United States is thus confronted with the situation of having to link its own immediate national security with global action. It is in its own best interests not only to play the role of world policeman, but also to discuss the role of global development aid worker, which was unthinkable just a few years ago. The newly formulated national security doctrine of the USA can be read as a direct reaction to the changed security situation. It is a logical expression of the plans for a reorganization of the Middle East, which are being hotly debated in the USA. The paper on the national security strategy of the United States, which was presented in mid-September 2002, marks the final departure from the doctrine of deterrence that had been in force for decades. It emphasizes that the United States will work to strengthen free and open societies worldwide, in which freedom, democracy, and free enterprise should prevail for every person in every society. This is a special kind of American internationalism that is directed against anyone who hates the United States and everything it stands for. When it finally states, with regard to global armament potential, the president will not allow any foreign power to close the gap that has developed since the collapse of the Soviet Union more than a decade ago. Then, in terms of realpolitik, nothing better could happen to this world as it is at the moment. In view of the well-considered approach in Afghanistan and Iraq, there are good reasons to assume that the U.S. strategy of nation-building is directed against the ethnic purity of the self-determination of peoples and opts for the territorial principle. In the USA, nation-building is understood as the establishment and stabilization of sovereign states that are intended to prevent a world disorder whose consequences would be catastrophic. Of course, the United States does not promise economically prosperous and flourishing landscapes, but no more than what can be expected from a capitalist power in the world economic crisis. Pragmatic administration of misery. The character of the U.S. approach is not determined by itself, but by what it is being used against. The question is not whether one should oppose U.S. policy, but who does so and why. Since the attacks of September 11th, U.S. policy has been talked about as if its goal were to plunge the entire world into chaos. That the U.S. is concerned with creating the conditions for free world trade and with consequent action against those who want to prevent it is truly no secret that needs to be revealed about U.S. policy. American strategists justify their interest in open world trade with the invisible hand invented by Adam Smith, which ensures that individual enrichment also promotes the prosperity of all. The American way of life is for them the highest individual and social expression of this invisible hand. If the goal is free world trade and its actual human resources are to function in the sense of the American way of life, the question must be answered as to what means and against whom the USA intends to implement this. Instead of giving false answers to questions such as the purpose of the US's long-term support for Iraq, it would be better to explain why, after September 11th, U.S. policy was consensually defined as the road to peace in the Middle East goes through Baghdad. Henry Kissinger formulated the main questions of current U.S. strategy in his book, The Challenge of America, as follows. What must we seek to prevent, for the sake of our survival, however much the means for doing so may hurt? What must we seek to achieve, in order to remain true to ourselves, however small the achievable international consensus may be, if necessary alone? What injustices must we eliminate at all costs? What goals are simply beyond our reach? As shocking as such a confession of national self-interest may be for German do-gooders, it does provide a reliable indication of the yardstick against which the policies of the United States can be measured. All speculations about the USA's attitude towards Islamism must be misleading if one is not constantly aware of the sober fact that their main interest is not in the fight against anti-Semitic extermination mania, but in establishing the necessary peace and order for the United States. It is not possible to obtain final certainty about whether the USA understands the connection between anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism. However, it is possible to assume that the current U.S. strategy is correct. They must understand because ultimately they have no other choice in their own interest. In this context, the editorial staff of this newspaper expressed more than just a hope when it stated in issue 39. The Americans are beginning to understand that the worldwide satisfaction with Islamic terror is bringing them ever closer to the most threatened, the Jews and their state. End of quote. Even if the USA cannot consciously undermine the limits of its sovereignty for reasons of self-preservation, in the fight against Islamic terror it must face the global anti-imperialist consensus against itself and Israel, an internationalist challenge that the USA can only fend off in an internationalist way. For the first time, emphasizes Henry Kissinger, America is forced to develop a global strategy for an indefinite future, in which the ultimate challenge would be to transform power into moral consensus. It is precisely because the U.S. strategy is not just about military intervention, but about the interweaving of idealism and realism, of values and interests, in order to make the world a safer place that pessimism is out of place. We understand the nature of the enemy. We know that they hate us for what we love, declared George W. Bush at the end of November 2002, warning of the dangers of a new age. Critics of the USA are all too willing to forget that enduring freedom does not just mean military engagement, but also the promotion of development aid. The fact that the USA spends more than any other country in the world on this, over $10 billion, and that 3 times that amount flows from private charitable institutions into developing countries, is suppressed by the worldwide anti-US propaganda. After September 11th, not only reconstruction and development aid is an essential part of the U.S. security concept, but also the smooth seductive powers of the American cultural industries, FAZ, especially television and radio stations, are to have their effect, particularly in Arab countries. Furthermore, a large-scale information campaign with targeted counter-information is to be used to reduce the influence of mosques and religious schools in Europe, the Middle East and Asia as breeding grounds for radical Islamists and anti-Americanism, New York Times. Instead of organizing a moralizing carnival of tolerance or a monologue of cultures, as the Germans do, this project, called Information Operations, aims to influence public opinion in friendly or neutral countries, as a leading officer told the New York Times. In this context, we must warn against a world sovereign acting against the USA and Israel, which could administer counter-enlightenment on a global scale as a new world disorder. The UN could well transform itself into such a sovereign if the unilateral position of the USA were weakened. The legitimization and promotion of the worldwide anti-Western racket and gangsterism by the UN, especially the benevolent promotion of the Palestinians as a decisive pilot project, this universal call for a de-Westernization of the world, Bassam Tibi, puts international law in a position against the USA and Israel. The left-wing Weekly Freitag puts it this way: both see themselves as proven chosen peoples. As such, they see themselves as above the international law that the others, the normal states, have given themselves. End of quote. The USA defines global terrorism less in terms of a strict definition of Islamic fundamentalism, but primarily in terms of hatred of the American way of life. This also explains, from their point of view, the connection between bin Laden and Saddam Hussein. It is pointless to speculate about the connections between al-Qaeda and the Ba'ath regime. In fact, there is some evidence that such connections do not exist for reasons of arch rivalry, and that this is just clumsy US propaganda. But precisely for this reason, one should ask the following question. If al-Qaeda and the Iraqi regime are rivals, what is the nature of this rivalry? Bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are fighting for supremacy in the Gulf because both want to be the strongest Arab enemy of the USA and Israel, behind whom all other enemies of the West would then have to gather. In this context, oil is only an issue to the extent that the USA wants to prevent Arab oil from being used as a strategic weapon. Henry Kissinger explains this as follows. The fact is quite simply that the democratic industrialized nations cannot allow themselves to be denied access to Gulf oil, or to stand by and watch the Gulf being controlled by a country or group of countries that are hostile to our well-being. End of quote. The US not only disgraced itself, but also proved to be toothless, at the latest when the UN inspectors were thrown out of Iraq in 1998. Everything suggests that this apparent weakening of the US has finally shaken up the sleeping dog bin Laden. Iraq has become a precedent not only for the entire Gulf region. After all, the USA was politically willing and militarily able to eliminate the tyrant Saddam Hussein unilaterally against the rest of the world, and thus to set a decisive example for changes in the region. Kissinger said, "The countries in the region that depend on the United States will ultimately measure its importance for their security by America's ability to either remove Saddam or weaken him to the point where he no longer poses a threat, whatever they may say publicly." With the United States as the de facto guarantor of all borders in one of the most volatile regions of the world, the security of the Gulf today depends on the widespread perception of America's ability to deal with the consequences of Saddam Hussein's continued rule and growing strength. End of quote. In view of these lines, one should not forget the extent to which the Ba'ath regime had succeeded in achieving a relaxation of UN sanctions with the tendency towards a far-reaching normalization of global relations, until the USA increased its pressure on the UN in 2002 and thus forced a new Iraq resolution by the Security Council. In the context of the strategy of so-called preventive self-defense, the removal of Saddam Hussein had become necessary for US policy, if only because they were no longer interested in intimidating states but in transforming them. These transformations should result in sovereign states that are able to contain the threat to the United States as far as possible. This is the meaning of the dictum that anyone who is not for the USA is automatically against it. This de facto ban on neutrality means that despotisms in particular, such as Saudi Arabia, can no longer afford to play a double game in order to strengthen the Islamist International. The Arab region is not a powder keg that would explode as a result of US intervention in Iraq, but rather resembles a huge oil barrel with Islamist sediment. This illustrates a situation in which the so-called masses in particular are increasingly falling prey to Islamist delusion. It is in the interests of the USA to stop this influx and to strengthen the pro-Western and secular forces, at the latest since September 11th. It is therefore a matter of controlling a region whose desolate and unpredictable state is reflected in every single Arab ruler. When U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney states that a regime change in Iraq would mean a series of advantages for the region, he is expressing what Zbigniew Brzezinski calls the revival of the lost optimism of the West. And what is the fundamental difference between the EU and its left wing, which is oriented towards the people? No matter how you look at it, the fall of Saddam Hussein has opened up the opportunity for movement in the region. And nothing better could happen to it at the moment. This also opened up the opportunity for people to become receptive to secular ideas that could give them cause for self-doubt and self-reflection about their way of life. The disappointment that is likely to result from the material non-fulfillment of these ideas does not necessarily have to lead to a mythological God-fearingness and the development of a tribal consciousness, but can also promote the secularization of self-awareness, that is, the disenchanted materialized desire for change. One can mock this hope as anti-German nonsense. But firstly, this is justified in accordance with the existing reality in the Arab region, and secondly, it is always better than the tasteless pessimism of the anti-imperialists, who currently, when it comes to the Middle East, only know one demand: hands off. It should stay as it is, because any violent change introduced from the outside would only produce more hatred and violence. The only thing to be said against this is what G.W. Bush emphasized in his usual simplicity before the German Bundestag on May 25, 2002. Poverty does not produce terror, and the maxim, which has been valid not only for the USA since September 11th, that waiting is a greater risk than acting, which was coined by U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney. When Cheney emphasizes his country's new orientation towards the Islamist threat with the words, "The truth is that these times not only hold dangers, but also opportunities," then we can only agree with him. In his first address to the nation after the attacks in New York and Washington on September 11, 2001, George W. Bush announced a war on terrorism that America now had to wage and win. Initially, he described the attacks themselves only as terrorist and evil acts and mass murder, but on the following day he defined them more precisely. The deliberate and deadly attacks that were carried out against our country yesterday were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. The extent of the destruction and the military precision of the attacks, in which 4 passenger planes were each converted into guided missiles by a small group of hijackers and suicide pilots in order to destroy the symbols of the economic, political, and military power of the United States and kill thousands of people, could not be interpreted any other way. That this was a war was an inescapable fact. But who was the enemy against whom the war had to be waged? The president initially defined 2 categories of enemies, saying, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them," without revealing who and what exactly he was talking about. Although the press had of course long since worked out who he must be referring to, he continued, "The American people need to know that we are facing another enemy, one we have never faced before. This is an enemy that is trying to hide. But it will not be able to hide forever. This will be a monumental struggle between good and evil," he added ominously. Ari Fleischer, the president's press secretary, described the enemy as nameless, faceless people. This is a different type of war than when you knew, so to speak, the capital of the country that attacked you. A journalist who obviously had no idea what he was talking about asked him in disbelief, "Can there be a war without a real national enemy?" But Ari Fleischer himself may not have known the answer at that point, so he just repeated in different words what he had already said. This enemy has no specific border. This enemy has no airplanes standing on the runway, and it has no ships moving from one port city to the next. It is a different type of enemy. End of quote. It was not until 4 days after the attacks that someone asked the president whether Osama bin Laden had anything to do with it. He received the following answer: "No question. He is what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide and run away from the United States and our allies, then he is very much mistaken." End of quote. The hijackers of September 11th were therefore part of the international al-Qaeda terrorist network, whose headquarters were then in Afghanistan, where the Taliban ruled, providing the terrorists with a safe haven. Thus, the enemy was now identified by name and address in accordance with both of the categories previously defined by the president. But the question of how to wage and win a war against this enemy was still unanswered. In the Pentagon, however, the administration was already discussing the details of the impending war in Afghanistan with the generals, and everyone was now able to imagine more than the president once again spoke about this new type of war. The American people are familiar with conflicts in which there was a bridgehead or a desert to cross or the military objectives were known. That may happen, but right now we are facing people who strike and run away. They hide in caves. We will get them out of there. End of quote. This referred to the caves in the Tora Bora Mountains of Afghanistan, a kind of mountain fortress from the time of the jihad against the Soviet Union, where Osama bin Laden and his closest associates were hiding, most of them, like him, veterans from that time. This was where the monumental battle between good and evil would begin. But the enemy's identity was still incomplete, because the administration had so far portrayed him without his ideology. In the report published in 2004 by the 9/11 Commission appointed by the Bush administration, it says of Al-Qaeda, "Who is this enemy that has created an organization capable of inflicting such terrible damage on the United States? We now know that these attacks were carried out by various groups of Islamic extremists. The attack on September 11th was directed by Osama bin Laden. In the 1980s, young Muslims from all over the world went to Afghanistan to volunteer for jihad against the Soviet Union. A wealthy Saudi, Osama bin Laden, was one of them. After the Soviet Union's defeat in the late 1980s, Osama bin Laden and others formed Al-Qaeda to mobilize more jihadists. The history, culture, and mindset in which Osama bin Laden frames and disseminates his messages are largely unknown to many Americans. Drawing on symbols from Islam's glorious past, he promises to restore honor to those who feel victimized by ongoing foreign domination. He uses cultural and religious allusions to the Holy Quran and some of its interpreters. He appeals to people who are disoriented by the massive changes brought about by modernization and globalization. His rhetoric draws on a variety of sources: Islam, history, and the region's political and economic malaise. Osama bin Laden also draws on the widespread grievances against the United States in the Muslim world. End of quote. The ideology was thus succinctly and completely described. Its content was Islam, its medium the Muslim world, its goal world domination, tenor and war its strategy. In its first statements after September 11th, however, the administration avoided talking so openly about the connection between terror and Islam. As a precaution, it generally avoided using the words Islam and Muslim, although every new detail that became known about the attacks automatically re-established the connection. In the fourth hijacked plane, which was to hit the White House, the terrorists were forced by a passenger revolt to crash the plane into a deserted field before the missile reached its target. The cockpit voice recorder was preserved. On it, the struggle of the passengers with some of the hijackers, who were armed with knives, could be heard behind the closed cockpit door, as well as the last words of the suicide pilots before the crash they had caused. They shouted Allahu Akbar. The uprising was not made possible by a particular trait of the passengers on this flight, as one might have thought, but rather by chance. The plane took off half an hour later than planned due to air traffic control reasons. When it was still more than 20 minutes into the flight from Washington, so much time had passed since the first attack on the World Trade Center that the passengers already knew about it from cell phone calls with relatives and friends and therefore fully understood the situation they were in. They discussed what they could do, voted on it, and stormed the cockpit. When the hijackers realized that they could no longer prevent the uprising, they gave up their plan and crashed the plane immediately. The incident demonstrated above all the importance of a realistic enemy image in times of war, one that is not distorted by false hopes. After this experience, people felt compelled to recognize every Muslim attacker as a deadly enemy, even as a preventive measure. In the days after September 11th, the connection between the tenor and Islam was so obvious that the actions of Al-Qaeda and IS in the years that followed could almost be predicted. The administration, however, did not want the religious dimension of the war to be discussed at all, because America was not prepared for a conflict of such magnitude. This was precisely the aim of Osama bin Laden's propaganda. The attacks of September 11th were intended to involve America in a war that it would not be able to sustain ideologically. The Americans had no God who would have urged them to sacrifice themselves for him in a protracted and costly war for world domination. In the Muslim world, on the other hand, which was the target of the terrorist propaganda with its symbols from the glorious past of Islam and religious allusions to the Holy Quran, those complaints about the United States were widespread, as the 9/11 Commission had found. Here, a God ruled who demanded everyone's contribution to the holy war, so that Osama bin Laden appeared as his prophet. The prophet had promised the young Muslims in this world, who felt themselves to be victims of a lasting foreign rule, the restoration of their honor. The enormous power of mobilization of this ideology gave the war the monstrosity that the president himself seemed to grasp in its religious dimension with the term monumental struggle between good and evil. But in doing so he disregarded the essential, the assessment of a particular religion as good or evil. A war against Islam was not meant by that. That was exactly what was not supposed to happen. The administration had planned the war in such a way that America would help the oppressed peoples to fight against their tyrannical rulers. The intention was to ally with the Afghan people against the Taliban. However, since Islam linked the Taliban with the Afghan people, religion had to be kept out of everything. In a sense, what America was defending in this war was nothing other than religious freedom. On September 17th, after he had already identified Osama bin Laden as the main suspect and the question of what all this had to do with Islam was causing growing concern among the American public, President Bush visited the mosque at the Islamic Center in Washington. There he said, "These acts of violence against innocent people violate the principles of the Islamic faith. The face of terror is not the true face of Islam. That is not what Islam is about. Islam is peace." End of quote. According to the administration, the need to defend Islam in this way arose because Muslims in America were threatened or felt threatened, two very different things in the Muslim world, but which the president did not want to distinguish between when he called on non-Muslim Americans to show more respect for their Muslim fellow citizens. Quote, "America is home to millions of Muslims. They must be treated with respect. Women who cover their heads in this country must feel comfortable walking outside. I've been told that some are afraid to go out, some don't want to shop for their family, some don't want to go about their daily business because they're afraid of being harassed if they wear a veil. This should not and will not be tolerated in America." End of quote. The administration had the understandable intention of drawing a clear distinction between America's friends and enemies, and in doing so, it defined the circle of friends as broadly as possible in order to minimize the enemy. But by placing the veil under the protection of religious freedom a week after the attacks of September 11th, the president presented Islamic honor as a victim of terror and thus used the argument of the Islamist terrorists, who justified their crimes with the protection of Islamic honor. All elements of the Islamophobia discourse were already present in this speech by the president. In this way, the Muslim communities in the USA strengthened their political position after September 11th. At a reception for their representatives at the White House at the end of September, the president accepted a gift from a cleric and unwittingly revealed the propaganda trap he had fallen into. "Thank you very much for the gift you gave me, Imam, the Quran. It is a very thoughtful gift." I said, "I thank you very much for this gift." He said, "It's the best gift I could give you, Mr. President. I appreciate it very much." End quote. On September 20th, the president delivered a speech to the nation that could be interpreted as a declaration of war against the Taliban. He once again explained to the Americans who this war was being waged against and who it was not. Who attacked our country? The evidence we have gathered points to a number of loosely linked terrorist organizations, known as Al-Qaeda. The terrorists practice a marginal form of Islamic extremism rejected by Muslim scholars and the overwhelming majority of Muslim clerics. A marginal movement that perverts the peaceful teachings of Islam. Those who do evil in the name of Allah are defiling the name of Allah. The terrorists are traitors to their own faith. They are, in effect, trying to hijack Islam itself. End quote. This macabre maneuver, in which the 9/11 hijackers were reinterpreted as Islam hijackers, as if Islam had been attacked and not America, was a consequent expression of all the inconsistencies in the administration's portrayal of the enemy. Was the possibility of an Islamic hijacking even conceivable if one ruled out the possibility that the images of the impacts on the World Trade Center could confuse the minds of young Muslims? Anyone who claims that the fringe form of Islamic extremism propagated by a tiny group of terrorists has nothing to do with the Islam in which billions of Muslims around the world believe is in fact presupposing precisely what he wants to divert attention from, the connection between terror and Islam. But the very fact that the enemy was to be found in Afghanistan and that the war therefore had to begin in the Muslim world, which would perceive it as an enemy attack, brought America into conflict with this world and its religion. An Al Jazeera journalist confronted Condoleezza Rice with this problem in a tone that was partly reproachful and partly triumphant when he asked her about the U.S.'s relationship with the peoples and rulers of the Middle East. We see from the polls and the demonstrations on the streets that the governments support the U.S., but the public or the streets in the Arab and Muslim world do not. Do you think there is a problem, a lack of understanding, or is it because the U.S. relies only on the support of governments without taking the population into account? End of quote. Of course, Condoleezza Rice was aware of the mood in the Middle East, but she could not get involved in that. Instead, she said, "We think that the United States is a place where religious tolerance prevails, and we believe that all people should live in peace with one another, and that this conviction is something that will be welcomed by the people in the region. We want it to be very clear that the war on terrorism is not a war against Islam. Islam is a peaceful religion. Islam is a religion that respects innocent life. Therefore, we cannot believe that Islam condones the kind of destruction of innocent life that we saw on September 11th. End of quote. At that time, the war in Afghanistan had already begun. The administration did not intend to bow to the curses and threats that were being uttered in the Arab street against America. On the contrary, it was thinking of overturning the social conditions that, in its opinion, were responsible for the emergence and spread of the tenor. With America's help, nation-states were to be built where Arab dictatorships and Islamic tyranny had previously reigned. In this way, the administration defended religious freedom not only with words. It had probably underestimated only the resistance of the Muslim world. In 1996, the Taliban had conquered Kabul and since then had controlled most of Afghanistan. In the same year, Osama bin Laden settled there to plan the attacks against America from 1999. To catch the al-Qaeda people, the Taliban regime had to be eliminated. The president may have already been thinking about this when he said in his address on the evening of September 11th that the enemy was the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. At first glance, however, a war against the Taliban seemed less like the new type of war that was constantly being talked about and more like the familiar type of war against a state defined as an unjust system. But the administration's portrayal of the opposition between the Taliban and the Afghan people did not quite correspond to the facts. The Taliban probably had more friends in Afghanistan than the Americans. This was particularly true of the largest tribal group in Afghanistan, the Pashtun, whose territory covers the entire south of the country and extends eastwards across the border with Pakistan into an area that is barely controlled by the Pakistani government. The relationship between the Taliban and the Pashtun was as complicated as that between the terrorists and Islam. Not every member of the tribe was a Taliban, but every Taliban came from the Pashtun tribe. On the other hand, everything in Afghanistan was Islamic. Anyone who wanted to wage a war against Islam here would have no allies. One day before the war, the president told the Americans in a radio address how they should draw the line between America's friends and enemies on the Afghan battlefield. Quote, "America is determined to confront the states that support the tenor. But we are equally determined to respect the men and women to help those oppressed by such regimes. Our enemy is not the Arab world. Our enemy is not Islam, a good and peaceful faith that guides and comforts over 1 billion people, including millions of Americans. And our enemy is not the people of any nation, even if their leaders harbor terrorists. Our enemy is the Taliban themselves and the regimes that harbor them. Afghanistan is a case in point." End of quote. On October 7th, in a speech to the nation, he explained the nature and purpose of the attack that had just begun. "On my order, the United States military has begun to attack al-Qaeda training camps and Taliban regime military positions in Afghanistan. These actions against carefully chosen targets are intended to prevent Afghanistan from continuing to be used as a base of operations for terrorists and to destroy the military capacity of the Taliban regime. By destroying the camps and disrupting the enemy's lines of communication, we are making it more difficult for the terrorist network to train new recruits and coordinate their evil plans. The United States of America is the friend of the Afghan people and the friend of the 1 billion people worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is the enemy of those who aid terrorists and the enemy of the barbaric criminals who desecrate a great faith by murdering in its name. The first shot of this new war of the 21st century was fired on September 11th. The first battle has just begun, but it is only one in a long series of battles." End of quote. The administration thus portrayed the war against the Taliban and al-Qaeda as a war of liberation. However, the Americans could not expect to be welcomed as liberators by all Afghan tribes. They were therefore to operate as much as possible in the background or from the air. Also, because this was only the first battle in a long series of battles, the available military capacities had to be carefully managed. The deployment of American troops and the risk to which the soldiers were exposed had to be minimized. Above all, because the low willingness of the American population to make sacrifices could still become a decisive factor in this monumental struggle. To achieve this, the administration organized a loose alliance of tribes, militias, and warlords hostile to the Taliban, who fought against the Taliban regime on the ground under the strategic cover of the American air war. Even after the victory in Afghanistan, the U.S. government believed it had enough allies to build a state. In his radio address, Bush had promised generous aid for the reconstruction of Afghanistan, going so far as to compare Afghanistan with Germany and Japan after the Second World War. Quote, "Even when we fight against evil regimes, we remain generous towards the people who are oppressed by these regimes. After the Second World War, America provided for and rebuilt Japan and Germany, and the Japanese and Germans became our closest friends in the world." End of quote. But did the administration also consider the comparable scale and duration of the mission that America and its allies would have to undertake to defeat the enemy this time? With the capture of Kabul by the Taliban opponents, supported by U.S. Special Forces, in November and the installation of a new government in December 2001, the first battle seemed to be won more easily than anyone had believed. However, many Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters, including Osama bin Laden, had fled to Pakistan, which meant that one of the war's objectives had been missed. After a speech in the bombed-out Pentagon, someone asked the president, "Do you want Osama bin Laden dead?" The president replied, "I want justice. There is an old poster from the West that I would like to remind you of, which says, 'Wanted, dead or alive.'" End of quote. According to a report to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which was published in November 2009, during Barack Obama's term of office, it would have been possible to achieve this war goal at that time. This report was written by John Kerry, who later became the Secretary of State in the Obama administration, and was intended to discredit the war in general, as conducted by the Bush administration, by claiming that the politicians and generals responsible at the time had negligently allowed Osama bin Laden to escape to Pakistan out of political considerations. The elimination of the al-Qaeda leader from the battlefield 8 years ago would not have eliminated the danger of global extremism. But the decision that opened the door for his escape to Afghanistan allowed Osama bin Laden to emerge as a powerful symbolic figure who continues to draw a steady stream of money and inspire fanatics around the world. The failure to do this job represents a lost opportunity that irrevocably changed the course of the conflict in Afghanistan and the future of international terrorism, left American citizens more vulnerable to terrorism, laid the groundwork for today's intractable Afghan insurgency, and fueled internal strife in Pakistan. End of quote. The report also named those responsible for this disaster. Quote, "The decision not to use American soldiers to pursue or prevent Osama bin Laden's escape was made by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and his top commander, General Tommy Franks, the architect of the unconventional Afghanistan battle plan known as Operation Enduring Freedom. Rumsfeld said at the time that he was concerned that too many U.S. troops in Afghanistan would provoke an anti-American backlash and spark a spreading insurgency. Reversing the American military orthodoxy known as the Powell Doctrine, the Afghanistan model emphasized minimizing the presence of U.S. troops and relied on small, highly mobile special forces and CIA paramilitaries working with the Afghan opposition. Even when his own commanders and senior intelligence officials in Afghanistan and Washington were arguing for the deployment of more U.S. troops, Frank refused to deviate from the prescribed plan. End quote. The report became fixated on this mistake by the Bush administration by removing the hunt for Osama bin Laden from the strategic context of successive wars of liberation and thus limiting the war against the tenor to a manageable police operation against extremists. The revolutionary scope that the war initially seemed to have was lost in the silly bounty hunter scenario that George W. Bush alluded to with his Western poster metaphor, which was negatively interpreted by the same critics at the time. The Bush administration had never thought of being satisfied with the pursuit of terrorists or extremists. Of the two categories of enemies it had defined, the second was already drawing attention away from terrorists and towards the social conditions in the Muslim world. Those who harbor terrorists are, by definition, the ruling cliques in the places where the terrorists are hiding. These regimes should be removed by America and replaced by states that would guarantee religious freedom, gender equality, and other rights for their citizens. In contrast to the Kerry report, which suggests that Osama bin Laden's flight to Pakistan laid the basis for today's intractable Afghan insurgency, the Bush administration still assumed that the basis for terror in Afghanistan had already when the Taliban and al-Qaeda appeared there, and that the task of America and its allies was to defeat or pacify all the armed gangs operating there, thereby creating the basis for the reconstruction of the country. Getting Osama bin Laden into the hands of the Bush administration, dead or alive, was of secondary importance. There was more at stake. Immediately after the removal of the Taliban regime at the end of 2001, the Bush administration began preparing for the next war of liberation, which was to remove Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq. This war was no longer about terrorists at all, but only about social upheaval. In George W. Bush's address at the beginning of the war on March 19, 2003, the word terror did not appear once, nor did the word Islam. Instead, the president spoke of disarming Iraq and liberating its people, addressing all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East. He said, "All the hopes of an oppressed people now look to you. To help the Iraqis build a unified, stable, and free country will require a sustained commitment on our part. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religion they practice. We have no ambitions in Iraq other than to eliminate a danger and to return control of the country to its people." End of quote. The Bush administration had set itself a lot of goals and was mistaken in that the respect it showed for the civilization and religion of the respective population in the countries to be liberated was all too often not reciprocated by those affected, with the result that the liberation had to be enforced against the liberated, with the consequence that the war objectives could only be achieved with a higher level of commitment than was envisaged in the battle plans. The individual operations took longer than planned and the number of troops had to be increased. In 2008, after thousands of American soldiers had been killed and tens of thousands injured, there was no question of another battle for the time being. The Bush administration did not think about it either. The Obama administration saw its task as being to justify this setback ideologically. In a speech to an audience of experts in Washington in August 2009, the future CIA Director John Brennan explained the new thinking of the new administration. It was based on a new partnership with Muslims around the world, a partnership based on shared interests and mutual respect. Strictly speaking, the past few years had shown that America could not rely on the Muslim world to respect it in return. While John Brennan was giving his lecture, tens of thousands of American soldiers, NATO troops, and local allies were still fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan to gain this respect. The Obama administration, however, no longer wanted to talk about a war on terror, said John Brennan, because terrorism was only a tactic, a means to an end, which in the case of al-Qaeda was the worldwide rule of an Islamic caliphate. This argument was quite subtle. Shouldn't we therefore be talking about a war on Islam? But that could not have been the intention, if only because the argument would otherwise have come into conflict with the fundamental postulate of mutual respect. The new administration also no longer wanted to talk about a global war, because this choice of words by the Bush administration only confirmed the distorted portrayal of al-Qaeda, according to which the United States is somehow in conflict with the rest of the world. Perhaps the most dangerous thing about portraying this as a global war is that it only risks reinforcing the image that al-Qaeda paints of itself, namely that it is a highly organized, global formation with the ability to replace sovereign nations with a worldwide caliphate. End of quote. And nothing, the audience was assured, nothing could be further from the truth. The Obama administration did not want to wage a war against the world, against terror, against Islam, and thus also against jihadists. Because if you describe terrorists in this way, using the legitimate word jihad, which means to purify oneself or to wage a holy war for a moral cause, you risk giving the murderers the religious justification they so desperately seek, but which they in no way deserve. Worse, you risk reinforcing the image that the United States is waging a war against Islam itself. End of quote. This was Islam defending at primary school level, but the Obama administration was willing to use any means to counter the false images spread by the terrorists, and which could be mistaken for a true reflection of reality in the Muslim world, with the correct image, in which no enemy should be present. Instead of the two categories of enemies defined by the Bush administration, John Brennan now distinguished between two interrelated but very different tasks that the administration had set itself: the short-term task of destroying al-Qaeda and its allies, those who are willing and able to kill innocent civilians, and the long-term task of combating violent extremism in general. End of quote. This new enemy, violent extremism, was not a military opponent, but the misery of the Muslim world, which caused extremism and justified violence. This extremism should therefore not be fought with weapons, but with development aid and probably our greatest asset of all, America's moral example. The dictators and tyrants against whom the war had once been directed were no longer part of the new enemy image. When an American Secret Service unit liquidated Osama bin Laden in his hideout in Pakistan on May 2, 2011, the Bush administration had retrospectively achieved the war objective it had failed to achieve, and the first short-term task had been more or less completed. The second long-term task was actually just to leave the Muslim world to its fate. The Arab Spring provided the ideal setting for putting the new thinking to the test. All you had to do was watch how the Muslim world, which had fought with all its might to be freed from the Americans, now freed itself from its dictators and tyrants of its own accord and by its own efforts. Only in isolated cases, it was thought, would American special forces have to intervene in a popular uprising, as happened in Libya, and preferably in such a way that no one would notice that they were there at all. This was called leadership from the background, or ambush, but what it meant was that America had given up the goal of winning a war. But even though the war on terror was over, the monumental struggle that George W. Bush had spoken of was not. It was no longer the U.S. administration that determined the order of the battles and the places where they were to be fought, but the Islamic masses in the Muslim world: Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Syria. So it was that, in December 2011, when the last American soldiers left Iraq, the first al-Qaeda fighters appeared in Syria. The war on terror had made an Islamic revolution possible, and not caused it, which provided the old complaints of the Muslim world about the United States with new material. Despite increased American involvement, the new governments in Afghanistan and Iraq had not succeeded in securing their monopoly on violence throughout the entire territory. In Afghanistan, the Taliban's terrorist and military offensives have been carried out with increasing force year after year, while in Iraq, after years of unrestrained violence between Sunni and Shiite militias and the Ayah-style terror of al-Qaeda, one could speak of a state sovereignty that was unstable in the long term but stabilized in the short term. At least if you wanted to convince yourself that the state had not already irrevocably disintegrated into its religious, ethnic, and tribal components. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq had lured young Muslim men whose honor had been violated to the battlefields from all over the world, as they had once done in the 1980s during the jihad against the Soviet Union or during the civil war in Bosnia in the 1990s. With spectacular suicide attacks in Damascus, the al-Qaeda branch in Syria had already claimed its right to help decide the outcome of this revolution in December 2001. 15 years after September 11th, al-Qaeda has fought its way to a leading role in the battle for Aleppo. Here, the terrorists are no longer facing American forces, but Assad, Russia, and Iran, the Shiite nuclear monster that the war on terror had also caused but not created. The combined Sunni, Shiite, and terrorist potential for violence, which the Americans were not supposed to recognize as an enemy, is now clashing in Aleppo, representing the whole of Syria, so that one can only hope that at least neither of the two factions can seize power in the whole country. However, the fact that this has come about is, to the smallest extent, the fault of a certain U.S. administration. The battle for Aleppo was only the latest stage in a monumental struggle against an enemy that has been underestimated in every respect. The term terrorism, as it is used today, usually refers to non-governmental but political violence. It is usually defined as violence that targets soldiers and civilians, military and civilian institutions alike, without distinction. In such formalization, the term reveals something and at the same time conceals something. It makes it recognizable how far the rule of the rackets, immediate coercion, and personal dependence in the form of political gangs is taking the place of the state monopoly of force. And it makes it unrecognizable that the monopoly of force itself, which is able to set the law, once emerged from the rule of the rackets and their terrorism. The political power of judgment, which knows how to distinguish between states without forgetting that, in the words of Hobbes, they are all monsters, must therefore also prove itself in relation to terrorist groups, depending on whether they completely submit to the destructiveness of the crisis of capitalist utilization or oppose it at a certain point. Those who speak of terrorism usually place annihilation, which is related to an end that lies outside of it, and annihilation for the sake of annihilation, murder for the sake of murder e.l. Fackenheim on the same level. The differences between Jacobin terror and anti-Semitic pogroms, the targeted killing of individual politicians and Islam-motivated mass murder are understood as secondary. The term thus seems to be a legitimate child of the totalitarianism theory. While this theory equates Nazism and Stalinism, its offspring apparently does not allow for any distinction between violence as a political means and violence as an end in itself. With it, today's bourgeois society denies its terrorist origins in the revolutions of the past, which still called the terror they spread by name. La Terror began with the storming of the Bastille, with the abolition of the monopoly on violence and the separation of the military and civilian population through the arming of the masses, which then gave rise to the various terror groups that called themselves fraternal associations, political clubs, and sociétés populaires. The rivalry between these rackets triumphed over the separation of powers, freedom and equality, that is, the emancipation of individuals from the barriers of their original communities and estates, could become the mere precondition of their fraternity, i.e. the immediate coercion and violence that they wanted to exercise within their own ranks and against each other. This veritable civil war between political gangs, however, became a real revolution of the state, inasmuch as the terror of the rackets not only gave rise to a new monopoly of violence, but also the sovereign could now be held accountable by everyone as the guarantor of the freedom and equality of individuals. This was also what fascinated Hegel about terror, that it is the precondition of bourgeois society. The German philosopher, of course, sees the results of the gang war as the negative will of the spirit. Only by destroying something does this negative will have the feeling of its existence. It may well mean to want some positive state, e.g. the state of general equality or general religious life, but it does not in fact want the positive reality of the same, because this immediately brings about some order, a particularization of both institutions and individuals. It is, however, from the destruction of this negative freedom that its self-awareness arises. Thus, what it thinks it wants can only be an abstract idea in itself, and the realization of this can only be the fury of destruction. End of quote. The fanaticism of terror thus seeks an abstract, not a structure. Where differences emerge, it finds this contrary to its indeterminacy and eliminates them. This is why the people in the revolution destroyed the institutions they had created themselves, because every institution is contrary to the abstract self-consciousness of equality. End of quote. In this, however, Hegel considers the time of terror as a necessary stage of the mind, in the overcoming of which the true idea, civil law, is realized. The overcoming itself appears as irresistible, as such it is already inherent in the concept itself. Quote, I do not want merely, but I want something. A will that wants only the abstract general will nothing and is therefore no will. What is inherent in Hegel's concept had long since been realized by Napoleon. His politics wanted something again and transformed the reign of terror into a drive for conquest. The orientation towards the French world spirit on horseback enabled even the idealistic philosopher from Germany to integrate the will to nothingness, which had already become independent in his predecessor Fichte, once again into the plan of salvation of the spirit. This will, as Hegel teaches following the course of the French Revolution, cannot really become independent, or in other words, in Hegelian terms, its independence turns into the will to write. For Hegel, this happens as automatically as the world spirit moves. Hegel recognizes the importance of the law as a shibboleth, by which the false brothers and friends of the so-called people are separated. But why the constitutional state and not the state of annihilation emerged from the revolution, or in other words, why the annihilation that Napoleon brought to Europe went hand in hand with the spread of the Code Civil, and the annihilation mania of the false brothers and friends of the so-called people, freed from all law, only unfolded in the reaction to Napoleon, is something that we learn nothing about from the independent concept of the will as coined by Hegel, and which then appears like a prefiguration of today's concept of terrorism. Hegel says that the will, which only wants the abstract general, basically wants nothing, and is therefore not a will at all. But why does it then function as if it were a will? Politically, everything depends on how he visualizes the abstract general will that he wants. To what extent, when he speaks of law, of the people, and of humanity, he admits the abstract nature of this or pretends to be concrete and particular, the substance of a people, the origin, the physical. He can only do this to the extent that he gets rid of the abstract generalization that he himself wants by transferring it to a concrete entity in which he pursues these truly concrete individuals as the abstract generalization. To do this, psychologically speaking, he needs pathic projection, morally speaking, he needs lies, and ideologically speaking, he needs his own lies which he believes in himself. The French revolutionaries, the gang leaders of the terror, were too honest. However, they projected too little. They did not really believe their own lies. When they said people, one always heard the more general term, humanity, and this humanity remained, in view of the existing rackets, as abstract as the law, which openly admits its abstractness. Thus, for example, Camille Desmoulins wrote on February 14, 1791, "In the propagation of patriotism, that is, of human love, this new religion which the world will submit to, the club or the community of the Jacobins seems to be called to the same primacy as the Roman Church in the propagation of Christianity." End of quote. In this honesty, the terror they spread retained something humane. Humanity admitted in a horrible way, and in this Marx and Engels also affirmed revolutionary terrorism, that it did not yet exist, that it only existed in this form of the abstract general which devours the individual human being, in the form of state and capital. And yet Hegel has unmistakably revealed that the terrorist enforcement of bourgeois order already carries within it the potential for annihilation for its own sake. Thus, an absolute separation between the two would not be possible. Rather, it would always have to be politically re-established if the unimaginable is to be prevented and humanity is not to destroy itself instead of becoming real. And Hegel's own contribution to this politically absolutely necessary disjunction was precisely his philosophy of law, which those false brothers and friends of the so-called people reject. The will that only wants the abstractly general, this will that emerged in the French Revolution only to perish at the same moment, took root in Germany. But the German legal philosopher thought that he could, after having considered it almost in isolation, once and for all annul this will in the objective spirit of the idea of the state, like the French state insofar as it had ended the time of terror with the Code Civil. In reality, in the country where Hegel philosophized, the false brothers and friends of the people could not be separated from the law. On the contrary, they ultimately knew how to instrumentalize it for the sake of annihilation. This will, which only wants the abstractly general, triumphs in the crisis of capitalist valorization and in national form. The German or Aryan Urvok proved itself as the subject of the will, as Fichte had already conjured up in his discourses to the German nation. Only in the German does the divine appear, and the original has honored it by making it its shell and its immediate means of floating into the world. Therefore, divine things will continue to emerge from it, then active, effective, sacrificing itself for it. Life, as mere life, as the continuation of a changing existence, has never had any value for him. He has only wanted it as a source of permanence. But this permanence promises him only the independent continuation of his nation. In order to save this, he must even want to die so that it may live, and he may live in it the only life that he has ever liked. In the mind of this citizen lives the love of the whole, of which he is a member, of the state and the fatherland, and destroys every selfish impulse. This self-centered impulse now appears in the mind of the German philosopher of the people as the abstract general, which must be destroyed. It appears as an idea that cannot be separated from the physical existence of the Jews. Fichte sees no means of giving the Jews civil rights in Germany, except to cut off their heads in one night and put others on in which there is not a single Jewish idea. This is the anticipated tenor of the German Revolution, which began to erupt when the social conditions had matured. The German terrorist groups, from the Free Corps to the National Socialist organizations, which emerged from the First World War and were united by the goal of persecuting and exterminating the Jews, were able to prepare the ground in the Weimar Republic for a state that, as a concentrated and complete rule of racketeers, aligned the whole of society towards destruction. Real resistance, which then rose up against it with armed force, hardly in Germany, but to varying degrees in the countries it ruled, was revolutionary terrorism in a new sense. It was, directly or indirectly, about the very conditions that would ever make something like a revolution possible. Inseparable from this, albeit under completely different conditions, this applies in a more concrete and current sense to groups such as the Haganah and the Irgun, whose activities in Palestine created the basis for the eventual establishment of the rule of law in the civil sense, the protection of which could be guaranteed for the first time for all Jews, and from which the false brothers and friends of the so-called Palestinian people were to be separated. Such terrorist groups, which established the monopoly on violence in order to establish the law, followed the categorical imperative that was imposed on people by National Socialism. In the state of their unfreedom, which is precisely what the law identifies and confirms, to do everything to ensure that Auschwitz is not repeated. This imperative is by no means a license. If taken literally, it is still reflected in the way political violence is used in each individual act. The attack by the Irgun on the King David Hotel in Jerusalem in 1946 differs significantly from the Islamist attacks on the hotels in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2005. The hotel in Jerusalem was the headquarters of the British military, And in order to avoid civilian casualties, the bomb attack was preceded by 3 warnings at the hotel, at the French consulate, and at the Palestine post. The attacks on the tourist hotels in Egypt, which are frequented mainly by Israelis, were planned from the outset to kill as many civilians as possible. In order to politically implement the disjunction between terror, which establishes abstract law and knows purposes, and terror as an end in itself, as Hegel's philosophy of law demands, everything depends on making these transitions visible and denouncing them. This must have been what prompted Hannah Arendt to include the development of Stalinism in the final phase of her work on the elements and origins of totalitarianism, explicitly referring to Stalin's willingness to learn from Hitler in matters of antisemitism. In particular, a fictitious world conspiracy along the lines of anti-Jewish resentment was suitable as propaganda in countries where anti-Jewish sentiment was widespread. The anti-Semitic orientation of Stalinist terror, both internally and externally, made it possible to eliminate any distinction between the fury of destruction under the banner of socialism and the extermination mania of National Socialism, between the subjugation, exploitation, and mass murder of people for the increasingly remote purpose of production and the deliberate annihilation as an end in itself, that is, for the production of a Volksgemeinschaft. This also forced critical theory to break with the Soviet Union and later to distance itself from the rebelling students in Germany. It is significant, however, that Horkheimer initially recognized the transitions between revolutionary and fascist terror in Habermas. Turning against the aspiring assistant professor, he wrote in a letter to Adorno dated September 27, 1958, "What needs to be defended today, it seems to me, is not the sublation of philosophy and revolution, but the remainder of bourgeois civilization in which the idea of individual freedom and the right society still has a place." In contrast, that Hegel was right who still regarded life under good laws as the highest dowry that can be bestowed upon one. As long as such laws exist, they must be preserved. They are in danger. The philosophy of the young Habermas, however, is affirmative because it fetishizes the proletariat, the mass of the population, as a substance beyond critique, as true being. Its structure remains completely untouched by the experience of the conceptual, I say conceptual, not merely factual, identity of mass movement, manipulation, and ressentiment. End of quote. Horkheimer must recognize the same structure in the movement against nuclear armament in Germany. It resembles, as it says in the posthumous notes, the mass uprising against the Lebanese government, which Mr. Nasser is organizing. Not so much the common origin of both phenomena with the Russians is remarkable, as the structural similarity of all these contemporary movements. The people are to be realized. Everyone should integrate into the people. The enemy is not so much reaction, Hitler and Stalin spoke of this in unison, but rather the differentiated individual, the unworldly, the cosmopolitan, the hesitant, who can still be loyal because he does not commit himself and consequent because he does not follow a program. The enemy is the individual, the enemy is us. Quote from Ede. Around 1968, this structure of the left began to split into a democratic and a terrorist wing. Habermas himself, as is well known, sided with the democratic wing, secured his academic career, and prepared the red-green foreign policy of the following decades, which ultimately contributed significantly to tolerance towards the rule of racketeers in the Middle East and confirmed Horkheimer's early assessment, albeit in a thoroughly democratic way. But the fact that a terrorist violence of a particular kind was lurking on the side of activism, which Habermas now rejected as left-wing fascism, was only recognized by someone who, through his experiences of National Socialism, had a different concept of fascism, one that could no longer be abstracted from the situation of the Jews after the extermination, the situation of Israel. Shortly before his death, Adorno wrote to Herbert Marcuse, "I take the danger of the student movement turning into fascism much more seriously than you do." After the Israeli ambassador was shouted down in Frankfurt, the assurance that this was not done out of anti-Semitism, and the appearance of some Israeli member of the extra-parliamentary opposition, does not help at all. You only have to look into the manically frozen eyes of those who, possibly with reference to ourselves, turn their anger against us. End of quote. Once again, a constellation seems to have been created, like that between Rousseau's social contract and Fichte's contribution to correcting the judgments of the French Revolution, between the French Jacobins and the German anti-Semites, the terror and the hip-hop riots. Only now the extent of the violence on the part of those who want to cut off the heads of Jews who do not voluntarily renounce their civil rights in Israel is incomparably greater. The transitions have become so fluid that it seems hardly possible for the left to disassociate itself from them. The French Revolution and the German pogrom are united in the anti-Zionist as a political force that even leaves behind the intellectual contradiction that still dogged Fichte, despite all his hatred of Jews and Frenchmen. For the constellation is repeating itself under completely different conditions. The annihilation of the Jews has taken place and a Jewish state has been created. And the fury of destruction that is now setting about abolishing this state is thus linked to that annihilation. In it, which is fixed as the Jew among the states, the political will, which only wants the abstract general, finds its concrete object, but it ultimately encompasses the Jews throughout the world. Already with the bombing of the community center of the West Berlin Jewish community in November 1969, part of the German left showed itself ready for unity with those who were preparing a second Auschwitz in the Middle East. A leaflet on the subject stated, "This kind of neurotic, backward-looking anti-fascism, in its fixation on the historical past, completely overlooks the illegitimacy of the State of Israel. True anti-fascism today means an explicit and unambiguous identification with the fighting Fedayeen. Our solidarity with them will no longer be satisfied with purely verbal protests a la Vietnam, but will mercilessly fight this combination of fascism and Israeli Zionism." End of quote. And in a statement by the RAF which Horst Mahler read out in court, the murder of Israeli athletes during the 1972 Munich Olympics was praised as an anti-fascist act, but Israel had burned its athletes, just as the Nazis had burned Jews. The Soviet Union, however, was kept in check from the outside by the Cold War with the USA, and from the inside by its own ideology. Just as the incessant competition with the West contributed to seeing the abstract general instead of total annihilation, for which experience had already been gained in the Soviet labor camps, always in mere numbers, with which the armament capacities and at the same time the reproduction of society were to be measured until one would finally have overtaken the West, so Marx's doctrine, even in its abuse, which was reflected in that numerical fetishism, obviously did not allow annihilation as an end in itself, but rather presupposed an orientation towards the reproduction of society. This difference was usually considered most clearly from the point of view of morality, because it allowed a distinction to be made between a state that did not live up to its own standards and one that did so all too well. As Amory wrote, National Socialism, which may not have had any ideas of its own, but certainly had a whole arsenal of confused misconceptions, is the only political system of this century that has not only practiced the rule of the counterhuman, as other red and white terror regimes have done, but has also explicitly established it as a principle. End of quote. The reason why the state created by Stalinist power could be criticized on the basis of its own premises was that it was not based on the identification of its citizens with destruction, but on contracts that remained conscious even when they were broken. The Second World Market was based on contracts and therefore allowed for a certain degree of civilizational development in some regions of the world, while also repeatedly setting limits to the transitions from potentially revolutionary to a priori eliminatory terror, which anti-Semitic politics were already paving the way for. And these limits ultimately applied indirectly even to the terrorist groups that emerged in Germany after the student movement. The RAF may have practiced a certain death cult, but the suicide bombing as the dominant form of terrorist action was outside their ideas of political struggle. But after the Soviet Union and with it the bloc of the Second World Market had disintegrated, the transitions in the whole left have become as fluid as they always were with anti-Semitic anti-capitalists. The fighters of the PLO and the Ba'ath regime, who called themselves Fida'ijin from the outset, the self-sacrificing, have found themselves in their more successful Islamist competitors. As early as 1969, Jean Amdry spoke of the Arab Free Corps of al-Fatah. Almost nothing remains of the abundant literature of real socialism, except for a Berlin-based newspaper that is all the more proud to publish an article by a Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh. The occupation must end. And of the RAF, which was still able to put the German state in a tight spot, nothing but a handful like the AIK, the Anti-Imperialist Action, which collects money for the resistance in Iraq. But the Berlin gloss of the Islamist Free Corps leader and the Terror Winter Relief Organization of the Vienna Anti-Zionist Association, which are only fringe phenomena, are discovered in the midst of a community of states that, in the name of dialogue or communication theory, advances appeasement all the more subtly the more vehemently it distances itself from terrorism. As is well known, the EU, like the USA, suspended its payments to the Palestinian Authority in 2006 because Hamas was now in power there. What the Europeans will do if Hamas, for example, comes to power together with Fatah remains to be seen. And Germany has recently taken up a diplomatic position on the side of the USA in the so-called dispute over Iran's nuclear program, although it is clearly trying to mediate with Russia and China, which in turn are mediating with Iran. Unofficially, the core European power center is still one of the most important trading partners of the regime that has always supported Hezbollah, and has now also taken over the support of Hamas and is officially calling for the annihilation of Israel. The fury of destruction is dressed up as the goddess of peace in Europe. The jargon of democracy alone has no terms for this enemy, and that is what is being demonstrated in Europe's left-liberal circles. Here, one feels fundamentally superior to the worldwide resurgence of religion, so superior that one can occasionally allow mercy to triumph over justice in one's own society for honor killings from other cultures. And one takes great pride in one's secularism, while in the background the anti-globalization movement is undisturbed in its practice of compassion with the collective in all its regressive forms, and increasingly hallucinates Jewish features in the face of neoconservatism. The residential building is erected by a construction company using wage labor. A charitable organization contributes to the financing, which can also help the residents to make ends meet in other ways. Then the charitable organization moves its missile launch pads into the courtyard of the house, and it is subsequently destroyed to prevent the missile attacks that were launched from there. The charitable Rocket Brothers immediately reappear on the scene and not only pay substantial sums for the reconstruction of the house, but also pay individual residents a premium for the fact that family members were killed in the attack. Martyrdom pays off. This is more or less how the Islamist Marshall Plan, the recovery program of the suicide squads, works. Completely unbureaucratically and without contracts, like a mother feeding her child. And the state has long since sought to avoid responsibility. However little the one reconstruction program has to do with the other, the Germans can identify all the better with the civilian population of the Gaza Strip or Lebanon today, as they themselves have always benefited from declaring their Volksgemeinschaft as a civilian population afterwards. It is no coincidence that this term became the key word for reporting on the Israeli military intervention in the summer of 2006. But while Goebbels was still shouting from the radio that world Jewry was inciting American and British bombers to attack the German people, today's media speak of the civilian population in a calm and measured tone, in order to bring the Jewish state, that is, the Jews among the states, into play as murderers of innocent people, albeit in a restrained manner. By simply continuing to use the old military categories and sociological classifications, which have long since lost their meaning, one discreetly achieves the apparently desired ideological effect. As if groups like Hezbollah and Hamas had not once again abolished the distinction between civilian and military institutions, which had already been eliminated by the German Freikorps, the SA and the SS. As if the terrorists were not themselves civilians and the jihad not an effort that is as much civilian as military. As if Islam were not a religion that has undermined such a differentiation in society from the outset. The question of why this civilian population allows itself to be turned into human shields, and what conditions enable Haman and Hezbollah to store their weapons in or near residential buildings, schools and hospitals is hardly ever asked by the many contrite people who cultivate their concern for the victims of Israeli military actions in the media. Instead, the language of the democratization process is used, which began in Lebanon and in which even Hezbollah participated, but which has now been forcibly interrupted by Israel. And it really is a kind of democratization as far as the gang rule, which is increasingly able to encompass people's everyday lives, is still affirmed by them, and it is apparently affirmed not least because the Islamist terrorist groups are also Islamic charitable organizations. Islam and Islamism, which the experts and journalists on Islam are trying to divide, are probably also generally connected. Charity in the sense of Allah and His Prophet is only the other side of the direct coercion and open violence that permeate a truly direct democracy. Organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah, which are charitable on the borders of Israel, embody this unity of terror for its own sake and of welfare for the sake of this terror in an immediate way. Indirectly, however, it can be found in the entire network of Islamic aid organizations, which must now be regarded as a large-scale accumulation of financial, technical, and human resources for the NGOs of destruction. This is also emphasized, for example, in the interrogation protocols from Guantanamo, which, significantly, hardly any journalists seem to be interested in. The role of the so-called aid organizations, Islamic charitable bodies that finance and provide logistical support for al-Qaeda operations under the guise of helping Afghan refugees, is particularly revealing. References to such organizations run like a red thread through the interrogations. The International Islami Relief Organization, IIRO, presents itself as a master of the welfare business. The organization, headquartered in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, has been funneling Arab fighters, weapons, and money to the battlefields under the guise of charity since the beginning of the Afghan-Soviet War, 1979-89. Numerous Guantanamo detainees have confessed to working for the IIRO. The list of Islamic charitable organizations for which Guantanamo detainees have worked is long. The Kuwaiti Revival of Islamic Heritage Society, the World Assembly for Muslim Youth, and the Kuwaiti Joint Relief Committee are among the most frequently mentioned. The Saudi Red Crescent is also on the list. The Al-Wafa humanitarian organization, which was founded by a group of Kuwaiti and Saudi jihadists, has a particularly infamous reputation. 2 of the founding members are imprisoned in Guantanamo. Another detainee from Yemen stated in an interrogation that he had instructed Wafa employees to procure a $5,000 centrifuge and other technical components for a Malaysian microbiologist in Kandahar who was involved in the production of anthrax at the hands of Al-Qaeda. Charity is particular. That is why everything that has to do with it sounds harmless. And the core Europeans know how to emphasize this particular character insofar as they are always trying to differentiate between a civilian and a military wing in organizations like Hamas or Hezbollah. In fact, the whole disaster that charity can cause, and from which Europeans want to profit from afar, has to do with this particularity. Here, too, it is the possibility of the gang to suspend social mediation in order to put itself in its place. The reason why Max Horkheimer accurately came up with the term racket to describe organized forms of personal dependence and direct coercion is probably because racket not only means gang, but is also strangely associated with charitable events. It is precisely this layer of meaning that needs to be uncovered today. A gang would only be considered a racket in the strict political sense if its rule depended not only on the threat of violence, but also on the voluntary recognition, indeed mass psychological identification, in its territory or zone, as the state otherwise needs on its territory under penalty of extinction. This requires sophisticated charity. Through its social and economic aid, the power of the rackets nests itself between bourgeois society and the family, and always when the state is unable to integrate the forces that are pulling apart within it. It is the self-destructive synthesis. It sets family and state as one and transforms everything that is socially mediated into immediate relationships between people who, because they are unfree, can only threaten and oppress each other. This benevolence is the opposite of solidarity. To be solidar means to be mutually responsible for the whole. The origin of the term from Roman law should at least be taken into account to the extent that it would never be understood as what the German sociologist wants it to be understood as. Solidarity is the attitude of a community with a strong inner bond, Alfred Virken. In Roman law, solidarity did not refer to a community or an inner bond, and certainly not to a mindset, but rather to a specific legal relationship, according to which each person is liable for the whole in solidum for the total sum. When the labor movement adopted the term, it retained the awareness that the solidarity of those who shared it was a mediated one, and that the first concern was not to create a community and demand a common attitude, but rather to provide a very practical, reciprocal security for the proletariat against the threats of capitalist production relations. These conditions, however, taught through the simplest practical necessities that solidarity must always remain related to totality, whether it is represented positively as a social state and distribution of surplus value or negatively as the abolition of the state and capital, which is, however, no small difference. All behavior based on solidarity unites the fundamental recognition of abstraction. An awareness that this society can only be recognized, criticized, and changed in the sense of reason through the ability to abstract, since it has become real in itself as a formalization through capital and legal relations, but as a whole it is forced, destructive, and irrational. Whether or not you know someone is irrelevant to solidarity. It applies to the individual because he or she is in a situation that has been brought about by the whole of society. Thus, solidarity with Israel does not presuppose that you know many Israelis or have visited the country often, although that is of course the obvious thing to do. It is the very general awareness of being one with this state in the categorical imperative to do everything possible to ensure that Auschwitz is not repeated. But Islamic charity is obviously only able to completely fill the void left by solidarity among the many different forms of private charity because it exchanges the awareness of the unforeseeably mediated connection of society for the belief in Allah, that is, for the one and only abstraction that denies any other abstraction its own independent meaning. The call Allahu Akbar reduces the class conflicts over surplus value to immediate empathy and particular assistance, leaving no other concept of totality and no other reference to it than the willingness to sacrifice oneself for Allah. As a private matter, charity, which is of religious origin, seems at first to be secularized like religion itself. And just as little as civil society frees people from the need for religion, it frees them from the need for charity. Under its conditions, charitable organizations usually serve to fill the gaps in the so-called social safety net that the state leaves open, where misery is all too blatant. In particular, public figures who do not actually have a real political function, such as aristocrats in a democracy or the wives of prominent politicians, find a wide field of activity here to make themselves feel less superfluous. But people with a common religious and national background who, for various reasons, do not receive enough from the state often organize their own private welfare. In the past, the charitable expected their reward from God. For the bourgeois benefactor, who no longer believes in God or heavenly reward, only the social prestige that one acquires through one's deeds remains. The collective benefactor, however, who builds on religious and national identity, demands at least a certain attitude from his protégés as a thank you. What secularization means can therefore only be seen in the situation of the individual. The charitable organizations differ significantly from one another in whether they also confirm the middle-class society in which they are active in the mode of their charity. Whether the relationship between members, officials and members, and between benefactors and those receiving benefits is organized according to the model of a capitalist exchange society, and whether the relative autonomy and protective anonymity of the individual is still preserved as a recipient of alms. To regard the individual, even if he no longer possesses any goods, as a potential owner of goods, this would be a form of charity that could be described as bourgeois. It corresponds to the bourgeoisization of the large churches, which had to open themselves up to the dynamics of society, albeit reluctantly. However, organized charity can also develop a total rejection of bourgeois forms of interaction. It is able to offer the individual what emancipation through those forms of intercourse frees him from, and in doing so it not only preserves pre-modern relationships, immediate coercion and personal dependence, it also modernizes them in order to arm itself against society's promises of emancipation. What it offers the abandoned and isolated is the warmth of the blood sandwich, and so it shows the ambivalence of all secularization under capitalist conditions. For the concept of private matter can certainly obscure the fact that this matter, whether it be pastoral care or welfare, can be understood as their own by the most rabid rackets or rackets that arise from the destruction of the individual's privacy in the first place. Individual privacy, which must be defended even against the privacy of the family, indeed precisely against it, is part of the dignity of the commodity guardian. Under the political pressure of the rackets, the individual remains a commodity guardian, but he also loses the last dignity that is his as such. Groups of the New Left have already proclaimed the private sphere as the immediate political sphere, but fortunately they had nothing of real benefit to offer, only an ideology that was rejected by the masses. The Islamist rackets of today are different. They can spread and generalize so successfully because they effectively offer a substitute for all the failures of the welfare state, and their ideology reaches the masses. Unlike the welfare state, which embodies the anonymity of capitalist exploitation, these rackets have in common that they personally take care of the individual, who gives up or has to give up his anonymity as a private person in bourgeois society. Not a few tendencies of labor market reforms in industrialized countries, which are intended to dismantle the welfare state, bureaucratically point in the same direction in which Islamic welfare is becoming unbureaucratically offensive. The individual finds himself in a secondary family, in relationships that are not constituted by exchange but by gift, by an exchange whose objects and services are not detached from the individual, like goods and labor power by contract. Rather, they accrue to him or, as it were, grow on him, like the privileges and duties of individuals in pre-capitalist conditions. Those who benefit from such charity feel as personally used as possible, that is, with soul, body, and life. Although the donation may well take the form of money, the use that is then made of it by the individual is not based on abstract labor, but rather on concrete corporeality, a corporeality that is, however, of no use except to disappear at the right moment in the name of Allah. This is how one of the detainees at Guantanamo Bay described his training in Afghanistan during interrogation. I had to swear that I would obey all orders, obey Osama, and do nothing against Islam. There is no money for it. It is pure charity work. End of quote. The former Social Democratic candidate for the chancellorship and finance minister, later chairman of the Left Party, attracted attention in the winter of 2006 with the following statement. There are overlaps between left-wing politics and the Islamic religion. Islam relies on the community, which puts it in conflict with exaggerated individualism, a concept that is threatening to fail in the West. The second point of contact is that the devout Muslim is obliged to share. The left also wants the stronger to help the weaker. Thirdly, the prohibition of interest still plays a role in Islam, as it once did in Christianity. At a time when entire economies are plunging into crisis because the idea of returns has become completely absurd, there is reason for a dialogue with the Islamic world, led by the left, Neues Deutschland, February 13, 06. The populist socialism of a Lafontaine, like that of all opponents of globalization, has nothing to do with the criticism of capitalism of a Karl Marx. It is neither a theoretical simplification or reduction of complex interrelationships nor a strategically necessary, realistically reformable curtailment of the revolutionary goal. The propagated anti-individualistic alms capitalism without interest and world market is categorically not the preliminary stage of a state and classless world society, which has abolished private property as a barrier to individualism, Oscar Wilde, so that everyone can be different, Adorno, or be valid without fear, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs. Marx, but its opposite. Lafontaine's personal preference may be the already sufficiently disgusting Chavez dictatorship, but from the point of view of his socialist idea, no reasonable objection can be raised against its realization in the form of Stalinism, Islamism, or National Socialism, nor against the anti-Semitism that is not coincidentally constitutive of all these regimes, albeit with different consequences. Once one has positively referred to the Christian prohibition of interest. In contrast, after Auschwitz, in view of the history and present of the left and of bourgeois society, and precisely in the preservation of the revolutionary goal, orthodox communists are forced, both theoretically and in terms of realpolitik, to sing the praises of interest and to defend civil rights. The attitude of wanting to abolish capital and the state because they stand in the way of a far-reaching realization of the promise of individual happiness, which is preserved, among other things, in interest and civil rights, is identical with the obligation to fight the anti-capitalist enemies of this promise, both the right and the left. For example, following his 10,000-year-long sacred history of money, Turk merely states that it is difficult to imagine how the creation of the utopia of a society without money and committed to the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, could be achieved without ending up in something like Stalinism. Which is why there is little more to be desired than state regulation of the financial markets in such a way that the state uses the profits and transaction taxes it collects to build up reserves that can be used to better plug the holes left by the next burst of the speculative bubble, thus at least mitigating the sometimes serious consequences for the affected populations. It is obvious that neither the sacred origin and logic of money nor a fundamental critique of the labor theory of value would have been needed for this realpolitik program. Nor is the problem that every small reform, by reinforcing the system, prevents the necessary revolution aimed at the whole, especially since conservatism could be in demand anyway, given what the coming uprisings promise to bring. It is of course not per se anti-Semitic or even structurally to speak of the madness and insanity of today's stock market and betting activities in terms of their fatal repercussions on the real economy, as such, at least as long as it is not suggested that the capitalist real economy and allegedly solely creative production could get by without allegedly solely ravenous finance. What is highly problematic, however, is that every time the focus is shifted to the excesses of the financial sector, the madness and insanity that is already inherent in the wage form, at the very basis of capitalist production, so to speak, is suppressed, and that this madness and insanity has been historically magnified in the anti-Semitic reconciliation of capital and labor into the Volksgemeinschaft. If one feels compelled to explore the possibilities of realpolitik for making life a little more bearable for the little people within the system, one should, instead of ennobling Occupy, the Tobin tax and the like, leave it at the traditional class struggle for shorter working hours and higher wages, whereby the state could at most be called upon to increase social benefits. As long as the opposition between the abstract individual and the concrete community, legal equality and collective identity is not exposed, but rather blurred as the decisive line of conflict in bourgeois society in all matters of freedom of opinion and religion, the secularist habits in core Europe can function as an expression of an irreversible appeasement that accommodates the current anti-Zionist mania for destruction just as much as it retrospectively lends meaning to past anti-Semitic crimes. As Alain Finkielkraut ironically writes, the hour of the great penitent dissolution of the nation-state has now come. The democratic Germany that is prepared to engage in dialogue with Islam, or the new Europe that has emancipated itself from national sovereignty and insists on international law, are the practical lessons that have been learned from National Socialism. It is to Auschwitz that these proponents of contrition owe their pedagogy of remorse, the meaning of which, as given by Auschwitz, becomes politically practical as soon as it is turned offensively against Israel and the USA as the two incorrigible and unrepentant sovereign states. In the direct confrontation with the U.S. neoconservatives, this core European post-liberalism thus reveals more about the limitations of all secularization under capitalist conditions than the old liberal school wisdom could have dreamed of and than the new friends of the open society could want. Liberalism is the ideology of the Enlightenment, an enlightenment that is not aware of its own contradictions. And the enlightened mind that constantly and rightly demands secularization does not want to know anything about its limits, which coincide with bourgeois society and can only be abolished with it. But today, and for who knows how long, those neoconservatives are standing at the borders, calling to mind the political consequences of capitalist conditions with their anachronistic formulas, which are committed to religion, naturally without any critical concept of these conditions. According to a dialectic of counter-enlightenment, which has a tradition in the USA, their surprising interventions could also be an involuntary impetus to reflect on the dialectic of enlightenment, which they themselves must deliberately disregard, since they do not want to abolish Leviathan, but rather make it more powerful. It remains to be seen, however, whether and how they will withstand disillusionment when they fail. Here, as early on with Fukuyama, there is a threat of infiltration by the newer German ideology, and then neoconservatives will become post-liberals. In a society that is ruled by the fetish of commodities and necessarily produces anti-Semitism through it, there is no reliance on methods, however secularized, that prefer to remain silent about the interconnection of precisely these everyday religions of bourgeois origin. An enlightenment, however, that does not want to recognize its constitutive contradictions will not only tend to gloss over the social status quo, the reality of state and capital in general, but will also always have the tendency to assuage the horror of its worst opponents. For it repels the reflections that could expose it through its own extreme contradiction. Its intellectual consequence of the barbaric, anti-capitalist reaction to modernity, even if this reaction includes annihilation as an end in itself, is basically the appeasing reference to anthropology, to the eternal, a dogmatic form of thought that demands reconciliation with the existing. Man is just like that, has always been like that, and will always remain like that, which is why laws are needed. In other words, since man is sinful, the law was revealed to him. Incidentally, Arendt's criticism of the fear of revolution of U.S. politics in the 1950s anticipates much of the neoconservative objection to the foreign policy of the 1990s. This fear led everywhere to stabilizing the status quo, which basically could hardly mean anything other than throwing the power and prestige of America into the balance in favor of outdated and corrupt governments, the object of the hatred and contempt of their own citizens. At the same time, however, she sees the power of the United States as the decisive potential to bring about a change for the better, the last chance for Western civilization, and she identifies with it, even speaking in the first-person plural here. The neoconservatives, who want to bring about this change for the better, simultaneously negate the utopian perspective that allows us to look beyond capital and the state. From a purely ideological point of view, they stand to Arendt's theory much as the Bolsheviks stood to the practice of the councils. If Lenin needed Marxism as a legitimizing ideology, they need pure faith in God. Neocons themselves see themselves as concerned more with the utility of religion than with its spirituality, Himmelfarb. However, they understand the usefulness of faith, and here the legacy of Hobbes and the American Revolution is evident, always on the condition that all forms of mediation of modern society are recognized at the same time. Only in this way can religion fulfill the task assigned to it by the Enlightenment, not to assure people of their own descent, but to lead them to universal morality, not to separate them ethnically from one another, but to make them pleasant to one another. In this way, and only in this way, does religion appear in the neoconservative view as an antidote to the self-destruction of liberalism. It does not affirm, as Hannah Arendt would say, the politically disastrous compassion with the repressive collective, the national delusion that destroys the mediations. It almost sounds like an adaptation of Lessing's Ring parable when the neoconservative opposes what he, with Leo Strauss, calls the destructive elements within modern liberalism in order to rehabilitate religions, and in doing so has to functionalize them. Quote, modern secularism has such affinities to moral nihilism that even those who wish simply to affirm or reaffirm moral values have little choice but to seek a grounding for such values in a religious tradition. Crystal. The rise of religion in the USA, which is seen as necessary in this way, has, as is noted with some pride, no parallel in any of the other Western democracies, where secularist habits of thought still rule supreme. Only in Israel, it should be added, is the situation similar and yet quite different. Here, religion can evidently never be completely separated from the defense against anti-Semitism, and therefore, for a state that was created for this defense and has its raison d'etre in it, it is a kind of mythical admonition and ritualized reminder of the persecution that is once again threatening in full force should it lose its ability to act. In this state, as in the diaspora, there are two different laws, the secular and the Jewish tradition, between which the religiously minded citizens, as if they were still in the diaspora, have to constantly mediate and create a balance. The liberals, on the other hand, who refer to Europe, take pleasure in equating the importance of religion in the USA and Israel, however it has developed, with the global threat of Islam, under the catchword of fundamentalism, which by definition knows as little about the separation of powers as it does about the mediation between religious and secular laws. However, in doing so, they only reveal what they themselves have already abandoned from liberalism: the importance of the law for civil society. For in the question of what social content religion possesses in each case, the decisive factor remains how far liberalism has already become practical, that is, how far the generalization of legal equality has permeated society. This alone places the individual before all family and community ties, and for no other reason than that this is what the so-called human rights consist of, as an individual is or could be a commodity guardian or owner of labor power. Where such privileges of the abstract individual can be revoked by the religiously embellished kinship, and the subject of human rights is transferred from the individual to the community, as its right to subject people to immediate control in ever larger areas. Where, therefore, the concrete practice of Sharia infiltrates the universality of the laws and the headscarf helps to prepare the honor killing of women. Where the religious collective openly demonstrates its own idea of equality by affirming or merely condoning self-sacrifice in jihad, everywhere, freedom of religion is above all an incitement to barbarism. This encouragement of the repressive collective proves today to be the exact opposite of religious freedom, under the conditions of which individual rights always also offer a means of countering the claims of the religious community and the family ties associated with it. In fact, faith is degraded to the point of providing for the lack of human warmth between the commodity vehicles and, in addition, clearly marking the enemy of democracy. This hidden theology of the general human being, which emerges wherever enlightenment is deprived of its contradictions, has been revealed not least by that cognitive theist who precisely registered the weaknesses of liberalism without turning to critical theory, and on whom the neoconservatives can therefore rely with some justification. For Leo Strauss, it was not religious belief but the unconditional acceptance of the law that was decisive, but in the law, which he divinized, nothing other than revelation had been formalized. So anyone who thinks they know what and how man is, believes in God. The liberally minded, yet babbling mind, the common sense of the commodity guardian, wants nothing to do with this theological basis of anthropological thought. On the other hand, it mocks as an apocalyptic and strikes at its greatest enemies, to whom such anthropology should be suspicious for reasons other than the cognitively theistic ones of Strauss, to whom, instead, the dialectic of the Enlightenment has opened their eyes and the origins and elements of total rule teach them to fear. It is not by chance that the first signs of appeasement can be recognized in language. In the jargon that likes to dismiss the critical effort of the concept as jargon, and instead compulsively strikes the cozy tone of the all-too-human, it is not possible to realize the danger inherent in this delusion of annihilation. It suppresses the perception of the monstrous because it wants to make us believe that, whatever may happen, everything is done with monstrous means. The political capitulation is already evident in the linguistic formulation, which smiles benignly at madness. And if it is only suggested that Leviathan and Behemoth are not monsters, as Hobbes still understood them and as the neocons at least have an inkling of, but rather well or badly managed institutions of common sense, and that the well-managed one with the inscription Leviathan would therefore also be reasonable for humanity and forever, then the last vestige of reason threatens to disappear from it. But for the time being, it is this last remnant that really matters, the ultimate human recourse that could prevent the Behemoth's breakthrough. The whole world is waiting for the Redeemer. Many just don't know that they are fundamentalists. Those who do know believe in the Messiah, in Christ or Muhammad, and in this way they differ from one another at least as much as they do from those who don't know and who hope for the unification of Europe as a prelude to the unification of the world, a centralized global financial supervision of banks and stock exchanges, as well as eternal peace through the UN. According to the secular catechism, the states should finally agree not only on the amount of pollutants, but also on a common tax rate and uniform wages, so that capital can no longer flow from one country to another and play workers and civil servants off against each other, and so that a just exchange is finally realized. Attack is as little concerned about the origin of the violence that secures ownership of the means of production, which should be preserved at all costs, as long as it is creative capital and not grabbing capital, or as we say today, greedy capital. Even the loudest critics of the declared fundamentalists prove to be political theologians, insofar as their understanding of politics is permeated, consciously or unconsciously, directly or indirectly, by the belief in a world state, in an all-encompassing structure of rule, either already present in its germinal form and partially in force or only to be created with a jerk. This belief forms the false unity of the political, under whose spell everyone can invoke international law without having to agree on which political power it guarantees. Even the charisma that Barack Obama acquired in the fight for the presidency of the United States cannot be explained without him. It is no coincidence that it is reminiscent of Gorbachev, who celebrated success as the embodiment of the world spirit in the late 1980s before being passed around as a curiosity in various TV shows. Obama's international image also arose from the deep-seated desire to exchange the sovereignty of the hated hegemon for a sovereign who is able to turn things to good account everywhere in the world and reconcile states with one another. For a moment in the mass media, Obama personified, like Gorbachev once did, what can be considered the common denominator of all those who mean well and want to know nothing. May this president transform the violent politics of the state that so one-sidedly dominates the other nations into the peaceful power of a just world government. May Obama also be the president of the EU and the World Bank and the Secretary General of the UN, so that the interests of the USA are absorbed into them. The longing culminates in the demand for a world without nuclear weapons, because the knowledge and materials for building nuclear bombs and other weapons of mass destruction are generally available. It implies that all states would have to give up their sovereignty and subject their economies and militaries to the complete control of a global power. Since none of this is happening, insofar as the capital relation presupposes the power relation between states. Since Obama can only be the more or less good or bad president of the Western hegemonic power, even if he leaves little to be desired in principle in becoming the worst, a power that can neither disintegrate like the Soviet Union nor take over the world government in the sense of the UN and abolish nuclear weapons, disappointment will follow in the footsteps of the next president at the latest. And in the long term, it will fuel the hatred of the USA as long as it remains a sovereign state in a hegemonic position, as long as it does not lose this position due to economic weakness and political appeasement. Because it doesn't matter whether they ruthlessly pursue their own interests or seemingly act as the world's policemen in the name of international law. The false friends of eternal peace and the true sympathizers of the holy war see the USA, as long as it is still a hegemon, as a mere henchman of an already existing, but invisible negative world power, which itself can only be made known in the form of a very small state in one place in the world. Israel embodies the world conspiracy of Judaism. For this reason, forced to constantly prove its sovereignty, the policy of this state repeatedly demonstrates what international law is: virtual law, law without police or judges, a convention that can only be enforced by the law of the strongest state or alliance at the time, and what it is not, a substitute for its own military force. It demonstrates that there is no world sovereign, indeed that every attempt to realize it is directed against the Jews. It takes away from their state the sovereignty that alone protects them in case of emergency. As Alfred Rosenberg said, the world domination of Jewish messianism has almost been realized in the domination of the world's banks, and is to be completed in the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem, 1942, 670. The more hair-raising is the philosemitism that turns the world conspiracy of the Jews into a positive thing and expects them to take on the role of world sovereign instead of Obama. Hermann L. Gremliza, already somewhat impatient, asks whether Israel's policy has nothing at all to reduce the number of its enemies. The Jews, whom the columnist from Concrete refers to as his friends with his own self-satisfaction, will have to find a therapy that promises the patient a better life on this side of Allah and his Hurus. The disarmament of Hamas would have been a start, if it were a start. End of quote. If the anti-Semite says that the Jews are to blame for anti-Semitism themselves, the philosemite believes that the Jews must come up with something themselves to abolish anti-Semitism. The Jewish state is called upon to no longer just defend its sovereignty, but finally to realize what is attributed to it, that is, to bring about a change for the better as a world conspiracy of Jews that has become a state, and to begin the therapy of the patients who suffer from the socialism of the sick fellow as quickly as possible. The extent of general awareness of these matters is shown by surveys on the role that the EU should play in the Middle East conflict. 9% of Israelis consider the EU to be the appropriate mediator, while 56% favor the USA. The result that 76% support their country's accession to the EU is only seemingly contradictory in the same context. It seems that hardly anyone in Israel assumes that the EU would ever produce a real sovereign power that could endanger its own sovereignty. The tried and tested military alliance of NATO, which can still be considered the guardian of Western sovereignty, offers itself as a substitute. 54% are in favor of Israel joining this organization. Quote, I saw how the people of Frankfurt welcomed President Kennedy. Hundreds of thousands of people crowded the sidewalks. their eyes moist, their faces ecstatically rapt. This was not a reception for a foreign statesman on a pragmatic mission, but for a savior who had been sent from on high to make everything good again, especially for them, the Germans. Had I seen anything like this before? Yes, really, decades ago. Everything was exactly the same as it is today. The same ecstasy, the same passion, the same devotion, the same irrational hopes. Only the recipient of these emotions was different back then. He was a man with hypnotically piercing eyes, a strange mustache, and an outstretched right arm. End of quote. Hans Morgenthau, an emigrant from Hitler's Germany who is considered the founder of the influential school of realism in U.S. foreign policy, wrote these lines in September 1963 after Kennedy's visit to Germany. Not much would have to be changed in the quote to make it a description of Barack Obama's visit to Germany in the summer of 2008. In the meantime, the euphoria surrounding Obama has noticeably subsided, both in Germany and in the USA itself. Nevertheless, the question remains as to which of his characteristics triggered the hype that actually made Obama the first black president of the USA, an event that his opponent John McCain and his predecessor George W. Bush immediately after the election described as a historic moment that would do honor to the USA. But in the eyes of his supporters, Obama is not considered a historic event because of the color of his skin, but rather because of what they perceive as his visions and his radically different approach to politics, which is free from all the impurities, corruption, and amorality that characterize the rest of the political class. So how historic was the moment when Barack Obama was elected President of the United States? Can Jürgen Habermas, who in 2004 said that the USA under George Bush was no longer my America, now feel like an American again? Has America returned to a phase of normality after what is often described as the excesses of the Bush years? Or has a redefinition of the USA begun with Obama, after which the country will no longer be recognizable? Based on Morgenthau's description of Kennedy's visit to Germany, we can initially identify a number of details that seem to indicate certain changes since 1963. While Morgenthau was still forced to recognize this irrational state of mind of redemption as a worrying characteristic of the Germans, the need to escape from the world into the realm of illusion and projection now seems to have spread to the American population as well. Since the phenomenon of Obama emerged, the American publicist Norman Podhoretz has never tired of pointing out precisely such irrationalism as the main driving force behind Obama's success. As early as March 2008, in an interview with the German newspaper Die Welt, he drew attention to the fact that the last time there had been a similar upsurge of empty populism in the USA was in the 1930s. In doing so, he deliberately placed Obama in the same category as the fascist and anti-Semitic demagogues who also found a surprisingly broad base in the USA at that time, and who Leo Lowenthal, among others, had also examined in his book Prophet's Deceit. On the other hand, Podhoretz takes up Lowenthal's book title and puts the change in U.S. politics, which he sees embodied in Obama, in a context that is intended to describe the apocalyptic mood that is expressed in the enthusiasm for Obama, by warning in September 2009 that he is a false messiah. Podhoretz's warning is also based on a serious background that has its own apocalyptic connotations. It was Podhoretz who, in 2007, in his book World War IV, The Long Struggle Against Islamofascism, the challenges that the USA is facing today are just as serious as those in the 3 world wars that preceded it, according to his count, the First, the Second, and the Cold War. If you accept Podhoretz's assessment, you can guess the catastrophic consequences he is referring to if you follow the wrong messiah in such end times. Another difference can be found between the politicians Kennedy and Obama, and it is precisely at the level of real politics, which is what Podhoretz is referring to with his warning that the USA is currently in a world war. While Kennedy was indeed just as suitable for projection as Obama, he too represented youth, intellect, eloquence, and a new dawn. He nevertheless proved to be a politician firmly rooted in the tradition of the USA. Kennedy was indeed celebrated by some as a savior, although the Kennedy myth only fully unfolded after his death. And in him, too, a left-wing intellectual like Richard Hofstadter saw in 1963 analogous to the transition from Bush to Obama, the anti-intellectualism, the apocalypse for intellectuals in public life, that his Republican predecessor Eisenhower had meant finally overcome. However, Kennedy himself never fell for this image and was, as Morgenthau suggests in the quote to make the Germans' worldview, which can only be explained psychologically, clearer in truth a statesman on a pragmatic mission, a member of the Cold War liberals, who were not so rare at the time, and who, as Democrats, wanted to promote the formative and interventionist role of the USA in the world against the backdrop of strict anti-communism. This makes Kennedy almost a kind of countermodel to Obama. A few examples are listed below. After the beginning of the open legitimation crisis in Iran in early summer 2010, Obama was mainly preoccupied with telling the Iranian government that the USA did not want to interfere in the internal affairs of that country, but rather wanted to bring Iran to the negotiating table regarding its nuclear program under the slogan of engagement. In mid-October, it took less than 24 hours for the U.S. government to feel compelled to condemn the attack on the Revolutionary Guards, in which 7 of their high-ranking generals were killed, as a despicable act with which the U.S. had nothing to do and wanted nothing to do. Even the recent flare-up of protests in Iran and their bloody suppression in December have so far not fundamentally changed this policy of non-interference. Obama accommodated Russia without coercion and without anything in return by simply informing the NATO allies Poland and the Czech Republic that the plans for the missile defense systems to be installed there to counter the threat of aggression from Iran had been scrapped. The fact that Obama communicated this to the Polish and Czech allies, 2 main representatives of the New Europe that is well disposed towards the USA, as Donald Rumsfeld had not so clumsily put it, with a short phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning Central European Time, is not insignificant as an indication of the disregard for the USA's previous alliances. This unforced retreat by the USA has proved to be counterproductive. The announcement that the missile defense systems would be set up far from Russia at sea has recently been interpreted by the Russian government as an aggressive act by the USA. In September 2010, at the UN General Assembly, Obama delivered a speech that was so defensive and essentially aimed at self-criticism of the West for past actions that Nicolas Sarkozy decided to give an explicit counterspeech in which the French president emphasized, using Iran as an example, that diplomacy and non-military options can reach their limits, making it necessary to resort to military action. Sarkozy was so concerned about Obama's proposals that he should finally end the alignment of nations according to the divisions of the long-gone Cold War, as these made no sense in a networked world, and about his intention, presented as a concrete vision, to overcome national interests, including the national interest of the USA, in favor of a common interest that he saw as being preserved in the international community, especially since he saw this international community represented in the now traditional and essentially anti-American and anti-Israeli General Assembly of the United Nations. Obama's much-acclaimed speech to the Muslim world, the title alone contains a fatal error, as it ignores all the differences, conflicts, and wars within Islam, consisted of a list of examples of regrettable misconduct by the West, supplemented by an implicit criticism of France for its strict approach to the headscarf issue, and by moral egalitarianism, which brought the expulsion of Arabs around the founding of the State of Israel close to the Holocaust as equivalent experiences, as is so popular in today's pseudo-subjective, politically correct historiography. Obama also does not regard threats of annihilation against Israel as a political problem, but rather with a therapeutic intent, albeit with the Israelis as patients, as he told the Muslim world in the tone of a teacher who wants to reprimand his pupil. Quote, "Threatening Israel with destruction or repeating vile stereotypes against Jews is all wrong and only serves to evoke the most painful of memories in the minds of Israelis." End of quote. In the face of this postmodern or post-political global offensive, Kennedy was the representative of a self-confident America that saw itself as a force for good in the world, rather than as the source of all the evil that exists on the planet. By contrast, Obama's permanent identification with the good in a media public that only wants to recognize evil in George Bush is a misjudgment that is made everywhere in the perception and representation of Obama. When, for example, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung wrote in October that the Nobel Prize Committee's decision to award the Nobel Peace Prize to Obama, which most people described as strange to say the least, was motivated by the will to do good, which Obama embodies, one does not necessarily have to refer to the committee's choice the previous year Al Gore received the prize in 2008 or to the choice in 2002, when the prize went to Jimmy Carter, to assume that the committee's motivation was resentment against the USA. Even in the media that tend to be more favorable to Obama, a kind of worried neorealism is now beginning to emerge. In October 2009, for example, Leon Wieseltier warned in The New Republic against fatal illusions. People at home and abroad admire Obama because his America is like theirs. That is, they admire Obama because they admire themselves. The beautiful souls gave him the Nobel Prize for it because he is a beautiful soul. We will soon discover that the popularity of an American president actually has few strategic consequences. Anti-Americanism around the world is deep and lasting and serious. Most of it will not be driven away because someone has a black face, a Muslim name, and a progressive smile. Multiculturalism is not foreign policy, and enmity is the normal fate of states, especially of superpowers and democracies. End of quote. To conclude that the beautiful souls are reflecting on themselves and that this is more likely the opposite of a newly discovered love for America, you don't have to psychoanalyze the Nobel Prize Committee. A look at Obama's policies to date and the ideas he has expressed so far is enough. It is easy to see what he stands for in a public that is critical of America, except for empty concepts or cheap tricks, as Norman Podhoretz calls them, such as hope, change, or yes, we can, which, after all, raise the previously unanswered questions. Hope for what? Change to where? What are we supposed to be able to do? As far as Obama's foreign policy, which is still very diffuse, can be interpreted at all, it can only be read as a series of numerous retreat maneuvers, through which the USA is giving up, piece by piece, what influence capacity to act and offensive power it still has. Starting with the new terminology, which states that there is no global war on terror, but that the USA is dealing with man-caused disasters in relation to terrorism. This even falls behind the European position, which, as an alternative to the anti-terror war that the USA had declared under Bush, always wanted to fight terrorism at the level of police action. With Obama, the USA has apparently now arrived at the point where it wants to deploy troops against terrorism as a variant of the Technical Relief Organization or disaster control. The US government also demonstrated this unconditional desire to de-dramatize a war, which has been declared on the US by its most bitter enemies and which is a war, even if one is allowed to call it asymmetric in the search for new terminology, and even if it is still in a kind of smoldering state at the end of 2009. Both the attack in Fort Hood, in which military psychologist Nadal Malik Hassan shot 13 people, and the failed attack on a passenger plane shortly before landing in Detroit by Umar Farouk Abdelmutalab were initially assessed by Obama as the actions of isolated individuals or mentally ill people. Although both men justified their actions with their Islamic faith and also had long-standing and international connections to Islamist networks that inspired them to carry out their attacks and also welcomed them. It is precisely this kind of self-abandonment by the USA as a nation that naturally defends itself against attacks that Scandinavian and other social democrats like so much about Obama. Finally, the chance to get rid of the imposition that was previously embodied in George W. Bush, at least in the first phase of his term of office, when America really and seriously claimed, "Yes, we can," and astonishingly accurately implemented what the USA thought it could and wanted to do, practically countering the fatalistic misbelief that world history is nothing more than a great automatism in which meaningful intervention is not possible, but in which cultures and peoples have been flourishing or vegetating since time immemorial like natural forces, all of which have the same rights and inevitably also sometimes produce unpleasant things for us, such as suicide attacks or forced mutilations. Or another postulate of the Bush administration, closely related to the first, negating the other misconception by acting that all the world's evil comes from the interference of the West, which first brought all these cultures and peoples to the but also fully legitimized idea of defending themselves in the form of, for example, an Iraqi resistance against the occupiers, colonizers, genocides, cultural imperialists. If the Western nations would simply stay out of it and limit themselves to occasionally sitting down with these other peoples, who are so difficult for us to understand, in global bodies such as the UN or in the inflationary number of discussion groups that are emerging in the realm of non-authoritarian communication, which are concerned with climate protection, nature conservation, non-smoker protection, a nuclear-free world, and whatever else the tired minds of the Western affluent elite are interested in. If the West, for example, would just let Muslims be Muslims, then everything in the world would turn out for the best and for the good. The Bush Doctrine was the antithesis of such ideas, and it has now been radically deconstructed by Obama. Charles Krauthammer, a columnist for The Washington Post, has succinctly summarized the fundamental issues at stake in this policy shift in the U.S., which initially appears to be only a shift against the Bush administration, which is increasingly being portrayed as a kind of leaden age for the U.S. Voluntary decline is how Krauthammer summarizes what he can see in the policies of the Obama administration. But in doing so, Krauthammer also makes it clear that there are alternatives, which he himself has been trying to promote since the early 1990s, when he called the situation after the collapse of real socialism the unipolar moment. The USA would have to decide between the conscious will to shape the post-war order, which had fallen apart after 1989, or to do without it, which would mean a momentous withdrawal of the USA, clearing the way for all kinds of tendencies and nations striving for power, which, to put it mildly, would not necessarily pull together with the USA. Obama seems to have chosen the second option. Even among Obama's critics, Opinions still differ as to how momentous and lasting this change will be. Robert Kagan, who Krauthammer likes to include in the category of neoconservatism, sees similar efforts in the Obama administration to those of Krauthammer, but remains unconcerned as he has a kind of double basic trust. On the one hand, in American institutions which will force even an Obama who may be aiming for something completely different to move in the tradition of his predecessors, including Bush, on the whole in the decisive issues. Kagan also sees worrying tendencies towards self-denial and voluntary decline in the USA, but he sees these in the foreign policy establishment and the intellectual world, to which Obama also belongs in principle, but which he would inevitably have to disappoint as U.S. president, since if he were to give in to the will of the intellectuals, for example, to give up the war in Afghanistan, he would have to take personal responsibility for this defeat. On the other hand, Kagan, who also became known here a few years ago when he compared the USA as a realistic power with Mars and Europe as a postmodern entity with the will to powerlessness with Venus, has become a kind of reborn realist. He sees the current world situation as a return to the constellations of the 19th century, in which old and new great powers such as Russia, China, India, and Japan are fighting over spheres of influence with the help of traditional power politics. This leads Kagan to the conclusion that the American approach is simply more realistic and that the Europeans, whether they like it or not, will gradually have to abandon their postmodern flight from reality and come closer to the USA. However, if you look at Obama's policies, you are more likely to come to the opposite conclusion. On numerous issues, the USA has either adopted European ideas or made them its own. Instead of an Americanization of Europe, it currently looks more like a Europeanization of America. Such a retreat from confrontation with the declared enemies of the United States, combined with all kinds of self-accusations by the West for its actions against the so-called Third World, such a despondency in the face of world developments, was not part of the concept that Bush followed. Nor was it Kennedy's, who as a militant liberal verbally expressed his solidarity with the Federal Republic of Germany with his Ich bin ein Berliner, I am a Berliner speech at the Berlin Wall, and also defied the Soviet Union during the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis without moral self-doubt. It is true that people like Hans Morgenthau, a realist with a moral drive, had already doubted at the time that a U.S. president could be taken at his word in this matter. For Morgenthau, however, the confrontation between the capitalist liberal and the real socialist centralist bloc had already entered a phase of cold peace, since he did not consider the expansionist efforts of the Soviet Union, which he regarded as ideologically bankrupt, to be a threat, and he also believed that the real socialist group of countries was by no means monolithic, but rather consisted of hard competing variants. This was one of the reasons why he was a determined opponent and critic of American engagement in Vietnam from the outset, which entered its escalating phase under Kennedy. It was far from certain that a communist Vietnam would mean an expansion of China's power. Rather, it was to be expected that Vietnamese nationalism would tend to oppose the neighboring communist superpower. For Morgenthau, Vietnam was the wrong war at the wrong time in the wrong place. A few years later, Morgenthau saw an opportunity for the right kind of intervention with non-military means at the right time and in the right place, but it was not seized by the United States. In Prague in 1968, the West's failure to react to the invasion of Czechoslovakia by Warsaw Pact troops, according to Morgenthau in 1968, once again confirms the West's recognition of a Soviet sphere of influence, and thus the falsity of the West's commitment to the freedom of the nations of Eastern Europe. Morgenthau continues, "Our complete passivity makes our professions of belief in freedom, democracy, and resistance to aggression a lie." End of quote. To emphasize the continuity of this U.S. policy, Morgenthau quotes himself with his comment on Western policy on the occasion of the Hungarian uprising in 1956. The United States, far from seeking or creating opportunities to open the door to liberation, has even shown itself unwilling to step through that door when one of the satellite nations itself has already pushed it wide open. End of quote. Here, too, Morgenthau's words sound like a topical commentary on the politics, or non-politics, of the Obama administration since the crisis of the regime in Iran has become more open. Instead of at least verbally supporting the protesters in Tehran and other cities, not to mention the threat or even application of sanctions, Obama initially opted for days of silence, then for repeated public emphasis that the USA does not want to interfere in any way in Iran's internal affairs, while at the same time very specifically calling on Israel to stop building settlements. And finally, with a certain sense of relief, to note that the regime had stabilized for the time being and that he thus had a partner for his permanent therapy sessions, in which he supposedly wants to talk about Iran's renunciation of its nuclear program, but in principle has long since accepted that Iran has a sphere of legitimate national interest in this matter, which, like any other country without distinction, has a right to nuclear technology. Although it is not yet clear to what extent Obama's way of dealing with his office has its own specifics and represents a fundamental departure from the essentials of American foreign policy, the tendencies that are becoming apparent in his presidency do not come out of nowhere, but find their precursors and preparations in recent American history. The Democratic Party, from which Obama was sent into the presidential race, can present some predecessors who can be considered a model for Obama's withdrawal strategy. For example, when, rightly or wrongly, the impression arises that the USA has just gone through a phase of shame and failure. "Come home, America," was the slogan with which George McGovern set out to become President of the United States in the early 1970s, in order to initiate an active period of remorse in the USA, in which Americans would no longer have to worry about what was happening in the world, but, traumatized by Vietnam, would instead have to take care of themselves for therapeutic purposes. McGovern failed in the presidential election campaign, but he fundamentally changed the Democratic Party by pushing representatives of a self-confident liberalism, which they saw embodied in the USA, to the margins or even out of the party, and instead bringing the flotsam of the protests of the 1960s into the party. This then drew attention to a critique of U.S. society in the form of various minority policies and the demand for group rights, which they saw as rotten and characterized by all kinds of discrimination and, in view of these failings, as having no right to act self-confidently towards any other nation. Jimmy Carter, who was elected President of the United States at the end of the 1970s, was more successful than McGovern, also in the aftermath of the Vietnam War and the Watergate scandal. Carter also placed his presidency under the sign of a fundamental misbehavior of the United States. An inappropriate fear of communism would characterize the policies of the USA to its severe detriment. Carter attested in a psychologizing American self-examination and recommended restraint, limitation, and non-involvement as guidelines for better policies, whether towards the Soviet Union, Latin America, or the Middle East. However, Carter's presidency was virtually shattered towards the end when the USA passively accepted the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan and Ortega's Sandinistas took power in Nicaragua. And, last but not least, Ayatollah Khomeini took power in Iran, overthrowing not only the Shah's regime, which was close to the USA, but also taking dozens of U.S. embassy staff hostage for 444 days. This series of terrible events suddenly turned Carter into a realist and hardliner, but too late and too implausibly, so that Ronald Reagan was able to take office with a completely contrary image of the USA. "City on the Hill" was his preferred term, and usher in a decade of confident aggressiveness, which was not characterized by the fear of real socialism, as Carter had diagnosed, but on the contrary by the conviction that the USA offered the superior alternative, which found its at least superficial confirmation in the dissolution of the socialist bloc, into which Reagan's presidency led. However, this was at the price of an alliance with paramilitary death squads such as the Contras in Nicaragua or holy warriors such as the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, who seamlessly continued their jihad with anti-Western fervor after the withdrawal of the Red Army. Even if Obama, in view of the inflation of ascriptions, seems to be moving closer to Kennedy in terms of his charisma, eloquence, intelligence, and intellect, his presidency so far can be compared more with that of Carter. In turning away from the Bush administration, he seems to be pursuing a program that aims to overcome America's inadequate fear of Islam. If the analogy should prove to be otherwise tenable, some extremely unpleasant events can be expected for the USA. Then it may be that U.S. society feels as if it has woken up from a bad dream. In any case, perhaps Obama's entire presidency can be interpreted as a period of dreaminess, which would not be out of character for Obama. Not only does the title of his first autobiography, Dreams from My Father, speak of dreams, but Obama himself, when you read this book, appears to be an almost somnambulistic figure who is not fully present in any place or situation, but is constantly afraid of identifying with the world. The book describes the strange, permanent search for identity of a young man who, from the outset, forbids himself to assume any identity. This may sound appealing at first, as one might think that Obama is refusing to engage in the politics of identity. But Obama is wrong, without finding an exit with his own lack of identity in this very labyrinth of identities, which have not only haunted the American left since the collapse of the protest movement of the 1960s. Obama seems to be characterized by the same somewhat stupid naivety that Tom Cruise, directed by Stanley Kubrick, portrays in Eyes Wide Shut, a cinematic adaptation of Arthur Schnitzler's dream novel, where Cruise, too, without ever arriving anywhere, stumbles through a world in which people take refuge in sterile orgies far removed from reality, only to arrive back in his real, everyday world at the end of the film, after these dreamlike scenes. However, it becomes painfully clear that he has learned nothing from his experiences. He is the same inexperienced drip that he was at the beginning of the film. Obama in Dreams from My Father also gets from one situation to another, encounters all kinds of offers of identification which he rejects, wants nothing to do with, or, more clearly, cannot really participate in, and thus remains strangely faceless. The same picture emerges in a variation in his second book, Audacity of Hope, which is also biographical in nature, but was already conceived with a view to his application for a high political office in the USA. It is all the more surprising, however, that the resistance to committing himself to a recognizable position continues seamlessly in this book as well. It is not an exaggeration to say that Obama approaches all possible, almost exclusively domestic policy issues using the both-and method. Almost without exception, a problem is first named, then a view on it is presented, followed by an opposing opinion, and finally Obama comes along and represents reconciliation by calling on the squabblers to work together pragmatically. Leon Wieseltier, who also discovered this method in Obama's presidency, even sees it as the most striking characteristic of the president's politics. Quote, "Above all, Obama believes in the common denominator. His diplomacy consists of underestimating differences and overestimating similarities. In his search for similarities between nations, he often cites the slogan of a networked world. But a networked world is not a homogeneous or harmonious world. Common problems do not bring common perspectives." End of quote. Even Obama's omnipresence in the media, a CBS journalist counted. On July 13th, after less than 6 months in office, Barack Obama gave his 200th speech. Does not make him more tangible or recognizable. It is difficult to know where you stand with him. His inflationary rhetoric is too often characterized by wanting to please everyone involved. Not only journalists like the self-proclaimed black conservative Shelby Steele, who sees Obama, affected by a pronounced inner emptiness, are left with a queasy feeling after some of his appearances. Even Maureen Dowd, a columnist close to the left, sometimes feels chilly around Obama, as she writes, especially when the president, who is praised to the skies for his empathy and rhetorical skills, once again puts on his Dr. Spock expression to tell the public that there was systemic failure and a catastrophic security gap after the failed attack on Flight 253 to Detroit at the end of December. Even Dowd can only help himself with cynicism at such moments. In his detached way, Spock let us know that our beleaguered spaceship is not taking off on a journey to a new and secure future, and that we must continue to live in fear. Damn good job, Barry. End quote. But it is not only facelessness that he has brought with him into office. What weighs more heavily on a U.S. president is that Obama also has a pronounced lack of historical awareness, which is perhaps also a characteristic of his generation. In Dreams from My Father, or in his second book, Audacity of Hope, published in 2006, one searches in vain for traces of how Obama has taken serious note of the history of the 20th century, let alone grappled with it. The Cold War serves him as a further opportunity to practice the on the one hand, on the other hand method that he repeats like a prayer wheel in both books. He does not reflect on the Second World War, and the Holocaust barely features either. Not even colonialism or slavery, which one might perhaps expect, are worthy of serious mention. Instead, in a kind of extended variant of the concept of oral history, each topic is primarily about him and always about him in his eternal and unsuccessful search for himself. This lack of history is then reflected in his conduct of office. The decision, almost inconceivable for a U.S. president, to turn down participation in the celebrations for the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, and thus the opportunity to commemorate a success of the U.S. or the West, can hardly be interpreted in any other way than as a refusal to confront the events of recent history that are still relevant to the U.S. today. The author of the Contentions blog of the Commentary magazine, Abe Greenwald, probably hit the nail on the head when he said that Obama wanted to operate in a world without history, in which everything that runs counter to his utopias must be ignored. Quote, Obama's speech to the UN General Assembly was much more than just a solidarity event for the multicultural community to feel good about, or along the lines of let's all understand each other. It was the open exposition of a worldview that attempts to redefine international relations along frighteningly utopian lines. End of quote. The liberal Leon Wieseltier, who unsparingly dissects the former presidential candidate's Cairo speech, also has similar fears. He begins by quoting Obama with one of the countless sentences in which he tried to win over the Muslim world for the USA or for himself, with gestures of accommodation and understanding. As long as our relations are defined by our differences, we will empower those who sow hatred and not peace, before analyzing. Quote, "This idea of the essential belligerence of differences is peculiar for someone who otherwise celebrates diversity. It has led Obama to some of the most amateurish formulations in modern American diplomacy. No nation can or should rule over another. No balance of power between nations will be permanent. Hope should be combined with more intelligence than can be found here." Obama has succumbed to one of the great fantasies of our time, namely that we have broken the grip of the zero-sum logic in the confrontation of powers in a millenarian way. End of quote. In keeping with this disregard for reality in favor of grand projections, Obama rarely mentions the events of September 11, 2001, and when he does, he tends to relativize them, as in his speech in Cairo. This same lack of awareness of reality and history is also evident in the numerous gaffes that Obama has made so far, which, in the style of Bushisms, would certainly justify the creation of the word Obamasm. For every single example would have triggered a self-satisfied and condescending worldwide snort and laughter in George Bush, who, contrary to popular belief, did not make such a mistake, in which anti-American resentment could have found an outlet. Obama demonstrated his ignorance of history when, after learning that a not-so-distant relative had somehow been involved in the liberation of some concentration camp, he went public with the story, claimed it as his own, and asserted that his Uncle Charlie had helped liberate Auschwitz. However, it was not Auschwitz and not Buchenwald either, as Obama initially tried to correct, but Ohrdruf, a subcamp of Buchenwald concentration camp. On closer inspection, his speech in Berlin during the 2008 election campaign also becomes an example of how he is not really interested in historical places. After Angela Merkel refused to allow him to give his speech at the Brandenburg Gate, a new venue was sought and found at the Victory Column, which must surely be considered a symbol of German chauvinism. Obama was not criticized for these mistakes, but one only has to imagine how Bush would have been treated in the face of such embarrassments to realize that Obama is associated with a certain mass delusion that in turn gives him a kind of freedom of action. Just as the ignorance or even arrogance that the aforementioned late-night phone calls to the Polish and Czech governments expressed, which also happened to take place on the 70th anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Poland, hardly anyone wanted to notice. Obama's attempts to escape history have practical consequences, for example for the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, whose goals, strategy, and rationale are becoming increasingly unclear to both the American people and U.S. soldiers, so that failure and a subsequent withdrawal are drawing closer day by day. In his election campaign against John McCain, Obama still argued that the U.S. was waging a war of choice in Iraq, which should be ended as quickly as possible, but that the war in Afghanistan was a war of necessity that the U.S. could not withdraw from if the Afghan government falls into the hands of the Taliban, or if al-Qaeda can operate there unhindered, then this country will once again become a base for terrorists who want to kill as many of our people as possible, said Obama in March when he outlined his Afghanistan strategy, and this assessment of the situation is quite accurate. But after that, Obama refused to implement these announcements with an insistence that gradually caused more and more disbelief and astonishment, even among his supporters. He snubbed General Stanley McChrystal, the commander of the U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan, for months with a demonstrative lack of attention, after the latter had submitted his analysis of the situation to Obama and described a strong increase in troops as urgently necessary. The military resorted to the highly unusual measure of going public with its demands in the media in order to force the president to act and make a decision. But nothing happened. For months, Obama acted like H. Melville's Bartleby, in other words, he did nothing. "I would prefer not to," was the practical response he gave to the questions coming from all sides about what he wanted to do about Afghanistan. Even the troop increase that was ultimately announced in a speech at the West Point Academy was unable to dispel this impression of unwillingness, but rather caused skepticism and confusion, not only among the lukewarm applause of the assembled cadets. Instead of a strategy that should lead to victory in this war, a word that Obama is trying to avoid using in relation to the U.S. military mission in Afghanistan, the increase in troops by 30,000 soldiers. This is exactly the middle value between the 20,000 options available, as named by his Vice President Joe Biden as the maximum limit, and 40,000, which McChrystal had called for as the absolute minimum to implement his counterinsurgency strategy, and Obama's decision to link the announcement of the increase with the naming of a date for the beginning of the withdrawal of troops sounded like a politically motivated compromise that should not frighten Obama's critics from the right and left too much. In many respects, the trip to Copenhagen, which Obama undertook to bring the 2016 Olympics to his home city of Chicago, is symptomatic of his term in office. In many respects, the trip to Copenhagen, which Obama undertook to bring the 2016 Olympics to his home city of Chicago, is symptomatic of his term in office. Starting with the resulting astonishment that a U.S. president who is currently responsible for 2 wars and is confronted with the worst economic crisis the U.S. has seen in decades really has nothing better to do than to concern himself with this company, which is primarily driven by local interests, to the astonishment that he had completely misjudged the chances of this unconventional trip, which he undertook with his wife, and had apparently relied exclusively on the supposedly irresistible charm of the Obamas. Chicago was the first candidate to be eliminated. To the point of complete resistance to criticism, which Obama displayed after the action, which had become completely questionable at the latest due to his failure, the whole thing turned into a fiasco that added the previously largely hidden characteristics of narrow-mindedness, narcissism, and irresponsibility to his image. The most telling highlight of the trip to Copenhagen, however, was a story that, significantly, took place on the sidelines. After Obama had learned that his Afghanistan commander McChrystal, who had been waiting for months for a strategic decision from the president and who had met with Obama just once for 20 minutes, was also in Europe, he showed himself to be completely unbureaucratic and pragmatic and, because it was on his way anyway, had a meeting with the general added to his schedule. Duration: 30 minutes. It is safe to assume that this episode reveals a great deal about the president's priorities. 1 year after Obama's election, it is clear that Afghanistan continues to threaten to become a quagmire, with the USA ending up in a similar mess to the Vietnam War. The announced withdrawal from Iraq is no more realistic than it was under Bush, except that there is now no longer any strategy for this war. The prison in Guantanamo is still in operation. Iran is continuing to work on its nuclear program. One could argue that all of this could have been foreseen, because the former Chicago social worker is more inclined towards domestic politics. Dick Cheney, who was chosen by the Obama administration as the main enemy, pointed out an explanation for Obama's foreign and security policy setbacks. Why won't he admit that we are at war? It doesn't fit with the worldview he brought to the White House. It doesn't fit with what seems to be the goal of his presidency: a social transformation, the restructuring of American society. End of quote. But even this project does not look particularly rosy. The only major success Obama can claim is the passing of his stimulus bill, but on the one hand it was strongly and widely criticized. On the other hand, given the extent to which the financial and economic crisis threatened to take hold, Congress would probably have waved through some kind of multi-billion-dollar package under any president in order to do something at all. But despite this stimulus program for the U.S. economy, unemployment under Obama has continued to rise, reaching what are, according to official figures, an astronomical 10% for a country like the USA. At the same time, the dollar has continued to lose ground, and it seems only a matter of time before it officially loses its function as a world currency. Despite intensive advertising, Obama's pet project, the health reform, has only been passed in the second year of his presidency and has caused so much confusion, tension, and concern in the USA that Obama has lost a great deal of support on this issue in particular. The more the associated bill does not add up, i.e. many sick people but only a few healthy people take out Obama policies, the higher their premiums become. In 2017, policyholders in the state of Iowa face a 40% increase in premiums, and in Texas it could even be 60% more, reported the German newspaper Die Zeit. Another fact that is often neglected is that Obamacare provides for penalties for those who refuse to take out insurance and who can now be forced to pay these high premiums. In view of the euphoria, which can only be described as manic, in which Barack Obama is being showered with trust, the only hope is that the Republican institutions in the USA will also survive this attack and that such citizens will not become extinct, like the Republican senator who refused to judge a 1,100-page legislative package within 2 days, the passage of which in calmer times would have required months of debate. Obama's thin-skinnedness, which has led him to launch a government campaign against the Fox News channel, and the repeated attacks over the months on the managerial class, whose salaries he wants to cut in the best LaFontaine-style populism, not as a measure against the crisis, but as a punishment for reprehensible misconduct, have probably not helped to increase his popularity ratings among the U.S. population, which has not been anti-capitalist so far. In this respect, it is only consequent that Obama's re-election also shows a parallel to Jimmy Carter, and that he has disappeared as quickly as he appeared with a seductive glow. Like a shooting star, however, without a successor of the Reagan type being in sight, who would lead the USA in a similar way out of a phase of decline to renewed dominance. Another variant that surprisingly relaxed neoconservative authors such as Robert Kagan or Abe Greenwald, especially after Obama's relatively brash, at least atmospherically anti-European speech at the Nobel Prize ceremony, did not want to rule out with 3 years of Obama's term remaining is back to the Bush era, because Obama himself may still be on the verge of a neoconservative turn and could be mugged by reality by the daily demands and experiences of his job, just like the former leftists among the neoconservatives. The dream is over would then have to be the motto for Obama, but more as an optimistic motto. Even if he may be written off on the political stage, at least in Europe, George W. Bush is not to be killed off. The need for everything he seemed to stand for, unilateralism, the anachronistic friend-foe thinking, the inability to engage in intercultural dialogue, is so great that his ghost has long since become part of everyday German-European culture. The protagonists of the nationwide education strike at the Free University of Berlin, for example, mobilized after Barack Obama's election victory against Fu President Dieter Lenzen with the slogan, "Not my president," which is familiar from anti-Bush campaigns, thus imagining a notorious Islam sympathizer whose presidency cooperates with Arab patriarchs, modeled on the Texan turbo-capitalist. The ruthlessness with which the projective delusion is able to shape the last remnants of resistant reality in its own image is demonstrated by the resentment that is now also being directed at Obama himself, who during his election campaign was still celebrated as the vanguard of a Europeanization of America. Ever since the Copenhagen Climate Summit, which was universally lamented as disappointing, he has been regarded by the propagandists of the left-wing global culture as a breaker. Even Obama's indecisiveness in Afghanistan policy is not perceived in this country as appeasement, but rather as an expression of the inability to pursue a consequent peace policy. For example, the German newspaper TASS warned that Obama had not admitted to being a pacifist, and had even declared the Afghanistan mission to be his war by announcing a short-term increase in troops, October 9, 2009. Of course, the anti-American image of the enemy had to be modernized with the change from Bush to Obama, because the cliché of the ruthless white man and imperial colonizer, which is so familiar to European audiences from bad Western films and which seemed to fit Bush's appearance so seamlessly, does not fit Obama at all. Consequently, he has since been cast as a demystified medicine man whose wondrous charisma has been revealed as false after closer inspection. Despite all the disappointment expressed in words, Obama still has an ability that makes him appear to many Europeans as a beacon of hope, his unconditional will to dialogue. Obama's notorious desire for dialogue and understanding has often been described as an outstretched hand that he wants to hold out to counter the political manichaeism of the Bush era. The metaphor of the outstretched hand is not only directed against the principle of unilateralism and Republican isolationism, and thus against the foreign policy variety of that selfish elbow mentality that has always been considered an expression of cold civilization in the thinking of the Volksgemeinschaft, but above all against any form of abstraction. According to this down-to-earth understanding of communication, a conversation that begins with a warm handshake must be authentic and human and cannot end in disagreement. Among good friends, as in mafia films, the handshake traditionally functions as a gesture of hearty comradeship and as a counterimage to the contract, which in turn always implies an act of abstraction. If the contract, which is concluded by mutual agreement and codifies the norms that the contracting parties want to adhere to and which they can invoke in the event of a conflict, represents the legal archetype of mediation, then the handshake is an expression of a pact that circumvents or suspends the contract. Contracts are concluded between legal entities, pacts, on the other hand, between whole people who surrender themselves to their counterpart with skin and hair. The contract belongs to the sphere of civil democracy, civil law, and free trade, the pact to the world of cronyism, wheeling and dealing, and gangsterism. However, friends and gangsters are not entirely without justification considered by lovers of a warm handshake to be the better friends, while contractual partners, who are primarily concerned with the realization of their own interests, are often not particularly interested in friendship. The contract, through the objectivity inherent in the relationship it constitutes, and although it does not eliminate effects such as friendship or enmity, it does neutralize them within its own sphere of validity, and it is only through this that a differentiation between a public and a private sphere is made possible, which makes a civilized coexistence conceivable, without denying the antagonisms between which the contract is supposed to mediate. The pact, on the other hand, whose prototype is not coincidentally the Devil's Pact, affirms universal resentment as an emotional force of cohesion. While the contract seeks to protect individuals from each other in the awareness of their conflicting interests and only wants to relate to each other as separate entities, the pact seeks to chain them together unconditionally, exploiting their powerlessness. That is why the possibility of annulment is always inherent in every contract, whereas the dissolution of a pact is only possible at the cost of the self-abandonment of the one who terminates it. Contracts constitute civil society and would only become superfluous with its abolition, but pacts weld together bonds and become more and more significant the more rapidly civil society falls apart into cliques and cultural communities of coercion, while at the same time its heteronomy solidifies. It is this collective powerlessness that gives rise to the desire that politics should be determined not by objectivity and reason, but by warmth and friendship. The dialogue expert Barack Obama is the product of this longing. Just as trust-building measures are regularly invoked when the reasons for not trusting anyone any longer have long since become obvious, Obama's dialogue phase testifies to nothing other than the forcible neutralization of every conflict. In Obama's policy of reaching out a hand, dialogue is consequently used as a counterconcept to conflict, which, since the origins of Western philosophy, has been the very opposite of the driving force behind dialogue. The Socratic dialogue, as an adequate form of reflection on a reality that is contradictory in itself, was the birth of dialectics. Its goal was not the creation of a consensus, as it is conjured up by the apologists of international understanding today as the ultimate goal of political conflict resolution, but the unreserved resolution of the dispute, which can only find its happy resolution in its own contradictions, but not through pacification, which never means anything other than the violent denial of those contradictions, if necessary. The concept of dialogue itself emphatically originates in the sphere of the contract, public action, and mediation, against which it is positioned by the dialogue-enthusiastic friends of nations. Trust and consensus are foreign to it, because it does not want to eradicate conflict as the only appropriate manifestation of individuality in an antagonistic reality, but to liberate the forces inherent in it. The better world does not present itself to him as one in which there is nothing more to argue about, but as one in which the contradictions, freed from their narrow-mindedness, could only become productive in the first place. The dialogue would like to break open the particular, encapsulated opinions in order to establish a truth that is unconsciously contained in those opinions and to help them to their right by transcending their limitations. Unlike the consensus that is foisted on it as a supposed telos, dialogue does not aim to level out all contradictions in the name of an abstract generalization, but rather to give contour to the antagonisms that consensus thinking belittles as differences. But for this, precisely the coldness and distance that the apostles of dialogue, who cannot imagine politics as anything other than a globalized friendship pact, find abhorrent are required. Not so long ago, however, the image of the outstretched hand, which has become a metaphor for the consensus-loving, degenerate form of dialogue in Obama, was itself an integral part of anti-American iconography. The fathers and mothers of today's Heinrich Boll scholarship holders are probably still familiar with the principle of shaking hands as an expression of typical American superficiality and a lack of depth. The American, as this expression, which was widespread in early post-war Germany, suggests, and which is a very apt summary of the everyday experience of many occupation children, is always on first-name terms with everyone and even pats competitors and political opponents on the back in a friendly manner when he meets them offstage. It is precisely because of this social flexibility, which allows him to adapt pragmatically and flexibly to the most diverse life situations, that it is so difficult for the German-European cultural man to trust the American. Like the Jew and the woman, he is a born actor, for whom his various roles have long since become second nature, without anything substantial being hidden behind them. He functions as the externalized grimace of that alienation that the friends of the warm handshake and trusting conversation do not want to perceive in themselves at any price. But for that very reason, he is also imagined as the hidden, overpowering figure whom one secretly envies for his sociability, relieved of all depth, and whose carefree sovereignty in dealing with strangers and situations one tends to blame as the result of a lack of actuality. Precisely because it seems so easy for him to make friends, he is considered a traitor to the noble ideal of true friendship, to which loyalty, inwardness, and depth of feeling are not worth a penny, and who even meets his declared enemies eloquently and collegially ally, if he can see any advantage in doing so. Neither capable of unconditional love nor of unconditional hatred, he is fundamentally suspicious of the civilized man, who admires nothing more than the destructive power of the unconditional. In many of Nietzsche's statements, who was sharply aware of the sources of his own idiosyncrasies in contrast to today's postmodern culturalists, this polarity between civilized people and cultural people is traced in a concise and multifaceted way. In Nietzsche's view, not only Americans but also women, merchants, and journalists, for example, appear as prototypes of non-European superficiality and inauthenticity, in whom he believes he detects a compulsive tendency to premature conformity, to pleasing, to dissimulation, and to a lack of conscience. He sees the American as the vanguard of a modern agitation in which our civilization is in danger of turning into a new barbarism due to a lack of calm, unless the contemplative element in social life is strengthened to a large extent again. The wage-dependent newspaper writers, like the whole modern literary class, appear to him as the fools of modern culture, half-reasonable, witty, exaggerated, silly, sometimes only there to drown out the pathos of the mood with ideas, with chatter, and the all-too-solemn ringing of bells of great events with shouting. The active people, in particular the type of money-collecting banker, know nothing about the purpose of their restless activity and are constitutionally unreasonable. In truth, according to Nietzsche, they do not act at all, but should, like the stone rolling, according to the stupidity of mechanics. For Nietzsche, the democratic ideology of freedom of expression was also a mere Taylor's philosophy, created by mediocre figures who would feel themselves to be insignificant until they have clothed themselves in general convictions and public opinions. For the exceptional man, on the other hand, the following applies. It is the wearer who makes the costume. Here opinions cease to be public and become something other than masks, finery, and disguise. Finally, he sees the women, who at the time of Nietzsche's writing were usually different from the former in that they did not participate equally in public life and economic intercourse, as equally characterized by the fact that they have no inner life, but are pure masks that only maintain themselves through vanity. What the social characters that Nietzsche attacks in this way have in common is their belonging to the sphere of circulation and consumption, seemingly detached from productive labor. Just as the American restlessness and the empty restlessness of the active people point to the irreversible loss of any connection to the soil, family, and customs, so the chatter and hollow ideas of the feuilletonists testify to the rootlessness of the modern mind, which sells itself arbitrarily and immorally to the highest bidder. And just as public opinion serves the empty self as a mask that takes the place of the non-existent character, so women, because they are largely excluded from the sphere of production and supposedly live entirely in the limelight and in the pursuit of desire, in the haze of fashion, beauty, and the salon, are pure masks without any inner life. They all lack the unconditionality that distinguishes the German-European cultural man from the American civilized man. Nietzsche's aphorisms, to which countless others could be added, may read like a collection of examples of anti-civilization affects, but they differ from such examples in the analytical sharpness with which Nietzsche deciphers the superficiality, smoothness, and addiction to pleasing of the civilized man as an expression of a wound. Nietzsche, the glorifier of appearance and pretense, who saw life as justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon and who hated nothing more than German pathos and German profundity, would never have thought of playing off the inwardness and authenticity of character against the superficial world of masks in the abstract. Rather, he considered masquerade and pretense themselves to be a necessary condition of humanity. Almost 100 years earlier, he had countered the commonplace sociological notion that we all play roles with a far more apt concept of the role, the profession of almost every person. He writes in defense of the acting profession against clichés of the actor as a hypocrite, begins with hypocrisy, with imitation from the outside, with copying what is effective. The one who always wears the mask of a friendly expression must ultimately gain control over benevolent moods, without which the expression of friendliness cannot be forced, and ultimately these moods gain control over him. He is benevolent. The power that Nietzsche is not at all defamatory about here is nothing other than the power of civilization, which forces people to live in the mode of the mask, if they want to avoid the raw power, the brutality of the immediate. In order to win over his fellow human beings, to make them responsive to his own desires and interests, the individual is forced to hypocrisy and to copy the effective. He must disregard himself and respond to others, so that they in turn accommodate him. He must make himself agreeable to them so that they will be agreeable to him. His hypocrisy is sublimated into politeness. But politeness, consideration, and friendliness, which do not gag the subject that has thus adapted itself to its counterpart, but rather make it well-disposed, cannot be achieved without masquerade and dissimulation, without distance from oneself and from others. It is not they whom Nietzsche contrasts with the pathos of the exceptional people in his criticism of the active and the compliant, but rather the misdirected mimesis that does not make the individual freer, but rather in the bad sense selfless, and allows it to be completely absorbed in behavioristic reactions to chaotic stimuli. What he finds so unbearable about the American character, as he believes he can read it, not least in the then still young type of cultural worker, is the continuing heteronomy of mimetic behavior, the cruelty that this person has to inflict on himself in order to appear to the world not as cruel and relentless, but as a pleasing good guy. It is not the down-to-earth character and German depth that Nietzsche opposes to such false mimesis, but the appearance of autonomy, the hope that one day people will be able to partake of that inner wealth in free externalization, in sharing and giving of themselves, in generosity and enjoyment. This must remain closed to the autochthonous character of German European provenance, which insists on its own substantiality, because it is not an inalienable property of the self, but rather a property of the world that must first be created by human beings. In this respect, Nietzsche was a true American in his idiosyncratic effect against the New World. The contradictory relationship between mask and character, internalization and externalization, which in Nietzsche's polemics is still quite openly named as a constitutive condition of Western civilization, has been almost completely forgotten a century later, under the influence of both American role sociology and European discourse ethics a la Habermas. In its place, a way of thinking has emerged that, in the wake of David Reisman's role theory, only recognizes either other-directed or inner-directed types of people and can no longer even conceive of the concept of individual autonomy as a desideratum. As the terminology makes clear, the other-directed type, who orients themselves to the pragmatic demands of the day, and the inner-directed type, who follows internalized ethical imperatives, no longer differ primarily according to the degree and quality of their autonomy, but formally according to the mode of their social functioning. Both types are controlled, i.e. heteronymous, although the externally controlled type acts under external control and tends to justify its actions by referring to external constraints, social conventions, etc., while the internally controlled type legitimizes its actions by referring to a law inherent in its heart. Ultimately, almost all debates in the sociology of communication in recent decades have been a back and forth between these two types of role. Habermas's discourse ethics, which is based on the convergence between formalized law and inner conviction, can be understood as a German-European countermodel to the Anglo-American, externally guided type of role. While Niklas Luhmann's system theory, with its primacy of function, can be understood as a cybernetically renovated version of Reisman's concept of external control, and as a polemic against Habermas. However, neither of these approaches is able to grasp the dichotomy between the inner and the outer, the self and the world, which Nietzsche's critique of the active and his contempt for any ethics of inwardness and conscience is aimed at. Since they cannot conceive of the synthesizing power by which the individual, in the process of self-alienation, could first acquire what the ideology of character presents to him as an inalienable possession, conflict and antagonism no longer appear to them as the innermost law of motion, but rather as a mere disturbance of the dialogue, the sole aim of which now consists in neutralizing every dispute. It is not without reason that what remains of the Western philosophy of dialogue is variously called communication, discourse, or interpenetration. It belongs to the field of work of information theorists and business economists and has nothing to do with dialectics. Although they complement each other in a mirror image, it is by no means irrelevant for political action whether the representatives of externally controlled or internally controlled communication dominate the stage. What distinguishes the two in political practice can be exemplified by contrasting shame and conscience, which has proven extremely fruitful for contrasting the Anglo-American and German-European concepts of culture. When assessing the sense and usefulness of his political actions, the externally guided type tends to orient himself towards the civilizing norm of shame, while the internally guided type follows the culturalist norm of conscience. While shame can only be felt in the presence of others, even if only imagined, conscience draws its validity from unconditional loyalty to oneself and one's own principles. Shame is a category of intersubjectivity and is therefore always socially mediated. Conscience is a category of inwardness that only comes into its own when it has to assert itself against the rest of the world. This is why conscience, and this is where Nietzsche's moral critique gets its explosive force, has an innate, natural tendency to destruction and to running amok, while shame is able to promote the need for mediation, sublimation, and mutual tolerance of differences. Those who orient themselves in their actions to the category of shame will recognize the limits of their own freedom in the freedom of others, respect the space of the private sphere, which is withdrawn from public access, as an enabling of individuality, and call those who do not want to accept those limits, whether in the name of personal arbitrariness or in the name of a rigorous conscience ethic, to order, if necessary by force. Those who promise to orient themselves solely on their conscience in their political actions should be treated with caution, because they are capable of enforcing their supposedly innermost law without mediation and brutally against all external resistance. That is why, as Freud and Adorno knew, most people today have not too many inhibitions but too few. That is why Americans are considered unscrupulous in Germany, where people have never had a problem with political shamelessness, and that is why conscience, as soon as it enters the private sphere and becomes political, is the worst enemy of freedom. The moral philosophical guiding principle of the externally guided type is responsibility. That of the internally guided type is commitment. Both are characterized by duty and constraint, but in different ways. Those who declare themselves responsible for a cause do not have to support it with libe and seal, but merely adhere to the requirements and rules inherent in the cause itself. What they think about it and whether they can reconcile their actions with their conscience is by no means irrelevant, but remains their private affair. If he violates the rules, invoking his conscience is of no use to him as an argument against the constraints of the situation. Nevertheless, he can calculate the sanctions that await him in such a case in a relatively rational way, and, if he behaves responsibly in the future, he can hope for a second chance. On the other hand, anyone who professes to be committed to a cause must make it their own unconditionally, and may even appear suspicious if they only formally adhere to the rules, because mere outward obedience leads the guardians of conscience to assume that they are not entirely committed. If he proves unequal to his task, he is not considered irresponsible or incapable, but a traitor, and is given a second chance, if at all, as a gift, to force him to devote himself completely from then on. Consequently, the externally controlled type is much better able to adopt a detached, whether ironic or self-critical attitude towards himself than the internally controlled type, who must constantly and bitterly strive to meet the demands of his innermost self, which he is ultimately not allowed to question. The fact that the externally controlled character usually proves to be more pleasant in everyday social behavior than the internally controlled character was expressed by Adorno of all people, who never made a secret of his criticism of American role sociology and its norm of adjustment, in his lecture on Kultur and Culture, which contains one of the most apt comparisons of the German-European and Anglo-American concepts of culture. The concept of adaptation, Adorno says there, should not be seen merely as a negative, as the extinction of spontaneity, of the autonomy of the individual. Rather, he diagnoses, in agreement with Nietzsche's apology of the masquerade, we do not become human beings by realizing ourselves as individuals, but by going out of ourselves and by entering into a relationship with other people in this going out of ourselves, and in a certain sense giving ourselves up to them. In this context, he even defends the principle of keep smiling, which in Europe is usually seen as a form of expression of uncultured American superficiality, and which, in contrast to the heartfelt smile of a person of character, can somehow be seen to have been learned in charm school. But that's not so bad, says Adorno, because it is probably the case that a person who is forced to be friendly in this way will then be more likely to show a certain humanity in his relationship with other people than someone who only makes a malicious, sullen face in order to be identical with himself. And for one person, it means that the other person is actually non-existent for him and that he has no right to interfere with his inner life, which often does not even exist. Friendliness thus involves a certain element of self-discipline, almost of training, which forces the individual to subject his desires and effects to an intersubjective control, especially when he hopes that his fellow human beings will fulfill these desires. Adorno describes this incorporation of convention into individual behavior, which does not annul subjective needs but can free them from their encapsulation in the first place, as tact in a different context. The prerequisite for tact is broken and yet still present convention. It is emancipated from all heteronomy, from all that is poorly memorized, and tactful behavior would be nothing other than one that is guided solely by the specific nature of each and every human relationship. The specific, the individual is not served by a self that blindly insists on its own particularity, but rather by one that is willing to change in order to come to itself, and that does not reject the badly memorized as a limit to its own freedom, but rather adapts to it in order to soften its rigidity. Such a civilizing compulsion, which the ethics of inwardness wants nothing to do with, is the prerequisite for every tenderness and thus for reconciliation. The reconciliation, however, that tact aims for is the opposite of the reconciliation, that the propagandists of the dialogue of cultures are constantly talking about. It does not belong to the order of friendship, conscience, and inwardness, in which the German-European cultural preacher feels so deeply rooted, but implies a moment of the ceremonial, the external, even the superficial, which Adorno sees as a past European legacy preserved precisely in American life. The way American life expresses itself could be described as a universal victory of the Enlightenment in the sense of the pan-European Enlightenment process. Superficiality that Adorno sees as a past European legacy preserved in American life. The way in which American life externalizes itself could be described as a universal victory of the Enlightenment in the sense of the pan-European Enlightenment process. Despite all the stuffy institutions, there is much less blind obedience in America, which then leads to destructive tendencies precisely because of the blindness of obedience, than there is here. In America, for example, there is a freedom of discussion, a possibility to talk about things that not only cannot be found in our country, but that would also be made suspicious in our country, for example by saying, in our very questionable German jargon of actuality. It is not a matter of discussion but of encounter, which can ultimately only mean that in a murky zone of togetherness, the moment of thought, which rubs against each other, and reason in its various forms, which work against each other, is cut off in our society. According to Adorno, it is precisely American society, which seems so pragmatic and so far removed from European philosophy, that preserves the dialectical heritage in its sober everyday life, in which blind obedience is far less widespread precisely because of the primacy of objective functioning. In the supposed superficiality of their discussions, which the civilized man often, and not without reason, regards as small talk and a symptom of indifference, is unconsciously preserved what European culture could only think without having it, the realization of the productivity of contradiction, of the conflict between the thoughts and different forms of reason, which can only be experienced in its unity in that conflict. Only when the possibility of this experience is cut off can a concept of dialogue prevail that seeks to eliminate the dispute because it appears to it as a skirmish of opinions, as a mere discussion. The encounter that fans of intercultural dialogue invoke as authentic in contrast to fruitless conflict is in fact not at the beginning, but at the end of the development. It seals the cold positioning of conflict in a conflict-free juxtaposition of silenced people, who, since they have run out of words, are left with only their countenance, which seems particularly truthful to them, although it is nothing more than their death mask. If one goes in search of the philosophical source of that de-dialecticized, ecumenically embellished rhetoric of dialogue and reconciliation, of which Obama's much vaunted willingness to talk is only the latest stage of decline, one does not come across by chance an author who is one of the few Jewish writers to have been awarded highly endowed prizes in early post-war Germany, the legacy of whom is guarded by several Christian Jewish associations in Germany, who throughout his life sought not conflict but encounter with Christians, Muslims, and other authentically devout people, who at the beginning of the 20th century culturalized and depoliticized the decidedly constitutional concept of Jewish Zionism with his earthy project of cultural Zionism, and whose jargon and imagery have now seeped into every Protestant parish newsletter. Martin Buber, the inventor of the dialogical principle. Buber's life's work can be seen as a desperate and narrow-minded effort to refute the anti-Semitic cliché of the Jew as an airborne human being and rootless cosmopolitan, not only by a kind of herderization of Jewish historiography, but also to give it its own folk mythology, which claims that Jewish life and thought is in every respect reconcilable with Christianity and Islam, and even with anti-Semitism itself. In his translation of the Bible, which he began in 1926 together with Franz Rosenzweig but only completed on his own long after 1945, Buber had endeavored to uncover the natural comprehensibility of the Bible's words in Hebrew and German by recourse to an alleged root meaning and the phonetic body form of the biblical words. The unconscious goal of this search for a Germanization that was thought to be organically fused with the original Hebrew text was the anxious longing that the linguistic gap, as it had become evident in the anti-Semitic volte-faces of the Luther Bible, might just be a linguistic, superficial one and not affect the substantial cultural commonality. Buber's collection of Hasidic stories and his enthusiasm for the Kabbalah and other mystical currents of Judaism, to which philology owes valuable insights, were always overshadowed by the desire to extract a folk mythology from the disparate, conflicting fragments and tendencies of Jewish literature that could be placed alongside the German one as an equal competitor. This mythological need, not Buber's sometimes quite different interventions in day-to-day politics, for example in favor of the Israeli state or against German anti-communism, made him more popular in Germany than any other Jewish philosopher and allowed his dialogical principle to advance to become the ideological basic model of German-Jewish reconciliation. However, this success story was also necessarily a story of betrayal. In any case, Buber's folkish historiography of Judaism could only be truly justified by those who understood it as an ideology and as an expression of a powerlessness that, in its idealistic longing for reconciliation, also sought to resist German reality, albeit unconsciously. Buber's now proverbial speech about the German-Jewish dialogue, which must not be allowed to break off, even in the face of the worst, must be understood as such a helpless act of self-defense. Helpless because Buber's concept of dialogue gives up everything that still resonated in the Socratic tradition of the dialectical, irreconcilable heritage of the concept. Buber's concept of dialogue, as he first developed it in 1923 in his essay I and Thou, and then applied it with striking naivety to all kinds of changing political constellations, knows no antagonistic opinions, but only basic words that are assigned to different spheres of being in a good existentialist way. The one basic word is the pair of words I-thou. The other basic word is the pair of words I-it, whereby, without changing the basic word, one of the words he and she can also stand in for it. The you, as the only truly dialogical word, is placed a priori and without mediation as a counterpart that subsumes everything special, behind which he and she, who as particular dialogue partners are assigned to the instrumental sphere of the it, are supposed to happily disappear. Reconciliation, which in the dialectical tradition of dialogue always appears as the telos and, if at all, can only be achieved through antagonisms, is thus at the very beginning for Buber. It actually no longer needs to be realized, but is already realized and only awaits experience. However, in the dialogical encounter, only the encounter itself is to be experienced, not some concrete object. On the contrary, as soon as it has any kind of object reference, the encounter shrinks to a mere communication. Whoever speaks you has no something as an object, for where there is something, there is another something. Every it borders on other it is only through this that it borders on others. But where you are spoken, there is no something. You do not border. Whoever speaks you has no something, has nothing. But he stands in the relationship. Everything concrete and particular, so this nonsense, in which the echo of Heideggerian jargon is not perceived for nothing, can be interpreted, is considered by the dialogical principle as an ordinary objectification, as a hypostatization of the organic living, which does not tolerate any boundary or any separation. According to this view, anyone who insists on the incommensurability of points of view, who wants to problematize the principles of dialogue themselves or even fight for their own interests, is still caught up in the it world, the sphere of instrumental action, and cannot emphatically become a you. The unintentionally funny sentence, he who speaks you, has nothing. But he is in a relationship adequately sums up the political content of such dialogue. The self-sufficient, objectless relationship replaces the content that has been lost underhand, and all that remains is nothing. It was only consequent that Gershom Scholem, who in the 60s still swore by Buber's indestructible spiritual community of the German and the Jewish being, called it a historical fiction for which too much had been paid for a long time. And he denounced the ideology of the German-Jewish dialogue as a powerless attempt by Jewish intellectuals to save themselves, who in truth had only spoken to themselves, as if the echo of their voice would suddenly transform itself into the voice of the others. But in dialectics there is no echo, only contradiction, which, as long as reconciliation is pending, can be the only answer. What can we learn from this history of dialogue about Barack Obama? Perhaps not least that it is usually representatives of minorities, who, in the eyes of German European apostles of reconciliation, are particularly well suited to turning any dialogue into a disguised monologue and to politically sanctioning the neutralization of the dispute, which has long since been decided. But also that there are always individuals who are only too happy to take on this job and even apply for it voluntarily, using their cultural roots as a ticket to enable genuine encounters. Of course, the jargon of actuality has worn a little thin since Buber's time and only resonates as a faint aftertaste in Obama's willingness to talk. It is also by no means certain that the practical constraints that still play a major role in American foreign policy, regardless of the specific individuals involved, will not eventually cause Obama's desire for dialogue to cool. In that case, the Europeans, who already view him with skepticism, will not hesitate to declare that they mistook his noncommittal handshake for a real handshake, and that despite his good intentions, he will probably only be able to act as a typical American in his office. However, the hope of this is not too great, because goodwill is quite capable of being politicized and, once it has gained a foothold, can unleash a disaster that no practical constraint can stop. When the conversation turns to the Islamic bomb, everyone immediately thinks they know what it can only mean: the Iranian nuclear bomb. What is usually forgotten is that an Islamic bomb has existed in Pakistan since the early 1980s. Abdul Qadir Khan, who is often referred to as the father of this bomb and who passed on his nuclear knowledge to Iran, Libya, and North Korea after building the bomb, is still convinced that he was only serving the cause of peace. I am firmly convinced that I did the best for Pakistan. These nuclear weapons ensure peace. I am convinced that there will never again be a war between India and Pakistan precisely because of the nuclear weapons. With this view, Qadir Khan is likely to be right, at least insofar as the nuclear standoff between the nuclear powers India and Pakistan has enormously raised the threshold for war between the two. At the same time, however, this stalemate has secured the long-term existence of a country that, as an extremely fragile entity, is both the home and the patron of Islamism, which has contributed decisively to the fact that the Americans have only been moderately successful in Afghanistan and have been unable to defeat either al-Qaeda or the Taliban. Since Pakistan has been in possession of the atomic bomb, it can hardly be put under pressure anymore. Under such conditions, a regime change is unlikely to be promoted. Instead, the Americans feel compelled to support Pakistan, which is considered a partner financially and militarily. Today, hardly anyone remembers that it was the Americans who, at the last minute, prevented JEL, with the full support of India, from razing the Pakistani nuclear facilities to the ground in time. At the time of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the Americans vetoed the bombing because they were supporting the Mujahideen, and the decision can only be understood in the context of the Cold War and what was called nuclear deterrence or balance of terror. It is certainly idle to speculate how the region, especially Pakistan and Afghanistan, might have developed if the first Islamic bomb had been prevented at that time. But why should the mullahs not orient themselves on the example of Pakistan in their nuclear ambitions? Just as for the Pakistanis, the bomb could also be a kind of life insurance for them, which alone as a threat serves the self-preservation of the regime. To this extent, the pursuit of the second Islamic bomb can be described as rationally expedient, in line with the motives of those in power in Iran. If Iran were in possession of the bomb, it would be the greatest deterrent to externally promoted regime change. In view of the current signs from Washington, it is hard to overlook the fact that the Americans have shown less interest in a change in Iran since the election of Hassan Rouhani as president than at any time since the Islamic Republic was founded. What Barack Obama believed he had to state in an interview with the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg at the beginning of March this year is likely to reflect the current view of Iran within the Obama administration. What I'll say is that if you look at Iranian behavior, they are strategic and they're not impulsive. They have a worldview and they see their interests and they respond to costs and benefits. And that isn't to say that they aren't a theocracy that embraces all kinds of ideas that I find abhorrent, but they're not North Korea. They are a large, powerful country that sees itself as an important player on the world stage, and I do not think has a suicide wish and can respond to incentives. End of quote. These words make it abundantly clear that the Americans see Iran as a rational and potential, one might almost say partner, whom they trust more than the fragile British-Indian split product, the nuclear power Pakistan, despite its ideological makeup. In other words, Obama believes that the Iranians would ultimately act as pragmatically as he himself, that they would be willing to weigh up the pros and cons, and that they would be able to reduce anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism to mere rhetorical saber-rattling in favor of their own economic and strategic interests. Under such circumstances, it is no longer possible to avoid a question that would have been considered absurd only a short time ago. Have the Americans perhaps already quietly and secretly come to terms with the fact that Iran will sooner or later acquire the second Islamic bomb, and are they now even prepared to accept this as the price of Iranian-American cooperation or even partnership? An answer to this question presupposes, on the one hand, that one should know that American foreign policy, even after September 11th, has never refused in principle to cooperate or even to enter into a partnership with states that have been known for years as generous sponsors of Islamist terror, including the war against civilians in Israel. On the other hand, it is still possible to assume that the Obama administration is still endeavoring to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. In short, even Obama would prefer an Iran without nuclear weapons. However, harboring and promoting a wish does not necessarily mean insisting on its fulfillment by all means. To what extent the American ambitions actually include a serious military option, and whether Israel-Pakistan sends its regards, would not even be denied support or prevented from launching a military strike if necessary, can only be speculated about at present. However, the fact that one is currently so strongly referred to speculation in the case of Iran is not simply due to an Obama who is always hesitating. He does have a kind of agenda for the Middle East, which from the outset has been defined in negative terms. It is defined by a complete renunciation of the Greater Middle East Project, which had been the basis of George W. Bush's Middle East policy after September 11th. The aim of this project was to democratize the Islamic world from the outside, using the domino principle, in the hope that a falling regime would topple others and that the despotisms would be replaced by states with a more Western orientation. The fact that the turning point against this doctrine was the cornerstone of Obama's foreign policy from the outset means that it is too simplistic to interpret the now obvious divergence between Israelis and Americans regarding the assessment of Iran as a phenomenon that has suddenly come to the world through the presidency of Hassan Rouhani. The Bush doctrine was also associated with a unique convergence of interests, even for the American-Israeli relationship, which came to an end as a result of Obama's departure from the policies of his predecessor. But what is the common denominator of this divergence? Obama interviewer Jeffrey Goldberg put it succinctly, Obama's view puts him at odds with Netanyahu's understanding of Iran. In an interview he gave when he was running for the premiership, the Israeli leader described the Iranian leadership to me as a messianic apocalyptic cult. If we want to grasp this dissent in a substantive way, we should neither accuse Obama of not also having the apocalyptic features of the Iranian theocracy in mind, nor Netanyahu of not also knowing about the mullahs' strategic thinking, as Obama calls it, and not just their impulsive thinking. It is not enough to make a sweeping judgment that Obama is ultimately nothing more than a spin doctor driven by pure wishful thinking about Iran, while Netanyahu is only interested in avoiding risk. If Iran has not changed under President Rouhani, who was the chief negotiator in the nuclear dispute at the time, and if instrumental reason has not suddenly overridden the apocalyptic Shiite Islam, then the opposite is also true. His predecessor Ahmadinejad cannot simply be reduced to a suicide bomber in office and dignity. For the firebrand Ahmadinejad also ultimately stood for what has characterized the character of the mullah regime for a long time. Observers repeatedly note that in Iran, ideology and political pragmatism are in an interplay in which it is often not entirely clear from the outset which of the two elements will ultimately tip the scales. The truth of this sentence remains even if one knows that it comes from a German agency for criticism of Israel and the trivialization of Islamism, which is called the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, German Institute for International and Security Affairs, and exercises considerable influence on German politics. Accordingly, Iranian pragmatism cannot simply be dismissed as meaningless just because, especially since the rise to power of Rouhani, Iran experts are teeming with those who no longer want to know anything about the messianic apocalyptic cult, as Netanyahu correctly summarizes the Iranian ideology, or who never wanted to know anything about it anyway. Ignoring the practical shrewdness of Iranian rulers would be too easy and certainly not on the same analytical level as Netanyahu, who can be sure that he is not only very familiar with Iranian pragmatism, but that it is precisely this knowledge that drives him. It is the interplay between pragmatism and ideology, and not pure ideology itself, that makes the mullah regime the unpredictable and dangerous enemy that it is. Obama's assessment of Iran, his reliance on the pragmatic and rational moment of the mullahs, is therefore automatically a game with fire. At the same time, however, this dangerous game is not due to a loss of reality, but rather the result of a setting of priorities, the motives of which will be discussed later. It is no coincidence that Netanyahu, with his view of Iran, almost seems like an ideologue criticizing ideology, while Obama's view is that of a pragmatist who is completely committed to realpolitik. However, this difference has nothing to do with a possible division of labor. What it is based on was already clearly stated by John Kerry's predecessor Hillary Clinton at a time when Hassan Rouhani was not even a presidential candidate. In a sideswipe at the outgoing U.S. administration, Clinton emphasized that her foreign policy would be based on principles and pragmatism, not on rigid ideology. In front of the senators, Clinton presented her guiding concept of smart power. By this, she meant the use of our full arsenal of means, she said. With smart power, diplomacy will be at the forefront of foreign policy. This is how the Süddeutsche Zeitung (SZ) reported Clinton's appearance at her nomination hearing before the U.S. Senate on May 17, 2010. The main point to be taken from the swipe at the Bush doctrine is that the new foreign policy concept presented is intended to be non-ideological. Whether Netanyahu's designation of Iran as an enemy also falls under the Clinton category of rigid ideology is not known. However, what the SZ goes on to report would fit the pattern. The new focus will be reflected in Iran policy. Among other things, Clinton announced, she will pursue a new approach that should make a dialogue with the leadership in Tehran possible. The smart power concept, which apparently represents the foreign policy doctrine of the Obama administration, dates back to 2007. It was developed by the influential think tank Center for Strategic International Studies, SISE, and published under the title A Smarter, More Secure America. The authors of the SISE paper explain what smart power is in just as few words as Hillary Clinton. It is an approach that underscores the necessity of a strong military, but also invests heavily in alliances, partnerships, and institutions of all levels to expand American influence and establish legitimacy of American action. The section on the Middle East is particularly revealing in the published concept. In it, the authors bemoan the USA's gradual loss of influence, which they say has been accompanied by increasing anti-Americanism. One sentence in particular in the SISE paper is striking. And yet, traditional American partners have moved swiftly to establish greater distance from the states. This is aimed primarily at Saudi Arabia, which has been the most influential regional power and a long-standing ally of the USA. At the latest, with the start of the so-called Arabellion, the Saudis and Americans have become estranged in a way that was previously unimaginable. The main reason for this is that the Arabellion has intensified the inner Islamic conflict between Sunnis and Shiites, and the Saudis are the main sponsors of the Sunni faction in this conflict. It is significant that, in a similar way to the possible Iranian nuclear bomb, which is considered to be a Shiite one, the Pakistani nuclear arsenal is now widely perceived as a Sunni one, which is probably due to the fact that the Saudis have in all probability long since secured a right of access to the Pakistani bomb. The reason for this, in turn, is that Riyadh seems to have come to the conclusion that the Americans would no longer be able to prevent the Iranian bomb through diplomatic means and would not want to prevent it militarily. The Sunni-Shiite tensions have not only escalated into open warfare in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon, they have long since become a problem for every state in the region, including Israel. On the Sunni side, the Saudis are leading the way, seeking to break the so-called Shiite axis, consisting primarily of Tehran, Damascus, and Beirut, in order to expand their regional dominance. On the Shiite side, Iran would be only too happy to thwart the Saudis in their bid for supremacy. The current position of the Americans towards Tehran can only be understood against the backdrop of a cooling of the American-Saudi relationship, the diplomatic high point of which was the Saudi renunciation of a seat on the UN Security Council. Iran, like the USA, has an interest in weakening and containing Saudi Arabia, as well as in combating the Sunni terror that is becoming increasingly important to it. This is likely to be the reason for the rapprochement between the two countries, particularly in view of the new foreign policy coordinates of the Americans, which have merely been promoted by the undoubtedly effective sanctions against Iran, but not caused by them. The substantial change in U.S.-Iranian relations does not, however, mean that the Americans see Iran as a future replacement for their current partner, Saudi Arabia. Instead, everything points to the fact that, in accordance with the smart power doctrine, a balance of terror is being sought, a stalemate that would not only lead to the high price of a regional arms race of unprecedented proportions, but could even include a Sunni-Shia nuclear deterrent. In the aforementioned Obama interview, when the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg asked the president, "What is more dangerous, Sunni extremism or Shia extremism?" the first answer he received was, "I don't think you'll get me to choose on those two issues," but Obama then followed up with the appreciation of Shiite Iran that was quoted above. The significance of these words of appreciation can hardly be understood without the subtext. For when Obama apparently refers to the Iranian worldview in a value-free manner and emphasizes that Iran is a large, powerful country that sees itself as an important player on the world stage, then these words contain the message to Riyadh that sooner or later there will be another important player on the stage for the Americans, in addition to the Saudis. What such an upgrade means for the future of the two most important Iranian allies, Assad and Hezbollah, is probably not even clear to the Americans themselves. This makes it clear that the significance of the interim agreement with Iran cannot be adequately understood without taking into account the smart power doctrine and the Iranian-Saudi conflict, including the Sunni-Shiite conflict. Consequently, the 5+1 negotiations could also be summarized as follows. On the one hand, from the American perspective, the negotiations are ultimately about whether Iran will be a future regional power with or without nuclear weapons, and on the other hand, these negotiations are exploring how far cooperation with Iran could go. There is no question that the Americans prefer an Iran without nuclear weapons. When Obama summarizes the results of the Geneva Interim Agreement of December 2013 in an interview with Goldberg as follows. What that all indicates is that there is the opportunity, there is the chance for us to resolve this without resorting to military force. Then this corresponds to the smart power doctrine. Obama's optimism may well be based on the fact that no one can be sure what the mullahs will ultimately agree to under the circumstances of a desired rapprochement and a regional arms race. However, it is precisely this uncertainty, coupled with Obama's optimism, that should give cause for concern. In the aforementioned interview, the U.S. president emphasized, "The worst that will have happened is that we will have frozen their program for a 6-month period. We'll have much greater insight into their program." Significantly, Obama does not say a word about the worst outcome of the Geneva Agreement, which is not the questionable easing of some sanctions. The high price for more insight into the Iranian nuclear program is the de facto recognition of the nuclear ambitions that Iran's Foreign Minister Zarif rightly celebrates as the right to enrichment, now also by the USA. To call this an Iranian triumph would not be wrong, if only because there is a strong case for saying that the decisive obstacle on the road to the Iranian bomb has been removed by tolerating an Iranian nuclear program. In view of this, the phrase from the preamble to the Geneva Interim Agreement, which is often praised as a key sentence, "Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed," should no longer be read as an empty formula for self-assurance. In view of the possible results of a final agreement, it should be seen as a threat, or not just in general but specifically for Israel. The disagreement between Obama and Netanyahu is not limited to their different assessments of Iran. The 2007 Smart Power concept paper, A Smarter, More Secure America, already stated, "America is still relevant, but it has been weakened. Neither a new message nor a single regional conference to address Iraq, the Arab-Israeli conflict, or Iran will be enough to turn this tide." The authors recommend a comprehensive package in which Israel's security is only one aspect among many. If we now consider John Kerry's intensive shuttle diplomacy between Jerusalem and Ramallah, it becomes clear where the sudden zeal for an Israeli-Palestinian peace agreement comes from. The U.S. Secretary of State is driven by the smart power concept. Israel's Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon hit the nail on the head when he described Kerry's activity behind closed doors in mid-January of this year as inappropriate obsession and messianic zeal. The Obama administration is increasing the pressure on Israel to make the Jewish state fit in with the smart power doctrine, whereby it is not a question of breaking off the friendship, but rather of its conditions in the context of the Obama doctrine. That is why the threats Barack Obama made to Jeffrey Goldberg in relation to Israel should also be taken very seriously. Goldberg reported that Obama told him, "On the subject of Middle East peace, Obama told me that the United States' friendship with Israel is undying, but he also issued what took to be a veiled threat. The United States, though willing to defend an isolated Israel at the United Nations and in other international bodies, might soon be unable to do so effectively. If we follow the logic of Obama's words, then the price that Israel will have to pay for its friendship with the United States in the future is far from certain." The historically unique threat of a U.S. president to tolerate the final international isolation and condemnation in the event of Israeli disobedience, i.e. to no longer act as a veto power, should not be dismissed as a mere threatening gesture. If we assume that Iran, as part of a final agreement with the 5+1 group, commits itself never to develop a nuclear bomb, but then demonstrably does so, thus breaking the agreement, it is unlikely that the Americans themselves would pull out the military card to prevent the bomb after all. Furthermore, in the event of such a breach of contract by Iran, the Israelis would no longer have the certainty of at least tacit American approval of military action. The consequence of an American total refusal would be an Israeli solo effort that would embarrass Obama's beautiful vision of smart power. On the other hand, Obama could want to ensure that Israel sees itself forced to learn to live with the constant threat of the bomb in the near future. Even if Israel could benefit from a balance of power between Shiites and Sunnis, in that the permanent occupation of the Islamists with each other might cause the common Zionist enemy to slip somewhat out of focus, it would not really profit. Such a balance would inevitably lead to an arms race in the entire region, which would soon make the Israeli life insurance policy, the deterrent effect of military superiority, fade away and thus further restrict Israel's ability to act. It is to be feared that the Americans have long since taken into account such a weakening of Israel as a consequence of the revaluation of the mullah regime. It is probably such prospects that have led Benjamin Netanyahu to state almost in despair with regard to the Geneva Interim Agreement. There are many Arab leaders in the region who are saying this is a very bad deal for the region and for the world. And when you have the Arabs and Israelis speaking in one voice, it doesn't happen very often. I think it's worth paying attention to us. The many Arab leaders in the region are only the Sunni states, led by Saudi Arabia, who, like Israel, do not want to tolerate an Iranian nuclear program. This one voice also indicates how little interest Israel has in changing the regional balance of power in the sense of Obama. The deep clash of interests between Israel and the United States is therefore the result of a doctrine that puts American pragmatism at the center. In favor of strategic and power political considerations, this pragmatism is combined with ignorance of any religious or other ideological forms that would necessarily have to be included in the friend-foe determination. Because smart power is supposed to function as a new panacea, instrumental reason is unconditionally assumed everywhere, and everything is declared to be a matter of the common sense of the parties involved, who are regarded as rational cost-benefit calculators, just like themselves. Pragmatism fails to recognize that anti-Semitic ideology is not just a pure instrument of domination or a negligible regional cultural accident. It also fails to recognize that irrational endeavors and goals can make use of rational means and intermediate steps to achieve them, that madness can be cunning and paranoia practical. This is an experience that pragmatism has unfortunately forgotten, but it is all the more painful for it, namely the experience of Hitler's Germany. Israel's defense minister Moshe Yaalon must have been aware of the necessarily anti-Israeli character of the smart power doctrine when, unnerved by John Kerry's obsessive zeal, he came to the conclusion, the only thing that can save us, Kerry wins the Nobel Prize and leaves us alone. What Yaalon failed to consider was that the decisive man who is not letting Israel rest and on whose behalf John Kerry is acting, won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009 for his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples, as it was called at the time. However, this Nobel Prize was apparently not enough for Barack Obama to save Israel from his foreign policy. Quite the opposite. One of the lasting achievements of the student movement of 1967 and the years that followed was the establishment of anti-Americanism as a component of the mass consensus in the Federal Republic of Germany. It succeeded in taking hatred of America out of the neo-Nazi or Stalinist corner and making it a genuine concern of all Germans. The fact that those who popularized the slogan USASASS are credited with a central role in Germany's coming to terms with the past is testament to the country's finally successful reappraisal of the Nazi era. Today, Europe is governed by a generation of politicians who were politically socialized at a time when the suspicion that the USA was particularly susceptible to a return of fascism had already become a certainty. In the 1970s and 1980s, it seems that not only the Germans lost all knowledge of the conditions that led to the military defeat of National Socialism and the relative peace in Europe that followed. What Horkheimer still considered a political quirk of left-wing students is now official European policy. The European reactions to the American termination of the fatal agreement with Iran, whose non-binding, time-limited declaration on the renunciation of nuclear weapons was rewarded with the lifting of sanctions and consequently with fresh money for the spread and financing of war and terror, provided the valid proof of this. German and European politicians openly sided with Tehran and thus against the USA, which should have made it clear to the last remaining transatlantic and pro-Israeli commentators that the EU is fundamentally and irredeemably anti-Western, anti-American, and anti-Israeli. When the U.S. Embassy was moved to West Jerusalem, the vast majority of the EU, including Germany, voted in favor of a UN resolution condemning this action. Both steps taken by the Trump administration are largely due to the policies of Netanyahu's government and are in Israel's interest. When Trump's predecessor Obama and his Secretary of State Kerry negotiated the Iran nuclear deal and wanted to conclude it at any cost, Netanyahu traveled to the United States and, at the invitation of the Republicans in Congress, gave a speech in which he emphatically explained to the American public why this agreement was disastrous for America and Israel. Because he realized that with the Democrats after 8 years of Obama, against whose sometimes open hostility and snubbing of important allies in favor of Iran there was hardly any opposition within the party, no state of Israel could be maintained. He used his reputation in the United States to strengthen the opposition. Netanyahu knew that the Israeli-American alliance was based on the mutual appreciation of the respective populations, and that he could use his reputation in the United States to speak directly to Americans through speeches and video messages. Netanyahu's alliance with the Republican-dominated Congress against the anti-Israeli President Obama paid off. Both in the primary campaign and at the Republican National Convention, it became clear that a Republican victory would result in a significant change in policy. The fact that Trump was ultimately able to win the presidential election and fill key positions with decidedly pro-Israeli politicians who were able to push through a clearly pro-Israeli line is not least a success for Netanyahu and his interventions. While he enjoys a considerable reputation in the USA and many other countries as a statesman, diplomat, and determined political leader, in Europe Netanyahu is seen as an ultra-right hardliner and the embodiment of everything that is so reprehensible about Israel. Against this background, it can be credited to the pro-Israeli forces in Europe that they mention Netanyahu as little as possible or at most critically, for tactical reasons. Since Trump's election, however, it has become increasingly clear that not only the notoriously anti-Israeli governments of Western Europe are constantly admonishing Israel to make peace, but also that more and more groups and individuals who support Israel are preferring to wax lyrical about David Ben-Gurion and other pioneers of the founding era and hail the peace politicians Rabin and Peres. The inability of German solidarity with Israel to refer positively to one of the most successful Israeli politicians because he is too far to the right and does not meet their own left-wing and left-liberal ideas of peace, understanding, and open borders, points to a fundamental problem. Only a very few people have truly understood that solidarity with Israel is a prerequisite for political rationality. For most others, it has remained an external element of their political core business, merely an ingredient that seems rather strange. Even among anti-German friends of Israel, the exclusively negative justification of Israel's existence as a state of Shoah survivors is unpleasantly conspicuous. It sounds as if the enterprise of founding a state, which was started decades before the Nazis seized power, would be an illegitimate undertaking without the extermination of the European Jews. Such ideologically blinkered thinking, which goes back to an anti-nationalism that is as rigorous as it is embarrassing in terms of content, culminated in the convulsive attempt to incorporate Israel into revolutionary theoretical treatises as a kind of state that had become a placeholder for communism. These also blindly and unreflectively always revolved around the immediate abolition of all nations, albeit with a time delay built into the revolutionary theorem. Israel, it was generously conceded, was the last state to be abolished. The recognition of Israel's central achievements, in particular the integration of a collection of mostly poor refugees from very different cultures into a modern, Western society that was only just emerging, which later also emancipated itself quite self-confidently from agrarian socialist ideas, was only shamefacedly acknowledged. The integration of such diverse groups into a society was often attributed to the socialist pioneers of the early days or the conciliatory politicians Peres and Rabin, but not to Likud politicians such as Begin or Netanyahu, who could justifiably be described as the fathers of today's economically and socially strong Israel. The country has become a leading high-tech nation today because the rigidities of decades of social democratic rule were broken up and the focus was placed on dynamism, economic cooperation, innovation, and personal responsibility. In addition, the old hierarchical division of the population into the Ashkenazi Jews, who traditionally controlled the state economy, and the Zionist movement, and the Sephardic Jews, who were previously underrepresented politically, was significantly mitigated when the Likud took over the government. As a result, there are now more and more families based on mixed marriages, and thus increasingly only one Jewish nation. Among the left-wingers who are supportive of Israel, there is apparently a clear reluctance to deal with the low points of Israeli politics, or even to refer positively to its economic successes, which also fall into the legislative periods of right-wing governments. This is apparently contrary to the purity of their own political doctrine, which cannot do without the idealistic Jews from a fabulous but now ending founding period. These definitions of what it means to be Israeli are shared by the left, which is solidly behind Israel, and by people like Richard Herzinger of Die Welt, who fear an anti-German, culturally and progressively pessimistic usurpation of solidarity with Israel by means of critical theory, which is likely to lastingly discredit solidarity with Israel among reasonable people. It took the election of Donald Trump as American president to finally unite these two seemingly irreconcilable positions, which are, however, very similar in their purely instrumental solidarity with Israel, the transatlantic German liberal conservative, and the seemingly critical theory-trained left-wing anti-German solidarity with Israel in the team of Merkel against American fascism. One of the misconceptions about anti-Americanism is the claim that it always declines when the United States adopts a conciliatory stance, i.e. when Democrats like Carter or Obama focus on understanding, multilateralism, and appeasement, while it increases sharply under Republican presidents. In fact, the at least official renunciation of anti-Americanism in the period from 1949 to around 1970 was primarily due to the need to be on the side of the victors, the leader of the free world. The rejection of the USA is always articulated particularly vehemently when the political personnel of the USA and in particular its supreme leader fail to adequately satisfy the projective needs of the Germans. The proof of this mechanism is provided by the fact that West German anti-Americanism did not arise under the Reagan presidency, as is often believed, but under that of Carter. His cautious, hesitant, and morally scrupulous policies were interpreted as a sign of weakness and incompetence, especially by the then West German Chancellor Schmidt, whose casino-like tone shaped the thinking and diction of his success-hungry, declared adversaries and rivals. Obama's presidency has promoted anti-Americanism in several ways. Firstly, by making it unmistakably clear from the very beginning of his term of office in Cairo that he considers America's role as the leading Western nation to be harmful, thus arguing in an anti-American and, even worse, European way and thus following anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist thought patterns. Secondly, by making the signal of weakness into a political program, for example by alienating allies, courting Iran, largely letting Putin get away with it, and drawing red lines that remained uncrossed without consequences, which gave America's enemies worldwide a boost. Thirdly, he liked to play to the image that already existed in Europe, namely that he was the representative of the other, more humane, globalist, educated, European and anti-racist America of the coasts and college graduates, which is engaged in a cultural struggle with the racist flyover states inhabited by uneducated hillbillies, their Republican voters and primitive politicians like G.W. Bush. Moreover, he seems to have extremely frustrated some supporters of the interventionist foreign policy of his predecessor G.W. Bush. The increasingly irritated tone in which frustrated transatlantic and anti-German policy advisors explained to President Obama, who was not listening to them, how he should bring peace to Syria and democracy to the Middle East, revealed the at least unspoken idea that it was not the clueless Obama, but rather they, the intelligent, dashing Germans, who should have been given the leadership and world domination. The enthusiasm in Germany was correspondingly great when, after Trump's election, Angela Merkel was proclaimed leader of the free world by parts of the international press. Contrary to what Von Port claims, Reagan's election as Carter's successor was not the beginning of a wonderful friendship, but merely provided relief for committed transatlanticists, as Reagan's policy of American strength, especially towards the Soviet Union, continued to enable Europeans to be safe and risk-free. Multilateralism was preached and America was pointed at accusingly, but at the same time there was great dissatisfaction with the prospect of being under the protection of American military power in the event that something went wrong in the world. Since the end of the Cold War, the advocates of a transatlantic alliance in Germany, and in large parts of Europe, have increasingly been confronted with the problem that the actual policies of their nations have become less and less compatible with pro-Western statements. The Germans and, with them, the EU have been slowly abandoning their ties to the West since 1990 and openly since 2003, which is how Obama's and Trump's foreign policies reacted. Obama made the futile attempt to at least partially Europeanize America, while Trump is pursuing a return to America and trying to enforce American interests more consistently, including vis-a-vis Europe. What both approaches have in common is the realization that American strength alone is not enough to transform regions such as the Middle East into a greater Middle East where at least some semblance of humane conditions prevail, especially when these attempts are more or less openly torpedoed by the supposed allies. The person of Donald Trump, who sometimes seems to have been invented by anti-American propaganda, and his often direct, undiplomatic approach provide the ideal opportunity to finally let out the resentment that has been simmering under Obama. While the angry rejection of America is not a problem for the political mainstream in Germany and the EU, because it is only now being openly expressed what has been their policy for years, the Atlanticists who publish in the Springer newspapers, who out of concern for Germany consider themselves fundamentally pro-American and in solidarity with Israel, are in a dilemma. Since the election of an American president who is taking a confrontational approach to the EU, they have had to join the Merkel team and initially resort to taking every scrap of information with perverse glee that even the slightest hint that Trump, who is a friend of Israel, is not all that he seems and is actually anti-Semitic, thus posing an existential threat to Israel and the Western alliance. However, the facts that the new U.S. administration and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley are standing up for Israel internationally, that Trump finally implemented the recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital more than 20 years ago, which was supported by a broad majority of Congress, that he left the UN Human Rights Council, whose favorite sport is Israel bashing, and last but not least the termination of the disastrous Iran deal, which was only pushed through with massive lies from the Obama administration, speak so clearly that this line can no longer be maintained. The fact that the EU and Germany not only failed to support any of these steps, but even openly sided with Iran against the USA, is completely underestimated in its full scope. Under these circumstances, solidarity with Israel and defense of the West would mean taking a fundamentally opposed stance to German and European policy towards the USA, instead of continuing to dream of a free world led by Angela Merkel, or to state that the EU seems like the more reasonable alternative to Trump. Those who had once decided that Donald Trump represented the world's evil had to come up with something. The Springer journalist Hannes Stein, for example, explained that although he had not been particularly fond of the Iran deal, he was now even more skeptical, because it was Trump who had canceled the deal. The sheer madness of this pro-Israeli solidarity, which professes to support Angela Merkel's leadership, as practiced by Salon columnists and others, is based on the axiomatic claim that Trump can't do anything right because he's Trump, as Henrik Broder has correctly pointed out. If Trump were to suggest that he would not immediately terminate the Iran deal and would first examine the possibility of moving the embassy to Jerusalem, he would prove that he is anything but a friend of Israel. If he does it anyway, then he is acting irresponsibly. There is no clearer way to reveal that this is not a criticism of the Trump administration, but rather pure resentment. One way out of the dilemma that Trump, who has been consistently denigrated as a fascist in his first year in office, is clearly on Israel's side, is to loosen up on Israel solidarity. It was left to the NGO activist Thomas von der Ostensacken, who acts as a Middle East expert for Springer and anti-German publications, to translate the anti-Israeli propaganda, which showed the opening of the American embassy in Jerusalem in a split screen with images of the unrest in Gaza, into what is now originally anti-German. With reference to statements by his Israeli friends, no anti-Israeli spite without Jewish crown witnesses, he published an article on his Facebook page on May 16 that, precisely because of the great approval it received, must be understood as a caesura in the anti-German solidarity with Israel. After a typically German soul-searching exercise, asking whether one would not perhaps storm the Israeli border fence oneself, if one had not grown up in the well-protected Federal Republic of Germany, but in the Gaza Strip, for example, which is reminiscent of Kohl's mercy of the late birth and similar empathy with the accomplices of National Socialism, he gets to the point. Quote, "I understand and sympathize wholeheartedly with friends in Israel who are completely horrified. Some of them even took part in a peace demonstration in Tel Aviv, and who write to me that Monday was probably the darkest day in Israeli history, and that they could not bear to see the pictures of the celebration in Jerusalem to mark the opening of the embassy on the one hand and the pictures of all the dead and injured at the Gaza fence on the other. Monday was the final declaration of bankruptcy of Zionism," a friend writes in view of the Christian evangelical preachers who spoke at the event in Jerusalem. "Israel is giving itself dead and injured people as a birthday present," a friend writes to me. End of quote. After he had, of course, with reference to key witnesses whose statements he only reproduced but with whom he sympathized wholeheartedly, turned the day on which Israel's most important ally and guarantor power finally recognized its capital, had turned it into the final declaration of Zionism's bankruptcy, and the darkest day in Israeli history, von der Ostensacken reloaded and, in an article for MENA Watch, wished for a peaceful march on Israel's borders by tens of thousands of people holding only olive branches in their hands instead of AK-47 rifles, Zwillen or Molotov cocktails. In his unconditional desire to see borders fall, he does not even notice that storming a border, with or without weapons, cannot be peaceful, but is a violent act against a sovereign state. He also did not speak of a fictitious action by European pacifists on the Dutch-Belgian border, for example, but named the inhabitants of Gaza as the collective subject of the will for peace, people of whom one must assume, until proven otherwise, that the vast majority of them wish all Jews dead, something the author is well aware of, as he admits at other times. It is only consequent that anti-Germans like Thomas von der Ostensacken finally give up their solidarity with Israel at the very moment when a U.S. president fulfills Israel's old dream of a capital city with an American embassy, and at the same time Israel had to protect its borders against its attacking mortal enemies, and in doing so preferred to accept deads than to let even a potential Jew murderer through. Because what Israel has to do to remain a sovereign state is exactly what the opponents of borders and nation-states, who at best generously grant Israel an exception as long as its enemies are openly violent and do not appear as angels of peace, want to see destroyed everywhere else in the world. What particularly offends them is the fact that there are now forces not only in the U.S. government, but also in many other European countries, that recognize that the sovereignty of Israel, which is so fiercely defended, and the integrity of its borders are linked to the security of the sovereignty of their own country and the integrity of its borders. It is about the ability to decide sovereignly who is allowed to enter and to prevent illegal border crossings by force if necessary, because anything else would not only be unlimited freedom of movement for terrorists, but the beginning of the end of a civil statehood that is based on at least minimal rationality and necessarily violent, in other words, the West. Because they have no alternative worthy of the name, but have focused on the idea that the state and, above all, somewhat closed borders are the ultimate evil, the decidedly left-wing anti-German friends of Israel must eventually smell fascism not only in Europe's right-wing parties and in Donald Trump with his border fence, but also in Israel. This path had been on the horizon for a long time, and it should come as no surprise that it is now finally being taken. He also did not speak of a fictitious action by European pacifists on the Dutch-Belgian border, for example, but rather named the inhabitants of Gaza as the collective subject of the will for peace, people who, until proven otherwise, must be assumed to want the death of all Jews in their vast majority, something the author is well aware of, as he repeatedly admits elsewhere. It is only consequent that anti-Germans like Thomas von der Ostensacken finally give up their solidarity with Israel at the very moment when a U.S. president fulfills Israel's old dream of a capital city with an American embassy, and at the same time Israel had to protect its borders against its attacking mortal enemies, and in doing so preferred to accept deads than to let even a potential Jew murderer through. Because what Israel has to do to remain a sovereign state is exactly what the opponents of borders and nation-states, who at best generously grant Israel an exception as long as its enemies are openly violent and do not appear as angels of peace, want to see destroyed everywhere else in the world. What particularly offends them is the fact that there are now forces not only in the U.S. government, but also in many other European countries, that recognize that the sovereignty of Israel, which is so fiercely defended, and the integrity of its borders are linked to the security of the sovereignty of their own country and the integrity of its borders. It is about the ability to decide sovereignly who is allowed to enter and to prevent illegal border crossings by force if necessary, because anything else would not only be unlimited freedom of movement for terrorists, but the beginning of the end of a civil statehood that is based on at least minimal rationality and necessarily violent, in other words, the West. Because they have no alternative worthy of the name, but have focused on the idea that the state and, above all, somewhat closed borders are the ultimate evil, the decidedly left-wing anti-German friends of Israel must eventually smell fascism not only in Europe's right-wing parties and in Donald Trump with his border fence, but also in Israel. This path had been on the horizon for a long time, and it should come as no surprise that it is now finally being taken. Even before the announcement of the embassy move, a survey had shown that 67% of Israelis are satisfied with the work of the U.S. government, 14 percentage points, more than under Obama. In a country that would be the first to be affected if a view based on self-abandonment were to become completely accepted in the Western states, paving the way for certain destruction, there seems to be an awareness that Trump's election and the demand of many Americans to first orient themselves towards America in order to make it great again is by no means fascist. The justified skepticism about political masses and political changes has led to blindness to the fact that the election of Trump and Brexit also offer opportunities to terminate the rotten Western alliance with an EU that shows no signs of becoming a United States of Europe, because its policies are increasingly aimed at undermining statehood as a whole, without anything positive changing as a result. And especially not for refugees from Islamic conditions who find themselves in an increasingly Islamized environment, who continue to drown in the Mediterranean, suffer from European impoverishment policies, and, due to the delegation of border security to regimes such as Turkey, do not even reach the West they wanted to reach or hardly find it. The EU is thus the gravedigger of any hope of rebuilding a West in which orientation towards one's own strength, the defense of achievements and a decisive alliance with Israel would not be under suspicion of fascism, but would be taken for granted. However, this would require recognizing the ideological opponent in the forces that are now mobilizing against Trump, America, and the nation-state. Because the West is still on the other side of the Atlantic. If you believe the German media, the international conflict with North Korea has intensified in recent years not because of North Korea's threats against the United States, Europe, and Japan and its tests of weapons of mass destruction, but because of Donald Trump's impetuous temperament. In August 2017, he responded to North Korea's numerous, not only verbal, acts of aggression with the words, "North Korea would be wise not to make any further threats against the United States. They will be met with fire and fury, the likes of which the world has never seen." From which the German public promptly concluded that the U.S. president was just as crazy as his North Korean counterpart. Cem Özdemir said that Trump was a narcissistic president who makes policy based on gut feelings. Der Spiegel, which had considered Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to be the voice of reason, because he had described the conflict between the United States and North Korea as a kindergarten dispute, demanded, "We have to calm the hotheads. And the magazine's verdict on Trump was, this is also a lesson for him. If he wants to avoid a major war, he will only achieve results in this conflict with China and Russia, not against them. Strong words won't help either. In the meantime, North Korea has detonated a hydrogen bomb. The predicted range of North Korean missiles is constantly increasing, and the interval between weapons tests is getting shorter. The more delusional the German European public becomes in its agitation against Trump's efforts to curb the North Korean regime. The most prominent advocate of appeasement towards North Korea was recently former President Jimmy Carter, who was largely responsible for the Germanization of the Democratic Party, which began under Lyndon B. Johnson. In keeping with German peace policy, he prophesied, "Until we talk to them and treat them with respect, I don't think we will make any progress," only to go on to state, seemingly without context, that Donald Trump would not do justice to the Palestinian people. Carter revealed his collaboration with the Palestinians most clearly in his 2006 book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. A little later, it became public knowledge that the Carter Center was largely financed by the oil states. It is impossible to understand current policy towards North Korea without taking a closer look at this most German of all U.S. presidents. Carter's presidency marked the beginning of the triumph of multilateralism. In his inaugural address, which promised a strict commitment of American foreign policy to human rights, he announced, "We have learned that more does not necessarily mean better, that even our great nation has recognized its limitations, and that we cannot answer all questions or solve all problems." At the end of his term of office, he hoped that we will have enabled our people to be proud of their own government again. The reality was, however, somewhat different. Under Carter's presidency, from 1977 to 1981, the USA turned its back on Taiwan and turned to Beijing, accepting the takeover of power by the mullahs in Iran and the resulting loss of power in the Middle East. The American government allowed the Cambodian Khmer Rouge to continue killing and condemned the Vietnamese intervention that finally toppled the regime that had killed between 1.4 and 2.2 million people. The support was not only refused because Vietnam was allied with the Soviet Union, but mainly because Carter's government did not want to strain relations with China. Carter is famous for being one of the first presidents to pardon all conscientious objectors to the Vietnam War. For a long time, his policy was by no means anti-Vietnamese or anti-Soviet, but above all pro-Chinese. This example shows how two presidents who appear to act in a similar way pursue divergent motives. While Carter's Vietnam policy was essentially pro-Chinese, Reagan's was anti-Soviet and pro-Western. The Reagan Doctrine signaled a return to unilateralism in response to Carter's failed multilateralism. It was also Carter who withdrew a large number of troops from South Korea in order to make concessions to China. Trump's phone call to Taiwan directly after his inauguration was therefore by no means due to stupidity, but politically consequent. These measures were not popular with the American people. Carter's defeat at the hands of Ronald Reagan was correspondingly clear. In the Electoral College, Carter lost by 49 to 489 electors. Carter was proud, first and foremost, that the USA was not involved in any open military conflict for the first time since the Second World War under his leadership. Like Obama, he received the Nobel Peace Prize, in his case in 2002 for his criticism of George W. Bush. After leaving office, Carter, as a civilian activist, a role in which he was no less at home than Obama is today, helped the Kim clan to acquire the atomic bomb. After North Korea had withdrawn from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in March 1993, and the CIA had informed President Bill Clinton in October of the same year that North Korea was most likely already in possession of 2 warheads, Clinton still believed he had to act. "I was forced to prevent North Korea from developing a nuclear arsenal, even at the risk of war. Plans for a military strike were prepared at the time, even though such a strike was never the preferred option." American relations with North Korea took a new turn in June 1994, when Carter offered to travel to Pyongyang as a private citizen. The U.S. government had agreed that he should sound out Kim Il-sung's foreign policy positions. During this mission, Carter exceeded his authority as an unofficial ambassador for Clinton by trying to spare Kim from losing face as a self-proclaimed negotiator. It can be argued that these talks brought North Korea back to the negotiating table, but the price was enormous. Carter had torpedoed pretty much all of Clinton's efforts. He criticized the U.S. government in Pyongyang and publicly embraced the despot, whom he later repeatedly praised. He did not even mention the most important demands of the U.S. government. In the end, He blackmailed the American government by going to the press with his own assessment of the situation. "I personally believe that the crisis is over," he told the world's press on his return, without consulting the Clinton administration. The result of his mission was the Geneva Framework Agreement, which Carter had wrested, or rather forced, from the American government rather than the North Korean regime. The Republicans rightly recognized Carter's tactics as appeasement, but were unable to prevent it, and the Democrats acquiesced in Carter's move, which took away any possibility of intervention from their hands. Carter's project and its foreseeable failure should also have been a warning against the Iran agreement. A military strike at the time could have ended the horror early on, but instead the course was set for today's evil through diplomatic channels. Kim Il-sung died shortly after Carter's visit, and Kim Jong-un, Kim's son, signed the framework agreement almost immediately after taking office. Le Monde Diplomatique reported on this as recently as June 2017. Perhaps North Korea could have been persuaded to give up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees and economic aid in the 1990s. This was precisely the aim of the 1994 Geneva Framework Agreement. The USA wanted to reward North Korea's renunciation of the production of plutonium with the normalization of relations and the lifting of sanctions. In addition, it wanted to supply 2 nuclear power plants with light water reactors to minimize the risk of nuclear weapons. However, the USA never fulfilled these obligations. End of quote. Ultimately, George W. Bush was to blame for this failure. This nonsense could be read in almost the same words in concrete, where North Korea's nuclear armament was even celebrated as a necessary protection against the morally corrupt USA. 8 years later, the NATO war against Libya, which had once abandoned its nuclear program in favor of closer cooperation with the West, proved the North Korean point. End of quote. The fact that the NATO war was preceded by a civil war, albeit a short one, is mentioned just as little as the repression of North Korea against its own population. Above all, there is no mention in such statements of the change of ideology in North Korea itself, which did not come into effect until the 2009 constitutional amendment. Kim Il-sung's guiding principle was the so-called Juche ideology, a doctrine of unconditional economic and political autarky, which initially manifested itself primarily in anti-Japanese isolationism. This doctrine was a reaction to the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union, which Kim Il-sung strictly rejected. However, the transformation of this doctrine into a willingness to wage total war, which was accelerated by the so-called Sungun ideology, military first, is more significant. It began with the change of leadership in 1995 and can be seen as a delayed reaction to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the associated famine of 1994 to 1998. In the course of this, North Korea moved closer to China. In 2009, the North Korean dynasty removed all references to Marxism-Leninism from the constitution. In its 2012 amended version, North Korea now openly referred to itself as a state in possession of nuclear weapons. During his second peace mission, to free the U.S. citizen Aijelin Mali Gomez, who was being held hostage by the regime, Carter apologized on behalf of the U.S. government for the imprisoned man, again without prior consultation. The State Department, aware of the former president's solo efforts, had specifically emphasized that it was a private, humanitarian, and unofficial mission, and that Carter was therefore not authorized to speak on behalf of the U.S. government. The Evening Press wrote at the time, apparently, Carter also gave Kim Jong-un what he desired: respect and recognition. The photos taken with Carter, the embraces and respectful greetings on North Korean state television, should not be forgotten by anyone who, like the host of the late-night show Last Week Tonight, John Oliver, believes that Trump's reactions played into the hands of North Korean propaganda. According to North Korea, the U.S. has issued almost 200 declarations of war against Pyongyang since 1997. No matter which newspaper you opened or which program you watched on TV, the message about Trump's speech at the UN General Assembly on September 19th was the same. Trump threatens North Korea with total destruction. Some peace activists seem to have still been hopeful during Trump's first sentences. We do not expect different countries to share the same cultures, traditions, or even systems of government. Nevertheless, it was impossible not to notice that Trump had set limits to non-interference. The following sentence read, "But we expect all nations to fulfill these 2 core sovereign duties: to respect the interests of their own people and the rights of every other sovereign nation." Trump's references, and later Netanyahu's, to the repression of the regimes in Pyongyang and Tehran against their own people were not only ignored by the press, but also by the other speakers, who thus confirmed Trump's judgment. When decent or reasonable people and nations become bystanders to history, the forces of destruction only gather power and strength. In this sense, it was no more than a reminder of the real balance of power when he said, "The United States has great strength and patience, but if it has to defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea, which hopefully will not be necessary." Trump's warning that Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and his regime, which adequately caricatured Kim Jong-un's delusional obsession with nuclear self-armament, was almost unanimously interpreted by the German-speaking world press as an expression of Trump's own megalomania. While many in this country consider Trump and Kim equally insane, the then German Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel, in an interview with Bild, showed the expected degree of differentiation and partially rehabilitated the North Korean madman. Kim Jong-un is not insane at all. He is following a coolly considered strategy. If he has the atomic bomb, then, so he thinks, his regime is secure, because no one will dare threaten him. Kim simply needs a security guarantee other than the nuclear bomb. End of quote. The earlier six-party talks, which had as their subject those cryptic security guarantees for North Korea, had all failed. All the USA's assurances that it had no plans to attack North Korea went up in smoke, because North Korea always sees any intervention in any rogue state as an attack on itself. This was evident from the gloating with which Kim Il-sung told his comrade Gaddafi, who was just about to be overthrown, that he would have preferred not to have given up his nuclear program. But even in the way of thinking of a Gabriel, the question is not really whether Kim Jong-un is acting sensibly or insanely with his threats towards the USA. Rather, when Iran and Germany fear for their profitable friendly relations, a German foreign minister cannot address the obvious barbarism of the North Korean regime without also making that of Iran the subject of discussion, which is why both are kept quiet about. To this end, in his speech to the UN, Gabriel once again called for the delusions of the world's sovereign, Gerhard Scheidt, to be strengthened. North Korea should be condemned by the international community, but clear signals could only consist of diplomatic and economic sanctions. Export losses are the greatest sacrifice that today's Germans are willing to make for America or Israel. Existing contracts and agreements must not be called into question. This applies in particular to the nuclear agreement with Iran. This became clear when the AfD politician, or, depending on your point of view, Nazi, Alexander Gall, and pointed out in an interview that solidarity with Israel must mean that we are also really prepared to risk our lives for the state of Israel. If the defense of Israel is a matter of state, then we must be prepared to send German soldiers there in the event of an emergency. Namely, that German soldiers would have to fight and die alongside Israeli soldiers. End of quote. The fact that the German government is not prepared to commit to military action on the Israeli side in the event of a crisis, even after being asked by Bild, speaks volumes. In a similar vein, Lars Quadfassel, in his epitaph on the anti-German movement, criticized the deployment of the German armed forces in Lebanon a few years ago, saying that it was not pro-Israeli, but rather mocked the fact that German soldiers were even coming anywhere near Israel. Merkel also rejected the automatic military support for the USA in the event of a war between the USA and North Korea. Germany's role as a globally accepted social worker was particularly evident when two officers of the GSG-9 were murdered near Fallujah by members of the Iraqi Patriotic Alliance in 2004. The remains of Thomas Hafnecker are still missing. The SPD soon announced that the USA was at least partly to blame. On the other hand, the insurgents were quickly reconciled, as they immediately apologized for the tragic mistake. They had thought that the Germans were American special forces. If the vehicles had been marked as a German convoy and the security guards had stopped at the checkpoint set up by the Iraqis and identified themselves as Germans, they would have been allowed to pass. The reliability that Germany displays in its foreign relations is exemplary in this regard. The Federal Republic of Germany has never terminated the diplomatic relations with North Korea that it inherited from the GDR, and has continued to operate the former GDR embassy in Pyongyang as a permanent representation. In 2001, diplomatic relations were officially established and the embassy opened under Joschka Fischer. Through this liaison, the German government managed to get North Korea to move closer to Western positions than ever before, at least on paper. End of quote. Every time Germany announces that it has frozen relations with a country, this does not mean that these relations are seriously on hold, but rather that they are no longer being celebrated quite so publicly. Gabriel not only managed to sweep the domestic barbarism of Iran and North Korea under the carpet, but also to play down the foreign policy threat. Iranian and North Korean terrorist financing and medium-range missiles, nothing to worry about. Rather, the German government is proud that it has direct contacts with North Korea, right up to the leadership level. This means that it has first-hand assessments that are also shared with its allies. Berlin can help to open channels of communication. In 2013, Germany exported goods worth €5.7 million to North Korea. The loss of earnings is unlikely to be felt in comparison to the other problem child, and at the same time Germany's second-largest trading partner in the Middle East, Iran. The German Foreign Office website states the following about Iran. In 2016, bilateral trade rose by 22% compared to the previous year, reaching €2.9 billion. Germany is defending the Iran deal primarily in the hope of a clean diplomatic solution to the North Korea crisis. Emmanuel Macron, who perhaps gave the speech on multilateralism while at the same time pandering to the needs of the world's population, also announced to Washington via Pyongyang, "We, together with our partners including China and Russia, bear the responsibility for bringing them back to the negotiating table to resolve the crisis politically. France will reject any escalation and will not close the doors to dialogue as long as there is a possibility for such a dialogue and a subsequent peace." End of quote. So it was up to Netanyahu alone to point out the obvious in his speech. I know that there are still those who defend the dangerous agreement with Iran and explain that it blocks Iran's path to the bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what they once said about the nuclear agreement with North Korea, and we all know what happened there. End of quote. The only thing to be said against this is that the agreement with Iran is even more irresponsible than the Geneva Framework Agreement with Pyongyang ever was. The connection between Iran and North Korea, which the USA under Trump and Israel on the one hand and the Franco-German axis of collaborators with China and Russia on the other are establishing under opposing premises, is by no means only symbolic. North Korea established its close diplomatic relations with Iran immediately after the Mullah regime was established, and supplied the theocrats with weapons of various kinds. Both support Hezbollah and Assad. Israel, on the other hand, has never been recognized by North Korea, which considers the entire country to be Palestine, which is why all of Israel's enemies have been reliably supplied with weapons, technology, and personnel by North Korea over the decades. In 2007, Israel was able to prevent Syria from building a nuclear reactor with North Korean support, which, according to the IAEA, would have been identical to the reactor in Nyeongbyon. As a result of the nuclear deal, Iran is still allowed to build missiles that can be armed at any time with the help of North Korea, which is now almost untouchable, not to mention nuclear exports to other gangs, whether they are states or not. The Iranian Shahab-3 medium-range missile, which is capable of transporting nuclear warheads, is a further development of a North Korean missile. It is significant that the world came to the right conclusion in a Trump-critical article, even in the title, "Trump must pay for Obama's strategic weakness." Obama's policy of strategic patience was practiced Carterism. Obama largely ignored North Korea or drew red lines, only to take them back just as quickly. North Korea will not be accepted as a nuclear power, promised the then Secretary of State John Kerry during his visit to South Korea in 2013. He forgot to mention that this could only be enforced if North Korea were suddenly impressed by sanctions for whatever reason. At the time, people still talked their way out of it by saying that they did not believe that North Korea could actually equip a missile with nuclear warheads. Under Obama, the USA gave up its role as a world power and now acts in the German manner as a global street worker in the form of a state. It will be interesting to see when Obama himself sets off on a trip to Pyongyang to step out of the shadow of the hostage rescuers Carter and Clinton. Without China's backing, North Korea would never have been able to get hold of the bomb. At the moment, however, Chinese officials seem to be asking themselves whether their little protege has not outgrown them. It was none other than Trump who first got China and Russia to take the threat of economic sanctions against North Korea halfway seriously. Nevertheless, it is still questionable whether economic sanctions can be used to persuade North Korea to pursue a different policy. The famine in the 1990s was dubbed the Arduous March by the North Korean regime, and the population has been constantly sworn to similar efforts on the home front ever since. North Korea pursues a bombs-not-food policy, which is also evident in the distribution of aid by the state. Military personnel and government loyalists are given preferential treatment. The Songbun system is the caste system that goes with this practice. It divides the population into about 50 classes according to their loyalty to the government and determines the corresponding food ration. Large sections of the population that do not perform well enough in this system have been trying to survive on soups made from waste, shells, or even grass for years. It is suspected that even an oil boycott by China would not achieve any results in the medium term, as the military is estimated to have supplies for 12 months. In addition, smuggling to and from China is already flourishing and will increase, and the regime is extremely creative when it comes to obtaining foreign currency, whether through Bitcoin theft or running hostels on embassy grounds. Russia opened a new internet connection to North Korea directly after the sanctions were tightened, which could help Kim Jong-un to control his attacks. And with the expected North Korean submarines capable of launching nuclear missiles, the problem will become even less manageable. North Korea has the bomb. It is assumed that it has up to 60 of them, and it probably already has or will soon have solid-fuel long-range missiles. It is to be feared that in this case Trump simply came too late to be able to do anything, which the international community will undoubtedly blame on him alone in the event of an emergency. The only hope is that what threatens to fail with North Korea will succeed with Iran. The opinion that the West is destroying itself is probably as old as the term West itself, insofar as it does not refer to a geographical area or its cultural specifics, but rather to a political subject, or rather, the political subject of history. This opinion has existed at least since the United States established itself as a world hegemon, and that means, as the protector of the world market, not the world. From this perspective, the concept of the West emerges as a political illusion that at least has the advantage of alluding to a specific state or an alliance of states dominated by it, and thus also to the concrete historical conditions of its hegemony. The world market can, however, break down in the crisis of capital as it did in the 1930s, and then we can still speak of subjects, in the sense that individuals in the forms of U.S. democracy decide whether it is to be restored by military means and thus ultimately also whether those political forms are to continue to exist in their own country at all. At the time, Carl Schmitt, for example, sensed an opportunity and prophesied the downfall of the world trade power USA. He claimed to have recognized an accelerator against its will in the politics of the USA, which would only accelerate the longed-for large-scale order that Hitler's Germany was after, i.e. the disintegration of the world market. Quote, "The interests of a world capitalism force a omnipresent, ubiquitous policy of interference and non-recognition, which presumes to give or refuse its approval from Washington to any change in the situation occurring anywhere in the world." End of quote. Their failure only proves that the Earth will always remain larger than the United States of America, and that it is still large enough today for several Großraum, in which freedom-loving people know how to preserve and defend their historical, economic, and spiritual substance and character. The USA as a protective power of the world market has in fact proved to be the exact opposite of such an accelerator against its will. Wherever they intervene, they usually organize the interruption and postponement of the disintegration. Sometimes for a long time, sometimes only briefly, but it is in their interest, unlike the ambitions of colonial and imperialist rule, to withdraw again, which can have catastrophic consequences for the people in individual countries, as is now the case in Afghanistan. But the whole enterprise is also carried out for the sole purpose of protecting or, if possible, restoring world market relations, in other words, human rights or Western values, and at the same time defending one's own state in this exposed position. The fact that there is any prospect of this happening means that in this state of unfreedom, Adorno, there are still possibilities in principle for preventing what the categorical imperative demands be prevented after Auschwitz. Since the defense of the hegemon in Afghanistan against al-Qaeda was at least temporarily successful, its troops withdrew at least temporarily. And in terms of world market relations, the country plays too small a role to warrant a different policy. However, both of these assumptions could prove to be misguided. It is therefore tempting to regard the USA as the guarantor of a kind of residual reason, and to be disappointed accordingly when, as in Afghanistan, the last vestige is abandoned. Since a German economic miracle was not to be expected here for a variety of reasons, the miracle of keeping the Taliban out of power without the presence of foreign troops was also unlikely to happen. Like Edward Luttwak, Die Welt, September 12, 2021, Ariel sees the main cause of the U.S. failure in the fact that Pakistan's ambiguous policy was not seen through and that this regime was still supported. It is difficult to assess whether the Taliban will be able to resume their rule of 20 years ago if this support were to stop now and Pakistan were to be put under pressure instead. Or whether, thanks to some changes that have become possible internally and consequent sanctions, a less catastrophic development will occur than that before September 11th. But the mere idealization of the hegemon and the moral indignation about it, as long as they equally refuse to acknowledge the conditions of hegemony and only reproduce the notorious back and forth between interventionism and isolationism of U.S. politics, also repress the existential judgment that clarifies the state of unfreedom. The interruption or restoration of the normality of misery and coercion under a capitalist form of rule can never be anything other than a further postponement of precisely that which potentially arises from this form when it can no longer be a form of valorization of value, and which was already practiced to the last consequence by the Germans, with their auxiliary peoples, in the gross realm of the extermination camps. It was this acceleration of destruction that Schmidt advocated, describing the world trade power of the USA as an unwilling accelerator. Against this historical background, the policy pursued today by the Communist Party of China appears strangely divided. It acts as a willing accelerator in terms of the imperialist attempt to destroy the world market from the inside, from the treaties, and to push the U.S. hegemony aside through a policy of expansion. But as an unwilling accelerator in terms of the threat to Israel, as the relationship with Islam in general and with Iran in particular shows. What is special here is the almost achieved capacity to wipe out the state of the survivors of the extermination camps in the Greater Middle East claimed by Islam. According to Memory, Abbas Zaki, a member of the Fatah Central Committee, has described how Fatah assesses this situation. China wants to lead the world and is on our side. Beijing wants to accept whatever we accept, but knows we want to make Israel swallow the poison one drop at a time. October 7, 2021. The sovereign power of the state, which is supposed to punish the breach of treaties, is smuggled into the treaties themselves, as it were, as if the fate of Hong Kong served as the basis for the treaty. This is a new form of debt bondage in international relations. In the event that a loan is not repaid, the People's Republic reserves the right to use a certain territory, e.g. a harbor, as if it were its own property, including for military purposes. Such racket contracts, which impose secrecy on certain clauses on the contracting party, are possible because no sovereign power can be established over the world market that could prevent them. In a sense, the ambiguous concept of ownership within mainland China is transferred to international trade relations. Private ownership of the means of production is always at the mercy of the state, which is made clear to the owners with the threat of violence, at the moment, mainly the bosses of private tech companies. Real estate cannot really be acquired, it is leased from the state party for 70 years, so to speak, etc. The contradictions in which Gordon G. Chong, for example, becomes entangled here show how difficult it is to see through the racketeering of the world market by this party. Although the potential for disaster inherent in this policy is clear. On the one hand, Chong quoted the analyst Brandon J. Weichert approvingly. Chinese tech firms will have been so enmeshed in the world system, propagating new technology and products, that it will be nearly impossible to decouple, the ultimate objective of Trump-era sanctions against China. February 17, 2021. On the other hand, Chong recently wrote, Xi's recent attacks on private business are undoubtedly more than a momentary event, something far more long-lasting than crackdown implies. At no time since the early days of the People's Republic has China turned inwards so quickly, shutting off the outside world. August 16, 2021. In this context, it is more than grotesque that U.S. President Biden has justified the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which had already been initiated under Trump and presumably could rely on the opinion of the majority of U.S. voters, politically and economically with the challenge that China poses to the U.S. and the world today, in order to promptly give the Chinese rulers the opportunity to present themselves as the beneficiaries of all this by its disastrous implementation. Caroline Glick, however, has recently challenged the popular equation of Biden and Trump's Afghanistan policies. The agreement Trump reached with the Taliban was conditions-based. Since the Taliban breached the conditions, there is little reason to believe that Trump would have implemented the troop pullout. Moreover, Trump intended to evacuate civilians, both U.S. citizens and Afghan nationals who worked with the Americans along with their families, before pulling out U.S. military forces. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, Trump reduced the number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan from 15,000 to 2,500, without inducing panic or emboldening the Taliban. He quietly evacuated U.S. civilians again without inducing panic or demoralization. End of quote. In the meantime, things may have changed here, and a recent survey in Commentary magazine states, when respondents were asked if the U.S. did the right thing by withdrawing all troops from Afghanistan, the pollster found that only 28% of voters still supported full withdrawal. A majority, 50%, said that a residual American troop presence should have remained in Afghanistan. Another 15% said the U.S. should not have pulled out any of its forces. Even among self-identified Democrats, only a plurality still backed America's pullout from Afghanistan. Noah Rothman. It turns out Americans don't like to lose a war. In Commentary magazine 7/10, 2021, Biden had already proposed withdrawing from Afghanistan under Obama, citing China's changed policy as a reason, according to Edward Lutwak, Die Welt, 12/9, 2021. Just a few weeks after the withdrawal, the AUKUS security pact between the U.S., Australia, and the U.K. was established, directed against China, and the support of Australia was announced by stationing U.S. troops. As much pure propaganda as is at play here on the part of China, and as much of it would have been heard even without the concrete disaster, and not least, however great the difficulties will be to profit from the new Silk Road under the re-established Taliban rule, it is beyond question that economic and military cooperation with Iran will become even closer. In connection with the advance of the neighboring Taliban, this Holocaust-denying regime has already been promised full membership. In the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, an organization that, along with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank AIIB, can be considered China's and Russia's largest attempt to break a large area out of the world market. Until now, Iran has only had observer status in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Iran to finally take full membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, August 12, 2021. Moves come after Tajikistan and Uzbekistan agree to drop objections following regional security concerns in Afghanistan. Iran is finally set to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, after Tajikistan and Uzbekistan agreed to drop their objections. Iran had originally applied to join in 2006 and 2015. However, with the country like landlocked Tajikistan and Uzbekistan also bordering Afghanistan in addition to offering seaport access to the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean, both nations have opted to welcome Iran as an ally. The secretary of the SCO's Supreme National Security Council stated, "Fortunately, the political obstacles to Iran's membership in the Shanghai Agreement have been removed and Iran's membership will be finalized through technical formalities." More than 30 years ago, the United States of America had won the Cold War against the Soviet Union and thus remained the only superpower on the globe. Its defense politicians and military strategists apparently only had to answer the question of what the armed forces of a superpower should be like if it no longer had an equal opponent. In 1990, the USA had around 2 million soldiers, 23,000 nuclear weapons, about half of which were intercontinental ballistic missiles and 15 aircraft carriers, as well as a threatening quantity of fighter aircraft, warships, submarines, artillery, tanks, etc. During the presidency of Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, the entire arsenal had been generously modernized and medium-range missiles and cruise missiles armed with nuclear warheads had been stationed in Germany along the Iron Curtain. A military force of this size no longer seemed necessary after the impending collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. America still had national interests and enemies around the globe. Nowhere could the Allies feel safe without the military backing of the United States. The U.S. armed forces were therefore not only allowed to be reduced in size, but it was also necessary to maintain their technological superiority and to regroup them for deployment on the future battlefields. Although at that time it was not yet possible to know exactly where these battlefields would be and what battle scenarios could be expected there. In view of the incalculable new order of the world after the Cold War, those in charge assumed, in short, that significant new threats were to be expected and that disarmament should therefore not be exaggerated. This consideration was at least somewhat forward-looking, because at that time, of course, no one could really imagine what the state of the globe would be a quarter of a century later. On August 2, 1990, U.S. President George H.W. Bush gave a speech to a select audience of military personnel, military scientists, and defense policy experts from his administration, which was also attended by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher as a surprise guest. The U.S. president peppered his speech with Kantian idealism, hoping to convince his audience of the correctness of his decision to reduce the American armed forces by a quarter in the coming years. The decades-long division of Europe is coming to an end and the era of democracy has begun. We are entering a new era. The defense strategy and military structure necessary to secure peace can and must be different. The danger of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, executed with little or no warning, is farther away today than at any time in the post-war period, and the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe has deprived the Warsaw Pact of its military meaning. And after 4 decades of dominance, Soviet forces are withdrawing from Central and Eastern Europe. In a world no longer defined by the immediate threat of European and global war, in a world where the size of our forces is increasingly determined by the demands of regional conflicts and peacetime presence, we know that our forces can be smaller. Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell are working hard to determine the precise combination of forces we need. But I can tell you this much. We expect that by 1995 our security requirements can be met with a force about 25% smaller than today's. End of quote. The night before, a force of 100,000 Iraqi soldiers had invaded the Emirate of Kuwait, which was militarily hopelessly outnumbered. By the afternoon of the speech, which the American president had obviously conceived largely before the invasion, the Kuwaiti emir had already fled to Saudi Arabia and the Iraqi troops had long since captured Kuwait City. At the time, Iraq had around 1 million soldiers who had been battle-tested in the war against Iran, which had lasted almost the entire 1980s. In addition, there were 500,000 paramilitary forces and a considerable arsenal of relatively modern, mainly Russian and partly Chinese weapons, over 700 combat aircraft and helicopters, 5,000 tanks, 3,000 artillery pieces, a strong air defense system, and a large number of Scud missiles that could be equipped with chemical or biological warheads. At the time, the Iraqi armed forces were considered to be the 4th strongest in the world. The USA, on the other hand, did not yet have sufficient military resources on the ground to protect Kuwait from such an opponent. Similarly, their allies in the region, especially Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, would have been unable to push back Iraq without U.S. assistance. It was more likely that, if the aggression was not repelled, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be the next victim of Iraq's expansionist drive. A force that could defeat Iraq would first have to be assembled at great expense, partly from American military bases in Western Europe, but mostly across the Atlantic. The deployment began immediately. When Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be the 19th province of Iraq on August 8 and appointed one of his cousins as its military governor, the first American soldiers and fighter planes had already arrived in Saudi Arabia, from where the counterattack was to be launched. The first 2 American aircraft carriers had positioned themselves in the Persian Gulf, and 4 more were to join them later. The entire deployment took about 5 months. The USA used the time for diplomatic maneuvers and managed to get the planned military operation approved by the United Nations Security Council. The USA also managed to gather an international coalition of 34 states behind it, so that in January 1991 almost 1 million soldiers equipped with the most modern weapons were ready to attack in Saudi Arabia and on warships in the Persian Gulf. These included over 500,000 Americans, 100,000 Saudis, 50,000 Britons, 20,000 Egyptians and French, 15,000 Syrians and Moroccans, 10,000 Kuwaitis, to name just the larger troop contributors. On January 16th, the ultimatum of the UN Security Council demanding the withdrawal of the Iraqi army from Kuwait expired. On January 17th, the coalition launched an attack that began with a week-long aerial bombardment, destroying large parts of the Iraqi armed forces, before the ground offensive began on February 24th from Saudi Arabia, which ended after just 4 days with the liberation of Kuwait and the surrender of Iraq. This gave Defense Secretary Cheney and General Powell a real-world scenario in which to determine the precise combination of forces that the United States would need to defend its national interests, i.e. the global interests of a superpower that was capable of leading the West and protecting its allies in the post-Cold War era. Operation Desert Storm would henceforth serve as a template for measuring the size of the American armed forces. But a superpower could not be content with being able to defeat a single opponent of this magnitude. What if, during the Iraq crisis, which lasted for half a year, a second crisis of similar magnitude had escalated in another place in a way that would have made military intervention by the USA necessary? For example, an invasion of South Korea by North Korea, whose armed forces were hardly less dangerous than the Iraqi ones. Or even a successful coup d'état by the old party apparatus in the Soviet Union, which had not yet been wound up, combined with an attempt to prevent the reunification of Germany, which had also not yet been formally completed by force of arms. In such a case, the USA would hardly have been able to rely on its allies, the Western Europeans or South Korea, being willing and able to cope with such a crisis on their own. The Pentagon therefore developed the military strategy that the USA should have a force at its disposal that could, if necessary, win 2 wars simultaneously in different places, following the Iraq template. But such a test of strength did not initially occur. The Soviet coup attempt of 1991 did not unfold as a tragedy, but as a farce in order to, at the time, North Korea was concentrating on developing a nuclear missile program, the realization of which U.S. President Bill Clinton was able to delay in 1994 with the help of a deal that lasted long enough for the issue to no longer bother him during his term of office, similar to what U.S. President Barack Obama intended to do with the Iranian nuclear missile program. The Yugoslavian Civil War, which was politically fueled by Germany and could no longer be stopped by Great Britain and France, required 2 further military interventions by the USA, in Bosnia in 1995 and in Kosovo in 1999. But the extent of these did not come close to the scale of the Iraq scenario, as Serbia capitulated in both cases after a relatively restrained aerial bombardment. The 1990s thus seemed to justify the idealism with which George H.W. Bush had justified the reduction of U.S. forces at the beginning of the decade. However, during the presidency of Bill Clinton, 1993 to 2001, who wanted to reward his voters with an extra peace dividend, the American defense budget shrank to such an extent, from over $550 billion at the end of the Cold War to less than $400 billion in 1995, a level it remained at until 2001, that the modernization of the armed forces was also neglected. The European NATO allies reduced their military spending even more drastically, with the most drastic cuts coming from reunified Germany. After 2 lost world wars, the Germans had learned to abhor war and even went so far as to claim that the Cold War had been won by the social liberal détente policy of the 1970s and the demonstrations of the peace movement in the 1980s. In 1991, General Colin Powell, then chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, joked at a hearing in the U.S. Congress, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of enemies. I've come down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." End of quote. In 1991, Dick Cheney, who was then the U.S. Secretary of Defense, justified the decision not to pursue Operation Desert Storm until Saddam Hussein was toppled by saying that it was not worth sacrificing the lives of even more American soldiers for this. Around 150 U.S. soldiers died during the liberation of Kuwait. It was only when the end of the Cold War was 10 years in the past that the New World Order, which had been talked about so much at the beginning, showed its true hostile face. When Islamic terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center on September 11th, they also threw the strategy papers that had been piled up in the Pentagon over the past decade out of the window. In January 2001, the new U.S. President, George W. Bush, had appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State and Dick Cheney as Vice President. Colin Powell now had his demons back and Dick Cheney a second opportunity to bring the conflict with Iraq to a consequent conclusion. But the strategic tasks that the U.S. armed forces had to cope with after September 11th had not been considered in the previous threat scenarios. To be more precise, the template that had been used to date to measure the required size of the U.S. armed forces, i.e. to be able to win 2 wars of the same magnitude as Operation Desert Storm simultaneously in different places, proved to be no longer realistic, not because such a challenge had become unrealistic in the meantime, but because this threat scenario only reflected part of the reality. The war against international Islamic terrorism did not make the previously identified trouble spots disappear from the face of the earth. They were merely overshadowed by the new threat. This became clear when, after the military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, a regime change was forced through in a short space of time. But then another unforeseen problem arose. Without massive military support from America, the new regimes were unable to hold their own against the armed resistance of large sections of the population. But none of the scenarios written in the Pentagon up to that point had envisaged how to prevail against well-organized Islamic gangs supported by powerful tribes in Afghanistan, or how to end the civil war between Sunni and Shiite militias in Iraq. As a result, the U.S. armed forces were tied to the theaters of war for much longer than had been envisaged when planning the respective operations. In 2006, as the internal Islamic religious war brought about by al-Qaeda in the form of terrorist attacks reached its first peak and the Taliban in southern Afghanistan reorganized themselves to counter the country's pacification, one of the old demons again drew attention to itself. In October 2006, North Korea conducted its first nuclear test. As early as 2002, when the USA was already militarily involved in Afghanistan and busy preparing for the Iraq War, Kim Jong-il had terminated the nuclear deal negotiated by his father with Bill Clinton in 1994. The USA reacted only at the diplomatic level, because 3 wars at the same time were not provided for in the Pentagon's strategic games. In Iran, where the nuclear missile program began in August 2002 with the construction of a uranium enrichment plant, these events were undoubtedly followed with the greatest attention and satisfaction. The U.S. government's restraint in this matter was certainly not based on an incomplete threat analysis. In his famous State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, George W. Bush explicitly named North Korea and Iran, in addition to Iraq, as the states that formed an axis of evil and clearly indicated that America would not tolerate their arming with weapons of mass destruction. Some of these regimes have been conspicuously silent since September 11th, but we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime that equips itself with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its people. Iran aggressively seeks these weapons and exports terror, while a small group that was not elected suppresses the people's hope for freedom. Iraq flaunts its hostility towards America and its support for terror. The Iraqi regime has sought to develop anthrax, nerve gas, and nuclear weapons for over a decade. States like these and their terrorist allies form an axis of evil, arming themselves to threaten the peace of the world. In each of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors access to the materials, technologies, and knowledge to produce and deliver weapons of mass destruction. And all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure the security of our nation. We will not stand idly by as the danger draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not allow the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most dangerous weapons. End quote. This was certainly not empty talk, as Baghdad was soon to discover. For the regime change in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom from March 19 to April 18, 2003, the USA once again mobilized a force of about the size of Operation Desert Storm 10 years earlier, almost 500,000 American soldiers, a third of the military personnel still available after the reduction in the 1990s, plus 40,000 Allied troops, mainly from the UK. The alliance's air force consisted of almost 2,000 fighter planes, bombers, transports, and tankers. The U.S. Navy participated in the operation with 5, at times even 6 aircraft carriers, more than half of the remaining stock of this type of weapon, warships, and submarines. It can be assumed that the deployment was carefully studied in Tehran and Pyongyang in 2 respects. Firstly, they realized how dangerous it could be for a regime to take on a superpower, and secondly, they wondered about the ability of the U.S. to conduct a second operation of this magnitude at the same time in another location while U.S. forces were still engaged in warfare or nation-building in Afghanistan, hunting terrorists in Pakistan and Somalia, maneuvering with allies, acting as military advisors, or carrying out day-to-day routine work on American military bases around the globe. This question also preoccupied the strategists in the Pentagon. After the regime changes, a large proportion of the U.S. soldiers from both countries were able to be withdrawn for the time being, but with the fatal consequence that the remaining occupation troops were not sufficient to enforce law and order in either Iraq or Afghanistan. In order to perform this job as well, an increase in troops was necessary in both cases. As a result, after the wars were over, around 150,000 U.S. soldiers were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq, in addition to the Allied troops and the national military and police forces that were still being built up. A long-term deployment of this magnitude over several years also means that a lot more personnel are tied up than are actually on the ground, because the armed forces have to be regularly replenished with new personnel after a certain time on the front line, for example after 6 months. In addition, there was another factor limiting the military options of the USA, which was well known not only to Dick Cheney but also to America's enemies. The willingness of the American public to accept casualties among their soldiers is extremely limited. Not only the terrorists of the al-Qaeda ilk therefore did everything they could to drive up the number of American casualties. The Iranian regime, for example, supplied the Shiite militias in Iraq, with whom it was allied, and even the Sunni Taliban in Afghanistan, with whom it was at enmity, with the most suitable weapons for the purpose, in particular IEDs, improvised explosive devices, mostly road mines with remote detonators, a weapon that was responsible for almost 2/3 of the U.S. soldiers killed and wounded. In total, more than 8,000 U.S. soldiers have been killed and more than 50,000 wounded in Afghanistan and Iraq. In the meantime, the increase in the number of victims on both sides of the front has become a characteristic of hybrid warfare, which combines military operations carried out with modern conventional weapons with asymmetric forms of combat, for example by firing rockets from residential areas at civilian targets and exploiting the civilian victims of a counterattack in the associated media battle for propaganda purposes. The moral outrage of the Western public, which is touched by the number of victims on both sides, is used by the warlords of asymmetric warfare in their military calculations. Modern hybrid warfare was practiced for the first time in a professional and systematic manner by Hezbollah against the IDF in the summer of 2006. Currently, the IS offensive is demonstrating even more impressively the progress that terrorist organizations have made in conducting complex conventional military operations. IS has also perfected the use of IEDs, which were previously used mostly as roadside booby traps, by using trucks loaded with enormous amounts of explosives, vehicle-borne IEDs or VBIEDs, or the suicide variant of these, suicide SBIEDs, in large numbers for warfare. Meanwhile, a new confrontation was brewing along the old Cold War front line. After Islamic gangs took over in Chechnya and Russia was hit by a series of terrorist attacks, Russian troops invaded Chechnya in October 1999. At the time, Vladimir Putin, who had been director of the Russian Secret Service until August 1999, was already prime minister under President Boris Yeltsin, who resigned in December of that year to hand over the office to the prime minister. A year later, Vladimir Putin won the presidential elections in Russia. The war in Chechnya, which was intended to smother a crisis that had been smoldering in Russia for the entire 1990s and was closely linked to Vladimir Putin's political rise, could not yet be clearly understood as an anti-Western maneuver by Russia, since it could also be interpreted as an indication of an overlap between Russian and Western interests in the fight against international Islamic terrorism. It is worth remembering that a significant number of the more important commanders of the IS come from the Caucasus, and that IS supporters in the Caucasus proclaimed a province of the Caliphate in June of this year. On the other hand, the Chechen War was a first step towards the restoration of Russian self-confidence, which had been dented by the collapse of the Soviet Union. The internal consolidation that followed the successful conclusion of the war in Chechnya was to lead, years later, to the serious threat of using military means to restore the lost sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. At the latest, with the Georgia crisis, there could no longer be any doubt about the ambiguity of the Russian position. The military intervention in Georgia in August 2008 had to be, and should be understood as a clear demonstration of power directed against the West. It was planned after the NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, where George W. Bush had invited Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the so-called NATO Membership Action Plan. Participation in this program would normally lead to NATO membership within a few years, as the examples of Albania and Croatia, which joined NATO in 2009, show. In Bucharest, Germany and France were opposed to inviting Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the program at that time, but in December of the same year the question would have been on the agenda again and the admission of the two states would have been only a matter of time, if the Georgian War had not pushed it off for an unforeseeable period of time. The fact that the USA had again only reacted to the crisis at the diplomatic level allowed Moscow to draw far-reaching conclusions. Thus, the brief war in Georgia became a prelude to the long-lasting war in Ukraine, which was fought directly on Europe's borders. It was probably no coincidence that Vladimir Putin chose to test his strength in 2008, at a time when the U.S. armed forces were struggling with the greatest difficulties since the regime change in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In November of that same year, Barack Obama won the presidential elections in the USA. In his first State of the Union address in February 2009, he said the following about the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. "We are carefully re-evaluating our policies in both wars, and we will soon chart a way forward to responsibly end the war in Iraq and transition to a new Iraqi-led government. And together with our friends and allies, we will develop a new comprehensive strategy for Afghanistan and Pakistan to defeat al-Qaeda and to combat extremism. We will show the world, in word and deed, that a new era of engagement has begun." End of quote. This should probably mean, dear Iraqis, dear Afghans, please take care of your own affairs in the future. After years of seemingly endless war, such an attitude was understandable, but for the commander of the armed forces of a superpower, it was remarkably weak and despondent. Of course, there was no longer a need for so many U.S. soldiers in Iraq, because America had won the war against al-Qaeda and the Iranian-backed Shiite militias by this point, after almost 6 years of bitter fighting. This was achieved by the troop reinforcements ordered by George W. Bush in 2007 and the alliance with the Sunni tribes in the province of Anbar, which had driven the al-Qaeda gangs out of their cities with American weapons and the help of American Marines. Barack Obama later sent David Petraeus with reinforcements to the south and east of Afghanistan to try something similar in the Taliban strongholds. Here, too, the initial success was achieved. But a U.S. president who embraces the understandable war weariness of his country as his guiding ideology, instead of countering it, can only bring about the disaster he thinks he is talking away, which sooner or later forces the superpower to act. This is what happened in Iraq after the last U.S. combat troops left the country in December 2011. Barack Obama cannot be held responsible for the Arab Revolution, even though it will have been entirely to his taste, but the presence of 25,000 or 50,000 American soldiers in Iraq might have prevented IS from now destroying what 150,000 U.S. soldiers had already secured. That was a bitterly small number, measured against the revolutionary idealism with which the wars were initially justified. But in the age of IS, it is no longer possible to seriously claim that more could be achieved with fewer soldiers. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, 10,000 to 15,000 U.S. soldiers should therefore remain in the country from 2016. Thus, every military disengagement, the Obama-style engagement, by the U.S. is bought at the cost of an expansion and deepening of the fronts between the West and its enemies. But it didn't all start with Barack Obama's presidency, because the fact that North Korea is now a nuclear power and Georgia is not a member of NATO undoubtedly goes back to earlier failures. In the case of Ukraine, it is above all the weakness of the Western European leading powers that encourages Russia to launch ever new offensives. And as far as the Iranian nuclear missile program is concerned, the current U.S. administration may well succeed in extricating itself from the affair with its nuclear deal before it is replaced. The next U.S. president will then be the fifth in a row to have to decide whether the world's only superpower should bomb Iran after all, or accept that the Iranian regime, like the North Korean regime once did, takes what it wants with impunity. The war against IS in Iraq, Syria, and North Africa, on the other hand, cannot be put off and will require renewed engagement by the U.S. if at least the minimum of internal social peace that was once enforced against the diverging interests of Sunni, Shiite, and Kurdish tribes under American occupation is to be restored. While the current dangers in the Middle East and North Africa, where Europeans should also feel compelled to act, represent less of a military problem than a challenge to political will, Russia's offensive in Ukraine is once again pushing the question of the limits of the U.S.'s military capabilities, and thus of the West as a whole, to the fore. Countries such as those in the Baltic and Poland appear to have the political will to defend themselves against a Russian attack, but they do not have the military means to do so, while Western Europe seems to lack both. However, its nuclear weapons also make Russia a far more dangerous enemy for the USA than an opponent constructed according to the old Iraq template. The prospects would become completely sinister if one were to entertain the initially absurd idea of testing the viability of the military doctrine, which is so fundamental to a superpower, of being able to win at least two wars simultaneously in different places on Russia and China. However, the provocations in the South China Sea, which China undertook simultaneously with the IS offensive in Iraq and Syria and the Russian offensive in Ukraine in the summer of 2015, suggest that such a horror scenario is perhaps not as far-fetched as it seems. For China, whose armed forces can be roughly compared to those of Russia, has been pursuing an arms buildup program for several years that surpasses anything the U.S. is accustomed to from any of its other enemies, including Russia. While Russia currently spends around $100 billion a year on the extensive rearmament of its armed forces, China is currently financing the modernization of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, with $250 billion a year, which means that the Chinese military budget already accounts for half of the American one. If this comprehensive modernization of the PLA continues and American military spending stagnates or even decreases, as is the case under the current U.S. administration, China will catch up with the U.S. in 5 to 10 years. There is currently little to suggest that the United States of America and the ununited states of Europe will react to this threat with anything more than worried diplomatic notes. There is little enthusiasm for war among the Western public, which is just further proof of the West's moral superiority. But there is also little understanding of the necessity of winning a war that can no longer be avoided. The fact that wars can be prevented by being prepared for them and, if necessary, by seriously threatening them, seems to be perceived as a wild imperialistic threat in the Obama era, even in the USA, until it is too late on another front. The opinion expressed by French President Emmanuel Macron at a conference on aid for Ukraine on February 26, 2024, and reiterated on May 2, 2024, that he could imagine sending ground troops to Ukraine if it were necessary and if Ukraine wanted them, was immediately and categorically rejected by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and other European politicians. On February 28, 2024, Scholz announced on X, "As German Chancellor, I will not send any soldiers from our Bundeswehr to Ukraine. NATO is not and will not be a party to the war. That is how it is." End of quote. The very fact that the head of government of a member state is presuming to speak for the entire military alliance, which is divided over the Ukraine issue, indicates that the highest national interests are at stake, and that politeness and diplomacy must be sacrificed for them. The Chancellor was therefore talking about peace, which must be enforced against Ukraine and even against the closest allies in NATO and the EU. As the front man of a notoriously peace-loving party that had called for a fight against nuclear death as early as the late 1950s, he did not need to point out that Russia was clearly threatening to use nuclear weapons in order to be appreciated as a level-headed statesman, especially in his own country, who was primarily concerned with the well-being of the people in Europe and the world. In this logic, it is not Vladimir Putin who appears to be the gambler, but the French president who, for the sake of a few points of sympathy at home, does not want to rule out any military option, thus recklessly risking an unlimited war. Memes quickly circulated on social media showing Macron as Napoleon in front of Moscow, expressing the deep-seated German desire for an anti-French alliance with Russia, which is constitutive of German nationalism. By the end of February 2024, it was already becoming apparent that the war in eastern Ukraine was turning in Russia's favor, and that the military aid provided to date would not be enough to avert Ukraine's defeat. During the summit, Macron had insisted on what is considered to be a consensus, namely, to prevent a Russian victory in Ukraine, which suggests that Europe's leading politicians are aware that their own ally is in a bad way, from which the following could be deduced: do everything necessary to ensure that Russia does not win this war. Otherwise, Europe's credibility will plummet to zero. What credibility would a power like the European Union have in the eyes of our members who have allowed this? There would no longer be any security on the continent, not for France and certainly not for the countries in the East. Quote, "Do you think that the Poles, the Lithuanians, the Estonians, the Latvians, the Romanians, the Bulgarians can live in peace for a second? And I'm not even talking about Moldova, which is not in the European Union today, but would be threatened every second." End of quote. Most representatives of European governments, US President Joe Biden, and even government representatives of France distanced themselves from Macron without explaining what alternative conclusions should be drawn. After all, everyone knows that despite enormous military support in the form of weapons deliveries, intelligence information, and training, the military situation for Ukraine is continuously deteriorating, and an election victory for Donald Trump in the USA could threaten the country's very existence. Russia's war against Ukraine is not based on Ukraine's territorial claims against Russia or an allegedly existing threat to Russia. Rather, it is all about the implementation of expansion concepts of Russian chauvinism. The American historian Timothy Snyder stated in connection with the annexation of Crimea, "Putin wants Ukraine to be part of his Eurasian Union." He was referring to the words of the Russian autocrat, who had already announced a future Eurasian Union as a strategic goal in 2012. It was initially to be created through an intensified and also political integration of the CIS, which was originally only intended for economic and security cooperation. Because the CIS states were consistently skeptical or opposed to the associated relinquishment of sovereignty, the problem of implementation was already on the table. As early as 2008, after Russia's war against Georgia, France's Foreign Minister Bernard Kouchner and the Finnish EU Enlargement Commissioner Olli Rehn had warned that Crimea could be Putin's next target. The logic of Russian policy can be summarized as follows: to prevent Ukraine and other post-Soviet states from turning towards the West, to counteract a people's revolution in Russia itself, and to maintain the status of a great power by securing and expanding zones of influence. As early as 2014, the German political scientist Andreas Heinemann-Gruder therefore called for a fundamental reorientation of European policy towards Russia. In order to prevent a major war, Russia's revanchist foreign and security policy must be limited, and at the same time Russia's population and elites must be prevented from permanently turning away from the normative project of the West. End of quote. As is well known, this did not happen. Without the involvement of the USA, the crisis talks initially took place in the Normandy format, i.e. with the exclusive participation of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine. The French president at the time was the socialist François Hollande, who supported Angela Merkel's policy of appeasement towards Russia. Germany and France ignored the motives behind Putin's policy, despite knowing better, which led to the Russian annexation of Crimea being accepted as a given in the Minsk Protocols of 2014 and Russia's insurrectionary policy in eastern Ukraine being played down as a conflict over the national self-determination of a Russian minority in Ukraine. Furthermore, it was assumed, against all evidence, that Russia's policy of aggression was guided by rational motives, such as Russia's security interests, in the face of NATO's eastward expansion. The pretense of supposed conflicts of interest that needed to be balanced out in negotiations has guided the policies of European actors for years. Since the end of the Soviet Union, Russia has not been threatened by any other nation, nor have Russia's immediate neighbors asserted territorial claims, although states such as Finland, Poland, and Romania had to accept major territorial losses to the Soviet Union as a result of the Second World War. There are also no significant minorities of Poles, Finns, Balts, or Ukrainians living on Russian territory, for whose alleged or actual interests these states would want to stand up. There is no equivalent of Putin's doctrine towards Ukraine and the Baltic states, which proceeds according to the motto, "We are one people," or proclaims a Russian world beyond the borders of the Russian state, in Eastern Europe towards Russia. Whether the Russian chauvinism is the result of an escalation in Ukraine and Crimea for which Russia is responsible, or whether it is the expression of a desire that goes beyond that, which extends from Tsarist Russia through the Soviet period to the post-Soviet present, does not need to be clarified at the moment. The desire to establish a Eurasian Union with Russia as the center and the dominant power over the other members, which would displace or swallow the EU in the West, and thus also put an end to the hated Western social model, can be documented in word and deed as guiding Russian policy. Perhaps there was still a remnant of instrumental rationality in Putin's policies at the beginning of the 2000s, when the aim was to stabilize political and economic conditions after the disastrous Yeltsin period. At the latest, since the annexation of Georgian territories during the 2008 Caucasus War, there can be no question of this. The campaign against Ukraine since 2014 and the fundamental texts by Putin from 2020 and 2021 make it clear that the Great Russian concept has now matured. In 2008, a defeated, weak, and humiliated Georgia was left with the remnants of its sovereignty. But the existence of Ukraine as a sovereign state with its own national identity is completely denied. If a state's policy lacks a rational basis that is committed to international law and/or intergovernmental agreements, or if it is determined solely by ideological guidelines, then military deterrence and resistance remain the only option for its neighbors. According to Macron, the Kremlin has in the past understood signs of strength better than understanding and compromise. An immediate military engagement by France could be Europe's last chance to prevent Ukraine's defeat and a larger war. Although other Western politicians have also proclaimed this at various donor conferences, the conclusions to be drawn from it remain unspoken. Ukraine has become a theater where the future of Europe is being decided, because the war has not only been brought to Europe. A future without the threat of war against the aggressor and, if necessary, open war against him is inevitable unless one submits and surrenders first Ukraine and then other Eastern European allies. The Russia of today, which combines the use of all its material, social, ideological, and political resources with an unscrupulous will to assert itself, knows peace only as a promise to paralyze its opponent. And Russia knows its opponents, above all Germany, who are willing to betray anything for a little peace, very well. The French Minister for Economic Affairs, Bruno Le Maire, described the global political situation 24 years after the de facto end of the Soviet Union as follows: "The era of happy globalization is over, and it has been replaced by a globalization of rivalries." FAZ, October 4, 2024. This is absolutely true for the period since 1990. The times were happy when extra profits could be made in the no longer socialist new territory, which now consisted of open and unprotected markets, and defense budgets were reduced after the disappearance of the Warsaw Pact. Since NATO has developed into a subdivision of the United Nations, not only Russia but also China in particular has been extremely self-confident in subjugating markets and states, mostly without war, and, through unfriendly acts such as the use of spy balloons, large-scale hacking, and the recruitment of influencers who may also be spies, is pushing the envelope of what is possible below the threshold of war. The old Western Europe, led by Germany, is acting fatalistically, submitting to a supposed fate and invoking the unbelievable certainty that things cannot really be changed. The perception of the Ukraine war in Western Europe and increasingly in the USA is not only a sign of a lack of insight that the stormtroopers of rival globalization can only be countered by the credible threat of military resistance, but also of a denial of reality and a forgetfulness of history that is spreading all the more analogies. especially with the 1930s, are forced upon us. To illustrate this, we will look at a historical situation that has been criticized for decades as an unforgivable game of chance by the USA, which almost irresponsibly exposed the whole world to nuclear death. In 1962, in the most dangerous global political situation since 1938, it was also a matter of a globalization of rivalries, albeit with fewer actors than today in terms of number and power. At that time, the American president could not afford to look away and was not afraid to look at history in a comparative way. The central sentence in John F. Kennedy's speech on the occasion of the imposition of a sea blockade against Cuba in 1962 is, "The 30s of this century have taught us a clear lesson. If aggressive behavior is allowed to run free and is not stopped, it ultimately leads to war." The background to the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis was the deployment of Soviet medium-range missiles on Cuba that could be equipped with nuclear warheads. This hostile act was initially an initiative of the Soviet Union to deter the USA from further invasion plans against Cuba after their failed action in the Bay of Pigs. Since the nuclear missiles could have reached the U.S. mainland within a few minutes, this measure met with strong resistance from the USA. In his radio speech, Kennedy declared that the USA would counter this threat with all the means necessary. "We do not want war with the Soviet Union, because we are a peaceful people who want to live in peace with all other peoples. But it is difficult to deal with these problems, or even to discuss them, in an atmosphere of intimidation. Therefore, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week, must be met with firmness. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have responsibilities, including, in particular, the valiant people of West Berlin, will be met with appropriate measures." End of quote. The Cold War was waged by the USA and its allies with the aim of containing Soviet and, at times, Chinese expansionist ambitions, which were expressed in both the Korean and the Vietnam Wars, if necessary, by military means. This ostensibly imperial logic was already followed in 1962 by the realization, not only in America, that wherever socialist regimes were established, terror against nonconformist sections of the population, but also against doubters in their own camp, was the norm. Beginning with the decision taken in Yalta and Potsdam to hand over all Eastern Europeans to the Soviet Union, continuing with a Chinese revolution that should no longer have been open to discussion, at the latest with the sacrifice of millions for a moronic plan called the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1962, and the North Korean communist regime, which to this day must be considered a monument to barbarism. But also with the disillusionment of the Western European proletariat and intellectuals about their big brother in the East, which began in 1949, Kravchenko trial in Paris, and finally with the drumbeat that Khrushchev's secret speech of 1956 meant. Socialism or communism transformed into a state was no longer seen as a promise, but rather as a threat, something that should have been recognized as early as March 18, 1921. In 1961 and 1962, the Soviet Union's rational motive was to deter the USA from taking further military action against the social experiment in Cuba, a goal that was indirectly achieved. There was no second Bay of Pigs operation, but for weeks it was unclear whether the Cuban adventurers were trying to drive Khrushchev before them, or whether he was glorifying their death-defying as revolutionary enthusiasm and was the driving force in the game of chance. It was not until the 1990s that the crazy statements of the two charismatic leaders of the Cuban Revolution, who led the world to the brink of the abyss, became known. The image of the far more unpredictable of the two, Ernesto Che Guevara, can still be seen on the T-shirts of people in Western Europe who are interested in the movement. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara associated the use of nuclear missiles and the destructive power associated with them with the chiliastic vision of a global conflagration that would be suitable for realizing world revolution. For the leaders of the Cuban Revolution, the threat of mass death in a nuclear war was an expression of revolutionary absoluteness, regardless of the cost. Both longed for and wrote about the Third World War with its hundreds of millions of victims in a morbidly exuberant way. In 1962, Fidel Castro wrote to the then Soviet Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, "In my opinion, in the event of an outbreak of aggression, the aggressor should not be allowed to have the privilege of deciding, especially when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. The destructive power of this weapon is so great and the speed of the launchers so fast that whoever uses the nuclear weapon first can gain a considerable advantage from the outset. I have proposed that if imperialism attacks Cuba and the military forces of the USSR, that we then respond with a blow that is capable of destroying it." End of quote. In the same letter, he spoke like an American sectarian priest on behalf of his followers held hostage in his headquarters surrounded by the National Guard. You may not know to what extent the Cuban people were willing to fulfill their duty to their country and humanity. Few times in history, and I could even say never, because never has any people exposed itself to a comparable danger. Never was a people ready to fight and die with such a universal sense of duty. We knew that we would have been destroyed if the thermonuclear war had broken out. This did not cause us to retreat. End of quote. This, and not Ronald Reagan's drivel from the 1980s, is what the word Armageddon really means. In his revolutionary feverish madness, Castro was no different at that time from Che Guevara, who so aptly summed up the ideology of all or nothing in a sultry yearning for death. Quote, "It is the feverish example of a people who are willing to sacrifice themselves in a nuclear war so that their ashes can serve as cement for a new society, and who are not grateful for a ceasefire, from which it follows that we must remain on the path of liberation, even if it costs millions of victims in a nuclear war." End of quote. Kennedy used the metaphor of ashes to emphasize that the fanatics of absolutism must be confronted with all resolve. We were determined not to be diverted from our central concerns by mere rabble-rousers or fanatics. But now further measures have become necessary, and they have been initiated. And these measures are perhaps only the beginning. We will not rashly or unnecessarily risk the consequences of a worldwide nuclear war, in which even the fruits of victory would be ashes in our mouth. But we will never, at any time, shrink from that risk if we must face it. End of quote. In the following lines, he also named what it was all about and, in the clarity of his formulations, differed from almost all statements of Western European politicians. Quote, "The United States is prepared to state its position regarding this Soviet threat to peace and our own proposals for a peaceful world at any time and before any forum, the Organization of American States, the United Nations, or any other conference where it might be useful without restriction upon our freedom of action. But it is difficult to deal with these problems, or even to discuss them, in an atmosphere of intimidation. For this reason, this latest Soviet threat, or any other threat made either independently of or in response to our actions this week must and will be met with firmness. Any hostile action anywhere in the world against the security and freedom of peoples for whom we have assumed obligations will be met with all necessary measures. My fellow citizens, let no man doubt that the effort we have begun is difficult and dangerous. No man can accurately foresee its course or the cost and loss it will involve. Many months of sacrifice and self-discipline lie ahead of us, months that will test our will as well as our patience, months in which many threats and accusations will be made to remind us of the danger we face. But the greatest of these would be to do nothing. The course we have now adopted is full of risks, as all courses are, but it is the course most suited to our character and our courage as a nation, and to our obligations everywhere. The price of freedom is always high, but we Americans have always paid it, and one thing we shall never do is to choose the path of capitulation or submission. Our aim is not the victory of power, but the maintenance of right, not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in our hemisphere and, as we hope, throughout the world." End of quote. The deployment of over 40,000 Soviet soldiers and the installation of several launch pads for nuclear missiles in Cuba were carried out in the greatest secrecy. But these activities could not remain undetected, if only because of their sheer scale, as the U.S. side demonstrated with regular reconnaissance flights over the island. While the events on land and at sea were largely known, Kennedy and his government were unable to assess how far the other side would escalate the conflict and whether there would be differences between the Cuban adventurers and Khrushchev. Ultimately, the shooting down of an American U-2 reconnaissance plane, which torpedoed the negotiations between the Soviet and U.S. negotiators, led to the climax of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The shooting down was not, as was assumed, the result of an action by Cuban forces that had been agreed with the Soviet Union, but was probably a provocation by the Cuban hotheads. Khrushchev, once Stalin's obedient henchman, replied to Castro in a letter whose measured tone should have disavowed the two bearded revolutionaries forever. In your letter of October 27th, you suggested that we be the first to launch a nuclear strike against the enemy's territory. You surely know what that would mean for us. This would not just be a simple strike, but the beginning of thermonuclear war. If we fight against imperialism, it is not to die, but to make use of all our possibilities to lose as little as possible in this fight, to win all the more afterwards and to let communism triumph. End of quote. Khrushchev was even more explicit in a letter to the then Secretary General of the UN, Sithiu Thant. Only madmen or suicidal people who want to destroy themselves and the whole world before they die could do this. But we want to live and under no circumstances destroy our country. End of quote. These words not only expressed the last vestiges of reason in Soviet politicians during the Cold War, but perhaps also Khrushchev's dim awareness of the idea of communism as the liberation of people as concrete beings and not of people as abstractions. And so these statements also corresponded to what Khrushchev was actually concerned with, namely that it could not be a matter of leading the world into the abyss in accordance with an apocalyptic ideology of salvation, in order to then lead it, cleansed of all evil, towards glorious times. Putin is not a communist, and nor is he an ex-Stalinist plagued by a guilty conscience like Khrushchev. He has no idea of a better world that should be striven for the sake of all people. The basis of his politics is great Russian chauvinism, which is not yet a death ideology, but which can very well be contributed by Patriarch Cyril and his church, because the latter sees Russian Orthodoxy as engaged in a holy war against the globalism and Satanism of the West. Putin is pursuing a ruthless power politics that, as long as nothing is opposed to it, will reproduce itself. However, he is also always concerned with the abolition of the West and the destruction of the EU. If no one stops him, his imperialist practice and the ideology that accompanies it could take on apocalyptic proportions. Macron recognized this when he said, "We have, if I may say so, set too many limits on our vocabulary. 2 years ago we said that we would never send tanks. Then we did it. 2 years ago we said that we would never send medium-range missiles. Then we did it. If we decide today to be weak, if we naively say, in the face of someone who knows no boundaries, in the face of someone who has crossed all boundaries, I will not go further than this or that, then we are not choosing peace. We are already choosing defeat." End of quote. In the conditions of post-bourgeois states, in which the individual as a market and legal subject is less and less the point of reference for the bourgeois state, but sovereignty is transferred in a process of delimitation of supranational structures, the idea to which Kennedy once referred has increasingly been lost. Kennedy defended the principles of the nation-state and with them the interests of the bourgeois subjects as representatives of American interests, and was therefore able to act convincingly on a global scale. To the extent that the nation-state is abandoned with its borders, the pathetic promises of European politicians that they will resist the despisers of the individual and personal integrity prove to be hypocritical. If we explain every day what our borders are to someone who has none and who has started this war, I can tell you that the spirit of defeat is becoming ingrained, Macron assured. Whether the recourse to the revolutionary tradition of his country will lead to a turning point in French politics, which will then not only resist Islam but also attempts to position an imaginary nature against the bourgeois subject, can only be hoped for at the moment. And yet such a change in policy, initially in France, would be the prerequisite for repelling the direct military attack of per se anti-bourgeois despotism, as John F. Kennedy did in the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. At the beginning of 2007, the American government announced an increase in its military engagement in Iraq, which was completed in mid-June with the deployment of 30,000 additional troops to supplement the ground troops and their weapons. At the beginning of the summer, the U.S. alone had a force of 160,000 troops, and together with the other coalition troops and the new Iraqi army, a total of 350,000 soldiers, to carry out the offensive that had been prepared in the preceding months by the commanders in Iraq and the Pentagon. In parallel with the reinforcement of the ground troops, the American Air Force multiplied its striking power and activity in and over Iraq, expanded its airports in Iraq, brought back its veteran B-1B bombers, last used during the invasion in spring 2003, to the front and made available its F-16C fighter aircraft equipped with the very latest electronics. These were to be deployed in close cooperation with the ground troops in operations against Al-Qaeda, Baathists, the Mahdi Army, and all the other Shiite and Sunni Islamic terrorist groups. In January, the U.S. Navy had already positioned 2 aircraft carriers and the warships accompanying them in the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, from where they were to support the coalition troops in Afghanistan and Iraq with additional fighter aircraft and reconnaissance flights. A 3rd aircraft carrier reached the Gulf at the beginning of August and took part in a joint military exercise of the American naval, air, and ground forces with a total of 20,000 soldiers, 30 ships, and 280 aircraft. The reason for the deployment of troops was the dramatic deterioration in the security situation in Iraq since spring 2006, due to the increased number of attacks on coalition troops and the escalation of religiously motivated violence, particularly in Baghdad and the surrounding provinces. At the same time, the offensive was the incumbent American government's response to the defeatism spread by the Democratic presidential candidates in the run-up to next year's elections, whose proponents invoke war fatigue and demand that the U.S. admit defeat in Iraq in the face of the disaster in Iraq as determined by so-called experts. On the surface, the government and the opposition were arguing about the assessment of the military and political reality in Iraq, about the question of whether it should be judged as dramatically bad for the time being or whether it should already be considered a disaster. But behind this was the old dispute between the supporters and opponents of the Iraq War. The majority of those who now declare Bush's Iraq adventure to have failed were of the same opinion before it had even begun. Long before the American opposition voiced its opinion, the German government, for example, had already expressed its view and, in October 2002, when Hillary Clinton was still threatening Saddam Hussein with American military action in the words "disarm or be disarmed," had long since led the coalition of the unwilling. For the Germans, every piece of bad news from Iraq has since been seen as proof that their prophecy that it would all end badly was finally coming true. What the opponents of the war criticized was not the failure of a mission that was in itself sensible, but the idea of this mission itself, that it was both necessary and possible to overthrow Saddam Hussein and to establish a democratic state in his place. Hillary Clinton also rejected the idea of liberating Iraq through a coalition of the willing at the very moment when she voted in the Senate to disarm Saddam Hussein, if necessary with the help of American forces. In her speech to the Senate at the time, she warned that this idea might be tempting for some, because they hoped that such an attack would give the Iraqi people the chance to build a future in freedom. They thought that the removal of the dictatorship would create the opportunity to establish a democratic state in Iraq and might even lead the whole region to democratic reforms. However, Clinton rejected such ideas because they were not shared by the United Nations and were not covered by international law, and because the U.S., if it tried to realize them on its own, would create a precedent that could encourage other states such as Russia or China to embark on military adventures of their own. She, Clinton continued, would therefore only agree to a military operation if it was limited to forcing Saddam Hussein to comply with the UN resolutions dealing with the production of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and only if this goal could not be achieved by non-military means. She explicitly did not agree to a war to liberate Iraq, a regime change, with her vote at the time. A precedent, albeit of a somewhat different nature than that conjured up by Clinton, was precisely what the American government wanted to create. After all, the democratization of Iraq was not its sole goal. The necessity of attacking Iraq arose for them from the connection they saw between the undemocratic conditions in the Middle East and the Islamic terrorists who had declared war on America on September 11, 2001. The American government's thesis was that it was not the general injustice in the world that gave rise to terrorism, but the specific political lack of freedom in the Arab and Islamic states. They saw Saddam Hussein's dictatorship as the first obstacle to a democratic revolution in the entire Middle East, which they wanted to initiate. The removal of this obstacle, the overthrow of the dictatorship, was easily possible due to the military superiority of the USA, as was soon to be proven. However, more was needed to replace the dictatorship with a democratic state. The democratic revolution required, above all, the willingness of Iraqi society to adapt to the idealism of the American government. Ultimately, only an alliance of Iraqi and American Republicans could succeed in defending the revolution against its enemies. This idea was symbolically expressed in the world-famous scene in which U.S. Marines, together with Iraqi citizens, pulled the 12-meter-high statue of Saddam Hussein from its pedestal on Firdos Square in the center of the newly liberated city of Baghdad on April 9, 2003. The statue had been erected a year earlier in honor of the dictator's 65th birthday, and its fall was a symbolic anticipation of the collective tyrannicide that did not occur in reality until 3.5 years later, when reality seemed to have caught up with the alliance's initial idealism. The images of the toppling of the statue exaggerated the extent of the contribution made by Iraqi society to the dictator's downfall, and it was precisely this distortion that lent them their symbolic power and idealistic moment. The images were an appeal to Iraqi society to seize the opportunity that the removal of the dictatorship had opened up for them and to now make their contribution to their liberation. After the dictatorship had been removed, the democratic revolution, which the American invasion was supposed to trigger, was faced with its real problem. It quickly became clear that, just as not all Americans are Democrats, by no means all Iraqis are Republicans. After the dictatorship had been abolished, Iraqi society split into supporters and opponents of the republic, those who wanted the old regime back, those who wanted to establish a theocracy instead of a constitutional state, those who wanted to divide Iraq along religious or ethnic lines, and those who simply wanted to prevent the Americans from achieving their expanded war aims. Consequently, Iraqi society was unable to organize itself democratically, as the revolutionary idea demanded. Instead, it was the enemies of the Republic who had the ability to organize themselves. The progress of the democratic revolution, therefore, depended almost entirely on American engagement, even after the dictatorship had been removed, and it still does. In the immediate aftermath of the fall of Saddam Hussein, supporters of the fallen regime began their guerrilla war against coalition forces. Al-Qaeda declared Iraq the theater of a decisive battle with America and the infidels. Iraqi Islamists and Sunnis, who were told that democracy would bring the Shiite majority to power, joined the insurgency. In Baghdad, Muqtada al-Sadr mobilized the Shiite masses for the war against the liberators, while his militia, the Mahdi army, killed Americans, Baathists, and Sunnis alike. Al-Sadr also turned against those Shiites who were working with the coalition forces, because he did not want to see the old regime return, nor did he want democracy. His goal was and is to establish a Shiite state in Iraq modeled on Iran. A year after the invasion, in 2004, Musab al-Zarqawi founded a branch of al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI. He and his followers had already made a name for themselves in August 2003 with attacks on coalition troops, the UN headquarters in Baghdad, the assassination of Shiite clerics, and over 100 terrorist victims. In March 2004, AQI carried out coordinated attacks on Shiite mosques in Baghdad and Karbala, killing 150 people, and in May it gained worldwide notoriety with a video of Nicholas Berg's beheading. The terror of al-Zarqawi and his followers set the standard early on for the level of brutality with which the enemies of the Republic have acted to this day, leaving little room for doubt that al-Qaeda in Iraq was waging a total war. In the same year, from April to August 2004, Muqtada al-Sadr fought his first major battles with American troops in Baghdad. After the dictator's fall, the district in which he lived, a neighborhood of 2 million Shiites northeast of the center of Baghdad, had been renamed from Saddam City to Sadr City. Al-Sadr thus claimed to be the true liberator of Iraq. But the ideas he had about liberating Iraq were not shared by all Iraqis. They were limited to the Shiite masses, the underdogs, whom al-Sadr sought to mobilize for a Shiite revolution along the lines of the Iranian model. The hope he gives his followers, therefore, has nothing to do with freedom, but is limited to the belief in the imminent return of the Mahdi, the hidden imam, whom he shares with the president of Iran. Al-Sadr and al-Zarqawi were united by their religious hatred of the Democratic Republic. However, as Sunnis and Shiites, the two terror leaders and their clients were deadly enemies. In the first 2 years of the war, coalition troops repeatedly carried out successful operations against AQI, Baathists and their Sunni allies in Fallujah, and against the Mahdi army in Najaf, Karbala, and Sadr City. However, after successfully completing an operation, the troops withdrew from the conquered areas and left the maintenance of order to the Iraqi army and police, who were not yet up to the task, so that the respective urban areas soon fell back into the hands of the terrorists. In January 2005, in the run-up to the first democratic elections in Iraq since the end of the dictatorship, al-Zarqawi declared a bitter war against democracy and all those who try to establish it on the newly emerging Iraqi Republic. He declared all candidates and voters to be enemies of Islam, a death sentence that AQI sought to execute with around 300 attacks before the election. Since democracy is based on the principles of majority and pluralism, al-Zarqawi warned, it encourages the spread of unbelief in the community. Democracy is a conspiracy aimed at spreading the insidious beliefs of the Americans among the Sunnis. However, the terror of al-Sadr and al-Zarqawi could not prevent the emergence of the first institutions of the Republic. As early as June 2004, the coalition forces had transferred sovereignty over Iraq to an Iraqi transitional government, and in January 2005, 12 million Iraqis, almost half the population, elected a transitional parliament. In October, the Iraqis voted in a referendum to adopt a new constitution, and in December they elected the first government of the new Iraqi Republic. The preamble and the first articles of the Constitution state that this was only the beginning of a new order that had to be established and defended in the struggle if it was to endure. The accusations that we are infidels and the terror could not stop us from moving forward to build a nation of law. The Republic of Iraq is a federal, independent, and fully sovereign state whose system of government is republican, representative, parliamentary, and democratic. The state will fight terrorism in all its forms and ensure that its territory does not become a base, transit route, or theater for terrorist activities. End of quote. The Constitution thus reaffirms the alliance between Iraqi and American Republicans, an alliance that is based on the conviction that the defense of the Iraqi Republic and the war against international Islamic terror form a unity. In 2006, 3 years after the end of the dictatorship, religiously motivated violence between Sunnis and Shiites escalated after an attack by AQI on the Golden Mosque in Samarra. This mosque contained the tombs of 2 9th-century imams revered by the Shiites, one of whom is considered the father of the hidden imam. This attack was a deliberate and outrageous provocation for all Shiites, but especially for those who believe in the Mahdi and thus for the Mahdi army. The terrorist war between Shiites and Sunnis that was triggered by this attack changed Baghdad dramatically within a few months, as the city was divided into the territories of the Sunni and Shiite terrorist princes. In the course of the violence, attacks on coalition troops also increased, and it became clear that they would not be able to pacify Baghdad and the surrounding provinces in the long term. The number of civilian and military victims of the war rose to an unprecedented level. Since the majority of Iraq's population is Shiite and the majority of voters in the first election in Iraq voted according to their religious confession, the Iraqi government is dominated by the established Shiite parties. However, Muqtada al-Sadr, a declared enemy of the Republic, also controlled several ministries. The Sunni parties, who were unable to win the elections under the given demographic and religious circumstances, had only decided to participate at a late stage and also received a few ministries. The Kurdish parties, which are also part of the government, have the task of administering their largely autonomous region in northern Iraq in addition to their parliamentary work. As a result, the new Iraqi government was one whose democratic form was undermined by particular interests. It was therefore almost impossible for the government to make political decisions of national importance. And the Iraqi army and police forces remained too weak to prevail against the militias operating throughout the country. The Iraqi Republic was still a vision that could only be maintained by the presence of American troops. The opponents of the war, who did not want to know anything about the idealism of the American government, kept reminding themselves and others of this reality. But they lacked the counterpoint of an idea against which reality could be measured, which is why they also lacked any reason to change it. Their thoroughly realistic view of the failure was therefore in vain, because they had never believed in what was supposed to have failed anyway. They no longer wanted to have anything to do with what was happening in Iraq and why. This is not America's war, not a war that America has to win or lose. We have given the Iraqi people the chance for freedom, the opportunity to shape their own country. It is now their decision whether or not they want to take this opportunity, said Hillary Clinton. For the time after Bush, Clinton promised on her website, if the Bush administration does not do it, as President and Commander-in-Chief of the American Armed Forces, Hillary will end this war. Clinton's campaign slogan was, "I'll bring our soldiers home," and that was all she had to say on the subject of Iraq. If Clinton had been President of the United States in 2003, the Iraqi people would probably never have had the chance for freedom. Clinton was right in her criticism of the Iraqis' lack of contribution to their liberation and of the elected government's ability to act, which she accused of having failed and of being infiltrated by Muqtada al-Sadr's militias and controlled by Tehran. But was she also right when she said that the situation in Iraq was a reality that no longer concerned America? The American government certainly did not attack Iraq, crush the dictatorship, support the emergence of the first democratic institutions, and sacrifice 4,000 of its own soldiers just to look for weapons of mass destruction there. For the American government, the establishment of the Iraqi Republic, which it wanted to create a precedent for the entire Middle East, was the linchpin of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terror. The foundations of the Iraqi Republic were laid immediately after the invasion. However, these foundations were neither secure nor had they already collapsed under the terror. The only thing that was certain was that the Republic had to defend itself against its enemies from the outset, without it ever being possible to say how long this state of affairs would continue. The only thing that was certain was that the Iraqi Republic was dependent on the help of the American and Allied coalition troops in its defense. And the American government has always been convinced that America had to make this contribution in the context of the war against international Islamic terror and therefore in its own interest. We have already seen how Al-Qaeda has used a failed state thousands of miles from our shores to bring death and destruction to the streets of our cities, and we cannot allow them to do so again. Therefore, however difficult the fight in Iraq may be, we must win it. And we can win it. End of quote. Although there was a widespread belief among American Republicans that this war had to be won and could be won, they did not know how and whether they would actually win it. However, there was a conviction that a withdrawal in this situation would have been a doubly serious mistake. Sunni and Shiite terrorists, supported by the surrounding competing Arab and Islamic states, would trigger a bloody civil war in Iraq, and America would have lost the first decisive battle in the war on terror. For Bush and his administration, there was therefore only one way to bring the troops home. The war had to be won before withdrawal. In 2006, in Iraq no less than in Afghanistan, it was a year of the terrorists' offensive and the coalition troops' defensive. Not only the opposition in Washington was overcome by war weariness, but American officers on the front line were also at risk of being overcome by it. In September, a report by the head of the U.S. Marine Corps Intelligence Service in the province of Anbar, leaked to the Washington Post, even assessed the situation as hopeless. The United States has lost in Anbar. The commanders complained above all that they had too few soldiers to pursue the terrorists in Iraq with consequent effect and at the same time to secure the cities that had already been liberated. In Anbar, a province inhabited by 1.5 million Sunnis, which extends from the area west of Baghdad to the Syrian and Jordanian borders and covers a third of Iraq's total land area, the insurgency against the liberators began 4 years ago. The training camps of the AQI's junior officers were located in Ramadi, the capital, and in other cities in Anbar such as Al-Qaim, Haditha, Anna, Hit, and Fallujah. 4 years, the fiercest battles between the AQI and the coalition troops took place in this province. Large parts of the infrastructure, businesses, and schools have been destroyed by the war and terrorist attacks. According to UN figures, 30,000 people died in Anbar alone as a result of the war. In 2006, AQI declared Ramadi the capital of its fictitious emirate. It stirred up fear among the Sunni minority of the Shiite majority, which it claimed was intent on wiping out the Iraqi Sunnis with the help of the Americans. Such conspiracy theories initially enabled it to win over numerous allies. However, it was only able to implement Sharia law by using terrorist methods against the will of the population. Wherever it ruled, AQI established a strict regime, similar to the conditions in Afghanistan at the time of the Taliban. In spring 2006, the first sheiks decided to terminate their alliance with AQI. They seemed to have realized that the pact with AQI demanded more of them than it gave them. The tribal law they guaranteed was also strict, but at the same time still too liberal to be compatible with the laws of jihad. The population of the province was also very devout, but not so devout that they believed that smoking a cigarette should be punished by cutting off the fingers holding the cigarette. As was common practice in areas controlled by the AQI's Sharia courts. Point 10, the local sheiks therefore took a different approach and joined the coalition forces with their tribes. In his State of the Union address on January 10, 2007, in which Bush announced the American government's new offensive in Iraq, he also referred to the special situation in Anbar. Al-Qaeda had made the province the most violent region in Iraq outside Baghdad and was trying to gain complete control over it, which would bring Al-Qaeda closer to its goal of destroying Iraqi democracy. The American government would therefore, Bush announced, station 4,000 additional soldiers in Anbar. These soldiers will work with the Iraqi armed forces and the tribal units to maintain pressure on the terrorists. In the meantime, other sheiks had changed sides, joined forces to form the Anbar Salvation Council and mobilized thousands of men from their tribes to fight against Al-Qaeda. This new political development, coupled with the simultaneous offensive by American and better-trained Iraqi troops, immediately changed the balance of power in Anbar. With the additional forces, the cities held by the terrorists could now not only be liberated but also held. As early as April 2007, even before the actual offensive began, the commanders of the coalition troops, the inhabitants of Anbar, the Iraqi government and journalists alike reported that the security situation in this province had improved considerably. But in Anbar, too, AQI had not been destroyed, only driven out. It relocated its activities to the province of Diyala, and now declared the capital of this province, Baquba, to be the headquarters of its emirate. As a result, Diyala, where the coalition troops had not carried out any major operations for a long time due to a lack of soldiers, became the most violent area of Iraq outside Baghdad. After the American troops had been reinforced, Operation Phantom Thunder, the new U.S. offensive in Iraq, began in mid-June, making the entire Iraqi territory its operational area. On June 19, around 10,000 American and Iraqi soldiers, supported by helicopters and fighter planes of the American Air Force, attacked the terrorists and their infrastructure in Baquba. From the outset, an alliance of former AQI allies, the United Jihad Factions Council, worked together with the coalition troops. In a few days, the troops had completely taken control of Bakuba. They sealed off the city, destroyed weapons caches, and arrested or killed the terrorists. During house searches in Bakuba, the U.S. commanders also came across the remnants of the form of government that had previously determined life in the city, an al-Qaeda shadow government, as one American general. We found a courthouse, prisons, and a torture chamber, which is just one indication of the kind of inhuman legal system you can expect when al-Qaeda is in power. While the offensive against AQI and Diyala was progressing, Iraqi and American troops were keeping Anbar under control, guarding the roads around Baghdad to prevent the terrorists from moving between the capital and the surrounding provinces, and putting pressure on them with larger and smaller attacks throughout Iraq. In Anbar, reconstruction was already underway, children were back in school, and the Iraqi army and police, with the help of defectors from Sunni tribes, were able to guarantee the safety of the province's inhabitants in more and more places without the help of coalition troops. The offensive was not limited to fighting Sunni terrorists, however. It was also directed against the Mahdi army and some of its affiliated splinter groups. Numerous attacks were aimed at destroying the infrastructure of the Shiite terrorist organizations, which in recent years had increasingly consisted of a network of individuals who obtained their weapons from Iran. In recent months, coalition forces have suffered their heaviest losses from special versions of roadside bombs that are believed to have been supplied to Iraqi terrorists by the Quds Force, the elite export arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It appears that Iran supplied both Sunni and Shia terrorists with these roadside bombs because of their ability to destroy armored vehicles, which makes them particularly suitable for use against coalition troops. On the religious front, Tehran has only supported its Shia co-religionists, the Mahdi army and the Shia death squads. But Iran's ability to influence the fate of its neighbor did not end with arming Shiite terrorists. Tehran also maintains close ties with the Shiite parties that dominate the Iraqi government, from which the prime minister comes, and that represent conservative, non-Sadrist Shurism. These parties owe their position of power mainly to the coalition forces, which stand for the democratic institutions from which the political leaders of the Shiite majority draw their legitimacy, and which keep the Sunni terrorists of AQI and the Shiite terrorists of the Mahdi army equally at bay. However, because of their religiously defined identity, these parties and their voters are ideologically closer to Iran than to the Republican idealism of the American government, which is why Iraq would fall into the hands of Iran one way or another if the coalition troops were to leave the country prematurely. Iraq shares a 1,500-kilometer border with Iran in the east, which extends from the Kurdish north to Turkey and in the Shiite south to Basra and the Persian Gulf, where American and Iranian warships keep a watchful eye on each other. The Iranian regime had no intention of standing idly by and watching as a republic allied with the USA was established in the immediate vicinity of the Shiite theocracy, which would destroy the realization of its own ideas of a new order in the region. A Shiite revolution in Iraq as a model for the entire Middle East, which would ultimately culminate in the destruction of Israel. Iran also wanted to set a precedent, and that is why Iran, along with al-Qaeda, was and is the decisive strategic opponent of American Iraq policy. In order to achieve its goals, Iran not only supported the war on terror against the coalition troops and the Iraqi Republic. In Tehran, preparations were also made for a regional military confrontation with the USA and Israel. The Iranian and Syrian air forces were modernized for this purpose, mainly with the help of Russian weapons, and the allied terrorist organizations Hezbollah and Hamas were armed for a war against Israel. The American government has two options for responding to these dangers. Firstly, to attack Iran and thus expand the war on terror, a step that will become unavoidable sooner or later anyway. The point in time at which Iran would have to be attacked is not only determined by the events in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza, but even more so by the progress of the Iranian nuclear weapons program, which the CIA expects to be completed in 1 to 2 years, a period that corresponds to the remaining term of President Bush's government. Many people object to an expansion of the war, arguing that an attack on Iran could overstretch America's military potential, given the reality in Iraq. Although no one doubts that it is possible to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, there are even more doubts as to whether a regime change in Iran, forced by American troops, could be realized in parallel with that in Iraq. Since the majority of these objections and doubts are being voiced not by the military but by politicians, it is not known whether a precise distinction is being made between the military and political power relations, and it is also doubtful whether such a distinction can be made at all. If the U.S. military resources are not sufficient to permanently eliminate Iran as a strategic opponent, and no help can be expected from Europe, then the second option to be considered would be to seek allies in the region and to enable them to form a counterweight to the growing Iranian power potential in the Middle East after the withdrawal of the U.S. The intention announced by the American government at the end of July to provide not only Israel but also the so-called moderate Arab states, in particular Saudi Arabia, with military equipment worth billions of dollars, indicated that the USA had indeed decided on this second option. To pursue this option would have been nothing less than an admission of failure of the U.S. strategy in Iraq, and thus of the failure of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terror. Saudi Arabia would do everything in its power to prevent Iran and its allies from turning Iraq into a Shiite state after the withdrawal of American troops. But the worst-case scenario, which is not unlikely, would be nothing more than a long civil war in Iraq, fueled by outside forces. The idea of a democratic republic in Iraq would become completely unrealistic if its realization were to be delegated to Saudi Arabia, the most reactionary Sunni theocracy and the largest financier of Islamist ideology worldwide. Abandoned by Europe, put under pressure by the opposition in the USA and pushed to the limits of its military capacity, against this background, it initially looked as if cooperation with Saudi Arabia was only a means of concealing the admission of defeat one last time. The fragile alliance with the Iraqi sheikhs, who had turned against AQI and apparently been encouraged to do so by Saudi Arabia, could at least be seen as a step in this direction. And was not the regime change in Afghanistan with the help of the warlords of the Northern Alliance based precisely on such a fatal alliance policy? Wasn't the arming of the Palestinian Fatah against Hamas also an attempt, dictated by helplessness, to cast out the devil with Beelzebub? But the fall of the Taliban with the help of the Northern Alliance was not just a repetition of the CIA's Afghanistan policy of the 1980s. In the fall of 2001, the American government did not delegate the liberation of Afghanistan to the Mujahideen, but rather integrated the Northern Alliance into a campaign led by American troops. And the signals sent out by the American government in the Middle East in the summer of 2007 were not so unambiguous that they did not leave room for another interpretation. The American government's armament of the Arab Gulf states, which would double the striking power of their armed forces and secure their military superiority over Iran, seemed to be aimed not only at finally being able to withdraw its own armed forces and leave the field to its questionable allies. The air force of the Saudi kingdom was to be developed into the second strongest in the region after Israel, and equipped with the most modern fighter aircraft, missiles, and air and missile defense systems. This would not necessarily put the Saudi armed forces in a position to engage in a military confrontation with Iran on their own, but it would improve their ability to hold their own as an ally in a U.S.-led war against Iran. The relentless expansion of U.S. military bases in Iraq also does not suggest that American troops will soon be withdrawn completely from the country. The American government has explicitly reserved the option of maintaining the troop presence in Iraq at least until 2009, the end of its term of office. In the event that Operation Phantom Thunder achieves further successes in the coming months, the rift within the Sunni Islamists spreads, Sunni and Shiite terror is weakened, and the Iraqi armed forces were able to provide security for the Iraqi population to a significant extent under their own steam. Tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers would then be ready for the next Iran adventure. The American Air Force has recently built new bases or expanded existing ones throughout the Gulf region. Never before had the U.S. Navy stationed such an armada of warships in the Persian Gulf as it has since the summer of 2007. It was still not clear whether all this would lead to a rapid withdrawal by the Americans, a possible disaster, or to a rapid expansion of the war and attack on Iran. The only thing that was certain was that the Europeans would not mobilize 300,000 soldiers to stand by their NATO partner, whom they had assured of their support on September 11, 2001. That they would not do what they could do: contribute to reshuffling the cards in the war against international Islamic terror. The upheavals and the collapse of the power structure in the Arab world have transformed the often invoked but never realized Pan-Arab unity into a stronghold of Sunni defense. One could also say made recognizable. For what seemed to be secular about Pan-Arabism and also claimed to be so, at least at first, always aimed, through the desired ethnic-linguistic unity, at the dominance of the Sunni denomination. With the fall of Saddam Hussein, who had presented his invasion of Kuwait and the subsequent war in 1990-91 as a step towards uniting the Arabs, the last Pan-Arab practitioner disappeared. The extent to which he was serious about this is shown by the fact that Hussein had already acquired a tailor-made genealogy for the expected caliphate, with which he sought to prove his descent from the family of the Prophet. Although Hussein was unable to keep Kuwait, he was able to retain his rule in Iraq. Because Iran was not to be allowed to profit from the weakness of the Sunnis, in accordance with the containment strategy of the Americans at the time, Hussein was allowed to continue his plan to force Kurds and Shiites who did not want to follow the Pan-Arab program into the Arab-Sunni nation by means of massacres, at least within the borders of the Iraqi state. Hussam Tibi saw the dictator's brutality as being due to a pan-Arab ideology that may have been secular in origin, but in practice, a person in an Arab-dominated state is only fully accepted if he is a Sunni Muslim and an ethnic Arab. Accordingly, during the Kuwait War, Saddam Hussein no longer relied solely on pan-Arabism, which had been unsuccessful in previous Arab wars against Israel and had therefore become worn out, but also effectively proclaimed the jihad of Muslims against the West. This call also poured oil on the flames of the intra-Islamic sectarian conflict. When, 12 years later, the Sunni rule in Iraq, which was based on the Ottoman tradition, was ended from outside, Saddam's fall led to an intra-Islamic civil war, fueled by the attempt of the Sunnis to gain new power options, by Shiite rivalries and the anti-Shiite terror of al-Qaeda. Since the first Shiite-led Iraqi government, the Arab-Sunni governments have increasingly moved closer together in an anti-Shiite alliance, initially led by the Jordanian king, who was supported by Mubarak and the Saudi royal house, which emerged as Iran's main opponent. Iraq was to take up the front line against Shiite influence in Sunni Arabia. An estimated 90% of Arabs are Sunnis. But not only they have a special relationship with Islam, whose book was written in Arabic and is considered to be only understandable in their language. Arabs claim the leading role in the Islamic world, because Islam is considered to be an Arab religion, and as such is predestined to create a sense of belonging across tribal and state borders. The desire for a democratic movement to inherit and develop the secular parts of Arab societies is therefore confronted everywhere with the reality of an Islamic democracy, whose representatives see the cause of its decline precisely in the timid secularization. The fear of disintegration and weakness leads, on the one hand, to freedom being equated with atheism and moral decay. On the other hand, the confrontation with Persian Iran means that Arabs are faced with the choice of either joining the Sunni domination or being seen and treated as the henchmen of the Iranian enemy. Thus, every conflict in the region is always interpreted by the Sunni side as an expression of the Shiite-Sunni struggle. The protesters from the Shiite majority in Bahrain were immediately branded as Iran's stooges. In 2011, the protests against the government were suppressed by the Gulf Cooperation Council under Saudi leadership in order to dispel fears or hopes of a shakeup of the political order in the Gulf. In February 2009, Ali Akbar Natek Nouri, the head of President Ahmadinejad's office, had in fact referred to Bahrain as Iran's 14th province. In Syria, the Sunni side now wants to regain lost ground and remove the country from the Iranian Shiite sphere of influence. Now that the Americans have failed to end Assad's rule, Syria is to become the scene of Arab-Sunni self-assertion. Even though there is no common strategy and every Arab potentate is promoting his own groups in Syria, the anti-Assad fighters are not only divided, they are also fighting each other for strategically important areas and attractive resources in the country. Although they do not pursue common goals, all Sunnis are united in the anti-Assad camp for the first time. For the first time, the front between Sunnis and Shiites has been straightened out in this war, because even Turkey, after a phase of rapprochement with Assad, has chosen the side of the Sunni opposition. Qatar, too, has joined the Sunni royal houses after years of good relations with Iran and called for the fall of Assad, and the Muslim Brotherhood's offshoot, the terrorist organization Hamas, which used to maintain its headquarters in Damascus as an important ally of Iran and its fight against Israel, has turned against its former sponsors and moved to Doha, Qatar. On the other hand, the Shiite Hezbollah, which, because of its ongoing war against Israel, enjoyed great recognition among Sunnis, as did its supplier and trainer Iran, is now fighting them openly and without reservation. As deadly as the Sunni front may be in all matters of a post-war order, the one side wants to save a tradition that the House of Saud represents for them, while the other, such as the Muslim Brotherhood or Al-Qaeda, are betting on its removal. The Sunni alliance, which is at war with itself, is united by the prospect of weakening Iran and its Shiite policy of self-confidence, rebellion, and expansion. The Sunni cooperation had also proved to be a union of enemies in the First Gulf War. At that time, Egypt and Saudi Arabia were on the Iraqi side against Iran, but as early as 1981, in the first year of the war, the 6 states of the Arabian Peninsula founded the Gulf Cooperation Council not only to counter the effects of the Iranian Revolution, but also to counter Iraq's claims to supremacy. The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, in turn, continues to have a divisive effect to this day. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is considered by German political consultants to be the most important post-war force in Syria, SWP Actuel 52, August 2013, has been driven out of the government in Egypt with the decisive involvement of Saudi Arabia. Until the Brotherhood took sides with Hussein, the Saudis had been its main sponsors. The Shiite doctrine of the state, which centers on the imamate, grants political and religious leadership only to the imams, as the only authority with secret knowledge and an exclusive understanding of the Quran. The Sunni doctrine of the state, on the other hand, relies on the caliphate, which grants power to those who are qualified and successful. In the theocratic understanding of the state, there is an abyss between the two doctrines which cannot be reconciled, if only because their main representatives are traditionally rivals for power. As such, they accuse each other of heresy. Shiites are considered by Sunni Arabs to be representatives of a non-Arab consciousness and/or notoriously unruly and unreliable. Both doctrines deny each other the right to establish a God-pleasing rule, and so the battles between the religious groups automatically become battles for power and its legitimization. The internal Islamic struggle for the right form of God-pleasing rule cannot be dealt with simply in political terms. It is an expression of manifold, on the whole unsatisfactory, despotic claims to power against the backdrop of Oriental history of rule, which are defiantly held up against Western compromises. At the same time, the fighters are concerned with the whole as well as with their own, with religion and with the spoils. The post-colonial states and their elites have lost so much prestige in the Arabellion that in future, power will be exercised more than ever by means of religion, which, on the other hand, means that religious heresy and political enemy recognition will fall into one. Nevertheless, European commentators tend to portray the conflict between Sunnis and Shiites either as a purely religious one, whose unbridled fanaticism gives rise to an exotic sense of dread, or as a purely political one, in which religion is used merely as a vehicle for asserting claims to power. What is being suppressed here is precisely what is special about Islam: the inextricable combination of the two. We may well suspect that the war cannot be ended or pacified as a religious war, but we still refuse to recognize the impossibility of a peaceful solution or the victory of the better over the worse. Interests must therefore be discovered where religious delusion, which can no longer be grasped with the categories of instrumental reason, dominates the scene. In Islam, it is not state borders that count, but religious ones. Those who invoke it always mean the community of believers, a gross realm, a tradition, and this always includes the striving for expansion. This is also why the Arab nation-states are exposed to the reproach of the disappointed, of being artificial, of existing by the grace of neocolonialism, or of being dependent on collaboration with the West, whereby the autochthonous tradition is denied and Arab progress is hindered. At least it is true that the Arab national development models have failed. The political paranoia of the Arabs draws the conclusion from facts such as the fact that the USA allowed the fall of Mubarak that they had withdrawn their protection from the Sunnis. And this has increased the insecurity of the Sunni potentates, who in Arabia, according to Ottoman tradition, also rule over Shiite majorities immensely. So far, the monarchies have proved more stable than other states in the general uncertainty. Saudi Arabia seems to have been encouraged by this to take the lead in the Sunni movement and thus to continue to assert its existence. However, Saudi Arabia can only export Wahhabi Islam, which offers no prospects for other countries. The Saudi clergy, which as the guardian of its Wahhabi nomadic Islam is also the enemy of the Shiite interpretation of Islam, ties its support for the royal claim to power to the condition that the king replaces his monopoly on politics entirely in the sense of the clergy. The de facto state religion is enforced on the subjects with the help of a religious police force, which is essentially a morals police force. The state and religious powers are as little separated as they are in Iran, the country's opponent. The Al-Saud dynasty's seizure of power in Saudi Arabia began with one of the most intense literary and journalistic disputes between Shiites and Sunnis, because it put the most important holy sites of Islam, Mecca and Medina, in anti-Shiite hands. The Wahhabis also destroyed the tombs of imams in Medina because they considered the domes and other decorations to be un-Islamic innovations. Saudi sectarianism and delegitimized nation-states. Apart from the enmity towards Iran, there is obviously nothing that could justify the sense of belonging together among the Arabs. Since Sunni unity is only conceivable as the product of the usurpation of a faction, the all-out and bloody competition between clans, tribes, and other power cartels in Arabia will continue to intensify. Yaakov Amidror, who was Netanyahu's national security advisor until November 2013, therefore described the events in the Middle East as a permanent process of disintegration. We are currently witnessing the collapse of a historical system, namely the idea of the national Arab state. This means that we will soon be surrounded by a no man's land. Since Iran has been negotiating directly with the USA about its nuclear armament and lucrative contracts are beckoning, headlines such as Mullah's theocracy, Spiegel, have been replaced in the media by confident speculation about the current state of the alleged tug-of-war between hardliners and reformers. No one would want to believe that a nation with such a great tradition as the Persian could behave like a political suicide sect, as if the nation of Goethe had never known Hitler, especially since Ahmadinejad's predecessors and successors in the office of Prime Minister Khatami and Rouhani come across as much more likable and distant smiling clerics than this one. In fact, Iran is not only traditionally characterized by its religious differences from the majority of Arabs, but also aggressively sets itself apart from Arabia in terms of national and ethnic identity. Reza Khan Pahlavi, the penultimate Shah of Persia from 1925, fought against the influence of the clergy, following the example of Ataturk, and relied on the ideology of racial superiority, based on the German model, which is why Persia was officially renamed Iran in 1935, the land of the Aryans. His son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Shah from 1941 to 1979, rehabilitated the clergy and acted as the supreme protector of the Shiites, with a constitutional mandate in the hope that faith would prevent a turn towards communism. However, Islam, which was brought to Persia by the Arabs, was by no means the only fixed point of the Shah's national ideology. In 1971, for example, he staged a 2,500-year celebration of the monarchy in the remains of the ancient Persian capital Persepolis, thereby placing his rule in a line with the First Persian Empire of the Achaemenids in ancient times. By evoking Iran's pre-Islamic past, he was referring to Persia's cultural independence from the Arab world and linking his monarchy with the old great power and its new ambitions. The nationalist Persian tradition was also adopted by the mullahs, and it was not a peculiarity of Ahmadinejad that in 2007 he invited the powers of the world to Persepolis to see the power and abilities of our people. In Iran, a self-perception is cultivated according to which the country is culturally unique and significant, while Arabs are sometimes considered backward and lizard-eaters. This is not about the actual appropriation of the rich pre-Islamic past, but about its mystification in the interest of the Islamic claim to leadership from the Shiite minority position. As a leading power that seeks to combine Orthodox Islam and national greatness, Iran is challenging the traditional leadership role of the Sunni majority in the Islamic world. Ideologically, this is done by referring to the doctrine of descent. Shortly after the death of Muhammad, the required genealogical continuity in the succession of caliphs was arbitrarily interrupted by the Sunnis, which is why their claim to the caliphate was illegitimately acquired. The Shiite principles that were fundamental to the founding of the Iranian theocracy cannot serve as a model for a Sunni state. These include, for example, the relationship of the faithful to their Grand Ayatollah, whom they are allowed to choose from among about 20 candidates as their leader, if membership is not already determined by birth. The believer must follow the fatwas of the Ayatollah, and the cleric receives a considerable tax from the believer. Faith and power are thus closely linked, and the ability to exercise this power, that is, the Ayatollah's dignity, must remain exclusive and be granted by the already recognized authorities. In Shiite democracy, this principle is reflected in the fact that the clerics in the Guardian Council pre-select the suitable candidates and only then are the eligible voters allowed to go to the polls. The overthrow of the Shah and the establishment of the theocracy were linked to the plan to take a leading role in the Islamic world by exporting the revolution. To this end, revolutionary leader Khomeini placed the revolutionary state above religious issues. By being radical against the traditional rulers and as an enemy of the Arab status quo, Iran tried to expand its legitimacy in the entire Ummah and to offer itself as an ally to Sunni revolutionaries. Shortly after the revolution, a central office for exporting the revolution was opened in the center of Tehran. The Islamic Front for the Liberation of Bahrain was represented there, as were similar organizations from the other Gulf states, North Africa, and Lebanon. From the summer of 1979, Shiites in Iraq also began to prepare for an uprising. However, the plan to overthrow Saddam Hussein failed due to the massive repression of Iraqi Shiites and was one of the reasons for the Iraqi attack on Iran in 1980. In December 1981, a coup attempt by Shiite Muslims against the Sunni ruling house was foiled in Bahrain, for which Iran was directly blamed. Other members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, such as Kuwait, felt the Islamic revolutionary zeal in 1982. Cinemas, girls' schools, restaurants and libraries were attacked there. Attacks in Oman and Saudi Arabia followed, but nowhere did a Shiite coup succeed. Although the planned export of the revolution was able to rely on Shiites in the respective countries, who in some cases radicalized as a result of their new Shiite self-confidence, the pan-Islamic revolutionary ideology was a foreign policy dead end. Hardly any Muslims in the Arab world, outside the Shiite enclaves, wanted to recognize Tehran's claim to leadership, and so the Iranian leadership soon devoted itself exclusively to the Shiite cause in Arabia. Iran was most successful with Hezbollah, which it developed into the Shiite emancipation movement in Lebanon and made into the strongest domestic and military force. The Shiites' expansion of power in Lebanon has shifted the focus of the conflict there from the Christian-Muslim rivalry to the intra-Muslim conflict between Hezbollah and the Sunni Hayri camp. The cooperation between Hezbollah and the Amal, which is also Shiite and supported by Syria, marked the beginning of close cooperation between Tehran and Damascus. Both regimes were interested in intensifying the fight against Israel, not least because the persistence that Iran's leadership has shown in the long-standing, consequent and successful fight against Israel is the basis of its entire internal Islamic foreign policy. The situation was similar for the Assad regime, which is not supported by Sunnis. The successes achieved in the terror against Israel and the obvious progress in the fields of high-tech and nuclear weapons also strengthened Iran's cooperation with Sunni organizations such as Hamas, which continued until the war in Syria. In contrast, cooperation with the best-known organization of Sunni terror, Al-Qaeda, is the exception. Open hostility is the rule. The reputation of the Iranian Revolution in the Arab world was severely damaged by the Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988. And Saudi Arabia also counteracted the Iranian export of revolution wherever possible and supported Sunni Islamists, for example in Afghanistan and Pakistan, where support for the Afghan Taliban and Pakistani Islamists always had an anti-Iranian edge. This policy contributed to a significant intensification of sectarian conflicts in the 1980s, especially in Pakistan. In Pakistan, which proclaimed itself the first Islamic republic in 1956 and where the Shiites form a minority, but the second largest Shiite community after Iran, the Shiite-Sunni conflict was already being intensified by pro-Sunni legislation in the 1980s. Since the Taliban and Al-Qaeda established themselves there from Afghanistan, the Shiites have been subjected to terror. Pan-Islamism, the idea of a single state for all Muslims, is at an end, and the history of attempts to bring the denominations closer together can be considered a failure. There was no lack of attempts to achieve an ecumenism that recognized nations and denominations. In 1947, the Society for the Approach between the Islamic denominations was founded. After the dispute between the United Arab Republic, the Union of Egypt and Syria to form the VAR from 1958 to 1961, and Pahlavi Iran over the de facto recognition of Israel, the VAR broke off diplomatic relations with Iran and Egypt, whose policy was closely linked to the founding of the society, also limited its support for ecumenism. Until Khomeini's death in 1989, ecumenism no longer played a role, as Iran pursued its pan-Islamic revolutionary ideology. It was only when Khomeini's successor began to emphasize Iran's national agenda that Islamic ecumenism once again came to the fore. The desire for interdenominational Islamic dialogue grew once again when, after the fall of the Taliban, 2001, and Saddam Hussein, 2003, no Arab state was able to take the lead in the Arab world and Shiite Iran rose to become the regional power. Even Iran's greatest adversary, Saudi Arabia, experienced something akin to a national dialogue after Sunni terrorists carried out attacks in Riyadh in 2003, and the ruling house sought to isolate the perpetrators by distancing itself from violence. In 2007, a conference was held in Doha, organized by the University of Qatar, the Azza University in Cairo, and the Tehran World Forum for the rapprochement between the Islamic schools of law. However, the conference did not produce any results, as the state interests were excluded from the Shiite-Sunni dialogue and the problem could not be seriously addressed. Overcoming the division of the Ummah, which is blamed on the West, or as it is often called, the Zionists and Crusaders, and holding up the utopia of a united Islamic tradition against the spread of secular ideas remains wishful thinking. The pious wish to avoid public conflict between the Islamic denominations, because it is the common conviction that the imperialists exploit this conflict for their own purposes, has always been more of a method of disciplining the minority. Today, this conflict has escalated into open warfare. The Holy War, which in Iran has progressed from the revolution to the Shiite awakening and from the national ideology to the imperial program, is about to capture the weakened Sunni opposition and thus become a multi-front war, the first chapter of which must be considered the first Gulf War between Iraq and Iran. The dynamics of the theocracy are aimed at totality. There is no room for deviation in it. The struggle for power must destroy the opponent as far as possible or at least immobilize him for a long time. Accordingly, this struggle is not tactical and thus ultimately cannot be stopped within the framework of the Islamic ideology that has been dominant for 1,400 years. U.S. foreign policy has no coherent answer to this murderous dynamic. The hot sectarian war in Syria has thwarted all of Obama's recognizable objectives to date. Before the war began, there was a period of détente between the U.S. and the Assad regime. Syria was to play a greater role in the security architecture and exert a moderating influence on Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in the nuclear conflict. The U.S. ambassador's post in Damascus, which had been vacant since March 2005 due to the assassination of Rafiq al-Hariri in Beirut, was filled again 2 months before the outbreak of the uprising. However, the already fickle Obama can no longer rely on Syria, which is why direct negotiations with Iran are now taking place and a corresponding realignment of U.S. policy is imminent. The concern, not only in Israel, that the Obama administration is making itself more vulnerable to blackmail than ever before therefore seems justified. The USA's upgrading of Iran from leading supporter of terrorism, Bush, to long-term negotiating partner in Geneva means a further intensification of the Sunni-Shiite religious war. The Arab Sunni governments are increasingly being challenged at home and have lost their foreign policy protector, who in the past was content to contain Iran and the destabilization attempts of holy warriors. Syria is currently just the hottest spot for the Shiite-Sunni war, which can be fought wherever the faithful gather, and has long since reached the holy sites such as the Iraqi pilgrimage sites of Karbala and Najaf or even Mecca. The much-vaunted Islamic unity in the fight against Israel has also receded into the distance at present. A discrete minimum of cooperation between Israel and Saudi Arabia against the Iranian nuclear program is more likely. The fact that the Hitler fans from the Saudi royal family even want to get in touch with the Jewish state, at least temporarily, shows that this war on many fronts, with alliances that were previously almost unthinkable, is hardly likely to end. At best, it could be somewhat dampened. One way of doing this could be to support Islamic minorities that are neither ethnically nor religiously aligned with either Tehran or Riyadh in their efforts to achieve autonomy, and to enable them to stay out of this war as much as possible. This would primarily affect the Kurds. Since neither of the two main state opponents, Saudi Arabia and Iran, can hope to take over the leadership role for the other's clientele, the conflict could weaken into a permanent but cold war, a state of affairs that makes cooperation between the enemy camps in the fight against Israel more difficult. This alone, along with an improvement in the situation for Islamic minorities, are the only rays of hope that could conceivably be seen in the Middle East in the coming decades. But there should be no more talk of peace plans or any kind of revolution. In April 2011, before the blame for a national debacle was finally laid at the door of the supposedly incompetent foreign minister, the whole of Germany was scandalized. The FAZ newspaper defiantly rejected international criticism of the refusal to give its approval to military intervention in Libya. Regardless of whether the German government has acted diplomatically, loyalty to the alliance cannot mean that some run off and the others follow unconditionally. April 20, 2011. Prior to the UN resolution to enforce a no-fly zone, Westerwelle had spoken out against direct intervention, as he had done in connection with the Egyptian anti-Mubarak protests. The uprising is and remains a freedom movement of the Libyan people. End of quote. In doing so, he was taking into account the cross-party pacifism of the people, which is persistently processing the German experience of Nazi perpetrators, expulsions, and area bombing. After Germany, together with Russia and China, abstained from voting on the issue of a no-fly zone at the United Nations, speculation arose as to whether this amounted to a rejection of the country's ties to the West. However, the German vote was more likely motivated by the fear that, in terms of foreign policy, it could become the appendage of a French-dominated European Mediterranean policy, which is seen as competing with the German-dominated Eastern European policy. The Mediterranean Union, which was proposed by President Sarkozy in 2007 in response to dissatisfaction with the EU's partnership policy and was vehemently rejected by Germany even then, would inevitably have led to an anti-Western shift in the EU. Libya stayed away from the EU's partnership policy, which was explicitly geared towards stability, and failed with the Arab uprisings. on the grounds that it had such cooperation with Israel. Abstaining in the UN Security Council did not bring Westerwelle the hoped-for party political benefit, but it did cause considerable damage to foreign policy, because even the veto powers in the UN did not hinder the engagement in North Africa that Berlin had rejected. In its stubborn insistence on non-intervention, German foreign policy had failed to recognize that, as the Libyan uprising escalated into a war between two power centers, a neutral stance increasingly became a matter of siding with the militarily stronger side, i.e. the Gaddafi government. The belief that the just cause must simply triumph was in line with the media-staged revolutionary euphoria, according to which the will of the people was pushing for democracy, and this process could only come to a happy end without outside interference. Anti-Western intentions were less the concern of the government than of the opposition, which, like the magazine Commune, which is popular with the Greens, interpreted the Arab uprisings in a revolutionary mood as a continuation of the Iraqi resistance to terror against systems that cooperate with the West, as an indigenous regime change against the USA. Quote, "We have seen again in the Iraq War of America and George W. Bush that even great power and outstanding influence can dwindle, can be gambled away, all with Argus eyes, many with heartfelt joy. This connects us in a certain way with the rebellious Arabs, only that they must have drawn far-reaching consequences from the world political weakness of the USA. The loss of power by the world's leading nation must have given a boost to its disengagement from its own states, and taken away the last fears." End of quote. The enthusiasm for youth revolts and revolutions was mixed with growing doubts, at the latest due to the events in Libya, but the hope of impatient ideologues, such as those of the ever-ready Süddeutsche Zeitung, that a new model of civilization was emerging as an alternative to the West, which would not only liberate the Arab masses but also their own, was overshadowed by the bitter realization that in Libya, of all places, it was the Western victors of the Second World War who were being wildly celebrated by the masses. The foreign policy embarrassment of April is not what remains in people's minds, but the anti-Western impetus of February. The insurgency movements are so strong precisely because they have driven out their rulers without foreign help. Now, the masses of Arab rationalists are gaining face and form, and with it one of their great new messages. A revolt without the West in the role of revolutionary role model. And never to be forgotten, the importance of Israel as the strategic keystone of a complex security architecture for the entire region has suddenly been reduced. End of quote. This undisguised enthusiasm for anti-Western uprisings was by no means the SC's alone. The fact that such articles appeared in the first few weeks of the protests in Libya of all times seems all the more adventurous in view of a Libyan regime that has been a model for a revolution, without the West in the role of revolutionary role model for 40 years. The coup by the Free Officers' League against the monarchy of King Idris al-Senussi and his crown Prince Hassan in 1969, which went down in Libyan history as the September Revolution, was aimed at gaining control of the new wealth from oil production. Since the discovery of oil in the mid-1950s and the resulting continuous increase in production, the country has experienced a rapid upswing. The new wealth changed the foundations of the state created by the UN in 1951 as the United Kingdom, over whose various regions, Tripolitania, Fezzan, Cyrenaica, tribes had traditionally ruled. King Idris and the key members of the government came from Cyrenaica and the radical Islamic Senussi movement based there. In 1952, in line with the Oriental despotism in which opposition is equated with treason, all parties were banned and the formation of organizations was fought against. This led to the strengthening of traditional patronage. Social and tribal tensions grew between the masses of the population and the narrow stratum of those who traditionally held power and wealth, to which a growing number of upwardly mobile people had been added who had become rich during the oil boom. The Free Officers' League was made up mainly of the descendants of poor people, including Colonel Gaddafi, who, as representatives of a still small intermediate class of teachers, students, employees, and officers, did not feel sufficiently involved in the personal power of religious leaders, tribal leaders, and businessmen. Even before the coup, there were demonstrations, strikes, and acts of sabotage against the decadence of the traditional and new elites, particularly in the more urbanized Tripolitania, which were directed against conspicuous consumption and the dependence of the Senussi monarchy, particularly on U.S. funds, which dated back to the time before the oil boom. Even before the September Revolution, the fourth largest country in Africa had the highest per capita income on the continent, at $640 per capita. With a population of 1.8 million at the time, it was ahead of Somalia, $570, and South Africa, $550. However, The price per barrel of oil was one of the lowest in the world, which was only corrected by Gaddafi in 1971 with a 50% price increase. At the beginning of independence in 1951, around 90% of Libyans were illiterate. By the time of the September Revolution, Libya already had over 200,000 pupils and more schools had been built. Compulsory primary education had been introduced and 2,000 students were enrolled at universities, supported by scholarships. The number of doctors rose from 28 in 1959 to almost 1,000 in 1969. At the beginning of the 1950s, 70% of the Libyan population was employed in the meager agricultural sector, which consisted mainly of family farms. Trade and construction experienced an upswing during the oil boom. At the same time, the administrative sector grew considerably. The migration of the population to the cities and the population growth made the supply more dependent on food imports. The September coup legitimized itself with the intention of political, economic, and cultural self-liberation, and propagated the restoration of Arab Islamic identity against Westernization under the Senussi monarchy. This campaign resulted in the prohibition of alcohol, the closure of nightclubs, the prohibition of prostitution and gambling, as well as the mandatory use of the Islamic calendar, the conversion of churches into mosques, and the prohibition of the Latin script in administration and public life. In the first year of the new regime, banks and hospitals were nationalized and the nationalization of oil companies was prepared. After a clarification of the power relations in the Revolutionary Council, which Gaddafi decided in his favor, the systematic development of state-owned monopoly enterprises began in 1975. Private trade was replaced by people's markets and distribution points, and foreign trade was monopolized by the state. In 1977, any private production activity that went beyond personal consumption and involved wage-dependent labor was banned. Between 1977 and 1987, the traditional merchant aristocracy was destroyed, and its representatives were no longer given orders. An administrative reorganization of the country into governorates, districts, and municipalities, which was carried out in 1970 to reduce the importance of tribal boundaries, was also directed against the traditional pillars of the monarchy. Gaddafi strove to emulate his great role model, the failed but popular Egyptian president Gamal Abdel Nasser, who ruled until his death in 1970 in what was almost the only Arab country with a state tradition. Bassam Tibi describes Nasserism as an Islamic nationalist ideology of the military elite of the petite bourgeoisie, which was also inspired by Nazism. Nasser renewed Oriental virtues such as obedience and strict religious observance in the tradition of political Islam for his Arab socialism on a national basis. Islam is not only a religion, but also a secular system that allowed justice to prevail on earth, guaranteed equality and equal opportunities for all. We have expressed this fact in one word: socialism. End of quote. In 1971, the Revolutionary Command Council in Libya created the Unified Party Arab Socialist Union (ASU), based on the Egyptian model in order to mobilize the population for the goals of the September Revolution. Gaddafi propagated direct popular rule against the power of the family and clan notables. To this end, meetings of the people were institutionalized, complaint offices were set up, and an effort was made to simplify the administration. The leadership and its single party wanted to expand their base and organize the people without intermediaries, which is why the existing ban on founding parties and other associations was renewed. From 1975, the traditional communities based on the principle of descent were overshadowed by the officially so-called People's Mass State, an institutionalized people's rule that managed without a parliament, which was rejected as undemocratic. The basic units of this state were several hundred grassroots congresses with a number of participants ranging from several hundred to several thousand, which met 2 to 4 times a year. These elected representatives to the grassroots committees, the local executive in every village, every city, every university, every institute, every school, every port, every airport, and every organization. They were to take over the official authority in the regional and municipal administrations and in the management of state authorities, companies, and universities. However, the representatives in the grassroots committees were often poorly educated, undisciplined, and loyal to their family background. In 1998, congresses and committees were also introduced at the regional level, consisting of representatives of the grassroots congresses and representatives of professional associations and employee representatives. And, like the grassroots congresses, they also send delegates to the General People's Congress, which exercises formal state authority. Its secretaries in the General Secretariat are comparable to ministers, who are usually nominated by Gaddafi. The grassroots congresses suffered from a constant lack of attention. In 1975, the mobilization rate was 25%, which can be explained by the parallel decision-making structures and the social anchoring in clans and families, but also by the complexity of the structures and the acclamatory function of the congresses, because the speeches and ideas of the revolutionary leader and the most important decisions of the government set the agenda for the grassroots congresses. This also applied to the desired criticism, when people openly and in clear words wish the corrupt and incompetent government apparatus to the devil. Gaddafi does that after all. Last fall, he had his ministers report to him, especially to tell them that FAZ, February 2009. Again and again, the leader castigated the resistance to productivity and the lack of state efficiency as sabotage of his revolution. The state of the masses has a parallel apparatus for monitoring and control, whose leadership is solely responsible to the revolutionary leadership, the revolutionary committees. They have the authority to allow Gaddafi to rule without an officially declared state of emergency, by imprisoning and interrogating counter-revolutionaries and traitors to the people, eliminating enemies of the revolution, including in extrajudicial executions, and maintaining revolutionary courts that publicly execute death sentences. The members of the revolutionary committees were selected on the basis of their loyalty to Gaddafi's ideology, and their leadership is recruited from the ranks of the revolutionary youth, who thus have the opportunity to advance. It encourages spying and denunciation, and discovers, fights and destroys the enemies of the revolution, inside and outside the country, whether they be critical intellectuals, insubordinate tribesmen, or the Islamic opposition. The Libyan mass state was to be the vanguard of a world revolution, the principles of which the revolutionary leader had set out in writing. The Green Book, which consists of 3 chapters, contains his third universal theory against capitalism and communism. Quote, "The Green Book is the gospel, the new doctrine, the doctrine of the new age, the age of the masses. No, I am not modest because I can withstand the attacks of the whole world and because the Green Book has solved the problems of humanity and society." End of quote. Gaddafi's revolution is committed to the mass-based renewal of Oriental despotism with the help of Islamic Bedouin ideology. Quote, "The original law of every society is based on tradition and religion. The problem of freedom in the modern age is that constitutions have become the law of society. This is the danger to freedom that lurks wherever the original law of human society is missing and is replaced by laws made by man, devised by the instruments of government to control the masses." End of quote. For Gaddafi, the constitutional state appears as a threat to the traditional will to submit and less as a divisive attack by a godless West on the supranational Ummah, as is otherwise the case in Islamic propaganda. After the institutionalization of the People's Mass State, the Revolutionary Command Council was dissolved in 1979. Gaddafi had already formally resigned from his public functions in favor of acclamatory popular rule at the end of 1974, but remained commander-in-chief of the armed forces and the non-elected and unelectable revolutionary leader. His leadership, which is patriarchal despite the People's Mass State, is supranational and state-forming at the same time. Since there is no constitution and opposition is simply forbidden, the military has become the center of various opposition organizations and coup attempts. After the member of the Revolutionary Command Council, Omar el-Hariri, failed in a coup against Gaddafi in 1975, the traditional professional army was weakened by the addition of conscripts. At the same time, the first military academy for women was opened in Tripoli and a people's militia was created. Finally, special forces and security services were also set up, which were placed under the control of members of Gaddafi's tribe and entrusted with sensitive security matters. Omar el-Hariri was imprisoned for 35 years and then became a member of the opposition government in Benghazi. Gaddafi dedicated a chapter of his Green Book to the solution of the economic problem. The final solution consists in the abolition of the wage system, in the emancipation of man from his servitude, and in the return to the law that governed relations before the emergence of classes, forms of government and laws created by man. End of quote. He propagates an idealized Bedouin way of life as a social utopia, since a wage system was unknown there and neither law nor constitution questioned the Oriental personal rule. The end of this original natural socialism was caused by the fact that some individuals possess more of the general wealth than they need, a clear deviation from the law of nature and the beginning of distortion and corruption in the life of the human community. It is the beginning of the emergence of an exploitative society. End of quote. Due to their nomadic lifestyle, frugality was a Bedouin virtue. Comfort and luxury endangered the self-discipline necessary for survival, and grazing land was collectively owned. In opposition to the anti-Bedouin exploitative society, the state monopolized wealth and dictated what was allocated to each individual. For a state whose population competes for a share in the distribution of oil revenues and for whom productivity is an imported product, whether as manual labor or as technology and knowledge, the Green Book is a guide to non-development, and this in a rich country that, according to the UN, has the 53rd highest quality of life in the world after Croatia and Uruguay. Unlike many a sheikdom, revolutionary Libya has not developed any means of generating wealth or even conserving it. Instead, the country has suffered one failure after another in implementing Gaddafi's teachings. There is no freedom for a person who lives in someone else's house, whether he pays rent or not, the Green Book says. That is why, despite a rapidly growing population, not least due to a ban on abortion, the construction of rental apartments was blocked by the ban on private investment activity enacted in 1976. A chronic housing shortage arose, which has caused constant anger in the traditional Libyan society. The family home has a special status because a house in which a woman and her daughters can be hidden is required for marriage. In the course of the Libyan producer revolution, public and private companies were transferred to people's ownership, i.e. into the hands of producer councils, from 1980 onwards. This resulted in considerable problems in production and distribution. The state-owned supermarkets suffered from a lack of goods, while everything was available on the black market. Declining foreign exchange earnings due to the falling oil price in the early 1980s led to cuts in salaries and housing allowances, import restrictions and rationing of subsidized basic foodstuffs, and the inflation rate temporarily rose to 100%. The expulsion of a large number of Egyptian and Tunisian guest workers during the short-lived union of Libya and Morocco brought the agricultural sector and services to a virtual standstill in 1985. From the end of the 1980s, attempts were made to find a way out by reprivatizing small-scale retail, opening up the souks. State-owned companies were taken over by their employees and state monopolies on import and export were loosened. Companies in the oil sector and strategically important companies were excluded from privatization, as Gaddafi's freedom of action depended on them. In 1992, privatizations took place in almost all other economic sectors, without the state and its bloated administration being able to control this process, which is why cleansing committees took over this task with repressive means to prevent undesirable economic activity and corruption. However, there was no longer any central control, and because there was no state price control, Gaddafi called on all traders and shop owners to reduce prices in October 1998. Otherwise, major riots could no longer be ruled out. The funds tied up in the state sector and the long-term commitment of foreign currency revenues to major projects and the military meant that there were severe limits to how far the government could compensate for financing shortfalls when oil prices were low. Gaddafi's largest single project is the Great Man-Made River. With it, he has launched a major project to combat water shortages, just as Nasser did with the construction of the Aswan Dam, and the Libyans proudly refer to it as the eighth wonder of the world. A river transported in pipes 4 meters in diameter is already transporting water and is expected to bring almost 6 million cubic meters of fossil groundwater from the Sahara to the urban centers and agricultural core zones of the coast every day in the future. 1/5 of the oil revenues are used for the Great Man-Made River project every year. But so far this has only brought isolated successes for Libyan agriculture. Since only 1% of the country's territory can be used for agriculture, and of that only 26% can be irrigated, the country will remain a food importer. The financial crisis also undermined the highly subsidized welfare state. The healthcare system is a source of massive frustration due to administrative deficits, corruption, neglect, and staffing problems. To distract attention from the causes of the misery, foreign conspirators are often presented, in accordance with Oriental tradition, such as the 5 Bulgarian nurses and the Palestinian doctor who, under torture, signed a confession that they had deliberately infected 400 Libyan children with HIV in a hospital in Benghazi. During the staged trial, relatives of the infected children carried banners with the slogan, "Death to the child murderers." When the general misery came to a head in 1993 with the UN embargo in response to the Lockerbie attack, militant opposition activity increased, particularly in the east of the country. In October 1998, after years of refusal, Gaddafi initiated a change of course with the extradition of 2 of those involved in the Lockerbie attack, which led to the end of the UN embargo in 1999. By 2003, the U.S. sanctions had succeeded in breaking off the efforts that had been underway since 1970 to set up a nuclear weapons program with the Pakistani Khan network. In the same year, Gaddafi declared that the public sector had failed and began to court investors more intensively. As recently as 2005, the International Monetary Fund estimated that the public sector accounted for 75% of jobs and private investment for 2% of the gross domestic product. The easing of foreign policy was accompanied by the population's expectations of an improvement in their living conditions. But first, the prices of gasoline and private electricity consumption were increased, as were the customs duties for the import of more than 3,500 products, because opening up also means competition. Funds for public investment were to be conserved. This increased criticism of the government and the increased presence of foreign companies fueled fears about jobs in local, poorly equipped factories. Large contracts awarded to foreign companies were intended to make up for the country's neglected technical modernization. This also includes the construction of a railway which does not yet exist. However, the new boom is a sign of the revolution's failure. Quote, "On the large construction site of Bad Trablis in the south of Tripoli, signs in Arabic, Turkish, and Vietnamese worn at every corner. Keep the construction site clean. The architects come from California, the engineers from the Bosporus, and the 500 craftsmen from Vietnam, Egypt, and Tunisia. The only Libyans are the supervisors, who immediately stop any contact with the workers and suspiciously monitor the project managers from abroad. Even construction workers have to be imported from abroad. Where has all the oil money gone?" Even Gaddafi himself is now asking in public. Tobruk in the east recently even experienced an outbreak of bubonic plague. The regime's new valves against social pressure are above all gigantic housing projects. The largest in the country is being built 30 kilometers from the gates of Benghazi, which has long been considered a stronghold of Gaddafi opponents. 8,000 Chinese construction workers are slaving away here under American supervision. The half-finished apartment blocks stretch for kilometers. End of quote. The civil and tribal war against Gaddafi, which is now raging, completely paralyzed the state from the outset, which drove the many guest workers out, without whom nothing works, but whose experiences illustrate the relationship of the Libyans to them. Until they were out of the country, they were plundered everywhere and again, and many were murdered. Libyans are described as proud and traditionally less willing to do simple work. The immense unemployment rate of over 30% is not only due to population growth, but also a result of the education system, which produces hardly any qualified graduates. The lack of workers with technical skills is cited as one of the main problems that affects all economic sectors. Quote, "Education and the instilling of a new work ethic are key elements in the Libyization of the labor market. Most Libyans are still accustomed to the state taking care of them. The years of isolation, combined with a ban on teaching foreign languages that was in place until a few years ago, have meant that young Libyans have no knowledge of foreign languages, a very one-sided general education, hardly any internationally compatible specialist knowledge, and are reluctant to think for themselves." End of quote. The outlook is bleak for one of the least diversified economies in the world, with its concentration on the less labor-intensive fossil fuels. According to a study by the American Heritage Foundation on competitiveness, Libya ranked 155th out of 157 countries in 2007. Libyan society is extremely traditional, even by Maghreb standards. And even though Gaddafi repeatedly pointed out that women were indispensable in view of the large number of foreign workers, the fact remains that women are very rarely seen at public events, if at all, and even the relatively open attitude of the revolutionary leader on this point has done little to change this. According to the findings of Libyan social scientists, the term farrak, emptiness, is widespread among young people. Gaddafi found and still finds his fans in all political milieus in the West because he has built up a welfare state, pays for his investments, and is a committed anti-imperialist, but he is also being bid farewell, as in the Neue Deutschland, for example. Quote, "You can't say that liberation was always Gaddafi's thing." March 19, 11. The Libyan September Revolution was committed to 3 major foreign policy goals: the fight against Jews and Israel, anti-imperialism in general, and the promotion of Islamic unity. The fight against Jews and Israel was so important that Libya started a border war with Egypt in 1977 because of its political cooperation with Israel, although it was able to conclude a short-term state union with Egypt in order to obtain military protection for the internal Libyan revolutionary process from the comparatively strong Egyptian army in return for oil dollars if necessary. During the monarchy, the remaining 8,000 Jews in Libya were decimated from 100 to 500 through expulsion. They were denied the right to vote, there were mass arrests, and they were not allowed to hold public office. In 1967, for example, 100 Jews were killed by street mobs after the Six-Day War, and synagogues, shops, and houses were destroyed. After Gaddafi's coup, the property of the remaining Jews was confiscated. Debts that Muslims owed to Jews were cancelled and Jews were expelled. In 1974, 20 Jews still lived in Libya, but today there are none left. Through financial contributions, Libya had managed to break off diplomatic relations with Israel in almost all African states, with the exception of Liberia, by 1973. In an interview with Oriana Fallaci, Gaddafi also explained his friendship with Idi Amin and his anti-Semitism. Quote, "Because Amin was and is against Israel, because Amin was the first African president to have the courage to throw the Israelis out of his country. Because Amin is a Muslim, it is clear that I was and am a friend of Amin. I am not interested in Amin's internal politics." End of quote. Under Gaddafi, Libya became a state-organized anti-imperialist rebel whose diverse activities can only be mentioned here by way of example. In order to fight the USA on its own soil, Gaddafi financed the American Indian movement in support of the peoples and minorities struggling for their own liberation, and, as part of his support for the Muslims of the world, the Black Muslims. His relations with the atheist Soviet Union gave Gaddafi the opportunity to fire 2 Soviet missiles at Lampedusa in 1986 in order to punish the Italian island for the presence of American military personnel. In October of the same year, he declared that he wanted to support Italian terrorism because Libya will be a base for the youth and the Italian people to liberate Italy from U.S. domination. Unable to wage war against the Crusaders in direct confrontation, he resorted to constant provocation. Attacks on Israeli and American airline ticket counters and passengers with hand grenades and Soviet assault rifles at Vienna and Rome airports were carried out with logistical support from Libya. On December 2, 1979, 2,000 demonstrators and militiamen stormed the American embassy in Tripoli in solidarity with the occupiers of the embassy in Tehran and set it on fire. Libya also proclaimed itself the Mecca of all liberation movements and revolutionaries, and in 1986 financed the Second International Conference Against Imperialism, Zionism, Racism, Reaction, and Fascism, which was attended by 700 representatives. In 1980, the Brother leader called on all Muslims to wage a holy war to liberate the desecrated holy places of Islam and occupied Jerusalem and Palestine because of Saudi Arabia's military cooperation with the USA. Libya soon found itself in conflict with many European states over the assassination of Libyan opposition politicians in Europe, fought against French soldiers in Chad, supported the IRA and the attack on the La Belle discotheque in Berlin. In April 1984, a British police officer was shot dead in London by snipers from the Libyan embassy. She was on duty during a demonstration against the hanging of 2 students the previous day at the University of Tripoli, which had taken place in front of the assembled student body as a deterrent. Nevertheless, the Europeans opposed the American policy of resistance, which led to direct confrontation in the Gulf of Sirte, which Gaddafi had arbitrarily declared to be part of his territory. From there we supply the whole world with oil. When Libya attacked American warships with missiles, which ended with the sinking of 2 Libyan patrol boats. In April 1986, the U.S. Air Force also responded to the La Belle attack by launching airstrikes on Tripoli and Benghazi. The Europeans wanted to counter this action and presented a long-term alternative. Under Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, Austria had established intensive contacts with Libya after the September Revolution. Greece saw itself as a mediator for Libyan views. Malta had concluded a friendship and cooperation agreement with Libya in 1984, and Chancellor Helmut Schmidt criticized the American actions as an expression of America's moral rigorism in world politics. A German Libya expert later expressed the view that the escalation with the USA would not have occurred if the Europeans had intervened energetically in the face of the liquidations of Libyan opposition members in London, Bonn, Paris, Rome, and Athens. Gaddafi has always fought his battles with the support of rulers, rebels, or revolutionaries who appreciated his contributions, and he has hired international mercenaries. In September 1986, He called for the formation of an international fighting force to combat imperialism. To this end, 6,000 Indian mercenaries were recruited for the Libyan army through advertisements placed by the Libyan People's Office, as Libya's embassies are called, in New Delhi. Africans were particularly often recruited as part of Gaddafi's propaganda for an Islamic Africa. In Africa, he is well liked as the founding father of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, due to his Pan-African appearance and the investments in agricultural projects for the Libyan food supply, even though he had already tried to conquer the Al-Yuzu Strip from neighboring Chad. However, the Pan-African rhetoric of brotherhood has no equivalent in the Libyan people's soul. Racism is blatant. The 1969 coup d'état replaced the religious legitimization of the Senussi monarchy and its traditional elites with an anti-imperialist Islamic ideology of mass rule. Since 1969, every Libyan had to be an active torchbearer of the new inspiration in order not to be treated as a traitor to the people. This applied even abroad, and so in June 1973 Gaddafi said goodbye to students as they left with the words, "You must do your utmost to explain the Islamic religion to European youth and to save them from their lives of fear and aimlessness in the midst of a false civilization built on money and luxury." End of quote. Gaddafi's reference to Islam is often interpreted as tactical or as an anachronistic move by an otherwise secular government, but this does not do justice to the Green Revolution. Islam and Arab leadership were one and the same for him. In his opening speech at the first conference on the spread of Islam, held in Tripoli in December 1970, Gaddafi lectured, "Islam is more progressive than communism because it came into being before communism. Islam is a permanent revolution. It is the mother of all ideologies. The call for Arab nationalism is the call for Arabs to shape and develop Islam so that they are united and strong. Arab strength means Islamic strength. This conference calls on the Islamic nation governments and people, and the conscience of humanity in the world to work seriously and successfully to cleanse Arab territory of Zionism." End of quote. Gaddafi tried to overcome the traditional Islamic elites, the various schools of law, and the religious division by returning to the Quran. He had representatives of competing concepts such as the Muslim Brotherhood, who were essential to the emergence of Nasserism, but who advocated a supranational political community of believers against Arab nationalism persecuted. Between April and June 1973 alone, around 400 Libyans were arrested under the pretext of membership of the Muslim Brotherhood as part of the cleansing of the country of political disease. In 1984, a body of the revolutionary committees described them as a colonial phenomenon with an inseparable connection to British intelligence because of their opposition to Arab nationalism. Gaddafi also unleashed a religious revolution against the traditional elites, religious scholars, and imams. Among other things, he banned religious authorities from speaking out against military service for women, which had been declared a matter for the grassroots congresses in mosques. The Quran is in Arabic, so we can all understand it without the need for an imam to explain it to us. The relationship between man and God should take place without mediation. A campaign to purify the houses of God began with the arrest of numerous imams. At the same time, revolutionary imams, who were loyal to Gaddafi, were trained and popular militias were deployed to monitor the mosques. In 1973, the secular and Sharia courts, which had previously worked separately, were merged, elevating Sharia to the basis of the entire legal system. However, it was not until the 1990s that Islamic law was increasingly applied, for example a law to combat corruption, which provides for the amputation of the hand in the event of enrichment in office. In 1993, a man and a woman were sentenced to 100 lashes each by the Court of Appeal in Tripoli for adultery. Literacy and education in Libya are partly based on the expansion of religious education parallel to the regular school system, which is in line with the foreign policy goal of spreading Gaddafi Islam. In September 1989, representatives of Islamic organizations and individuals from 46 countries gathered in Benghazi to resolve secondary contradictions and disputes, and to guide the forces of the Islamic nation in the right direction. The 1980s and 1990s were characterized by disputes with the opposition to Gaddafi's Islamic policy, which was rejected as heretical and heretic. This Islamic dissidence was highly militant, as it was unable to gain a foothold as a social force through welfare organizations, which are completely state-run. It also operated mainly from exile, because a traditional rejection of Gaddafi's institutions is firmly rooted, especially in the east of the country, but its structures have been repeatedly crushed by the regime. To this day, eastern Libya is significantly more religious and conservative, and most of the Libyan jihadists who fight abroad for a theocracy come from eastern Libyan cities. In 2005, the largest anti-Gaddafi riots in years occurred in Benghazi, when religiously offended people attacked the Italian embassy and set it on fire in response to the publication of Muhammad cartoons in Denmark. When security forces opened fire on the crowd, the attacks were directed against the offices of the revolutionary committees and state symbols, including portraits of Gaddafi. In 2006 and 2007, the activities of armed Islamists increased in the east of the country, which had been economically neglected by Tripoli. The militant orientation facilitates cooperation between the Islamic and other parts of the opposition. The Muslim Brotherhood is also organized in the National Salvation Front or the National Front for the Salvation of Libya, NFSL. The leading member of the NFSL, the London-based translator of Sayyid Qutb, Ashur Shamis, represents an Islamic movement that sees itself as a national movement and does not want to be subordinate to the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. Shamis is often contacted by the media as a spokesperson for the Libyan opposition, and it was he who reported that at the beginning of the uprising, on February 15th, the demonstrators in Benghazi had chanted, "There is no God but Allah. Muammar is the enemy of Allah and down with corruption and the corrupt." The larger coastal cities are characterized by extended families, while the interior is dominated by tribes that, as Bedouins, practiced cattle breeding and caravan trade until the 1960s and rejected a centralized urban power. The weaker this power was, the more unchallenged their rule was. The central power, which claims the tradition of informality and obedience for itself, is conditional on integration through privileges and posts or the control of the most important tribes and families. Although rebellious blood ties could be punished, this must be limited to individuals, because the blood ties are glorified in the Green Book as the indispensable pillars of fundamental values for a reason. The state alone failed in its attempts to enforce Libyan values, for example with the order of the General People's Committee in June 1985 to destroy all Western musical instruments, because the Green Book states that peoples can only live in harmony with their own art and culture. The music that was produced as a result was unable to compete with the Rai music that dominated in the Maghreb or other contemporary music. In 1993, the Libyan state strengthened the position of the respected natural leaders of the bloodline associations by upgrading them to the social leadership of the people and setting up special people's leadership committees at the regional level, which also distribute part of the oil revenues. The legitimized pursuit of the largest possible share of oil revenues expanded the power of the tribes and families, as did the transfer of executive functions. The members of the people's leadership committees were to take action against corrupt, deviations, and treasonous conspiracies, in order to avert collective punishments against their bloodline. In August 2010, the Libyan political scientist Amel Labadie pointed out that the establishment of the people's social leadership had led to increased corruption, the perversion of justice, and a threat to national security, because there are no state institutions to counterbalance the influence of the tribes. Yet it was the state itself that had installed these institutions and used the blood ties as a precaution against political upheaval, a miscalculation. Gaddafi's people's mass state will not survive the fall of the leader, and a desirable successor state would have to be built practically from scratch and against informality and obedience. However, since the main issue will be the power of the bloodline associations to dispose of the oil revenues, the conflicts between them will not be able to be resolved without a strong central power, especially since there are two large oil regions, Tripolitania in the western part of the country and Cyrenaica in the east, with the capital Benghazi. The opposition there, whose interim council has been recognized by the international community as the country's de facto government, is now dominated by opposition family clans over opponents with national objectives who will be dependent on support from outside the country. The French government has already announced that it intends to use the tribal structure for the post-Gaddafi Libya as well. A conference of the Friends of Libya is to negotiate the future of the country together with the tribal representatives of the opposition. At the same time, France is arming the rebellious tribes with easy-to-use weapons. This once again makes it clear that France is waging war against Gaddafi, but not against the Libyan conditions that are hindering development, and that once again only a cartel of traditional power holders is determining the fate of the country. In order to end loyalty to the clan leaders and thus to promote a movement against the standstill, the cultural modernization of the country would have to be promoted unilaterally, independently of blood ties. In this sense, improvements will only come about if people who do not belong to the non-religious opposition are given a significant role, who have been able to gain their position in the people's mass state and abroad, bypassing the traditional elites without being supporters of the Green Revolution. The uprising of the superfluous and underemployed dependents of the blood ties represents great desires, but not ideas that are worthy of support. Since the educated middle classes are very weak compared to Tunisia or Egypt, and the military and security apparatus is divided, there is actually no faction that can shape the transition process. The Libyan uprising lacks the potential for cultural modernization. The rhetoric of democratization does not convey a political program. The American War on Terror and the arrest of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad in 2003 triggered a discussion in the states of North Africa and the Middle East, which immediately afterwards on the part of the government and even among representatives of the opposition and critics of the political systems mainly revolved around the aspect of protection from U.S. intervention and U.S. hegemonic aspirations. The discussion about the necessity of reforms and modernization measures intensified. Since then, there has hardly been a political measure that has not been emphasized as a reform or modernization, or at least as a democratization, and the public is only too willing to accept it. Any social force against the oppressive political underdevelopment of the Arab world is of course to be welcomed, and if the Arabs' tolerance of their rulers wanes, it may be the beginning of something better. But the personal rule can only be overcome if it is admitted that the nation-state has so far failed in the Arab world and therefore no institutional framework has been created that is indispensable for democratic forms. As long as personal dependence and simple murder of and by opponents take the place of republican power, and unfulfilled loyalty is regarded as treason, there will be no development. A successful uprising against the despot must reorganize power and, to do so, must overcome the enemies of the republic not only discursively. If this does not happen, all that will happen is that the despot will be replaced. If an act of voting leads to the establishment of an Islamic republic, this is not an element of republicanism, but rather an indication that it does not exist as a form of state and society valued by a majority. It is also essential to overcome Arabism, with Palestine as the ideological focus of a collective agitation for justice. Arabism stands for an Arab-Sunni claim to dominance over the Islamic world, a claim that the Shiite Alawite rule in Syria does not change. The very real sense of failure among Arabs is also a reaction to the successes of Iran or Turkey. The inability to recognize non-Arab minorities, such as Berbers, blacks, and others, as equal points to the unresolved Arab-Islamic identity community, whose last supranational leader and failure was Saddam Hussein. This also includes overcoming hostility towards Jews and Israel, which is not even an issue in Libya and is even increasing in Egypt after Mubarak. The self-immolation of the Tunisian Mohamed Bouazizi in December 2010 is considered to have been the initial spark for the so-called Arab Spring. He had seen no prospects for his life, and his signal triggered the mass protests in the region. According to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, for example, hardly anyone has asked themselves what the 26-year-old Bouazizi might have understood by an acceptable life perspective beyond the platitudes of work, money, and bread that are so widely circulated. Since the early death of his father, he had to take on the role of head of the family and sole breadwinner for his mother and 5 younger siblings, and he earned a living as an unlicensed vegetable seller. If we look at the particular motives that Bouazizi had for his suicide, 2 details that are often neglected come to mind. These details were reported on Spiegel Online shortly after the event and are of central importance for the evaluation and classification of the Arab Spring. Bouazizi could not bear the shame of being slapped by a woman, and he would have suffered greatly from not being able to start a family of his own because he did not have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. January 23, 2011. According to reports, Bouazizi was slapped in the face by a female employee of the local public order office during an arbitrary inspection of his non-existent license as a vegetable vendor. The question arises as to how a person with such views of male shame and dignity could become the shining light of a revolution in which Navid Kermani, as recently as February 2012, recognized only the tenderness of the masses and a strangely ideology-free revolution that would finally give the forgotten idea of the West a place again. The Egyptians took to the streets in the name of values that are obviously ours: freedom, dignity, the rule of law, equal opportunities. Ideals that we have lost. February 17, 2012. on a banner carried by one of these strangely ideology-free revolutionaries in Cairo's Tahrir Square. The demand was written against the later overthrown ruler Mubarak. "Go! I want to get married." But neither Mubarak in Egypt nor Ben Ali in Tunisia had banned marriage or imposed horrendous taxes on it. Rather, their governments tried to lower the financial hurdle for a wedding, which in many cases simply made it impossible, by setting up state buildings for hosting large festive gatherings, which are available for a symbolic rent, and by constantly admonishing families not to take on horrendous debts for either the organization of the celebration or the bride's dowry to take on horrendous debts. They have tried to at least lower the financial hurdle for a wedding, which in many cases simply makes it impossible, without questioning the pre-social relationship on which the marriage business is based. To do so would have meant revolution, in the Western sense of the word, to take an axe to the foundations of the Arab world. But that is precisely what the Tunisian suicide bomber and the Egyptian demonstrator did not want. Because, contrary to Western ideas, marriage is considered by them to be the foundation of the Arab world. Weddings are therefore contracts between families. As Nekla Kalek aptly put it in Die Welt on April 2, 2013, a business that imposes ever greater financial burdens on the Arab man and his family in particular, which in turn pushes the average age of marriage ever higher. If the hearts of these revolutionaries were set on such marriages, which are not contracts between two loving and independent individuals, but between clans and often within clans, it must be said that the revolutionary masses from Tunisia to Egypt took to the streets in their overwhelming majority for values that do not end their social misery, but perpetuate it. The mass desire for marriage as a revolutionary demand logically gave rise to a critique of the circumstances that does not aim to break with the existing order, but rather laments the fact that the existing order can no longer be continued without a break as the very own tradition opposed to the West. Unimpressed by the thus from the outset recognizable conformist conservative, even reactionary character of the Arab Spring, its apologists, like the people in charge of the Heinrich Böll Foundation, were still peddling the obvious untruth with enthusiasm at the beginning of 2014. The Heinrich Böll Foundation's representatives were still enthusiastically peddling the obvious untruth that the series of demonstrations, uprisings, and revolutions had fundamentally changed the countries of North Africa and the Middle East. If you examine the results of the Arab Spring to see what fundamental changes it has actually brought about, the only thing you find is an entity called the Islamic State as the original legacy of the Arabellion. Despite this shocking assessment, it is now being propagated that the ideals that we have lost are to be found in the Arab tradition of all places. If Navid Kermani's claim were true, then any criticism of the Arabellion would be at least a culturally relativistic attack on the ideals of the West, and the critic would suddenly find himself in the ranks of an international counter-revolution. It is precisely this absurd line of argument, which turns the world upside down, that Navid Kermani used when he allowed the criticism of the power-stabilizing character of the Arab uprisings to disappear behind a pseudo-critique of left-wing cultural relativism for his enthusiastic German readers. Differences are constantly emphasized in order to discuss what we can do against them and how we can assert ourselves in them. Or, conversely, one falls into relativism and claims that people elsewhere do not want democracy because they are different, they have different traditions. End of quote. A few years ago, intoxicated by the throngs of people who took to the streets for democracy, which is completely divorced from individual freedom, which in the West is considered a necessary corrective to popular rule, Kermani claimed in the columns of Jungle World that our Western freedom should be fought for on Tahrir Square. If we look at the empirical evidence, we come to conclusions about the ideology-free revolutionary masses of Cairo that Navid Kermani and his numerous supporters would not like at all. A nagging woman who constantly emphasizes differences, instead of simply joining in with faith, came to this sobering conclusion. Regardless of the talk about the revolution in Egypt being carried by the youth, the children often went out onto the streets with the blessing of their parents or were even accompanied by them. Telling the father of the nation to disappear was largely a matter for the whole family. In the end, young Egyptians may find that it is more difficult to leave home than to oust Mubarak from office. And as long as religion continues to play a central role in people's lives and God, as the supreme father figure, is in charge, patriarchy is unlikely to waver. These lines are taken from Shireen El-Fekhi's book Sex and the Citadel, Love Life in the Changing Arab World, one of the most important books on the Arab Spring. At one point, however, the author, who refuses to use the word revolution as a synonym for Arabellion, must be contradicted. The God-given patriarchy has long since been severely shaken, not to say dethroned, in the Arab world, and this only seems paradoxically to awaken the almost limitless desire for more Islam and its traditions. The fact that the capitalistic socialization and the development of productive forces that goes with it have also torn the veil of sentimentality from the family in Arab countries, and that everything sacred has been desecrated since then makes Islam appear to the vast Arab majority as a way out of the serious crisis in which the family, as the supporting pillar of the Islamic world, has found itself. The path of the individual out of the constraints of the family, which is willed by God and can no longer finance his wedding, would have had to turn powerfully against religion, to which the family, clan, and tribe owe their sanctity, if the spring had been Western and revolutionary. The collective refusal to admit that in reality Allah has long been as dead as the God of the Christians and Jews has also become, has grown into a pathological mass phenomenon that threatens the entire world, into a sick relationship with the world, as Camel Dowd calls it, which is particularly evident in the sick relationship with women, with the body, and with desire. This disease was not named during the Arab Spring. On the contrary, the protests were characterized by an inability to self-criticism, which would have been the prerequisite for finally developing an idea of a truly better life beyond faith and tradition. This is evidenced by the fixation on the overthrow of the authoritarian leader, who was replaced from the outset by a tyranny of the majority, which was unabashedly called democracy. Because of this uncanny absence or marginalization of the need for a fundamental transformation of conditions, there can be no talk of the unfortunate failure of the Arabellion. For there was nothing that could have failed. No revolutionary ideas that the masses could have seized upon. No new social blueprint that could have been passionately debated. Simply nothing. Instead, even when there was ostensibly no talk of it, everything revolved around the question of how much more Islam was needed to solve all the problems and to finally find the right path back from vice and sin to the path of virtue. In the Arab world, individuals were not united into citizens of a mass society, nor did the private sphere merge into the masses, as Herbert Marcuse once stated for the Western world. This would have presupposed that both the individual and his or her private sphere had ever existed there as necessary elements of socialization, and with them the necessary enforcement of the bourgeois family and the separation of the public and private spheres. It is therefore important to insist on the different character of Western and Arab mass societies, even today, in the face of postmodern egalitarianism as practiced by Naveed Kermani. For only in this way does it become apparent that the Islamic religious and not the bourgeois secular socialized mass individual is increasingly encountering social production relations that do not require the pious mass man, but rather a subject that views its world with sober eyes and a profane gaze. The psychoanalyst Gahad Mazarwa, one of the few who has devoted his work to specifically Arab pathologies, summarizes this fundamental Islamic conflict in the following words. The traditional structures are collapsing. The group identity in the form of a tribe or clan, where everyone was there for everyone else, is crumbling without there being an adequate replacement. In addition, there is rapid technological development and secular thinking. All of this creates great irritation and confusion. End of quote. The feminist Mona Eltahawy sees her book, Why Do They Hate Us So? A Women's Sexual Revolution in the Islamic World, as a contribution to tearing down the wall that separates the public and the private. However, because the Arab world has not even made the simple distinction between private and public, the basic prerequisite for a social space in the true sense of the word, Hannah Arendt, does not even exist here. Arendt writes, the simple distinction between private and public corresponds to the realm of the household on the one hand, and the realm of the political on the other. What is new, however, is the emergence of a social space in the true sense of the word, the appearance of which coincides with the birth of the modern age and which has found its political form in the nation-state. The social space emerged when the interior of the household, with its associated activities, concerns, and forms of organization, stepped out of the darkness of the house into the full light of the public political sphere. End of quote. Because of this absence of a social public sphere, the demand for the liberation of Arab women from the private sphere so that they can finally become part of public life on an equal footing with men is necessarily missing. Camel Dowd has pointed out that the dividing wall in Islamic societies that Eltahawy claims to exist does not even exist. On the contrary, he therefore calls for the erection of a social wall that ensures that Arab women no longer belong to everyone and everything. The woman's body is not seen as the place of the value of freedom, which is essential to the West, but as a symbol of decadence. It is therefore desirable to reduce it to property or to the sin that must be covered. To finally put an end to the view of women as the public property of everyone and the public projection surface of a forced sexual morality would truly be revolutionary. The other side of the outraged rejection of the public appropriation of women is the demand for the right to concealment. By this Hannah Arendt meant that our own four walls are the only place where we can withdraw from the world, not only from what is constantly going on in it, but from its public sphere, from being seen and heard. We are all familiar with the peculiar flattening that inevitably accompanies a life spent only in the public sphere. Precisely because it is constantly in the public eye, it loses the ability to rise from a darker underground into the light of the world. It loses the darkness and concealment that give life its different depths in a very real, non-subjective sense. The only effective way to ensure the darkness of that which must remain hidden from the light of publicity is private property, a place to which no one has access and where one is both safe and hidden. End of quote. These lines should be taken as an opportunity to remind ourselves, in a communist spirit, that Marx did not see the problem in private property in general, but in the private ownership of the means of production, and that he was therefore by no means arguing for the elimination of the private sphere. Arendt formulated this at the end of the 1950s with the intention of warning against the radical threat to the private sphere posed by the advance of Western mass society. By contrast, there is no question of an impending loss of privacy in Islamic mass societies. And yet the demand for the possibility of complete personal retreat, as protection of the intimate sphere of women but also of men from the grip of the triad of clan, faith and tradition, which is still socially constitutive, would be the key to real change which the Arab world so urgently needs. This would be a call to break with a way of thinking that men and women have internalized equally, as exemplified by the 32-year-old single Syrian refugee and construction engineer Maman H., who, in an interview with Die Zeit on January 14, 2016, put it in words that were natural to him. My daughter would have to understand that if she has sex outside of marriage, it reflects on the whole family. End of quote. The 59-year-old Syrian carpenter and father of 12, Muhammad F., adds, "If I'm a really good father, she will respect our religion. It's not much that I'm asking for. Not much. What the two men expect of their daughters in the name of respect for their religion is the renunciation of everything that constitutes a private, independent life without constant control." The seemingly harmless statements of the two Syrians reinforce their will to brutally subjugate the girls and treat them as, initially their own family property, in order to add them to the property of the in-laws after the forced marriage, whereby the girl's clan is also liable in the event of any insubordination. For the daughter, this means that she will never receive any sexual education and will not be allowed to have any experiences before marriage, because the tainted virgin's honor would automatically fall back on the clan, which not only consists of parents, grandparents, and siblings, but also includes countless aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. The consequence is the meticulous surveillance of the daughter, who is under general suspicion 24 hours a day as an always too horny, potentially lewd thing that makes men hot. Lewd behavior would not lead to a love affair according to this logic, but would merely invite the taharishgamia, a punishment by gang rape. The two Syrians Maman H. and Muhammad F., who have been living in a refugee center in Hamburg since the end of last year, responded to the question, saying that they had been under the impression of the taharishgamia in Cologne on New Year's Eve, which they naturally condemned. Muhammad F. says, "Of course there are aggressive people in our country too. But in reality they are not interested in religion, they just have a bad character. In my city, such people harass women who do not wear the niqab. But 3/4 of the inhabitants are not like that." End of quote. What Muhammad F. probably does not even suspect, like so many of his fellow believers, is why he is not plagued by a guilty conscience. The 3/4 of the inhabitants of his city who are of good character and who would be genuinely interested in religion are the ones who, through their collective obsession with virginity, Gunnerbalsai, which is also always an obsession with the niqab, create the conditions for the attacks by the aggressive people with the supposedly worst character. With their religion and its inherent brutal ideas of morality and decency, they ensure that neither a woman nor a man can approach the opposite sex in an uninhibited and uncontrolled manner without this immediately being considered a disgrace that, as 32-year-old Maman H. put it, would immediately reflect on the whole family. Thanks to the constant presence of guardians of public morals, relatives in the house and foreign relatives in the street, there are no places in the Arab world where flirting and falling in love are even remotely possible without being disturbed or punished. This is why young people have no chance to learn what is so normal for an average adolescent in the West. Teasing on a park bench, girls strutting in front of the bigger boys from school, which is soon followed by the first date at the cinema or McDonald's, which does not end without a kiss and often a little more in the hallway. Soon after, the first time comes, sometimes with more, sometimes with less love. The first big disappointment is usually not long in coming either, and you can go to understanding parents who comfort you because they are interested in the well-being of their child and not in that of religion. You cannot and do not want to imagine a life without all these important experiences for the development of an individual. And yet, if we want to understand why the sick Arab world is held together only by religious coercion, we have to. Where do young people in love go? Asks Mona El-Fahawi. Cairo is now famous for the shy couples who sit on the bridges and sidewalks overlooking the Nile, holding hands or daring to take bolder steps, but all the while looking at the Nile and turning their backs on the traffic. It breaks my heart to see how these young men and women try to find a way to where their hearts and bodies long, despite the suffocating social, religious, and political pressure. End of quote. And there they are, the young Arab revolutionaries who, unlike the protagonists of Tahrir Square, are trying to do what they have every right to do without the blessing of their parents, against Islam and its family honor, as well as against the unreasonable demands of decidedly Arab revolutions and their supporters. In December 2009, someone said about his native Egypt, "I come from a country where there is an unwritten agreement between the individual and society. You accept the rules but also the constraints of the collective society, and you do not question them, and in return you can count on the solidarity and recognition of everyone. In every decision, you are either supported by your father, your teacher, your imam, or a verse from the Quran. You are never alone in either a positive or negative sense. Individuality is sacrificed for security and support." A good year later, the same person told the German public via ARD and ZDF, "The Egyptians are ready for democracy, Hut.de, and the Egyptian people want freedom. You can feel it in every corner of Egypt." Die Welt, February 7, 2011. What radical upheavals must have taken place in Egyptian society within just a few months. And no one noticed, except Hamd Abdel Samad, who made the statements. But Abdel Samad does not seem to have been completely sure either. Otherwise, he would not have had to decree the character of the weeks of protests in Cairo's Tahrir Square in such a defiant, even authoritarian tone to the television station NTV. "I insist that it is a revolution. If we are to judge whether something can be described as revolutionary by referring to the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels, in which the proletariat was not identified as the sole revolutionary subject, but rather what was defined as revolutionary was that which destroys feudal, patriarchal, idyllic conditions, then the masses on Tahrir Square would not only have been demonstrating for the end of the Mubarak era, but also for the fact that, in the words of Abdel Samad, they are no longer forced to sacrifice their individuality to the Egyptian collective society. And this would have had to be directed specifically against the regime of father, teacher, imam, and the belief in the Quran in general." In the first chapter, Bourgeois and Proletarians, he writes, "The bourgeoisie has played a highly revolutionary role in history. Wherever the bourgeoisie has come to power, it has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic conditions. It ruthlessly tore apart the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, leaving no other tie between man and man than the naked interest, the unfeeling cash payment. It drowned the holy awe of pious enthusiasm, chivalrous enthusiasm, and bourgeois melancholy in the ice-cold water of egoistic calculation. It has dissolved personal dignity into exchange value and replaced the countless chartered and well-earned freedoms with one unscrupulous freedom of trade. In a word, it has replaced exploitation veiled in religious and political illusions with open, shameless, direct, barren exploitation. The bourgeoisie has stripped all the activities that were previously held in reverence and with pious awe of their aura of sanctity. It has transformed the doctor, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science into its paid-wage laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn the veil of touching sentimentality from the family relationship and reduced it to a purely monetary relationship. The bourgeoisie has revealed how the brutal expression of force, which reaction admires so much in the Middle Ages, found its appropriate complement in the most sluggish bearskin trade. It alone has proved what human activity can accomplish. It has accomplished marvels quite different from Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has carried out quite different traits than the migrations of peoples and the Crusades. End of quote. In reality, Abdel Samad also knows that this is not the case, as he complained to the Taz in November 2010 about the reality of Egypt. Quote, If he, Abdul Samad, asks anyone on the street why these Islamic societies used to be leading and what has happened since, he always gets the answer: because we have distanced ourselves from religion. End of quote. Hamd Abdul Samad is not only the buddy of Henrik M. Broder, with whom he went on Germany safari for ARD in 2010. As a German and Egyptian citizen, he drummed up support for the alleged revolution on Tahrir Square from the FAZ to Jungle World. His reputation as a credible and authentic source was enhanced by the fact that he combined the audacious claim that even the Islamists were calling for freedom and democracy on Tahrir Square with a popular threat. The hatred of the West by the alleged revolutionaries would continue as long as the West did not unconditionally support the desire for democracy of the masses in the Middle East. In the March 3, 2011 issue of Jungle World, Stefan Grigget wrote under the headline Israel Spoilsport, Israel is called upon to seize the opportunity and finally end checkpoints and siege, without even mentioning why these checkpoints exist in the West Bank. Such a formulation would be met with thunderous applause on German television, especially when, as Hamd Abdul Samad did in the ZDF program, was none, nay host? What now, Middle East? He slams it in the face of Shimon Stein, the former Israeli ambassador to Germany. Abdul Samad apparently does not mistrust the enthusiasm that he encounters from the German audience, which celebrates him as the authentic voice of the masses rising up against a puppet of the West. End of quote. Abdul Samad confirmed in an interview for the online portal Der Westen that this threat is primarily directed against Israel, as Stefan Grigget noted. If Israel is indeed a democratic state, it should side with the Democrats. If Israel really wants peace, it should show solidarity with the Democrats in Egypt. February 1, 2011. In the ZDF program Hood on February 1, 2011, Abdul Samad stated, I hope that all Western governments now realize that this is their last chance to take the side of democracy in the Middle East. If they let this chance pass, they will have no credibility and no more allies in the Middle East. End quote. Abdul Samad is not a cheap demagogue whose sole aim is to paint a rosy picture of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011, despite knowing better. Rather, he acted as a man driven by his own theories about Islam and Arab society. Abdul Samad's criticism of Islam, which is popular in Germany and contains some truth, has long since made him a not entirely innocent participant in a discourse that is not directed against Islam but against the Enlightenment and wants to do away with civilization through culture. On Deutschlandfunk, a bastion of the culture debate, they believe they have found in Abdul Samad the counterpart to the authors Nekla Kalek and Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who have been denounced as Enlightenment fundamentalists. The 38-year-old scientist strives to maintain an equal distance from all the protagonists in the debate being conducted in this country. His focus is entirely on the civilizing aspects of culture. DeRadio.de, September 13, 2010. This German distinction between civilization and culture has captivated entire generations of critics of civilization, not only since Oswald Spengler, who believe that it allows them to conceal their anti-Western resentment. In Germany, this kind of criticism is still a popular business model, especially among public broadcasters and the German film industry, which used to be called the educational mission. An educational mission that is suitable for reconciling the politically correct Deutschlandfunk with the non-governmental portal Politically Incorrect, for whom the protection of culture is equally sacred. With Oswald Spengler, Abdul Samad himself has brought the name into play, which ensures him undivided attention. It is no coincidence that the title of his successful book is The Decline of the Islamic World, a Forecast, which was published in 2010. In it, he describes his personal awakening as the apparent transformation from radical apologist for Islam to self-confessed critic of Islam. I came across an old book at a friend's house that initially seemed like a goldmine to me. Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. I thought I would find all the arguments against the decadent Western civilization that so overwhelmed me as a devout Muslim, and I felt no small amount of schadenfreude at the impending end of this culture. But the content of the book shocked me. The state of the declining civilization as described by Spengler seemed very familiar to me. I was well acquainted with the aging culture that had become cold and soulless and was infiltrated by materialism and formless violence. I struggled through the difficult text until I came across this passage. Finally, in the old age of the dawning civilization, the fire of the soul goes out. The waning strength dares to attempt a greater creation once more, with half success in classicism, which is not foreign to any extinguishing culture. The soul thinks back wistfully to its childhood once more in romanticism. Finally, tired, sullen, and cold, it loses the desire to exist and longs, as in the Roman Empire, to return from millennia of light to the darkness of primeval mysticism, to the womb, to the grave. It was still too early for a Copernican revolution. It was only more than 10 years later that I dared to tackle the decline of the West again. Now I read the book with different eyes and try to follow Spengler's advice to look the decline of one's own culture in the eye. In analogy to the sprouting, blossoming, and withering of a plant, Spengler had tried to explain the life cycle of a culture as a morphology of history, page 12 ff. In his Philosophy of Destiny, which he considered to be a German philosophy, Spengler presented a total of 8 high cultures, including the ancient and Western cultures, which he considered to be irreconcilably opposed to each other. He saw his work as the first historically and philosophically based critique of modern humanity, which he claimed was constantly progressing towards something higher and nobler. The great success of his work is explained above all by the fact that in the year of the publication of the first volume in 1918, the second followed in 1922, he hit the nerve of the time. The First World War was drawing to a close, and the German cultural people, quite unlike the victorious powers, imagined themselves to be in decline. Spengler's objection to the prevailing teleology of history reads like an anticipated passage from an essay by Horkheimer against the logical course of world history. I protest here against 2 assumptions, writes Spengler, that have spoiled all historical thinking until now, against the assumption of an ultimate goal of all humanity and against the denial of ultimate goals in general. In diametric opposition to Horkheimer, however, whose essay Authoritarian State from 1942 ended with the statement that teleology makes human determination a priori impossible, Spengler dissolved his critical thought by renouncing human subjectivity altogether, which is confusingly similar to the oblivion of being later lamented by Heidegger. Life has a goal. It is the fulfillment of what was set with its creation. But the individual human being belongs either to one of the high cultures or only to the human type in general through his birth. There is no third great unity of life for him. But with that, his fate lies either within the framework of zoological or world history. End of quote. Human reason, which goes beyond the first nature, the zoological, as well as the assumption that it is merely an appendage of a high culture, which Spengler characteristically refers to as an organism, must not exist, and thus neither a history of mankind nor its prehistory. And from this follows a quite decisive fact, established here for the first time, that man is not only without history before the emergence of a culture, but becomes again without history as soon as civilization develops into its full and final form and thus ends the living development of culture, has exhausted the last possibilities of a meaningful existence. End of quote. Horkheimer's criticism, which is directed primarily against the determinism of Marxism-Leninism, also applies in full to German ideology and thus to Spengler. The historical schema of such reasoning only recognizes the dimension in which progress and regression take place. It disregards the intervention of man. It merely estimates them as what they are in capitalism, as social entities, as things. End of quote. The fact that Spengler's morphology does not recognize any external distinction between progress or regression, apart from the generally valid category of high culture, but only the hermetically self-contained progressive realization of its possibilities up to perfection, which is synonymous with its end, is not least in its death-worship culture relativism par excellence. Although Spengler does not recognize a dialogue between cultures, but only victory, defeat, and ultimately the downfall of the victor in decadence, he has nevertheless had a decisive influence on the current discourse on culture. Spengler's sprouting, blossoming, and withering, the plant-like growth and death of cultures, Adorno, this vegetative process in which no human being can actively intervene, which Abdul-Samad finds so fascinating, claims the complete autonomy of organisms and thus, not least, their worthiness of protection against all criticism. It is therefore no wonder that Abdul-Samad, as a spiritual representative of his own culture, Abdul-Samad, was called to the witness stand by Deutschlandradio to testify against the criticism of Islam, which has been declared hostile to dialogue. As a critic of Islam, he is an exceptional figure, not a zealot, more of a philosopher, not someone with ready answers, but someone who wants to enter into dialogue with others. The naturalization of culture, its adaptation to natural law, forms the basis for Abdul-Samad's thesis of the lawful decline of Islam. However, the sympathy for his theses, not only in quasi-state broadcasting, is based on the fact that the alleged decline of Islamic culture is always preceded by the death sentence on the West, which has actually long since declined. The philosopher Abdul Samad always speaks through Spengler, and Spengler speaks through the German people, who indulge in wild fantasies of decline and who believe that the decline of their own nation in 1918 also signaled the cultural bankruptcy of their conquerors. Abdul Samad puts it this way: the disappearance of the culturally interested population, the death of art, and the fixation on panem et circenses, bread and circuses, all of which are degenerations that Spengler attributed to the West. These are all phenomena that can be clearly recognized in an Islamic society, provided that one looks beyond the pious facade, page 14. What superficially sounds not unlike the criticism of the culture industry in the Dialectic of Enlightenment soon proves to be the opposite for Abdul Samad and his admirers. Those who follow Spengler will hardly be able to erase from the world the fact that the stone colossus Metropolis recognized the decline of culture and civilization as finally completed, and that this basically Western Moloch has gained entry into other organisms as an undead parasite. The hostility towards modern urbanity is based on the longing for an idle Marx/Engels, in which blood ties regulate human relationships. These last cities, Spengler laments, are mere dwellings, which were not created by blood but by purpose, not by feeling but by the economic spirit of enterprise, page 674. This romantic anti-capitalism, which laments the artificiality of the city as cultural decay and blames it on the social relationship called capital instead of understanding it as revolutionary and progressive, as in the Communist Manifesto, turns the necessary criticism of the narrowness and ugliness of big cities into a rejection of every condition of the possibility of individual happiness, inflated into an existential judgment. It probably also has to do with the fact that Spengler was never an original racist, because for him race meant nothing biological, but always something cosmic and soulful, page 689, that Abdul Samad can refer to him so credulously without being shunned for it. Abdul Samad's elevation to the status of philosopher is mainly due to the fact that he is well received not despite, but because of his ramblings about the inevitable decline of Islam. It is the degradation of the subject, which can only become an appendage of inevitable historical fate, that inspires enthusiasm for his book and awakens an old German longing on Deutschlandradio. The book offers a third way in the polarizing debate. It does not offer any patent remedies for conflict resolution, but instead a comprehensive explanation of the processes that must be set in motion to enable Muslims to intellectually connect with the modern world. End of quote. This neutralized, mechanistic language of processes, courses, and connections, purged of all subjectivity, is the way of thinking of those who cannot pass by any talk of decline without immediately elevating it to a critique of culture. Adorno argued against this culture of the third way. To escape the magic circle of Spengler's morphology, it is not enough to defame barbarism and rely on the health of culture. Rather, the element of barbarism must be penetrated into culture itself, page 71. This penetration becomes impossible if, like Abdul Samad, one harbors the intention of wanting to look beyond the supposedly only pious facade of Islamic society in order to search for the real thing behind it. In this way, what constitutes Islamic propaganda is declared to be fundamentally healthy, and a German Enlightenment thinker becomes a constructive apologist for the internalized compulsion. While in the West a counterpole to materialism and consumerism can be found in the cultural repertoire of the Enlightenment and humanism, Islam as it is lived lacks a healthy defense mechanism against consumption, without categorically excluding and condemning it. One could say that consumption without Kant leads to confusion, page 15. Horkheimer and Adorno denounced the fact that Enlightenment, humanism, and religion are only supposed to fulfill the social function of a counterpole or defense mechanism decades ago as part of the managed world that drives the self-destruction of Enlightenment. It is therefore no wonder that Abdul Samad is incapable of distinguishing between the essence and the appearance, the general and the particular, of Islamic societies. His concept of the current significance of Islam is downright anti-critical. Starting from the inevitable decay of Islam, Abdul Samad states that Islam can no longer offer constructive answers to the questions of modern life, and to the decay of a culture that places its own distinctiveness above change, even though this distinctiveness no longer corresponds to any substance. End of quote. As if that were not precisely the social place of ideology formation, as if it were not the essence of ideology to cover up and obscure the difference between concept, Islam, and reality, life reality. And as if it were not precisely for this reason that one speaks of a necessarily false consciousness, which, as a mass and crisis consciousness, could not be neatly separated from any state propaganda, a tribal tradition, or from Islam itself with a scalpel. Only those who tear reality apart into its constituent particles instead of grasping it in its unity of diversity and conceptualizing it can, like Abdul Samad, give the all-clear in the face of the obvious crisis of Arab societies, which has made Islam more than ever before into a thing that can no longer be distinguished from ideology. As far as Islam is concerned, writes Abdul Samad, it may be anything in its current state, but in my opinion it is certainly not powerful. On the contrary, it is seriously ill and is in retreat both culturally and socially. The religiously motivated violence, the increasing Islamization of public space, and the frantic insistence on the visibility of symbols are nervous reactions to this retreat. The advance of Islamism is merely an agitated mobilization and, as Spengler writes, woe to those who confuse mobilization with victory, page 18. But woe betide those who, like Abdul Samad, interpret this as a sign of the inevitable decline of Islam and ignore it, as Adorno himself insisted in 1955, or rather, despite Auschwitz, when answering the question, will Spengler be proven right? First of all, we will have to say the simplest thing of all, that the West has not yet perished. The criminal complacency with which Abdul Samad basically only illustrates the demise of the Islamic world in his book, which runs to over 200 pages, and consequently spreads more than just a sense of purposeful optimism in the face of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011, devalues every correct observation he makes. Facts about contemporary Egyptian society that anyone who has not allowed themselves to be dumbed down by the events on Tahrir Square could know can be found in abundance in Abdul Samad's book from last year. Quote, if an Egyptian woman were to dare to lift her veil today, she would probably be crushed by the masses, because it is not just a religious symbol as it used to be, but has become a symbol of struggle. If someone were to write a book about the loss of faith, it would shorten their life expectancy, page 87f. Or, many people think that democracy is a regulation that can be implemented from above. They cannot grasp that the Constitution, free elections, and parliamentarism are only symbols of democracy, and that the soul of democracy lies in the mindset of the people and their common sense, page 169. In the face of the mass protests at the beginning of 2011, Abdul Samad has obviously not only decided to say no more about Egyptian life expectancy and common sense, but to declare the average mentality of the Egyptians to be soul-related to democracy. It is easy to understand that someone like Abdul Samad, who was driven out of the country by the unbearable nature of the authoritarian society, will do everything in his power to support every stir of protest that could even promise a glimmer of hope for improvement. His obtrusive whitewashing of the Egyptian protests is perhaps also partly explainable in this way. And yet he has not only made the volunteer helper for all those who have always known here that criticism of Islam is a highly dangerous attack on the dialogue between cultures, that true freedom means being integrated into a coercive organism, and that democracy is realized when a crowd chants the demands that are natural to them. When asked by ZDF whether he would have to rewrite his book in the light of the events in Tunisia and Egypt, Abdul Samad replied with brazen confidence, no, not at all. The Islamic world as we knew it has gone under. Hoot.de. Sem Özdemir and his party colleagues are not the only ones who have welcomed the message. In the FAZ, where Özdemir outed himself as a fan of Patrick Bonner's, the Green Party leader also showed that he had learned from Abdul Samad. Quote, the debate can no longer be conducted without thinking about the revolutions in Egypt and Tunisia. The loud calls for democracy, freedom, and a share in prosperity in these Muslim countries are putting the radical Islam critics with their construction of a supposedly unchangeable essence in a real pickle. May 27, 2011. At the beginning of 2011, almost no one wanted to listen carefully and only heard calls for democracy and freedom. It seems strange that the voice of reason should come from someone who, since 1979, has been known to want to be anything but that bomb and Niramand. Presumably because he still remembers the failure of the Iranian left in alliance with the mullahs, he seems to have had a premonition that the misery in Egypt could be repeated. Niramand is one of the very few commentators to have managed to put a simple idea on paper. Western media talk about a process of democratization without examining in detail whether the conditions for this form of government exist in the Arab countries, and whether the masses of the insurgents are even striving for such a system. Taz, March 29, 2011. To think about the conditions for democratization requires the need to penetrate the element of barbarism in the culture itself, as Adorno demanded. In relation to not only Egyptian but also Islamic culture in general, we should talk about a phenomenon for which the term youth bulge is gradually becoming established. Some Wikipedia authors have provided information on the causes of the youth bulge. The approximately 2 billion people living in Islamic and African states today have a share of 300 million young men aged 15 to 30. However, due to the demographics there and the often desolate and backward economic structures, they have no opportunity to achieve a socially acceptable status. The reason for this lies partly in the more traditional forms of society in many third world countries. Due to the primogeniture system, only the firstborn have the opportunity to rise in society, while the rest of the offspring have no place in society, which leads to a large discrepancy between their individual aspirations and social reality. If we were to use this as the basis for a critique of the conditions there, and not, like the left, draw the stupid conclusion that it is all just a social question that has nothing to do with Islam, then we would have to ask, what is the situation in Egypt with regard to the critique of the principle of primogeniture, and thus of the Muslim family tradition? We can assume that such a critique does exist. However, it must also be assumed that it is not only marginal, but that its public expression means serious dangers to body and life, because the social need for a real revolution in Egyptian society simply does not exist, not even and especially not among the majority of those who protested in Tahrir Square. The respected Islamic scholar Reinhard Schulz, on the other hand, has glorified the character of the Arabellion as an emancipatory youth movement, representing the entire public opinion in Germany. You can compare it with the youth movements that were directed against the Adenauer Republic. There, too, as now in the Arab world, it was about individual freedom. Taz, January 6, 2011. However, there is no talk of a generational conflict in Egypt or elsewhere that would deserve the name because it aims at the individual emancipation of the individual from the tribe and clan. Unfortunately, almost everything points to the fact that the great discrepancy between individual aspirations and social reality, as the Wikipedia authors call it, is different from the protests in the FRG of the late 1950s and 1960s against the stuffiness of 1,000 years. What the sister of the Tunisian martyr Mohamed Bouazizi, who set himself on fire, reports about his mental state could easily have been a description of the reality of life for an average male member of the youth bulge in Egypt. Mohammed brought home between 3 and 5 euros from selling fruit in the evenings, and his mother and 5 siblings lived on that. The father died a long time ago. Mohammed could not think about starting a family of his own. He didn't have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. Spiegel Online, January 23, 2011. In other words, the great discrepancy is not wanting to live differently from one's parents, but not being able to live like them, which turns out to be the need to continue the existing situation. A lack of desire to break with the socially constitutive tradition that Islam embodies, in which the mutual consent of the bride and groom at the wedding is of the least importance. The only thing that could be called revolutionary is what has not yet happened, or rather what could not happen due to the social constitution and which has not ended even after Mubarak's rule. The protest against the stuffiness of 1,000 years, which in Egypt on Tahrir Square may have been expressed at most behind closed doors. The only newspaper in Germany to have even considered revolutionary ideas about a revolution in Egyptian conditions in the spirit of the Communist Manifesto, i.e. how to destroy the feudal, patriarchal, and idyllic, was the FAZ. The newspaper for Germany also asked the question, why are the Egyptians so poor? The answers were not the usual ideological text modules from A for exploitation to C for colonialism and capitalism to Z for Zionism, but were obtained by comparing it with a society located far to the east. Quote, 50 years ago there was a country that resembled the Arab superpower in most important data, South Korea. The Asian Republic had about the same number of inhabitants, whose number grew at the same rate. The people were just as poor as the Egyptians. They suffered just as much from a dictatorship and high military spending. Today, South Korea is a technology-driven industrial power. The South Koreans are 5 times as rich as the Egyptians, they live 10 years longer, and all of this in a true democracy. Since the 1960s, South Korea's leadership has successfully propagated small families. This policy brought South Korea the so-called demographic dividend. Families and the state had to invest less in children. The Asian country benefited from a sharp increase in national income due to stronger capital formation and lower costs for economically dependent age groups. The consequences are striking. South Korea manages to put its young citizens in work, while in Egypt the sons and daughters generation is threatened by unemployment and a lack of prospects and is thrown back on the shadow economy. June 2, 2011. In view of such a victory over the youth bulge and the social stuffiness that causes it, to speak of a South Korean revolution would be an exaggeration. But what has been achieved there would be an argument against all revolution romantics as the inescapable claim of every protest in the Middle East. The world is a bad place, which is why revolutions are popular, but the world does not necessarily get better as a result. On the one hand, it is in the nature of a revolution that, by setting society and the state in motion, it creates a moment of unpredictability in which the old is removed but the new has not yet been established. The degree of unpredictability, on the other hand, depends on how far the new has already taken shape in the old, because the more concrete this shape has become, the better the outcome of the revolution can be read from it. A rule derived from historical experience then says that an Arab or Persian revolution does not bode well. In the case of Egypt, on the other hand, predictions based on this could be made, the accuracy of which was similar to a weather forecast for the previous day. The outlines of what a revolution would mean were already visible in the so-called Cairo Spring of 2005, when the tiny constitutional reform that Hosni Mubarak introduced at the time gave the candidates of the Muslim Brotherhood a huge increase in votes in the subsequent parliamentary elections. One reason for this was that there was no other opposition. The other opposition parties represented in parliament were all creations of the regime from the time of Anwar al-Sadat, opportunists with a left-Nasserist or national liberal slant, whose policies were aimed at disguising the military dictatorship with a facade of pluralism. Outside of parliament, where the Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists organized the masses in mosques, via satellite television and through social work in the poor districts, a protest movement was still active at the time under the slogan Kafaya, enough, a network of left-wing activists, brought together by Nasserists, communists, Trotskyites, and others, who were able to mobilize their rather small following to participate in demonstrations against Israel and the USA, which were more or less tolerated by the regime, but who had nothing to oppose the Islamic opposition. The other reason for this, however, was that the Egyptian masses did not want to be ruled by anyone other than the Islamic ideologues. It was not difficult to guess that Egyptian democracy would be an Islamic democracy, and that an Egyptian revolution would be an Islamic revolution in Egypt. The Mubarak regime initially reacted by canceling the spring and trying to hide behind the repressive apparatus it was accustomed to using to rule. During the 1952 revolution of the young officers, the regime was able to serve the masses ideologically by promising them Arab socialism and the destruction of Israel, which allowed Gamal Abdel Nasser, the beloved leader, to push the Muslim Brotherhood into the background without losing the affection of his people. Gamal Abdel Nasser's death triggered a flood of tears that reached far beyond the borders of Egypt. Muammar Gaddafi fainted at Nasser's grave, and when the flood subsided, it left behind an ideological disorientation. When Anwar Sadat finally ended the war with Israel and abandoned the partnership with the Soviet Union, Egypt instead allied itself with the USA. The regime tried to compensate for the broken Arab pride by a measured Islamization of the country. But instead of permanently satisfying the ideological hunger of the masses, it only nourished it. They soon wanted a higher dose of Islam. This became apparent in the Cairo Spring. Political mathematics then devised the paradoxical formula for preserving the regime, that more democracy in Egypt would only work with even more Islam on the one hand and even more military on the other, as an Islamic democracy under military reservation. The journalist, activist, and Nasserist Abdel Halim Kandil described the revolutionary expectations that were emerging in 2005 in such a way that, in retrospect, he would have earned the reputation of a clairvoyant if the scenario he described had not been all too foreseeable. In the event of a social explosion, an intervention by the army is very likely. The army is no longer in a position to do so, nor does it have the intention of ruling itself as in Nasser's time. However, it would pave the way for a new constitution that would integrate all the essential political forces, including the Muslim Brotherhood, on the basis of more, not less political freedom. The regime, i.e. the army, would thus rid itself of Hosni Mubarak and the political apparatus of conformists and opportunists surrounding him, which had attracted the displeasure of the masses and thus become ideologically and politically unusable, and would leave the field to the Islamic organizations. But this strategy, which initially appeared to be a way for the military regime to renew its power through dual rule, could also be seen as a new edition of the power struggle that had been going on for half a century, in which the army would still enter as the more powerful rival, but in which the Islamic opponent would be granted a power that it had never possessed before in its almost 100-year history. Islam had the potentially decisive advantage of an ideology that could still inspire the masses. The revolutionary expectation was that this increase in political freedom, for the Islamic parties, would not result in less freedom overall. It is actually a matter of truisms. Abdul Masih Basit, the priest of the Church of Our Lady in Cairo, may have thought to himself in the stormy January of 2011, as he looked at the political situation with understandable unease the day before the start of the revolution. But wisdom is not omnipresent, and it is perhaps better to warn one's flock once again explicitly against participating in foolishness, because the mood in his community seemed to him to be just right for it. Since the beginning of the month, Christians have been demonstrating incessantly against Hosni Mubarak's accursed regime, which they were not protected from by the violence of an increasingly aggressive Islamic mob, even though this state was their only protection against it. It was right for the religious minority to make itself heard in this way. It was a just protest, but for God's sake it must not be misunderstood as the prelude to a revolution. But after the revolution in Tunisia, everything suddenly appeared in a different light. The rally planned by left-wing activists in Cairo on January 25th, which was originally intended to be just one of the usual protest events that had been so common in recent years and had ultimately come to nothing, had suddenly taken on a completely different, revolutionary character. Even the Muslim Brotherhood, which otherwise officially kept out of such activities, had mobilized for the rally. All this seemed suspicious to Abdul Masih Basit, and so he preached on behalf of his church on the day before the revolution. We urge the Coptic youth not to take part in the demonstrations on January 25th, because our problems will not be solved by demonstrations and loud slogans. He achieved nothing with this. At that point, the Coptic youth had no ear for paternal advice of the dialectical kind. How could they understand that protesting was right at first, but then wrong again? The upcoming mass demonstrations seemed to them to be only a continuation on a larger scale of what they had begun on a smaller scale themselves. How could the Christians, of all people, be absent from this revolution, when they had just shown themselves to be the first and most courageous in the fight against the hated regime? One could have answered them with a prophetic saying of Jesus: "The first shall be last." The demonstrations by Christians had begun on January 1st. The night before, shortly after midnight, when the New Year's Mass was over and the worshippers were just streaming out, a car bomb had exploded in front of the entrance to the Church of the Holy Family in Alexandria. The explosion killed 23 Christians and injured many more. This was not the first, but only the bloodiest of a series of attacks against them. Over the past 3 years, the attacks had increased in frequency and intensity. It only got worse after the revolution. In the days that followed, numerous demonstrations, roadblocks, and similar actions took place in Alexandria and Cairo, which regularly ended in street battles lasting until the early hours of the morning between Christian activists and the police, who tried to intimidate the demonstrators with batons, tear gas, and rubber bullets. Some remarkable scenes took place. On the second day of the protests, a 9-man police cordon surrounded St. Mark's Cathedral in Cairo, the seat of the Coptic Pope Shenouda III, in order to prevent the Christians gathered there from leaving the church grounds. The demonstrators, who were surrounded, raised the wooden crosses they had brought with them and stormed the police cordon, shouting, "Revolution! Revolution in Egypt! Revolution in all the churches of Egypt!" Ministers who traveled to the community to express their concern were called hypocrites and their vehicles were stoned. Demonstrations and riots took place in a similar manner throughout the day and night in Alexandria, Cairo, and other cities. The third day of protests began with a demonstration of state power. A group of us had gathered in Cairo to hold a vigil and light candles in memory of the murdered Christians. The police lined up opposite. A high-ranking police officer, who was identified by his rank in all reports of this scene but never by name, approached the vigil and blew out one candle after another in a gesture that was meant to embody his power. The following night, a demonstration formed in Shubra, a district of Cairo where many Christians live, and soon clashed with the police. The demonstrators did not hesitate to attack the police with stones, bottles, and the tried and tested wooden crosses, putting the officers on the defensive, who then dropped their shields and batons and tried to defend themselves by throwing the stones and bottles back at the demonstrators. This insignificant skirmish led to an unusual constellation. It was the second time in 2 nights that the Cairo police, who had been called in to quell the uprising, had to break up the rehearsed marching lines of the demonstrators, overwhelmed by their numbers, and attack the crowd in the manner of a street fight. Even before Monday's events, at least 39 policemen, including 4 high-ranking officers, had been injured in an attempt to stop the demonstrators. Later that Monday, when a small group of demonstrators marched towards Talat Harb Square, which is located in the center of Cairo in a neighborhood reminiscent of pre-revolutionary times. With its 19th-century European architecture and tourist-friendly, cosmopolitan shops, cafes and bars, the regime's forces once again stood in their way. But this time it was the usual, impenetrable majority of black uniforms that had apparently been placed here for the purpose of darkening the atmosphere of this place and the mood of the demonstrators. The demonstrators, for their part, once again had the appropriate slogans at the ready. Down with Mubarak! Down with the military regime! Then it happened again. An armed man in a police uniform, a retired officer, as it was later reported, boarded the train from Samallah to Cairo on January 11th, looked around briefly and then shot at a family he identified as Christians. 1 man died, 5 were injured, and then the killer was overpowered by other passengers. As usual, the state claimed that the act was not religiously motivated, instead offering another explanation for the act. The killer was said to have been irritated and frustrated because he was short of money. Eyewitnesses, on the other hand, reported that he had deliberately chosen a group of women travelers for execution who were not wearing headscarves, and that he had shouted Allahu Akbar while shooting at them. Once again, the Christians rose up in protest. This time, the unusual constellation that has now almost become the norm occurred once again. In Cairo, the number of demonstrators exceeded the number of riot police for the first time in years. The demonstrators briefly gained the upper hand and thus destroyed the facade of invulnerability with which the Ministry of the Interior surrounded itself. The fact that such a situation repeatedly arose during these days may also have been the occasion for some young cops to overestimate their own strength, especially considering that when a comparable situation arose again after January 25th, the event was immediately celebrated as the first victory of the revolution, but only because the whole world was already attuned to it. But initially, the Egyptian repressive apparatus had no real problem with putting the Christians in their place, who had largely remained among themselves during the demonstrations. With 8 million believers, they may be a noteworthy community, but with a share of 10% of the total population, they are also just a despised minority. The official press soon began to remind the demonstrators that their actions were not without danger, and that if they took it too far, they would only incite religiously motivated violence and even provoke a civil war. However, these admonitions were not very original, because it was just as obvious that Christians in Egypt were living dangerously as it was that they were in a political trap. While the mob attacked them, the authorities abandoned them, and it was this mechanism that was actually inciting the religiously motivated violence. And for this very reason, not a single one of the Christian murderers of the past years had been arrested, brought to trial, or even convicted. But a few days after the protests described here, there was a surprising but ambiguous exception to this rule. It was a massacre that had taken place a year earlier on January 6, 2010. On that day, 8 Christians in Nag Hammadi were murdered by gunfire from a passing car as they were leaving the church, with the perpetrators apparently also accidentally killing a Muslim policeman. On the same day, 2 women died when the mob set fire to the houses of Christians in neighboring villages. The Interior Minister explained the massacres as follows. No religious motive could be found for them, but there were initial indications that the event was linked to the accusation that a young Christian had raped a Muslim girl. The parliamentary speaker explained, "The crime in Nag Hammadi is just a single crime without religious motives, just like the crime of raping the girl. Whether a girl was actually raped by a Christian in the town, or whether a girl was raped in the town at all, has not yet been clarified. However, the man who was imprisoned because of this double uncertainty is still waiting in vain for a trial." As with earlier and later massacres, in this case too the appropriate rumor and the associated whispering were enough to explain and justify the events. The rumors that 2 Christian women who had converted to Islam were being held prisoner in an Egyptian church and that weapons were being hidden in Egyptian churches preceded the terrorist attack in Alexandria that sparked the protests in January 2011. The latter claim was made by Muhammad Salim Alawa, one of the reform Islamists who are so popular today and who wants to run for president in the next election and declare war on Israel. A few days after the massacre in Nag Hammadi, the police carried out a large-scale house search in the town and arrested 22 Christians, who were put in prison without being charged with any specific crime. During the subsequent demonstrations, 50 people were arrested for demonstrating. Then there were serious clashes between the Christian and Muslim inhabitants of Nag Hammadi, with bloody street battles and burning houses, until finally heavily armed units of the Egyptian army marched in to pacify the town. Eyewitnesses recognized the 3 murderers from January 6, 2010, and they were eventually arrested. On January 16, 2011, one of them was sentenced to death. Perhaps because the regime was worried about Egypt's international reputation at that time, or perhaps because a Muslim and a policeman at that had been killed in the alleged revenge attack. The previous demonstrations by Christians alone will probably not have been enough to bring this about. The Egyptian armed forces are now completely dependent on American weapons supplies, which have grown in the past 10 years in parallel with the Iranian threat, to the tune of around $1.3 billion a year. The regime is therefore receptive to criticism from Washington and other Western capitals. On the other hand, the regime needs the support of the United States, and the president in office at the time in Washington did not want to make enemies, so the criticism expressed after the terrorist attack in Alexandria was not formulated in such a way that it would have made Cairo nervous. The criticism of the Pope of the Catholics was apparently not as explosive, but still too sharp for the regime's taste. In a statement distributed to the embassies concerned in the Vatican on January 10, Benedict XVI had complained about the increasing persecution of Christians in the Middle East, highlighting the terrorist attack in Alexandria as an example. The Pope wrote that the attacks were further proof of how urgent and necessary it is for the governments of the region to take adequate measures to protect religious minorities, despite all the difficulties and dangers. Do we need to repeat it? In the Middle East, Christians are genuine and reliable citizens who are loyal to their homeland and fulfill their duties to the state. Do we have to repeat it? This admonishment, packaged in the form of a question, was not misunderstood by the Egyptian government and prompted it to withdraw its ambassador from the Vatican. Perhaps the reaction to the papal criticism was so heated only because Egyptian diplomats preferred to sit out the anger over the criticism in Western capitals. The Pope, as usual, left the tiresome task of dealing with the diplomatic posturing to his press spokesman, so that he himself did not have to retract any of the truth of what he had said. Whether an intensification of international criticism would have helped to increase the safety of Christians in Egypt is a moot point, because the revolution came, which, however, could have been known to lead to a worsening of the situation. But first, the Coptic youth, who had believed that the revolution was only the continuation of their protest on a larger scale, saw themselves confirmed. This impression could also be gained from the account of the start of the revolution given by the authors of the International Crisis Group, who have already been quoted, although they once again miscalculated when they described a station that had already occurred 4 times in a month as an event without precedent that was taking place for the first time. The numbers on January 25th surprised everyone. The demonstrators gathered in many places throughout Cairo, thwarting attempts to control them. They confused the police by constantly announcing different locations, while participants communicated via Twitter, text messages, and cell phones about the new meeting points. The result was unprecedented. For the first time in the memory of most demonstrators, their number exceeded that of the police. The Christians, who admittedly were not among the majority of demonstrators, could have contributed their differing memories, but minority issues no longer interested anyone anyway. Just as Abdul Masih Basit had feared, the Coptic youth rushed headlong into the turmoil on Tahrir Square, where their own concerns, for which they had demonstrated a few days earlier against the state power alone, quickly drowned in the general fever of the revolution. Here they were, together with the activists of Kifaya, the Youth Revolution Coalition, to which the Youth of April 6 belongs, which in turn includes activists of Kifaya, the Youth Movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, which in turn belongs to the aforementioned Youth Revolution Coalition, which also includes the youth in support of Mohammed el-Baradei, who in turn is a member of the National Association for Change. The diversity of names should not be allowed to deceive us. The various activist groups are all a mixture of the same ingredients: Nasserism, communism, Trotskyism, anti-imperialism, and, of course, anti-Zionism. Only the proportions in which these ingredients are mixed distinguish the individual organizations, if at all, because they are inextricably intertwined with one another in terms of personnel. The Muslim Brotherhood or its youth organization are involved everywhere. Only el-Baradei is a peculiar phenomenon, which can perhaps be described as a moderate anti-Zionist with a Nobel Prize. But what were the actual concerns of the Christians, which the Coptic youth themselves had already forgotten? They wanted to be protected as a religious minority from the mob that threatened them. They wanted religious freedom and equality before the law. No more than what every citizen should be entitled to: the right to be part of a community that respects the lives and property of its members. But now they were standing here with people who had a very different idea of community. One got an idea of this when these revolutionaries later, when the generals had long since taken over, remembered the good old days on the square, where they were united by a feeling that they described as a mood or atmosphere, a kind of commonality and equality across all boundaries of religion, gender, class, party, and rank, as could only be felt on the square. That is why they kept returning to it after the revolution. In this community, during the intoxication of the state of emergency, it was of course completely out of the question to ask about concrete issues. Religious freedom, for example, or derived from it, the obligation to wear a veil, were problems that, despite the perceived connection between religions and genders, had no place on the square, because addressing them would only have disturbed the beautiful communal experience. In any case, there is no state-enforced compulsory veiling in Egypt, as there is in Saudi Arabia or Iran. It only exists here as a social force exercised by the Islamic community, so that a discussion of it seemed out of place in a movement that had come together to overthrow the regime, but not to solve social problems. However, the question could have been raised as to what kind of regime the revolt would install in place of the old one, and whether the new constitution would be as liberal in its approach to the Islamic dress code as the old one. Freedom of religion was facing a similar fate. In Egypt, religious minorities have enjoyed freedom of religion to date, and Christians are equal citizens, albeit with certain restrictions. However, the problem here lay elsewhere. The same state that guaranteed freedom of religion by law was, as we have seen, not fully prepared to defend this formal right against the real injustice that Christians suffered at the hands of the Islamic mob. On the square, the Christians were now standing together in harmony, partly with the mob, partly with those who would make the laws in the future and who also wanted to formally eliminate religious freedom. The injustice of genital mutilation, on the other hand, was not one of the Christians' own concerns from the outset, and was therefore not forgotten by the Coptic youth. It could not be a topic for the revolution, because there was a consensus on the square that transcended gender and religion. In Egypt, it has been banned by the state since 2007, but it continues to exist as a social violence that is not limited to a particular religious community, but rather subjugates the entire female sex, which is exercised by parents, primarily mothers, against their daughters. The ban was a law that was not enforced, so it was not a law but merely a good intention, the implementation of which depended on the personal commitment of Suzanne Mubarak and the success of her awareness campaigns. The engagement was greater than the success, because the Egyptians consider themselves to be the heirs of the oldest civilization, which no longer needs enlightenment. Today, the ban is rejected because it was a law of the hated regime. And because there is no religious justification for genital mutilation, the new lawmakers take the position that nothing in Islam forbids circumcision. The statistics show that over 90% of adult women in Egypt are circumcised, that before the ban 77% of girls were circumcised, now it is 74%, and that increasingly doctors are performing the circumcision instead of mothers, just as the cutting off of hands in Saudi Arabia is nowadays mostly carried out using modern medical methods. In view of the mental state of a population that develops from such conditions, the Egyptians should have been advised to wait a little longer with the revolution, because they are not ready for it. If it were true that the oldest civilization is at home here, then the question would arise as to how many millennia it would take and whether waiting would change anything at all. But that was not an issue on the square, of course, because it was a problem that went beyond the limited horizons of the revolutionaries and would have overtaxed the delicate tolerance of the boundless diversity on the square. The reality on the square was in stark contrast to the image that the world had of it, which was, logically enough, composed of completely superficial ideas. Spring, youth, Facebook, text messages, etc. This was intended to convey three things. Firstly, we don't know what or who they are. Secondly, they are the youth, the new generation, the enlightened middle class. Thirdly, the Arabs are quite different from what we have always thought. Above all, they are not the Muslim Brotherhood that everyone is afraid of. Well, many Egyptians are young, 32.7% under 14, average age 24. So this point was not very helpful unless you wanted to dig deeper and find out what this seal of quality actually means. The rest of the argument assumes that the use of modern means of communication requires education or causes enlightenment, and that terrorists are too stupid to set up a Facebook account or use a BlackBerry. This crazy loss of reality was characteristic of the perception of the so-called revolution in general. And there is a simple explanation for this. The bourgeois and revolutionary self-confidence, which is sick from a history of wars and crises, of crimes and betrayal, needs self-deception like an alcoholic needs alcohol to numb his fear of the bad end, which comes a little closer with every sip of this medicine. The Islamic tenor is the object of fear, which creates the need for Islamic reformers. The Arab Spring came like an unexpected healing through the laying on of hands. In this country, the loudest spokesmen for the revolution were to be found among the moderate faction of so-called Israel Solidarity, along with their weekly newspaper. When they remarked, with a touch of the grandiose understanding of Joschka Fischer, that Israel did not share their revolutionary exuberance, they had finally found an occasion to be allowed to criticize Israel for once. Israel's skepticism was unfounded. They said, "Fear not," they shouted to the Jews. The labored argument of people, who are well aware of the dangerousness of Islamic gangs, to prove the harmlessness of this revolution was the claim that it had begun without the participation of the Muslim Brotherhood, who only joined in later. The implication was that the driving force behind the revolution was precisely those Facebook activists, who were presented as the enlightened Arab youth that had been overlooked until then and who deserved our support. It is in itself meaningless whether the Muslim Brotherhood was there from the first or second day or whether it joined later to seize the revolution, which was supposedly not theirs, as was later said. Nevertheless, they were there from the first day, except that they did not wear t-shirts saying, "Hello, I'm one of them." Rather, the Muslim Brotherhood had deliberately decided not to act visibly as an organization in the run-up to January 25th, because it seemed possible to them, given the events in Tunisia, that this time they might actually succeed in forcing Hosni Mubarak to step down, especially since the presidential election was to take place in a few months. His candidacy was unlikely, and it was known that a successor was being sought within the regime. The Brotherhood's visibility could only harm its cooperation with other activists and international sympathy. However, this consideration was only relevant for the scene on and around the square, where the eyes of the world were focused. In other cities, especially in their strongholds in the Nile Delta, the Brotherhood dominated the revolution, as in Sinai, where the smuggling and other criminal gangs or al-Qaeda groups active there participated. Once the Muslim Brotherhood's involvement had become apparent, attempts were made to deny the Islamic character of the revolution by pointing to its economic drivers, because if it had such drivers, its content would not be Islam, but bread and peace. In fact, many families in Egypt are poor. There is unemployment, injustice, and a lack of prospects. Compared to other parts of Africa, the Egyptians may still look rich, but that was not an argument because they were all poor enough for a revolution. The argument also did not really fit with the earlier one that the middle class was rebelling here, a class that is not usually associated with the poorest sections of society. But perhaps it was the class most affected by the lack of prospects. That may be the case, but it cannot be the case that the existence of poverty in Egypt contradicts the fact that Islam was the content of the revolution, because what is the slogan of the Muslim Brotherhood? Islam is the solution. This is meant to mean that it is the solution to all problems, including and especially the economic ones, because it is the religion of the tormented, who are promised eternal justice. Social work is the basis of Islamic mass mobilization, the link or transmission belt, Lenin, between the people and the party. The party founded by the Brotherhood after the revolution is therefore called Freedom and Justice, and emphasizes this through campaigns in poor neighborhoods, such as in October 2011 in the Cairo district of Mbaba, where it distributed food at half price to the gullible, a district in which further attacks on the Christian minority occurred throughout the year. The Salafist Party is called the Light and wants to eliminate interest slavery through Islamic banking. In its commitment to the poor and oppressed, Islam is not outdone by socialism or Mother Teresa. But wasn't there a strike on April 6th and 7th, 2008, in which the textile workers of Mahala al-Kubra, an important industrial city in the middle of the Nile Delta, reacted to the increase in food prices? Didn't the police brutally suppress the strike, and didn't activists use Facebook and text messages to call for a general strike and the overthrow of Hosni Mubarak? So it was the internet and mobile phone revolutionaries again, but this time in league with real workers in a class struggle in the style of the 19th century. This is where the April 6th youth movement emerged, which wanted to support the strikes with demonstrations, whose spokesmen in turn became the old acquaintances, the anti-Zionists of the Kifaya movement, so that the diversity of like-minded people with ever new names and activities showed up, only to find themselves again on Tahrir Square. The strikes were also only superficially about food prices, which were heavily subsidized by the regime, incidentally. The strikes themselves and the events that accompanied them were held under the motto Egyptian Intifada. These were political strikes or a test of strength by the Muslim Brotherhood in a city in which it played a leading role in the trade union movement and where numerous workers were later to support the Muslim Brotherhood Party. Since the revolution ultimately did not produce a single content that added to or even contradicted the Muslim Brotherhood's program, the latter took on the role that corresponded to it, rising from an initially invisible to an unmistakable leader of the movement. This did not happen only in the subsequent parliamentary elections but already in the square, because the Brotherhood had something that all the others lacked: a program and an organization. The advantage became apparent when the clashes with the police became more intense. One activist later explained with the help of an example. They were very helpful. When people got fed up with just standing around and watching, they organized reinforcements. They were very good at organizing stone factories to produce stockpiles of ammunition and building barricades. The authors of the International Crisis Group described the Brotherhood's rapid change of role from their own perspective. The Brotherhood initially watched the situation cautiously, if not fearfully, mindful of the repression that would inevitably follow their participation in a failed revolt. But the attitude soon changed, also in response to the pressure of their many younger members on Tahrir Square and in the face of the surprising strength of the protest. Once the decision to fight had been made, there was no turning back. Mubarak had to be brought down or his retaliation would be terrible. The role of Islamist activists grew as the confrontation became more violent and as it moved away from Cairo. Particularly in the Delta, their own deep roots and the relative weakness of the secular opposition gave them a leading role. But then an even more powerful organization entered the stage of the revolution. The generals also played their role in such a way that their intentions remained invisible at first. Their intervention was only noticed when the police suddenly disappeared from the scene, the very part of the power apparatus on which Hosni Mubarak relied. Soldiers took their place. They distributed sweets and chocolate to the revolutionaries and vowed not to shoot at them. The promise lasted for 3/4 of a year. Then, on the night of October 9th, soldiers shot at a demonstration of Christians after the Islamic mob had set fire to a church. 24 Christians were murdered that night, some by gunfire, some when military vehicles drove into the crowd, crushing people. As in early January, the Christians fought numerous street battles with the new power in the days that followed, their slogans now being, "Muslims, Christians, overthrow the field marshal," and "Tantawi is a murderer." A total of 26 Christians had already been killed in March and May, when the mob, mobilized by the Salafists, set fire to their churches, shops, and houses. This time, the murderers' motive was alleged love affairs and similar unbelievable things. In these cases, as before the revolution, the new regime had always excelled in inaction, for which it even distinguished itself with the seal of impartiality. Were the Christians now to fear the new rulers not only for their indifference, but as a deadly enemy in their own right? The day after the October massacre, the murderer from January 2010, who had been sentenced to death after the terrorist attack in Alexandria and the demonstrations by Christians at the beginning of the year, was hanged. 2 ministers resigned in protest at the violence perpetrated by soldiers against Christians, until the military council promised to punish the perpetrators. This was granted to the Christians for their 50 dead. However, at this point in time, the new rulers were embroiled in a power struggle that was undecided, but in which their rivals, the Islamic parties, were gaining ground politically from day to day. From a Christian perspective, the only prospect was that their situation could continue to deteriorate catastrophically, but there was no prospect of improvement. The next shots were fired in November, in the immediate run-up to the parliamentary elections, when the revolution returned to the square. The Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists had called for a joint demonstration of power after Friday prayers. When soldiers tried to clear the square on Saturday morning, the activists came out to make sure they didn't lose touch with the Islamic Revolution and to deny their character once again. There are no parties here, no Muslims and no Christians. We are the people. The Coptic youth were there again too. Christians kept watch while the Muslims performed their prayers so that soldiers wouldn't disturb them. There must be something to the cliché that hope dies last. October 17, 2023, from 7 p.m. Israeli time. A wave of Islamic popular anger sweeps over the countries of the Middle East. The trigger is a rumor about the Jews. An Israeli missile is said to have hit the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza City. The source? A health authority of Hamas. This false report is spread by international news agencies and the New York Times, along with unconfirmed information that hundreds of people have died. Then, a few hours later, Israel provides photographic evidence to the contrary. It was a misfired rocket from the Islamic Jihad, that had hit a parking lot near the hospital. It later transpired that not hundreds of people had died, but rather several dozen. The Islamic mob on the streets was not interested in this correction, of course. 10 days after Hamas had murdered, tortured, or raped more than 1,200 people in Israel in a bestial manner and kidnapped around 240 people, the situation in Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco threatened to spiral out of control. The mobs are demanding that their governments break off all relations with Israel, or else provide military aid for Hamas' campaign of destruction. The respective governments' radical verbal statements are not long in coming. Around midday on October 18th, all the countries mentioned declared in unison that they condemned the Israeli attack on the Al-Ali hospital. The Saudi Arabian Foreign Ministry's X account also reads, Saudi Arabia strongly condemns the heinous crime committed by the Israeli occupation forces in bombing the Al-Ali hospital in the Gaza Strip, which killed hundreds of civilians, including children, as well as the injured and wounded. The Islamic mob has only just calmed down after the explosion of the misfired rocket at the Al-Ali hospital, and yet a remarkable video is already circulating on social media. It shows Turki Ibn Faisal, 78 years old and former head of Saudi intelligence. He spoke in English at the Baker Institute in Houston on October 17th. 3/4 of his speech consisted of wild, anti-Semitic accusations against Israel. He accused Israel of imprisoning Palestinians in concentration camps, expelling them from Gaza and bombing them indiscriminately. At the same time, he condemned Hamas terror as un-Islamic. Attacking women, children, the elderly, and places of worship was contrary to Islamic norms, according to Ibn Faisal. He then made 2 remarkable statements that deserve closer examination. The first was, I condemn Hamas for sabotaging Saudi Arabia's efforts to find a peaceful solution to the plight of the Palestinians. This is a statement that will be revisited. The second was, I condemn Israel for passing on Qatari funds to Hamas, which Israel itself classifies as a terrorist organization. In a speech at the 40th anniversary of the National Council for Saudi-American Relations in mid-November, Turki Ibn Faisal went even further. He specified, before October 7th, Israel allowed Qatari funds to be transferred to Hamas, believing that economic prosperity would tame Hamas, an assessment that Israeli security hardliners would probably agree with. In 2021, Haaretz reported that around $3 billion had been transferred to the terrorists' coffers in this way over the previous 10 years. Netanyahu tacitly approved the transfer of money in suitcases via Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv because he thought it would keep Hamas on a short leash. Israel would be safe from rockets, he calculated, as long as Hamas received its money from Doha. An attack on Israel would in turn result in a stop to the money from Qatar, as Israel would no longer grant the money-carrying aircraft landing permission. However, the policy of money-carrying appeasement was always controversial, both on the right of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud and in the military. October 7th showed how right the critics were, and how fatal Netanyahu's misguided assumption had been that Hamas, behind its supposedly Islamist rhetoric, was acting as rationally as any other corrupt government in the Middle East. The background, from 2017 to 2021, the Al Saud royal house, together with the United Arab Emirates, imposed a sea and land blockade on Qatar. The accusation at the time was that Qatar was financing international Islamist terrorism, which also threatened the interests of both royal houses. In fact, both Gulf monarchies are very concerned that Islamists could overthrow the ruling houses and cause chaos similar to that seen in North Africa during the so-called Arab Spring. The Qatari state broadcaster Al Jazeera, which played a major role in fueling the Arab Spring, with the help of the television sermons of Muslim Brotherhood member Yusuf al-Qaradawi, among others, and which celebrated the Hamas massacres after October 7th, is blocked in Saudi Arabia. The royal house also considers it a threat that Qatar maintains good relations with the Iranian mullahs, whose proxy is Hamas. The fact that Qatar has also been hosting the Hamas leadership around Ismail Haniyeh in the capital Doha since 2012 and supporting them financially is also making Riyadh uneasy. According to Rebecca Schonenbach, the real message from Turki Ibn Faisal to Israel could be, Israel has allowed payments to Gaza to go through, even though it was clear that Hamas would also benefit from them. Anyone who thinks they can fight terrorism with Qatar is mistaken. The alternative, Saudi Arabia. The Saudi monarchy, which for selfish reasons wants to ensure its own power base and thus also its own population, knows exactly what kind of opponent it is dealing with here, with the Muslim Brotherhood and the Iranian mullahs at the top. The goal of this Islamic movement is global jihad. Its fanals are called Intifada, 9/11, or Al-Aqsa Flood. As Hamas calls the massacre on October 7th, the Islamic International considers the destruction of Israel and the expulsion or murder of all Jews from the Middle East as a necessary, but by no means sufficient condition for the establishment of its caliphate. Israel is not their only target. Their long-term goal, and not just since the Arab Spring, is to topple the Gulf monarchies. They are seen as westernized and corrupt, even reactionary. Accordingly, they are striving to replace them with a post-national Islamic people's democracy. All the losses that they have to accept as a result of defeats are, in their eyes, only a crossroads on the road to final victory, to use an apt expression coined by Joachim Brun. When the Hamas Muslim Brotherhood call their massacre of October 7th merely a dress rehearsal, they show what they are really about: a campaign of annihilation that will never end, and which will not end with the destruction of Israel. This campaign did not begin in 1948 with the founding of the State of Israel, but rather 20 years earlier with the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood by the Egyptian elementary school teacher and fervent anti-Semite Hassan al-Banna. His millions of followers still believe that Islam is the solution against the supposed decadence of the West, but also for the restoration of the Caliphate, whose end after the First World War is attributed not least to the sinister influence of world Jewry. In the early 1930s, the Muslim Brotherhood initially thought that they could help Islam to power in Egypt through Islamic charity and Quranic instruction. In the early 1930s, the Muslim Brotherhood initially thought that they could help Islam to power in Egypt through Islamic charity and Quranic instruction. When that failed, they took up arms. The Muslim Brotherhood reacted to the increased immigration of persecuted Jews to Palestine in the 1920s and 1940s not only with attacks on the British Mandate territory, but also with pogroms against Jews in Cairo. They carried out terrorist attacks underground while appearing to the outside world as a welfare racket. This explains the double face of the Muslim Brotherhood, which it has maintained to this day, also in the form of various front organizations around the world. At the same time, they placed their hopes in the Nazis' victory in the Second World War. Accordingly, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan al-Banna, also saw Germany's defeat by the Allies as a bitter setback for the cause of Islam. In a eulogy for Jerusalem's Nazi Grand Mufti Amin al-Husseini in 1946, al-Banna summarized what he hoped for from the resistance of the Palestinians against the founding of the Israeli state. Germany and Hitler are no more, but Amin al-Husseini will continue the fight. Just as Hamas and its partner organizations have never been interested in a Palestinian state alongside Israel, but have always sought the destruction of the Jewish state, the Muslim Brotherhood also views the modern principle of the nation as such. This explains why the Muslim Brotherhood was initially open to the pan-Arab socialist revolution of Jamal Abdel Nasser in the 1950s. Nasser is said to have personally attended the sermons of the Muslim Brotherhood's Sayyid Qutb shortly before he took power. Both movements had found a common enemy in Israel and the influence of the West in the Middle East, and they shared the common goal of uniting the Arab states against this enemy. The break between the Muslim Brotherhood and Nasser did not come about due to irreconcilable ideological differences, but because of a power struggle after the revolution. An offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood had already formed in Gaza in the 1940s, and it has been operating under the name Hamas since 1988. The Muslim Brotherhood experienced massive growth after the Arab defeats against Israel in 1967 and 1973, when it became apparent that Islamism would become the new guiding ideology of the Middle East after Pan-Arabism. From the time of their persecution by Nasser until the Arab Spring in 2011, the Muslim Brotherhood, which had been ousted from Egypt, was increasingly perceived in the West as a democratic, moderate, and modern alternative to the secular dictatorships and Gulf monarchies in the Middle East. Many Muslim brothers who had gone to the West received a modern education and became eloquent speakers for the Islamic cause, without ever admitting their affiliation with the Muslim Brotherhood. Hassan al-Banna's grandson, Tariq Ramadan, who taught at renowned Western universities until a scandal broke over sexual assaults, and who significantly calls himself a reformist Salafist, is a good example of this. And, as in the past in Cairo and Gaza, they founded charitable associations that relieved the state authorities in the West of charitable offers for the Muslim population. Officially, they reject violence unless it is directed against the Israeli occupiers or against authoritarian rulers and monarchs in the Middle East. After the start of the persecution by Nasser in the 1950s, many Muslim brothers fled to Saudi Arabia. At that time, Saudi Arabia was waging a proxy war against Nasser in Yemen. The conservative Wahhabi monarchy saw the arrival of Muslim brothers as political refugees as a positive development in terms of power politics. The Saudis were to revise their policy of extending a hand to the Muslim Brotherhood, which had been accompanied by the mass admission of Muslim Brotherhood members, only much later. Until after the First Gulf War, and even after September 11, 2001, Saudi Arabia tolerated and supported the Muslim Brotherhood in its own country. In return, they had to pledge not to engage in political activity in the country and not to publicly attack the quietist doctrine of Wahhabism. This doctrine prescribes a fundamentalist everyday Islam and at the same time punishes any violation of the authorities. Until then, the Muslim Brotherhood had been involved in modernizing the Wahhabi education system and had taken on key roles in ministries and society. They had taught the population to read and write, thereby subtly spreading their ideology. They viewed Saudi Arabia's anti-Israeli course, which was particularly evident in the fact that the monarchy had enforced an OPEC oil embargo in 1973 during the Yom Kippur War, which in turn triggered the oil crisis, with favor. Saudi Arabia also lent a hand to Islamists internationally. The Saudis' calculation was based on the hope that support for Islamists abroad and their tolerance at home would at least leave the Wahhabi monarchy untouched. The attack on the Grand Mosque in Mecca in 1979, when Islamic end-time purists occupied the Kaaba and demanded a reversal of westernization, was a threat enough for the royal house. The policy of extending a hand to the Muslim Brotherhood was not to change until the Arab Spring and the election of the Muslim Brotherhood's Mohammed Morsi as Egyptian president, whom the Saudis increasingly perceived as a threat to the royal house. In 2014, Saudi Arabia finally banned the Muslim Brotherhood. This change of course by the royal house towards the Muslim Brotherhood was also evident in the murder of a prominent Muslim Brotherhood member, Jamal Khashoggi, who had joined the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1970s. He was not only, as is often claimed in the Western media, a Saudi foreign journalist who was allowed to interview Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan in 1987, but also an intimate connoisseur of the Islamist scene. Khashoggi's services were also gratefully utilized by the Saudi Secret Service under the then head of espionage, Inarki ibn Faisal. Khashoggi, as he later wrote in an opinion piece for the Washington Post, considered the Muslim Brotherhood to be the decisive reform movement in the Arab world and in Saudi Arabia. The open break with the Saudi monarchy came when, in the early 2000s, Khashoggi attacked Wahhabism from his progressive perspective, that is, from the perspective of the Muslim Brotherhood, and thus violated the ban on political activity that the Saudis had imposed on the Muslim Brotherhood. The Saudis then banned him from working in the media, although this ban was temporarily lifted due to his good contacts with Turki ibn Faisal. But he did not stop. In 2013, 2 years after the start of the Arab Spring, Khashoggi published the book Arab Spring, The Muslim Brotherhood Era. The royal house, whose leadership was taken over by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2017, saw this book as a declaration of war. In it, Khashoggi, among other things, denounced the persecution of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. In 2017, Khashoggi went into exile in the United States. He reinvented himself as a dissident who criticized the autocratic rule of one man in Saudi Arabia, meaning Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. As Roger Koppel's Swiss weekly Weltwoche correctly pointed out at the time, Khashoggi's criticism had nothing to do with a liberal concept of democracy, but all the more with a flat Islamist idea of the Ummah's democratic world domination. Khashoggi was far more disturbed by the centralization of the monopoly on violence by a modern absolutist ruler who curtailed the power of the Islamic mob and its legal scholars through his dictatorship of progress than by the restriction of political freedoms as such. Shortly before his murder, Khashoggi gave an interview to the BBC in London in which he denounced Israeli settlement construction in the West Bank. As can be read on Wikipedia, he was considered a critic of Saudi Arabia's rapprochement with Israel at the expense of the Palestinians. It is further stated that Khashoggi was an Erdogan supporter and that he was in Istanbul for political reasons during the last days of his life. On October 2, 2018, he reportedly went to the Saudi consulate to pick up documents for his marriage and was reported missing afterwards. Initially, the Turkish police suspected that he had been murdered, but then the Turkish daily newspaper Sabah, which is close to the Muslim Brotherhood, and the New York Times reported the murder. Turkish authorities said they had audio recordings that allegedly proved that Khashoggi had been dismembered alive in the consulate. It is still unclear where Khashoggi's body is. Turki ibn Faisal, of course, denied any involvement by the Saudi Secret Service. With the murder of Khashoggi, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman set an example. The message was, whoever openly opposes the suppression of the Muslim Brotherhood in Saudi Arabia can expect no mercy. Since then, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been pushing ahead with reforms in his country. His declared goal is not only to push back Islam from public life and to relax the norms of Wahhabi everyday Islam. This includes partial reforms such as the lifting of gender segregation in schools or the permission to open cinemas, but also to normalize relations with Israel. In 2018, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said in an interview with CBS that the real Saudi Arabia had not known segregation of men and women. By this, he means, according to his own statement, the Saudi Arabia of the 1960s and 1970s, which supposedly had cinemas throughout the country, in which women were still largely integrated into the labor market and Islam was moderate and apolitical. He blames the tightening of Islamic moral laws after the attack on the Grand Mosque in Mecca in 1979, which he now wants to reverse, exclusively on the royal family's entourage of Islamic legal scholars at the time. Of course, he is thus glorifying a supposed modernity that has never existed in Saudi Arabia. What is crucial, however, is that the Crown Prince has made this idea of a Saudi modernity the guiding principle of his social policy and, by all appearances, also acts accordingly. In September 2023, he told the world in an interview with Fox News that a breakthrough in peace negotiations with Israel was imminent. The situation of the Palestinians was also the subject of the negotiations, as was stated at the time, which was implicitly confirmed by former intelligence chief Turkey IBN Faisal in his speech on October 17. Another of Turkey IBN Faisal's statements is also noteworthy. In his speech on October 17, he said that the so-called Middle East conflict knows no winners, but only losers. As out of place as this phrase is in the face of the bestial Hamas massacre of October 7, it at least presupposes the idea of a rational self-interest that does not fit into the categories of jihad and annihilation and, at least in the abstract, implies the ability to reach mutual understanding. Instead of the boundless destruction that Hamas and its cronies have made their program, Ibn Faisal calls for the two-state solution, a concept no less bloodless than the call for both sides to please remember their well-understood interests and end this war. In the West, the insistence on the two-state solution is a euphemism for indifference towards Israel's security. After all, a sovereign Palestinian state would have to be armed. For anti-Semitic spokesmen like Turkey IBN Faisal, however, it could at least mean a cautious departure from the Pan-Arab doctrine. For 75 years, Pan-Arabism in all its variants has prescribed nothing other than the destruction of Israel in the interests of the Arabs and the Islamic world, and has since inhibited the development of the Arab states into a Western model of nation-state. Pan-Arabism, modeled on the Islamic Ummah, whether under socialist secular or revolutionary Islamic auspices, knows only one program: the establishment of a global Islamic, borderless non-state. The liberal idea of a prosperity of nations, in the sense of Adam Smith, is alien to Pan-Arabism. The background to the Israeli-Saudi rapprochement, which has already been criticized by Muslim Brotherhood member Jamal Khashoggi, is the Abraham Accords, which were initiated by the Trump administration. Since 2020, Israel has concluded peace treaties with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco as a result of the Abraham Accords, which not only affect national security, as in the Cold Peace with Egypt and Jordan, but also include areas such as trade, tourism, and cultural exchange. It is no secret that Hamas wanted to torpedo this normalization process with its massacre on October 7. With the Abraham Accords, Israel is betting on the division of the Islamic world, while at the same time mistrusting its allies, who are probably precarious and may only be allies for a very short time. For several years now, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia have suspected that the forces that want to destroy Israel in order to establish their Ummah Caliphate could also turn against the Gulf states. The New York Times has reported that most of the political leaders of the Arab states want to see Hamas toppled. Furthermore, informed sources have indicated that Israel is negotiating with several Arab states regarding an international consortium that could take over the political administration of the Gaza Strip after the war. One of the states that is said to play a key role in the administration of Gaza after the war is Saudi Arabia. However, the conditions for Mohammed bin Salman's socio-political reforms and the desired normalization of relations with Israel are precarious in Saudi Arabia. Not only is Saudi Arabia still considered by the Islamic world to be the guardian of the holy places of the Prophet, but it can also be assumed that a large proportion of Saudis will continue to support the Muslim Brotherhood and its Palestinian offshoot Hamas. As one Arab Hamas sympathizer aptly put it, if political freedoms were introduced in Saudi Arabia, it would not only lead to massive, anti-Israeli demonstrations on a scale comparable to what we have seen recently in Yemen and other countries. Many Saudis would probably be willing to leave the country immediately and try to join Hamas in Palestine. In this respect, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has every reason not to accelerate the pace of his reforms any further, whether out of fear of popular uprisings or palace revolts. For only a few Saudis are willing to say what the strategically minded among them have learned since Yasser Arafat's support for Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, that the Palestinian political organizations will destabilize the Gulf region if they become too powerful, and that they cannot be relied upon. In other words, the Arab Peninsula could face the same civil war chaos as Jordan or Lebanon if the Gulf states ever took in Palestinians as refugees. One of those who openly expresses this realization is the Saudi businessman, influencer, and author Rawaf al-Sin. In a video that went viral on social media, he denies any territorial claim by the Palestinians to land in the Middle East, accuses the Palestinian leadership of its involvement in Saddam Hussein's war of aggression against Kuwait, and calls on Israel to take a tougher approach in Gaza. Curiously, he says that the true location of the Al-Aqsa Mosque is not in Jerusalem, but in the village of Al-Jurana near Mecca, which he derives from an original historical critical reading of the Quran. It is unlikely that the peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia has been completely put on ice since October 7th, but Hamas has certainly been able to delay its conclusion with its attack. Hamas and its financiers in Tehran and Doha know that the window of opportunity for normalizing Saudi-Israeli relations will close in the foreseeable future. The presidential election campaign in the USA begins in March. Then the Americans, without whom there can be no peace treaty, will be preoccupied with domestic politics. Whether Saudi Arabia will take the opportunity to officially make peace with Israel as the homeland of the Jews in the Middle East remains to be seen, given the precarious position of the Crown Prince in his own country and in the region. And Israel knows only too well that the Saudis and their changing interests can be relied on just as little as any other state in the Middle East that has made peace with Israel. Although isolated pleasant surprises, such as the fact that Saudi Arabia shot down a missile fired by the Iran-backed Houthi Islamists from Yemen at Israel for the first time on its own territory on October 19th, are seen by the Israelis as a glimmer of hope. If the massacre of October 7th taught Israel a sad lesson, then this Israel has a chance of survival in the Middle East only if it is a well-fortified Zionist country. During the recent Gaza war, it was not only the Arabs and the UN, but also the West that repeatedly stated that the two-state solution must be implemented as quickly as possible and finally returned to, as if it were self-evident that the Palestinians must be rewarded with their own state as a result of the massacre, so that both sides could finally find peace. But it is also clear that the future of the Palestinians must be better than their present and past, said the German foreign minister, according to Stern, on November 12, 2023, to Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Shtayyeh. Less than 2 weeks after the bloodbath, Baerbock and her Jordanian counterpart al-Safadi were already demanding a negotiated solution to the Gaza war, which would have to end in a two-state solution, according to NTV.de on October 19th. Even in the statements of the officially most pro-Israeli states, the USA and Germany, the idea always resonated that the Palestinians had been denied areas to which they had some legitimate claim or even a right for decades, even since 1947. That either, in the eyes of those who are openly in favor of Palestine, Israel alone, or at best, in an equidistant understanding of the Jews, the radical forces on both sides are responsible for the failure of the two-state solution, whereby in Israel right-wing to right-wing extremist governments and fanatical settlers are meant, and among Palestinians open supporters of anti-Semitic terror. Even in circles that are decidedly pro-Israeli, the historical lies are cultivated that Israel has occupied Palestinian territories, West Bank, Gaza Strip, and that Jewish settlers, supported by right-wing religious governments and parties, are settling in Palestinian territories. The matter-of-fact way in which the term Palestinian territories is used incorrectly corresponds to the talk of a, with Arabic connotations, Palestinian people, as if this had not been invented in the late 1960s with the aim of destroying Israel. The banal truth, on the other hand, is that the international community and Israel have repeatedly offered the Arabs of the originally Ottoman province, and then of the British Mandate territory of Palestine, their their own state, without any need and without any moral or legal obligation, but rather generously. However, the Arabs and Palestinians not only rejected such offers every time, but responded with violence against Israel and the Jews. After each violent rejection of the two-state solution, and thus of their own state, by the Arabs and Palestinians, it would have been normal to finally bury the idea of a two-state solution and to take a proactive approach towards the Arabs, arguing that their own behavior had simply and forever forfeited any right to Palestinian statehood, which never existed in the first place. The world historical anomaly of repeatedly offering the Palestinians what they deserve, even less the more they reject it, the only people on earth to ever have been accorded this honor, can only be explained by Israeli philanthropy and the world community's infatuation with Arabs and Islam, as well as, difficult to distinguish from the latter, anti-Semitism. A look at the history of the so-called Middle East conflict and Israeli peace diplomacy may shed some light on this. The very common term Middle East conflict is not even trying to be neutral or objective. The word conflict is a trivialization, and the mere reference to geography Middle East obscures the real events, namely the permanent struggle for survival of Israeli Jews against anti-Semitic Arab murder collectives since the founding of the state. In the West, too, the existence of the Arab nation-states in the Middle East, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, is taken for granted, even considered natural, while Israel is at best defended as having an ominous right to exist. With the exception of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, for whom it only applies in part, the Arab states are the result of British-French nation-building after the First World War. It is the reward or quid pro quo for the mobilization of the Arab tribes in the fight against the Ottoman Empire. In other words, the West's promise to the Arabs has been kept. The Arabs would have preferred a greater Arab empire consisting of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Greater Jordan, and parts of Saudi Arabia, but they were never able to speak with one voice because far too many tribes and families, who were enemies to the death, claimed sovereignty over Arabia. The corresponding territories had been provinces or administrative districts under Turkish rule for centuries. Palestine, 1516 to 1918. In the area of Palestine, which in pre-biblical and biblical times was ruled by the Greeks, Egyptians, Persians, Romans, and, to some extent, Jews, and later by the Byzantines, Arabs, and Muslims, have only lived and ruled since the Islamic conquests in the 7th century, which started in what is now Saudi Arabia until the Turks took over. As is well known, the founding of Israel goes back to the UN Partition Plan of 1947 for the British Mandate of Palestine, which had existed since the 1920s. The British had also promised the Jews a Jewish homeland in the region on several occasions. However, this is not the decisive factor in the question of the moral legitimacy of a Jewish state in the Middle East. Zionism, the Jewish national movement, emerged at the end of the 19th century as a reaction to the seemingly never-ending anti-Semitism in European history. For centuries, Jews were repeatedly the victims of pogroms and systematic expulsions, for example from England and France from the end of the 13th century, from German cities and from Spain from the 15th century, and then the persecution-related mass flight of Jews from Eastern Europe from 1880. The Jews were always dependent on the favor and protection of non-Jewish local authorities, rulers, churches, or the willingness of neighboring societies to accept the fleeing Jews. The idea of Jewish statehood and defense was therefore to take the protection of Jewish life into their own hands and no longer have to rely on the goodwill of non-Jews to defend themselves against anti-Semitism. In view of the Holocaust, the Nazi German attempt to completely exterminate European Jews, the Second World War, which became a world war against the Jews due to the involvement of Eastern European populations, the more or less passive turning a blind eye by the Western powers, their refusal to accept more Jewish refugees from Germany and Austria, the Evian Conference of 1938, etc., the establishment of Jewish sovereignty in Palestine was a matter of course for Holocaust survivors and those who had been made homeless. Jews worldwide have a religious and national connection to this country. Jews have always lived there, even after the expulsion by the Romans. There have always been emigrations to Palestine in the course of the European expulsion of Jews and the Holocaust. The country was the destination of many displaced persons held in reception camps. For a brief historical moment, the idea of finally doing justice to the Jews found a majority among the nations of the world. Even if it has since been conveniently forgotten, this also meant that Jewish sovereignty and the ability to defend themselves in a civil and democratic society would always require a clear Jewish majority. Israel is not just a state that bears this name and is also inhabited by Jews. It is a potential place of refuge for all Jews persecuted by anti-Semitism, where Jews and only Jews have the say, despite all the differences of opinion among them. Only a few people know that the UN Partition Plan of 1947 was preceded by an initial division of Palestine. 75% of the territory, the entire area east of the Jordan River, was formed into Transjordan, later Jordan. This created the first Arab Palestinian state, whose existence has never been questioned by anyone. In the context of the talk of a two-state solution for the British Mandate of Palestine, there would have been nothing at all to be said against assigning the remaining 25% west of the Jordan to a Jewish Palestinian state, i.e. Israel, in the interests of historical justice. Especially since the Palestinian Arabs, under the leadership of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, organized anti-Semitic pogroms in the 1930s and fought on the side of Nazi Germany in the Second World War, as did the Arabs in general, and it is actually a good custom for the winners to dictate the peace terms to the losers of wars. If the Arabs of the rest of Palestine had been given the choice of either living under Israeli rule or resettling in Syria, Egypt, or the Arab Palestinian state of Jordan, it would not have been a scandal. Instead, the UN Partition Plan, roughly half-half, allocated 12.5% of the original Palestine to the Jews and 12.5% to a second Arab Palestinian state, rewarding the Arab Palestinians for their Nazi collaboration and defeat and punishing the Jews for no reason. Moreover, both groups were to found their states in 3 regions that were barely connected to each other and spread across the territory, with Jerusalem and the surrounding area being administered by the UN. Despite the obvious grossly unjust discrimination against the Jews and preferential treatment of the Arabs, the Jews accepted this partition plan and founded their state. The Arabs, on the other hand, rejected and continue to reject the two-state solution, and thus also their own state, and have tried and continue to try to destroy the Jewish state. The Arab Palestinians, along with the regular armies of Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, and Jordan, attacked the Jewish state one day after its declaration of independence on May 14, 1948, in defiance of the UN Partition Plan and unhindered by the UN or any Western power. Once again, German Nazis were involved, whom they offered refuge from persecution by the Allies. Due to the arms embargo imposed by the USA, Great Britain, and France, which once again unilaterally disadvantaged the Jews, Israel almost lost. Thanks to the Soviet Union's toleration of the supply of weapons from Czechoslovakia, Israel was not only able to hold its own, but later, equipped with fighter aircraft, even to win. The Israelis increased their territory by a third compared to the UN Partition Plan by conquering not only West Jerusalem, but also the areas originally allocated to the Arab Palestinians. In the north on the border with Lebanon, as well as northeast of the Gaza Strip and south of the Gaza Strip on the border with Egypt, with the result that the territory is now contiguous. The remaining Palestinian territories that were rejected by the Arab Palestinians and the surrounding Arab states were occupied by Egypt, the Gaza Strip, and Jordan, the West Bank, with the Jordanians also taking East Jerusalem. In the course of this first attempted war of annihilation against the Jews and their state, a kind of population exchange took place with flight movements, expulsions, and relocations. Around 750,000 Jews from the Arab world went voluntarily or under duress to Israel and were integrated there. The Arab world was cleansed of Jews. Many Palestinian Arabs, on the other hand, remained in Israel to live there as Israeli citizens. Today, there are around 2 million of them, i.e. around 20% of the Israeli population. However, around 750,000 Arab Palestinians fled, voluntarily, encouraged by Arab leaders or under duress, from Israeli territory to Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. These figures are not exact, but they do give an idea of the scale of the problem and that there were roughly the same number of refugees on both sides. Until 1967, the sole responsibility for Palestinian refugees therefore lay with the Arab states in which they were located and which had started and lost the war, as well as with the UN and the Western powers, which at best had watched the developments against the partition plan, and to the extent that they did not even indirectly or directly support the Arab action against Israel. For 2 decades, the Palestinian refugees were not integrated, not made citizens of Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, or Jordan. Nor were there any efforts on the part of the Palestinians, Egypt, or Jordan to establish any form of Palestinian statehood in Gaza and the West Bank. Instead, the refugee status was cemented and passed on. The people were supposed to live in refugee camps and serve as a political counterweight against Israel in the form of some kind of right of return. A program that is not only tolerated by the West but also co-financed. In 1949, the UN even created a relief organization, UNRWA, that was exclusively responsible for Arab Palestinian refugees and was actually intended to be temporary. The Six-Day War of 1967, provoked by Israel's Arab neighbors, changed the situation once again, with far-reaching consequences. Israel now enjoys minimal support from the West, especially the USA, while the Soviet Union is more inclined to side with the Arabs. In any case, Israel occupies the Sinai Peninsula, which it returns to Egypt in exchange for peace in the 1970s and 1980s, occupies the Syrian Golan Heights, which it annexes in 1981 due to the strategic advantage for future military defenses in 1981, and which Trump recognized as part of Israeli territory in 2019, in opposition to the rest of the world, as well as the occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, annexed in 1980. With the West Bank and Gaza, Israel is now occupying unclaimed and not Palestinian territories. When the British and the UN gave up their claims to sovereignty, the Palestinians rejected the offer to give up Jordan and Egypt. Israel cannot annex the territories and make the Arabs and Muslims living their citizens, because that would endanger the Jewish majority and thus Israel's sovereignty. From Israel's perspective, there are therefore only three options. One is to rule over a foreign population as an occupying power, which Israel has no long-term interest in. The second option is to annex the territories without an Arab population, which would mean resettling the Arab Palestinians in Jordan and Egypt. This would only be possible against the will of the Palestinians and the Arab states through concerted action by Western powers. However, there has never been a majority in favor of this, not even in Israeli society itself, although population transfers are often a recognized side effect of post-war orders, and the risk of ethnic cleansing is accepted. The third option is a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza that peacefully coexists with Israel. Israel has an objective and therefore honest interest in this solution, whereas the Palestinians have always lacked partners to implement it. Palestinian national consciousness did not arise in the 1930s or 1948, but only against the Israeli occupiers. It is only now that a new ethnic group or nation is being born. Arabs whose ancestors lived permanently or temporarily in the southern Syrian province of the Ottoman Empire, which is equally true of Jews and others, are now called Palestinians. Their political representation, led by Arafat since 1969 and recognized as such by the UN in 1974, is called the PLO. Until then, the term Palestinian was used to refer to Jews. But if you called Arabs Palestinians back then, writes Gerd Berman in the Jüdische Rundschau, October 2021, they were offended and said, "We are not Palestinians. We are Arabs. Jews are the Palestinians." Berman quotes PLO leader Zouhair Mohsen, who in March 1977 stated in an interview with the Dutch newspaper Trouw, "The Palestinian people do not exist. The creation of a Palestinian state is only a means to continue our fight against the state of Israel for our Arab unity." In reality, there is no longer any difference today between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. We only talk about the existence of a Palestinian people today for political and tactical reasons, because Arab national interests demand that we postulate the existence of a separate Palestinian people as a counterweight to Zionism. For tactical reasons, Jordan, a sovereign state with defined borders, cannot make any claims to Haifa and Jaffa, while I, as a Palestinian, can undoubtedly claim Haifa, Jaffa, Beersheba, and Jerusalem. But the moment we reclaim our right to all of Palestine, we will not wait a minute to unite Palestine and Jordan. End of quote. Here, the leadership of the Palestinian Arabs has openly and confidently admitted that the Palestinian people is merely an invention to destroy Israel. Incidentally, the Palestinian national flag is identical to that of Jordan, except for the absence of a star. A red triangle in black, white, and green stripes, and is identical to that of Transjordan, which did not yet contain a star. Consequently, the PLO's founding charter states that the destruction of Israel is its main goal. In the 1970s and 1980s, various Palestinian organizations carried out terrorist attacks against Israeli soldiers and Jewish civilians all over the world. The murder of the Israeli Olympic team in Munich on September 5, 1972 is just one example of many. The Yom Kippur War from October 6 to 25, 1973, also underlined the Arab states' lack of interest in peaceful coexistence with Israel. After the War of Independence, 1948–49, the Suez Crisis, 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967 and the War of Attrition, 1968–1970. It was the fifth war that the state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants had to fight for its existence. Once again, the Arab military and terrorist aggression against Israel and the Jews is not about borders and territorial disputes, but about the destruction of the Jewish state. Between 1948 and the 1990s, There were no interlocutors on the Arab side for a two-state solution, neither among the Arab states nor among the Palestinians or their leaders, who have nothing in common beyond their enmity towards Israel. In the 1970s, Jordan expelled the PLO. In the 1980s, Lebanon did so with the support of Syria and the Iranian Hezbollah. Egypt keeps the borders closed to Gaza Palestinians, especially during the Gaza wars. And the world community? War refugees from Ukraine are taken in, Syrians are allowed to flee through arrangements with Turkey, but evacuating Gaza Palestinians to Cyprus during the war and distributing them from there to Arab states or, if necessary, shipping them to France and Ireland, does not occur to any of Israel's humanist admonishers when a war against Hamas, which entrenches itself behind civilians, also claims civilians as victims. Everyone needs and coddles the Palestinians in order to find some reason to criticize Israel, but no one wants them. Since the end of the 1980s, the PLO has claimed to be interested in a two-state solution, removing the destruction of Israel from its program and declaring its willingness to recognize the existence of Israel. In return, a PLO-led self-government of Palestinian territories was created, a Palestinian Authority. At the same time, concrete peace negotiations for a two-state solution were initiated, Oslo I and Oslo II. On the one hand, the PLO repeatedly allowed these to fail, primarily due to its demand for the right of return for Palestinians who were displaced in 1948 and their descendants to the Israeli heartland, which would undermine Jewish sovereignty, and, as in the context of the unsuccessful Camp David and Taba negotiations, culminated in an intifada 2000 to 2005. On the other hand, the Islamist Hamas movement emerged towards the end of the 1980s as a rival to the PLO in any form of Jewish-Palestinian rapprochement, openly calling for the destruction of Israel and expanding the repertoire of Palestinian terror against Israeli civilians to include suicide attacks since the 1990s. It is increasingly gaining influence. Since 2006 and armed conflicts with the PLO, it has ruled over the Gaza Strip. Since 2005, Israel had unilaterally withdrawn from the Gaza Strip under Sharon, including the dismantling of all Jewish settlements and the evacuation of all Israeli citizens, with the result that Hamas has been permanently shelling Israel, several Gaza wars, and, currently, October 7, 2023, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the founding of the state, after which Hamas is also more popular among Palestinians in the West Bank than the PLO, according to surveys. Whenever peace and a two-state solution are mentioned today, it is seen as an appeal to Israel to finally return to the 1990s and the policies of Rabin and Peres, as if Israel's last offers came from that time. Yet Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert had only just made a far-reaching proposal to the Palestinians, or rather to the PLO, which was now led by Abbas in 2008. Abbas rejected it. Soeb Erekat, the Palestinian chief negotiator, said the following in an interview with the Jordanian daily newspaper Al Dastur on June 25, 2009. First, Israel allowed us to run our own schools and hospitals. Then they offered us 66% of the occupied territories. At Camp David in 2000, they offered us 90% and only recently 100%. So why should we hurry after all the injustice we have suffered? End of quote. Most recently, the Trump plan, which offered a two-state solution with Netanyahu's support, attracted attention in 2020. The Palestinians and the Arab League ignored it as completely unacceptable. Trump himself spoke of a century plan and a realistic two-state solution. This is factually correct insofar as the realities on the ground in the decades after 1948 and after 1967 have changed in a way that can no longer be easily reversed and therefore must be taken into account in any peace solution. This includes, among other things, Jewish settlements in the West Bank, especially in the Jordan Valley on the border with Jordan, which Trump wants to see annexed by Israel. Why not? It was never Israel's job to reserve Jewish free spaces in areas controlled by Israel for decades in case the Arabs would eventually, at some point in the distant future, be willing to accept them as part of a mutual recognition, and this despite all the Arab aggression in the form of war and terrorism. Like Olmert, whose plan still provided for the evacuation of many Jewish settlements, Trump's plan also offered the Palestinians territorial compensation, south of Rafah, for annexed areas in the West Bank. However, the Trump plan also openly demonstrated to the Arab world that a Palestinian state coexisting with Israel, if at all, could only be created in an enclave form, with two bridge roads to Jordan and, for internal cohesion, a tunnel or a bridge between the West Bank and Gaza through Israeli territory, which, however, has probably become completely unrealistic since October 7, 2023. While the UN, the Europeans, the Biden administration, and many anti-Semites may be concerned about offering the Palestinians their own state again, this is not the first concern of Israel and all those who are in solidarity with it in the near future. Even in the West, it is thought that the Israeli occupation and the establishment of Jewish settlements in the West Bank and Gaza have contributed to the hatred of Arabs towards Israel and are creating facts that will make a future two-state solution, in the spirit of the UN partition plan, more difficult. Both are nonsense. The living and legal conditions of the Arab Palestinians have improved significantly under Israeli rule compared to those in Jordan or Egypt. And Jewish settlements in what will be Arab territories in the future, according to the partition plan, which is now considered outdated, can only be a problem for those who conceive of Arab statehood as being, of course, free of Jews. Nevertheless, Arab anti-Semitism has made it expensive for Israel to maintain the occupation. Protection of the settlers, counterterrorism, social and humanitarian responsibility for a hostile population, administrative costs. A unilateral withdrawal like that in Gaza is probably out of the question for the West Bank. In terms of military strategy, the West Bank is of greater importance for security and self-defense than the Gaza Strip, and an evacuation of the settlements would meet with greater resistance within Israeli society. An annexation is also out of the question because that would make the Arab Palestinians of the West Bank residents of Israel. There is therefore no political solution to the anti-Semitic problem in the near future. The state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants seems doomed to continue to merely administer it, at the cost of many victims, and to have to defend itself militarily at regular intervals. If we were to defend not only the so-called right of Israel to exist, or the survival of the Jewish state, but also Israeli society, which has been incessantly waged war on and terrorized by Arabs since its inception with the aim of its destruction, and if we were to also allow it to live in peace, take seriously the fact that the security of Israel is the obligation of Western states, then a real and long-term pacification of the so-called Middle East conflict would consist solely of what should have been done from the outset, and what is only fair to the Arabs, given their actions over the last 100 years. The resettlement of the Gaza Palestinians to Egypt, the West Bank Palestinians to Jordan. Why not finally establish an Israeli one-state solution, when the Arabs have long since had a first Palestinian state in Jordan and have repeatedly rejected the second, most recently in the form of the Trump plan, because they categorically cannot come to terms with the existence of Jewish sovereignty in Palestine? Why shouldn't the Arabs finally pay for their permanent anti-Jewish aggression, especially in the context of defeats, as is the normal law of war and of any post-war order? Why shouldn't Jordan and Egypt be forced to accept their brothers, or persuaded to do so with financial incentives? The fact that this single historically plausible and morally evident solution is not considered or is defamed as ultra-right only shows how pro-Arab, and at the same time anti-Jewish, the worldwide discourse on the Middle East conflict is in reality, despite all the protestations to the contrary. Political judgment is always concerned with the antinomy of freedom and necessity. Either it assumes that people can make completely free decisions, or that each of their decisions is completely determined. Nothing, no engagement for formal democracy and none for the socially disadvantaged, relieves one from revealing this contradiction in judgment that in a political conflict, however, freedom must always be defended unconditionally. Insisting on determinism in the face of freedom devastates political consciousness, as is perhaps more evident today than ever before in the rabid defense of religious and ideological criticism. For anyone who radically criticizes Islam or German ideology is now being called a racist who has it in for Muslims and Germans, or rather, for their genetic makeup. Behind the rancor that imputes such things is a way of thinking, or rather a sense of pity or self-pity, that erases the subjectivity and decision of the individual and can or wants to understand religion and ideology only as the immediate expression of social and economic misery, and thus accepts it as it is or even approves of it as a resistance. That the very act of mediation is not recognized and that the false immediacy, which real racism takes to the extreme, is translated into the economic. The religion of Muslims is the spontaneous sigh of the oppressed creature, in the misery of the third world, and suicide attacks are therefore acts of desperation. A protest against real misery, Marx. In this way, the oppressed creature is degraded to the status of a Pavlovian dog. Applied to the worst of all ideologies, which prepared the ground for the development of Islam into the worst of all religions, the end result is the German way of coming to terms with the past. National Socialism as the sigh of the oppressed unemployed and Auschwitz as a collective act of desperation. Marx, on the other hand, knew that the crucial thing was to analyze the oppression itself, and the critique of political economy that he developed is concerned with nothing other than the form of oppression. It is only this that reveals what can still be speculated about in the young Marx. What is meant when the terms people and creature are used in connection with religion, not the situation of the individual human being or of a particular class or even a nation, but the situation of humanity. The idealism of free will, on the other hand, allows individuals to be perceived as individuals, and thus as what they could be, and not just as creatures of their social milieu or economic basis. But it is all the more important to confront this idealism with the antinomy of political judgment, otherwise freedom becomes a dogma that either suggests with Hegel that a free society already exists under the conditions of the state and capital, or, with Kant, that external conditions have always been irrelevant in the face of the inner freedom of the individual. The question of the social and economic causes of the acts is not wrong in itself, but merely wrongly posed, insofar as it seeks to circumvent totality. For, strictly speaking, there is always only one single cause, the untrue whole, which, of course, cannot be described as the sum of all causes and yet, as the epitome of all mediation, must be the sole point of escape as a forced unity of society, insofar as religion can be spoken of at all and only in a very general sense as the opium of the people and the sigh of the oppressed creature, or ideology as false consciousness. If, however, it is replaced by a single or several individual causes, and be it the misunderstanding of Marx and Engels called economic basis, one is already dealing with a split-off that, following its own logic, will eventually become independent as a pathic projection. Then it is said that the Versailles Treaty is to blame for National Socialism and that Israel's policy is causing the suicide bombings. Ultimately, of course, the Jews are behind it all. From false consciousness, only political madness can be expected. From the opium of the people, anti-Semitic bloodlust. The criticism starts from the extremes, and these extremes touch each other in unexpected places. On the one hand, it holds that the wrong form of society is the only cause, totality of capital relations and state system, which, as the true understanding of Marx shows, is only comprehensible in the most abstract causality, in its social laws of nature, but not in the fact that it exists at all. On the other hand, the individual must be considered absolutely responsible for what he does or does not do in concrete terms and in terms of content. His thinking and acting should be transparent and inexplicable at the same time, like that total form. Ideological and psychological mechanisms that, for example, oblige a person to adhere to a particular religion at a particular place and time can be analyzed with the greatest possible precision with Marx and Freud and critical theory, but the fact that the individual in question really thinks and acts in a particular way must remain as incomprehensible as the fact that a social whole exists, through whose structure those mechanisms are produced. This hiatus in the midst of causal connections must be unflinchingly exposed if criticism of society is not to give way to its mere reflection. Criticism comes from the Greek krino, to separate, to decide. The National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft and the Islamic suicide squads realize, each in its own way, the freedom of the victim, as Heidegger called the total withdrawal of freedom. To what extent the respective Volksgenoss or jihad fighter fully corresponds to this ideal type, or deviates from it and has to be forced to act because he has not yet merged with the people and the jihad, can only be clarified in detail. But first we should start from the ideal type, in which the repressive collective takes shape, always assuming that it only really exists when the individual makes it his own and then also takes responsibility for it. The judgment on this must hold fast to the negative freedom that lies in the moment of decision for unfreedom. Otherwise, the freedom that could arise from the revolution of bourgeois society would already be betrayed. The topos of critical theory, that with the development of society as a whole, the powerlessness of the individuals who make it up also increases, Adorno even speaks, in analogy to a Marxist concept, of the growing organic composition of man, sometimes seems like an attempt to avoid that antinomy, to dissolve it into a process that can hardly ever come to an end. For this end would be the complete loss of freedom, and people would turn into automatons. What is true is that the social laws of nature continue to unfold and refine themselves, and are transformed from external constraints more and more, if never completely, into internal needs. This development, which is driven by the total form totalization of commodity production, does not exclude societies that are considered underdeveloped. Here, too, external constraints give rise to internal needs, but at the same time the external constraints can become even more severe, as exemplified by Islamic theocracy and gang rule, which culminate in the logic of the suicide attack. Whether they provide suicide bombers with explosive belts, place rocket launchers in residential areas, or use nuclear weapons to turn the entire population of their own country into voluntary or involuntary martyrs. The individual should feel it is his innermost desire to sacrifice his life in the name of the collective that subjugates him, in order to kill as many people as possible. Such shifts in the constitution of political consciousness do not eliminate the concrete causality through freedom, Kant. That is, those social processes that are set in motion by free decision under conditions of unfreedom. They inhibit and limit it wherever it does not lead to annihilation for the sake of annihilation, but rather, on the contrary, would demonstrate the practical resistance of individuals against repressive powers and the impoverishment of people. Thus, mere annihilation becomes more and more likely and real revolution more and more unimaginable. But the condition of the possibility of such a decision and thus of revolutionary action remains unaffected by this. Thinking from this point, and this is what critical theory ultimately does, whether it is pressing for the restitution of unregulated experience or reflecting on its own presuppositions, conversely reveals the process of the growing organic composition of the individual itself as a social law of nature that must be broken through, both individually and as a whole. What the individual does, whether outside or inside a politically formed mass, cannot therefore be derived from any immediate economic basis or social milieu. But if the derivation seeks mediation steps, then, if it is consequent enough, it has to take the path of totality. In doing so, it is stretched beyond its limits, a state that enables it to recognize the whole. It leads to precisely that most abstract causality of the law of value and the superego identification, as it is accessible only to the critique of political economy and mass psychology, and has been presented by critical theory under a wide range of assumptions. Perhaps it can be deduced from it what is possible, what people are capable of doing, for better or for worse, but not that they will do it. In this understanding of the incomprehensible lies the only prospect for ideology critique and political analysis, not only to trust the individual with freedom, but through it, the whole of society with the possibility of radical change, that is, the urgently needed thing. For a long time, it was liberal usage to describe Israel as the only democracy in the Middle East. But now not only this usage is coming under pressure, but also the concept of democracy itself. Whether it is the development in Iraq after the liberation from the Ba'ath regime, which possibly holds out the prospect of a theocracy, which is already wreaking havoc in Iran, or the participation of Hezbollah in the democratization of Lebanon and the election victory of Hamas in the Palestinian territories, both of which have always been mobilized as proven godfathers for what the Iranian leadership wants to achieve with the atomic bomb. All this necessitates insights that the jargon of democracy would like to suppress. This jargon constantly suggests that the people only have to be called to the polls and everything will be fine with law and order, justice and enlightenment, peace and international law, as if the right to vote were the condition of law, and not the other way around, a right among other rights whose political quality is only decided by how it stands with the others. And there can be little doubt as to the state of the rights of the individual under the rule of the Islamists and with the introduction of Sharia. They do not exist, and with them the only sense that democracy can have as a relatively desirable form of rule. What we are dealing with here is a democracy based on gang rule. Now, no one can deny that gang structures can also be found in Western democracies, and not only in their criminal underworld. The term racket, as coined by Max Horkheimer in exile in the United States, he used a word from the legal language for certain forms of economic crime, serves rather to make visible such seemingly archaic structures in the midst of the most modern society, within and outside the state. Personal dependence and immediate domination, according to the diagnosis, renew themselves under the conditions of legal and capital relationships, that is, under conditions that, if one is to believe Marx, should free one from such dependence and domination in certain respects, replacing them with the laws of the market and the constitutional state. The question is to what extent the law, as the epitome of all possible mediation in bourgeois society, can assert its own nature and power of resistance, Horkheimer, against racketeering, and that means to what extent the individual is protected from the ultimate consequences of personal domination by the generality of the law. The ideological expression human rights means nothing other than that the individual, because he is or could be a commodity guardian or owner of labor power, can count on this protection as long as a sovereign exists to whom he is counted as a citizen, and this sovereign does not just impose a state of emergency, so long as the dignity of the commodity guardian is inviolable. In the case of democracy based on gang rule, which is evident in the Middle East, but also in the zones of French cities liberated from the monopoly on the use of force, this protection through abstract civil law exists all the less, as there is only the personally bound gang member. The dignity of the commodity guardian, who is left sitting on his goods, especially on those of his labor power, is to be violated. That is their political imperative. The resistance of the law dwindles or cannot even arise, as far as the meager remainder of welfare, which capital allows, falls into the hands of rackets, which are able to force everything on the individual, but in such a way that he himself desires it. As always, the task of ideology lies in this self-determination to submit. For we are not dealing with criminal groups, although these rackets can emerge from such groups and in most cases continue to engage in criminal activities. What is essential about them is their political, religious, or national character, which defines them as a repressive entity. That is why Islam has experienced a rise in recent decades that has surprised many, because it is the religion that fulfills all the conditions for realizing this fatal form of direct democracy. It differs from other religions, even from Christianity in its present form, in that wherever the separation of religion and state and the separation of powers are forced against its resistance, it is only willing to coexist in appearance. It takes no account of it in any part of its religious edifice. Instead, the Sharia ensures that no other law is tolerated alongside it and undermines the paths to secularization. Laicism, the freedom of religion as a private matter, is its license to practice the immediate unity of religion and state in private, in order to spread it from this secure base throughout society. Nowhere is the dominance of Islamic rackets more evident than in the situation of women and homosexuals. Once the abolition of the opposition between citoyen and bourgeois, between public and private life, has been initiated, the subject votes in every democratic election for the group that oppresses it the most, that robs it of its rights the most and subjects it to immediate rule. The willingness to sacrifice oneself to participate in martyrdom operations is the most consequent expression of the fact that individuals themselves decide to extinguish themselves as individuals, and at the same time it is more than that, namely a means and an end in one, whereby the worst rackets always assert themselves in the competition. In other words, Islam is democratic only on the basis of self-sacrifice and the cult of death. Anyone who wants to answer the question of why people are willing to do this will have to explain the coercive context of these social structures and show how they pass through the rackets' agencies of repression in their everyday lives, from birth to death. From the family, through school, to the many social and religious institutions, constantly accompanied by their own mass media. In this way, they appear from the outset as prey to the gangs, which is what they are. But in order not to incapacitate them again, they must also be seen as individuals who can also contradict and act against the gangs. If this possibility of contradiction and resistance, which is seized upon by the collaborators and adulteresses, is not utilized, the rule of the unleashed rackets is almost inevitably rehabilitated as the democracy of the desperate, who cannot help themselves. Appeasement towards Islam is based on an empathy that ultimately views the individual in exactly the same way as Islam dictates, as predestined. A journalist who moves in the German ideology like a fish in water therefore calls for more understanding for those who blame the West, the Jews, the commercial system, for the imagined and actual humiliations that they chronically experience. There can never be too much understanding. Ultimately, understanding the motivations of others is the condition for ensuring that one's own actions do not have the opposite effect of what one intends. However, there should be no understanding for the individual who sees himself humiliated first and foremost by the repression of his own collective and seeks to break out of it by whatever means. However, this would also mean getting to the bottom of the humiliation. It is by no means the case that the religion of the Muslims is merely the ideological expression of a humiliation that is rooted in capitalist conditions themselves. Islam can only stage these conditions as humiliation by the West and the Jews because it is itself the most reactionary response to these conditions, one that violently suppresses their emancipative potential in order to fully develop the destructive tendencies inherent in them, to the extent that the individual is better dead than not a slave, Karl Kraus. The empathy of that journalist for the slave of his own free will is, incidentally, the answer to an allegedly militant liberalism that speaks from the Manifesto of the 12, a manifesto that, among others, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, Tasliman Nasreen, Salman Rushdie, and Bernard-Henri Lévy published in the French weekly magazine Charlie Hebdo. On the occasion of the worldwide Muslim storm of protest against the publication of the Muhammad cartoons in Denmark, the necessity of the fight for universal values was emphasized. It could not be won with weapons, but must be won in the field of ideas. It is not a clash of cultures or a conflict between the Orient and the Occident, but a worldwide fight of democrats against the theocrats. Nothing, not even despair, justifies mass stupidity, totalitarianism, and hatred. Islamism is a reactionary ideology. Everywhere it spreads, it destroys equality, freedom, and laicism. End of quote. The theocratic rackets are being confronted with some determination here, and that is why a sensitive journalist must react sensitively and speak of militant liberalism, although unfortunately the significance of the critique of weapons, Marx, is not really appreciated in the manifesto. In fact, the only thing that can be repeated against the empathetic appeasement is, no amount of despair justifies the hatred that forces people into a repressive community that targets the West and Jews with every weapon imaginable. In the global struggle between democrats and theocrats, the latter have a Trojan horse, and that is the theory of totalitarianism, which the proponents of the manifesto obviously regard as a godsend. The jihadists are well hidden behind the false concepts that originated in the Cold War and once served to conceal the core of Nazism by equating it with Stalinism. Not a word in the manifesto about the destructive delusion of antisemitism. Not a word about the fact that the Islamic religion, not just its political radicalization in the Islamist mob, undermines equality, freedom, and laicism. The demand for general freedom of opinion, without at the same time naming the specific dangers in Islam itself and explicitly excluding antisemitism from freedom of opinion. And not only because it is racist, shows much more the hesitation of liberalism to become militant. Nevertheless, a line of conflict is now emerging with greater clarity, whether in the so-called cartoon controversy or, before that, in the reporting on the riots in the banlieues, and this will run through all political issues in the future. And it is the invaluable merit of some of the signatories of that manifesto, especially Hirsi Ali, to have created clarity about the alternatives early on, unimpressed by the most credible death threats. Many continue to try to balance on this line somehow, others only pretend to do so, and have long since taken the side of racket democracy, which is accepted from a comfortable distance, from the comfortable distance of the formal democracy that they owe to the USA. It remains to be seen whether it will be possible to enforce legal conditions in the Islam-dominated areas of the periphery, or to restore them in the liberated zones of the metropolises with the help of Islamic support, whether from within or from without, with political pressure and military or horrible terrorist violence. Conditions that are based on securing that minimum of freedom, Franz Neumann, for the individual vis-a-vis the collectives, which under capitalist conditions is the only thing one can hope for, but which one cannot trust under all circumstances. As long as this is not achieved, democratic elections, however many election observers may monitor their conduct, will always only bring to power those who have long since ruled anyway, the most successful rackets who want to extinguish any hint of a racket-free society, Horkheimer. Of the various terms that stand for the political content of bourgeois society, it is not by chance that one has gained dominance. Ultimately, the universal answer to National Socialism was not the rule of law or the republic, but democracy. While those terms are still clearly characterized by the assertion of the bourgeois class in and against the absolutist state, the hegemony of this one is undoubtedly due to the success of the American liberator, who re-established freedom and democracy in Europe by force of arms. However, the response to National Socialism largely included silence about what constituted it: the extermination of the Jews. In this way, the term could become a kind of jargon and, as a kind of jargon, an instrument of false reconciliation, a compromise between the defeated and the victors. It offered the possibility of talking about the enemies of democracy instead of the Germans and their deeds. It thus provided a service similar to that provided by the jargon of class struggle in the Soviet Union, which, in the end, could not avoid borrowing from the jargon of democracy. In this sense, almost everyone could and wanted to become a Democrat, even if they had participated in the crimes in one way or another. All they had to do was say, "I am a Democrat now," which means I have learned from the past. Democracy thus appears above all as a concept of political pedagogy. This is where it may be decided whether it can be turned against the jargon and contribute to a real re-education that fights antisemitism. To do this, however, it would have to become aware of its own limitations, as can be seen from the attempts of critical theory to advance the education of Germans. As early as the group experiment at the beginning of the 1950s, it became apparent that the defense of guilt, that is, the attempt to reverse it, no longer occurred in an openly anti-democratic manner. The ambivalence, according to the analysis, seek rather to argue against the Jews precisely from the standpoint of democracy, without raising the question of whether their principle of excluding Jews from the universe of citizens does not fundamentally violate the very democratic principle to which they appeal. The pseudo-rationality of this behavior includes the weighing gesture that both sides must be to blame, even where the matter is monstrous, and that the Jews are actually responsible for making amends. Even the segregation of the Jews is occasionally attributed to them here. In his speech on coming to terms with the past, Adorno then said that he regarded the afterlife of National Socialism and democracy as potentially more threatening than the afterlife of fascist tendencies against democracy. And finally, as a warning sign, the remark by Nazi economics minister Hjalmar Schacht is inserted into the jargon of actuality, that the Third Reich was the true democracy, with Adorno's sarcastic comment that it really could boast such considerable majorities that it hardly needed to falsify the election figures. But what does democracy mean after that, when that empire, the epitome of untruth, has been eliminated and yet still lives on in it? What does post-Nazi democracy mean? This question returned to Vladimir Jankelevich when the political engagement of anti-Zionists made him realize that it was possible to be an anti-Semite in the name of democracy. The democratic jargon triumphed all the more easily because, if most of the National Socialist perpetrators were already getting away with it, people were also prepared to disavow the right of Jewish survivors and former forced laborers to compensation at any time, directly or indirectly. However, if we look at the issues of law closely enough, it may become apparent how the rule of which democracy speaks is conveyed and what constitutes the sovereign, who is addressed as the people or demos. Hannah Arendt speaks quite matter-of-factly of the right to representation for the purpose of taxation, which ultimately developed into universal suffrage. The American revolutionaries of the 18th century formulated it even more succinctly: no taxation without representation. This development of the right to vote also presupposes that the mediations that can be achieved at a certain level of productive forces, which replace personal dependence and direct violence, i.e. contractual and legal relationships, can also be realized, and that the formal equality of citizens can be enforced. The limited, formal, and negative generality of the law guarantees, with capitalist calculability, a minimum of freedom. Franz Neumann. The political realization of such conditions remains as contested in every society as it is. It is a prerequisite for all real emancipation, and it is only in the onset of destruction, which declares itself to be the end, that they can be consequently withdrawn. In other words, in National Socialism, the law was actually abolished, since it, in whatever social sphere it was applied, and like capitalist calculability itself, only served as a technical means, Neumann, of persecution and mass murder, because ultimately all spheres were geared towards this. The question remains as to how multiple mediation and formal equality, which take into account the capital relationship, assert themselves in the subject in each case. What relationship the individuals of a state gain to this and thus to themselves, whereby they understand themselves as a unit of citizens, in German, as a people. The word democracy seems to be called upon to erase all differences here, which is not identical to making them disappear. A kind of concept of being in Western politics, in contrast to freedom, which, in a negatively determinative way, always asks what someone is free from, because the inscrutability of the idea of freedom completely cuts off all positive representation. However, this is about the antipodes in politics, which jargon puts into one. And no one has defined them with greater clarity than Hannah Arendt in her books on the elements and origins of totalitarianism and on revolution. While the former elaborates on the contrast between Germanic ethnic nationalism and the Western enlightened nation, the latter also questions the very concept of the nation by confronting the American and French revolutions. The author takes a firm stand in favor of the American Revolution, which she believes was successful in establishing freedom, not least because the founding fathers were not hindered by the politically insoluble social question. But this foundation could not become universally valid for the cause of freedom, because the entire rest of the world was and remained dominated by the misery of the masses. However, Arendt has little to say about the reasons for this misery. She has hardly any idea of Marx's critique of political economy. The enslavement of blacks and the expulsion of Native Americans, pre-industrial conditions of the relatively evenly distributed wealth in North America, are, in contrast to even some of the founding fathers, only a marginal problem for her. People are so naturally excluded from the political sphere here, as if it were really about the revival of the ancient polis and not about the circumstances of capitalist exploitation, which only initiated their emancipation many years later. Arendt wants to see the political sphere strictly separated from that of economic necessity, in which she is entirely committed to the Kantian antinomy of freedom and necessity. The latter appears to her almost as a mere problem of technology that must be solved with the help of good engineers. In the political realm itself, she is all the more aware that it must have been a certain form of compassion that was the undoing of the revolution in Europe, compassion with the poor as an imaginary collective, but formed according to the dictates of state power. Empathy as a political consciousness that already imagines poverty in the repressive form of the sovereign, with whom one would like to identify. Such engagement pushed for direct democracy, that is, for the elimination of the distance between formally equal citizens and institutions that are superordinate to the state, for the revocation of the representative character of these institutions, and for the abolition of the separation of powers. It thus appears as the subjective driving force that equates the law with the sovereign. If, on the other hand, the American Revolution institutionalized the checks and balances, giving the separation of powers and thus the law the decisive weight that does not simply disappear even in a crisis, then this ability to establish lasting institutions and preserve forms of mediation has to do with the fact that this is the only revolution in which compassion for the collective does not play a political role. The greater, however, the role that the wealth of those who were able to hold office in those institutions should play, although this should be added. If a few of the American revolutionaries were still unable to rest in the face of the injustice of slavery and the expulsion of the Indians, it was probably not out of a sense of compassion that a political collective was already plotting, and not only because it called into question the dignity of man, i.e. the dignity of the individual commodity owner and the universality of his rights. As an unredeemed promise of bourgeois society, freedom always goes beyond the freedom of the owners of commodities, and thus raises the problem of how spontaneous empathy, which only applies to the individual, and the consequent criticism of the social whole, which systematically produces the misery of the individual, could be united. Something like a solution is hinted at in the perspective of the council system, as Arendt understands it and as it was laid out in the American Revolution, but which she sees as having been lost again in later phases of development in the USA. It remains open, however, how the direct forms of codetermination, which must transcend the political, relate to the principle of the separation of powers, which is decisive for the American Revolution. For the ideas of such council democracy do not change Arendt's unconditional attitude towards the law. Who would deny that the law knows no mercy? But one must not forget that it is always brutal force that takes the place of the law, no matter for what reason people abolish it. However, it cannot be the same reason that people want to abolish the rule of law. Arendt is the one who draws attention to the specific reasons. Just as, according to Franz Neumann, law itself can never be true universality, but it is an indispensable prerequisite to recognize it as a possibility of critique and revolution. The fact that this possibility must be considered a condition was sometimes tacitly presupposed in critical theory. For example, when Adorno writes in Minima Moralia that an emancipated society would not be a unitary state, but the realization of the general in the reconciliation of differences. Politics that is serious about this should not even propagate the abstract equality of people as an idea. This politics, however, is no longer politics because it is not supposed to propagate the ideal of abstract equality and wants the general as a reconciliation of differences as well as the primacy of the particular. It is only possible on the basis of a social consciousness that already knows abstract equality as a practical political precondition and is not afraid to protect the reproduction of life, Adorno, and the minimum of freedom, Neumann, through it as well as through the threat of violence. If, then, the possibility of a society without law, as in the Third Reich, Adorno, of a non-state, Neumann, which permanently withdraws it and organizes universal annihilation in it, were completely excluded. This is the reservation that was also and especially forced on the most radical critique of National Socialism. Only by taking it seriously could it retain its radicalism. Neumann formulated it in Behemoth, Kirchheimer in the analysis of the legal system of National Socialism, Horkheimer in the notes on racketeering, and Adorno in the negative dialectics on exchange, intelligible character, and law. When Hannah Arendt now assumes that nothing can or should take the place of the law, she seems to already count this precondition of every revolution worthy of the name as the revolutionary goal of an emancipated society. But it also contains the power to judge, for how else could emancipation from the state be measured except by the fact that it makes the law superfluous without replacing it with violence and coercion. This is the secret of Arendt's emphatic reference to the Greek Polus and Socrates, when he said, in his opinion, nothing better could happen to Athens than for him to sting the city like a gadfly, a large, well-fed but rather sluggish horse. He could only have meant that nothing better could happen to a crowd than to be dissolved into individual people who become approachable in their uniqueness. If this were possible, if every person could be brought to think and judge for themselves, then it may indeed be possible to do without fixed norms and rules. End of quote. The warning against the unlimited political violence that the general public realizes in the worst sense is as decisive as it could possibly be. For the French and Russian Revolution, Arendt's criticism is aimed at precisely that collective empathy in which the individual, to whom pity alone could apply, is just as likely to perish as the law that alone protects it. In this constellation, she not only perceives the immediate driving force of the reign of terror in France, but also recognizes in it the indirect projection of the new sovereign, the nation-state of later European politics, which strikes out in the crisis. The reign of terror already carries the national delusion within it. Even with Rousseau, on whom it could rely, the Volant General turned into Union saw, elimination of all distinction and mediation of power in the name of a collective, the people as national sovereign, from which power and law arise. Arendt sees in both the American and the French revolutions the need for a sovereignty that is to protect the law, the need for an absolute that gives validity to the law set by humans. The American revolutionaries, however, clearly and unambiguously distinguished between the origin of power, which lay below in the people, and the source of the law, which was located, as it were, above, in a region that was transcendental in some way or other, whereas the deification of the people in the French Revolution was the inevitable consequence of every attempt to derive power and law from the same origin. Historically, the French Revolution differs in no fundamental way from the American Revolution except in its unanimous assertion that the law is the expression of the general will, as it says in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789. Nothing of the kind can be found in any of the great documents of the American Revolution. The transcendence attributed to the law here, whose manifest religious sources in American church and sectarian life do not interest Arendt further, enabled a completely different concept of the people of the state, that of a multitude of people united in organizations and institutions who were accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. The founding fathers of this revolution thus understood the people as a multitude, imagining the infinite differences and distinctions of a crowd that was awe-inspiring precisely in its plurality. On the other hand, Arendt emphatically speaks in this context of a new American concept of power, one that is even already founded beyond actual sovereignty, which always contains a monopoly of power that is beyond the reach of the ruled, while American power would be demonopolized through the institutions, as it were. However, the book on the revolution does fall prey to a certain idealization of the USA, in that it fails to present the failure of this revolutionary concept of power with the same consistency as the failure of revolution in the emphatic sense that Arendt formulates it, but which nevertheless looked like its lasting victory, the establishment of an independent American sovereign, since the capital relationship, of which Arendt has no concept, was not even put up for discussion. Through this relationship, the new power also emerges as actual sovereignty, because sovereignty is the political relationship of capital, just as capital is only the economic relationship of sovereignty. Whatever division of power is possible for state rule, the substrate of political power remains indivisible, its hard core on pain of destruction. Only as this indivisible thing does it guarantee the whole. Whatever the access of the ruled may look like, the sovereign per definition resists any division, since in its capacity as a monopoly of force it must at all times enforce the unity of society against the independence of contradictions in the realization of value. This can only ever happen in a specific, limited territory. Indeed, the indivisibility of political power internally virtually necessitates its dissociation externally, in the relationship of the individual monopolies of power to one another. Peace between citizens is based on war between states. Thomas Hobbes leaves no doubt about this when he fights against any danger of civil war. Divided powers, in a single state territory, destroy each other. The separation of powers in a single territory therefore only prevents the state from disintegrating if the indivisible element is preserved through and alongside it. The sovereign who, if necessary, guarantees the value of the whole. In this sense, the newly founded United States of America would be better characterized in the long term by a balance between the substrate of indivisible sovereign power and the divided state institutions that are only made possible by it. Ultimately, the decisive factor is the weight that institutional mediation attains in the consciousness of citizens when it is supposed to keep sovereign power, which always only asserts unity as in every other state, in check. This is precisely the access of the ruled that Hannah Arendt speaks of, which would only make sovereignty superfluous if even the automatic subject of capital were not safe from it, and revolutionary citizens, as owners of the means of production, expropriated themselves. It was precisely this formlessness of political power, which is brought about by collectivizing compassion and which guarantees no such balance, that the American revolutionaries, for their part, called democracy in order to distinguish themselves from it. They saw themselves as thoroughly critical of democracy, if not anti-democratic. For in democracy, difference and mediation are potentially suspended, and institutionally secured representation and the separation of powers, checks and balances, are not really possible. Instead of difference, which would be determined by reason, politics was seized by an irrational passion that united citizens into a community. For the Founding Fathers, according to Hannah Arendt, political rule that relied on public opinion in this way was rightly a kind of tyranny, and they therefore considered democracy to be merely a form of despotism. They had a true horror of democracy as a form of government. From this perspective, Hannah Arendt can grasp the betrayal of the revolution committed by the French Jacobins as the deception of nationalism, which replaces a living reality with a delusion. The French Revolution, however, brought the law to safety from this betrayal insofar as it held on to it as the abstract equality of all people. The deified people, in whom this law was supposedly based, could thus not really be detached from humanity, could not become a Volksgemeinschaft. The German Revolution of 1933 only realized that this community, which declares itself to be an end in itself and thus identical with the sovereign, can only be completed as the abolition of all mediation and subordination of every other purpose, only as annihilation can be accomplished. It sets the Urvolk, Germans, Aryans, and ultimately even Europeans, against the concept of humanity by mobilizing for the mass murder of those who have always been identified as the counterpeople. The real purpose of the democratic jargon seems to be to conceal the mutability of German ideology. In opposition to it, we should recall Hannah Arendt's critique of democracy, as once practiced by the founding fathers of America. Their sensitivity to differences becomes all the more necessary when democracy is used only to blur the differences between the Western state and the post-Nazi nation, or to equate the Soviet Union and National Socialism ex negativo. Hannah Arendt had not stopped at the latter in her book The Origins of Totalitarianism. The German citizen, who presents himself as the legitimate heir to the National Socialist destruction and has generalized himself into a self-confessed European, involuntarily remains in a relationship to the state that revokes itself. He would like to strip off the legal form that swears him to the sovereign again and again in order to coincide with it without distinction. He wants a Volksgemeinschaft. He thus stands in a relationship to the state that is merely forced upon him from the outside. Inwardly, he desires the abolition of social conditions that keep him at a distance from his equals and from the immediate exercise of political power so that he can function as a commodity owner. However, it is relatively easy to see through him, because he himself ultimately turns this inwardness outward in his conception of international law. From the Volksgemeinschaft to the Völkergemeinschaft. Those who find the relationship to the sovereign created by the legal form burdensome, those who have no awareness of the law that opposes political power and immediate coercion with genuine resistance strength, Horkheimer, automatically fall prey to the fetishism of international law, that is, the fixed idea that relations between states could be shaped like those between citizens. To assume the existence of a law without a sovereign in the international arena is merely the complement to the identification with the sovereign practiced within the state, which conceives of law not as a form of society but as a vessel of the community. It is therefore not surprising that the new, globalized antisemitism is, as Daniel Goldhagen says, institutionalized in the United Nations. The reflexive analogy between the law of states and the law of the citizens of a state definitely attacks the foundations of every sense of justice, even if it has now become common sense in all matters of international politics. For the precondition of the universalizability of legal mediation is, on the one hand, that the citizens, as owners of commodities, must refer to the sovereign. It is not by chance that it is emblazoned on coins and banknotes, in order to be citizens at all, i.e. to be able to exchange commodities. On the other hand, that each of them has a body whose labor power can become the subject of a contract, whereby the citizens can only face each other as civic equals and free without exception and without condition. International law, on the other hand, as Hegel says, does not really exist and cannot really exist, because the states do not have to refer to a third party in order to engage in trade and politics with each other. In doing so, they are never absolutely equal and free in relation to each other. They also have no body whose labor could become the subject of a contract. Each state remains, as it were, attached to its territory and economy like a serf to his labor and land. States are monsters. The metaphor of the biblical monster that Hobbes found for them could not be revised under any circumstances, however peaceful and democratic. Nor could Hegel's insight that between such creatures, artificial animals as Hobbes also calls them, law cannot really exist, but only the bare state of nature, that is, relations of violence. Mutual deterrence may be able to guarantee treaties and the observance of conventions here, but only if the constellation of states is favorably balanced. The UN, which can therefore be nothing other than the mere result of mutual threat, emerged from the former alliance against Germany. Roosevelt still spoke of a war alliance to be developed. But this UN is now being glorified by the latest German ideology as a global legislator, which is concerned only with pure law. From such a perspective, the states can no longer be perceived as states, but only as subjects of international law, or, to put it bluntly, as peoples. What is addressed as law between them ultimately serves as a pretext for viewing them in precisely this way. That is, to proceed from peoples, not from individuals. What is declared sovereign over them proves to be an expanding power vacuum that encourages destabilization. The community of nations as a united rackets. Leviathan, artificial animal. Mortal God. Hobbes seeks the most uncanny names and paradoxical combinations to express the fundamental irrationality of the state, despite all its limited but possible rationality. Just as Marx, 2 centuries later, had to speak of the automatic subject and the animated monster in order to grasp the real madness of the capital relationship, despite all its inherent logic. However, insofar as Hobbes fetishizes the very madness of capital as an eternal state of nature, so that man has always been a wolf to man and must therefore remain so forever, his theory of the state cannot be read as a critique in the sense of Marx's critique of political economy. This raises the question of what made his radical insights into the evil of the state possible. It is done as if civil law were possible without state power in a kind of intermundial existence. The focus of this hallucination is obviously the unification of Europe, which, as declared, wants to turn the American Revolution upside down. If the liberation from the Old English sovereign once gave rise to the new American one in the consciousness of the external pressure exerted by the old colonial powers and the capitalist necessity to conquer the country, then the European Union now appears as a single, albeit labyrinthine, ideological apparatus for the suppression of sovereignty, which has even bewitched the UN. The separation of powers, which is based on Montesquieu, is taken to such an extreme that, when it comes to the crunch, in the sense of Carl Schmitt, it has to be broken off because nobody knows what is going on anymore. This seems to be the whole secret of the endless debates that are being held about the Constitution of Europe. The conscious division of powers becomes their boundless dissociation, and the mediation of the instances that makes unity possible is no longer foreseeable, especially in a serious case. When Karl Marx polemicized against the French Constitution of 1848, he did so with the apparent intention of questioning the division of powers itself. But at the same time, it also contains a premonition of the most recent European suppression of the sovereign. The machinery of government cannot be simple enough. It is always the art of the trickster to make it complicated and mysterious. Boris Groys, Der Standard, 8/19/10/2005, demands as such a trickster, all power to the philosophers. In order for the European Constitution to function effectively, it should above all be formulated in the most obscure, contradictory, ambivalent, and incomprehensible way possible, because only then will it do justice to its subject. The European Constitution should be written in such a way that every citizen, after reading it, could proudly say, like Tertullian once did, Credo quia absurdum. End of quote. The jargon of democracy is thus ennobled to become a philosophical language. This has always been the medium of democratic equality, an atmosphere of democracy par excellence. However, the equality of all speakers is distorted and even destroyed when speakers are required to argue logically, i.e. coherently. Such coherent language is undemocratic because it is the language of specialists, sophists, economists, lawyers. Thus, the philosophy of core Europe can only be an irrational one, and to say so gives its ideologues a mischievous pleasure. Human rights are only truly human rights when they can be applied to humanity as a whole. If they are proclaimed as specific values of the European Union, this means that non-Europeans are what are not human beings. But you are not allowed to say that, and so at this point you have to express yourself as incomprehensibly as possible. Furthermore, the Constitution is supposed to express the interests of Europe. However, these must not contradict the interests of other countries, because the supreme political goal of Europe is eternal peace. However, interests that do not contradict other interests are not interests themselves, but dreams. Here, too, the formulation must be unclear, ambivalent, and paradoxical, because, as we know, dreams cannot be described in any other way. This applies in particular to eternal peace itself, which, as we know, repeatedly requires temporal enforcement by means of geographically limited wars. End of quote. Those who do not want to be seen as rogues and do not want to say what they think. That the refugees who want to come to Europe are not human beings. That eternal peace for Europe requires stirring up wars on its periphery, will, in the name of political correctness, prefer to join positivism. What cannot be spoken of must be kept silent. Here a monster raises its head, one that knows it is well camouflaged. Just because states are all monsters without exception does not mean that all monsters are the same. Their distinction, which led Hobbes to speak not only of Leviathan but also of Behemoth, is itself part of the concept of the state. Ultimately, it is determined by the extent to which the sovereign, who decides on life and death, also harmonizes the utilization of the value that constitutes its essence as a monster with the preservation and defense of human life, or whether it carries out the crisis of that utilization in the spread of death as an end in itself. Thus, the essential act of the Leviathan is to set the law. To prevent it, on the other hand, makes all the crimes of the behemoth possible. For Hobbes, it was the alternative of early bourgeois society in England, a stable monarchy or permanent gang warfare. With the rise of Germany, this difference becomes the ultima ratio for the survival of humanity, and Franz Neumann therefore recognized the modern behemoth in the National Socialist Unstatt, the return of barbaric gang rule under developed capitalist conditions. Such conditions, however, abolish all limits, and the return of gang rule can unleash a barbarism that exceeds all that was originally barbaric and all that gangs have ever done. Since it has been possible for this non-state to establish itself, the new categorical imperative has also applied in international relations. To do everything to ensure that Auschwitz is not repeated, and that means mobilizing those communities that, within their borders, guarantee a minimum of freedom and individual rights, however limited the generality of the law, and to individual rights, to mobilize against those racket formations that not only eliminate this minimum in favor of immediate rule, but also threaten to enforce the generality of unlimited destruction. The European Union, however, appears at first glance to be a construct that is resolutely stuck in the indecision as to whether it should form its own European state, like the United States of America, or whether it would prefer to remain just an alliance of states, a small UN within the larger one. The unification of the North American states cannot be repeated because Europe has already been unified, under the very same behemoth that organized destruction as an end in itself, and what is forming today as the EU is moving on this basis, which must, however, be denied at the same time. In the projection for a memorandum of the Foreign Office about the creation of a European Confederation, from 1943, one can read about the necessity of a unification of Europe, the unexpected advances in technology, the shrinking of distances as a result of modern means of transportation, the enormous increase in the range and destructive power of weapons, air force, the huge burden of armaments, and the trend of the times to create broad connections and large areas of common production and management are forcing Europe to come together more closely. Europe has become too small for sovereignties that are at war with each other and shut each other out. A Europe that is divided against itself is also too weak to assert itself in the world in its own way and with its own strength and to maintain peace. End of quote. Some of the things in this projection, the creation of a periodic Congress of States and a permanent economic day, anticipate certain EU structures. What is particularly noteworthy, however, is that the question of sovereignty is not resolved here either, but left to political realities. If leadership is a prerogative of the strongest powers, it also means that they are obliged to act only for the sake of European peace, progress, and prosperity, and to limit themselves to what the necessities of European coexistence absolutely require. The leadership of the Axis powers in Europe is a fact that arises from the political circumstances. It does not require a special anchoring in the constitution of the Confederation in order to take effect. Whether and in what form this fact is formally expressed in the Constitution of the Federation is a question that must be judged on the basis of expediency. At that time, there were no longer any long constitutional discussions. The final solution had absolute priority. It created the political conditions. It made it possible to avoid raising the question of sovereignty. The absurdity of today's unification process, which undermines unification, is therefore based on the war of annihilation. And the suppression of sovereignty, which the new Europe has taken up as its banner, is the admission of this origin, which nobody wants to understand. But if, as Jefferson once proclaimed, the EU sometimes proclaims to make us one nation in all foreign concerns and to preserve our differences in matters of domestic policy, then foreign concerns are not made conscious as interests to be enforced interests, but rather disguised as a proclaimed legalization of international relations, while the differences within the country are apparently only ideologically formed into a unity when the abstract generality of the law is supplemented by the concrete image of the enemy, Israel, and the USA. With the political flair of an intriguer, this latest grandiose German ideological scheme brings Kant's vision of eternal peace into play and strips it of its utopian content, so that it too can be used to denounce the last remaining states of the West that act with conscious sovereignty. If only Israel and the USA were disempowered, the legalization of international relations could be completed and eternal peace achieved without touching capital and the state. However, this eternal peace with capital and the state only exists in annihilation, and the German-European unleashing of chaos is once again heading towards it, but in a completely different form. The new behemoth, a monster whose Leib one does not see where it begins or where it ends, which is at one end as trusting as a gentle pet and at the other end rages like a beast. For the complete monster is constituted in cooperation with Islamist rackets and theocracies, or even in their toleration. And the left, whether it invokes international law or the abolition of all law, is its avant-garde. In the attempt to grasp the monster, it may therefore even be misleading to speak in general terms of appeasement towards Islam. For this implies that the successor states of the Third Reich and the successor Union of National Socialist Europe are inseparably identical with the West, and the impression arises that here too this appeasement could be reversed into a determined defense, as was the case with National Socialism. Modernized German ideology points in the exact opposite direction. This seems to open up great tasks for core European intellectuals. From Habermas to Baudrillard, from Derrida to Agamben, the ideology of the new behemoth is being worked on intensively. The democratic trustfulness of a communication theory that Horkheimer and Adorno abolish complements the irrational destructive rage in the latest apologia of the state of emergency, which refers unabashedly to Heidegger and Schmitt. It is a mistake in the calculation, Sigmund Freud wrote to Albert Einstein in 1932. If one does not take into account that law was originally brute force and still cannot do without the support of force, this error has now become a method for making the wrong calculation work. But the fact is that there can be no world sovereign over the states, i.e. no monopoly of force over the world, because the states have a different relationship to each other than the citizens within a state. After a world war, the victor may appear spontaneously as such a world sovereign, and the USA has long shared this appearance with the USSR. With the end of this division, it disintegrates and it becomes clear. The USA cannot be the sovereign of the world of states either, but it can remain hegemonic, the most powerful state among the states, and as such it can seek to establish legal relationships in individual countries, if it is in line with its interests, and force other states to comply with international treaties and conventions. In this sense, the policy of the United States, as inspired by the neoconservatives, has tried to use various means to transform the UN back into a war alliance, for example, by replacing the Human Rights Commission with a Human Rights Council modeled on the Security Council. Membership should depend on the internal liberalism of the candidates, not on the proportional representation of the continents, and require a two-thirds majority of UN states. Countries that are subject to sanctions should remain outside, but the Council should intervene in their affairs and promote parliamentary democracy. Bush wanted his policy of global democratization to be approved by the UN. He is therefore now in the penalty box. The majority's reform compromise looks different. A large body with regional representation and no functional membership criteria, with an absolute majority being enough for election. The definition of human rights includes a social, developmental, and religious dimension. What is new is that states can be recalled, but only with a two-thirds majority. The supporters of the model, backed by partners such as Amnesty International, see it as a reasonable compromise. Bush senses appeasement. Washington sees the expected consequence in the initiative of 57 Islamic states to anchor regulations against blasphemy in the statute of the Commission after the cartoon controversy. For the U.S. government, special religious rights in a UN body are political blasphemy. The new commission is to stand up for universal freedoms in a religiously neutral way. But that is not enforceable, says the majority, because the UN consists of equal states with different ideas of universality. The Commission on Human Rights must not become an alliance against UN states. But it was, Washington replies, it was happy to agitate against us or Israel and can continue to do so with the majority model, Torsten Krauel. Human Rights Without a Majority, Die Welt, March 11, 2006. Within the state, the rule of the rackets, Horkheimer, can be relativized, the state of nature can be transformed into a state of law, into the second nature of the citizens. This is what the distinctly Western society stands for. But this also means that the reliability of the USA as a guarantor of international treaties and conventions, as well as of legal relations within other states, does not even depend solely on the USA. The specific constellation after the end of the Second World War made it possible, with a certain consistency, for treaties to be essentially observed and for rationality in this bourgeois sense to be achieved at least intermittently. This ended with the end of the Cold War, and the criteria for concluding treaties with the theocracy of Iran or the terrorist organization Hamas can no longer be measured. It is a strange irony that it is precisely the oil wealth that finances the Islamist horror that represents the last practical constraint that still compels Islamist rule to conclude treaties, but these treaties can also be concluded with states like China, so that their rationality is subordinated at any time and presumably without any problems to the delusion of destruction that dominates the rackets. How completely it submits will become clear at the latest when the world market threatens to break apart in a major crisis. Even if the potential for destruction that is maturing there is of a different kind than that of Nazi Germany, economically and militarily speaking, this can do little to change the fact that, politically and ideologically speaking, we are already at the level of the Munich Agreement of 1938. The comparison is not arbitrary. The more consequent the post-Nazi Germany, reunited in a core Europe in the shadow of Russia and China, assumes the role of its secret Western protective power, the more unhindered the rackets of suicide and the racket theocracies can operate in the international arena, and the more they oppose the globally active hegemony, well protected in this way. Thus, the relations between the rich countries of the West seem to become more and more peaceful, and the call for a common fight against terror is supposed to testify to this, while the relations of violence that remain latent between them themselves promote manifest violence all the more on other fronts and in other forms. And if the theocracy, one of whose most important trading partners is Germany, should come into possession of the atomic bomb, it will sooner or later. The numerous rocket attacks on Israel from densely populated areas already show this, act like a single monstrous suicide bomber. A state entity in which deterrence through nuclear retaliation must therefore be completely ineffective. The yardstick of the reliability of that hegemon, which stands for limited reason in the unreasonable whole, is and remains the support of Israel, not only as the only democracy in the Middle East, as the liberal usage of language has it, but above all as a place of refuge for all those threatened by antisemitism, as Israel's law of return states. This support in the fight against the extreme escalation of political delusion, however, goes beyond a purely tactical alliance from the outset, insofar and as long as the law in the United States guarantees a relationship to the state that was made possible by its Constitution as the sovereign of immigrants. For immigrants, who are separated by their origins, find their common ground first and foremost in the law. They do not identify with the sovereign through their descent, but they identify with it because they know only too well that law, in Freud's words, was originally raw violence and cannot do without the support of violence. The conditions in the country of immigration speak a similarly clear language here as those of the Jewish diaspora. The law, and not descent, appears to be the only possible path to integration, but only if it is covered without restriction by the monopoly on violence. Nothing is further from the policy of the most powerful of all immigration countries than the mistake in the calculation that Freud speaks of. It has preserved, from the War of Independence to the Civil War and the war against Nazi Germany, an understanding of the connection between law and violence that now allows it to recognize Israel's situation in the Middle East relatively well without denying its own interests. While European politics under German dominance seeks to dissolve this connection either to one side or the other with unfathomable consistency, either by depriving national citizens of their rights or by legalizing international relations, thereby undermining the existence of Israel today, and willingly or unwillingly, endangering the lives of Jews, who, like no other, depend on the fact that no mistake creeps into the calculation of law and sovereignty. The war against those rackets and racket states that are bent on destruction corresponds to the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, and for that very reason it is a Sisyphean task. For it does not eliminate the conditions that would allow that unimaginable thing to happen again. Nation-building prevents the worst, but in the nations that are formed, it may well threaten anew. The question of whether elections can take place is not the deciding factor here, but rather the status that the law assumes. Only if this right can be defined and asserted as a minimum of freedom for the individual is the praise of democracy more than the whitewash that has been attached to it since the victory over Nazi Germany. While speaking of the rule of law, that is, thinking rationally, makes the irrational power of the sovereign a problem that cannot be solved in thought, because this power is never absorbed into the law and always reasserts itself in the state of emergency. In this respect, every state remains the monster of which Hobbes speaks. The jargon of democracy creates the pleasant illusion of the complete rationality of the irrational, and an eternal normality, the end of history. But since in the USA the relationship between law and sovereignty always appears to be a balancing act that can be easily mastered with self-evident checks, the same jargon of democracy necessarily has a different reality content here than in Europe, and many American ideologists do not even think of calling the monster by its name. To them, the only thing that is unreasonable is that freedom and democracy have not yet arrived everywhere. Those who do, like Robert Kagan, who refers to Hobbes in no uncertain terms, explicitly mean the USA and contrast this Leviathan with Europe as a necessary complement, as if Europe had nothing to do with a new behemoth, but was rather only a practical embodiment of Kant's utopia. As such, however, Europe is, as Kagan believes, dependent on the power of the US Leviathan in order to have any positive effect at all and not, on the contrary, to cover up the enemies of democracy. He sees the idea of a law of nations without a sovereign as a ploy by the weaker European power to counter the stronger American power, but at the same time he conjures up on the global political level precisely the same permanent balancing act that the US citizens are so familiar with from their own national life. The USA is therefore called upon to keep the Europeans' policy of appeasement in check, while the Europeans' policy could create better communication conditions for them and help with cooperation on all international issues. In a word, Europe should simply become part of American democracy, and then a sensible world policy would be possible again. The concept of democracy is rational only as long as it is formulated at the level of law, remembering that democracy must be formal democracy. After all, there is hardly anything that could be more disturbing than the idea of substantive, social or direct democracy in post-Nazi Germany or Austria. It is no coincidence that this is the declared goal of the left-wing movement here. But if formal democracy is to be substantiated in concrete terms, the substantiation itself becomes irrational and usually borrows from anthropology for this purpose. Man is good or evil, lazy or hardworking, stubborn or fickle, stupid or clever, capable of learning or incorrigible, fearful or courageous, depending on the anthropologist's taste, but he is able to derive democracy as the species' appropriate form of government from the respective characteristic of the species. Adorno's illusions about the German situation are still evident in certain hopes that people here might also really experience democracy as their own thing, so that democracy would become identical with the people. In Germany, such wishes are fulfilled in such a way that they are no longer recognizable afterwards. People do not experience democracy but its jargon as their own thing, and the people have become identical with the state in a way that leaves only one hope: that no ruler would ever think of letting the people vote on Middle East policy. By contrast, Jefferson seems almost like a representative of negative anthropology when he says that nothing is unchangeable except the inalienable human rights, which alone lie in human nature. Thinking in the conceptual sense only begins where what and how man is called into question, just as it ends again immediately where it is denied that he, however indeterminate he may be, belongs to nature precisely in this. And political thought only becomes criticism when it denounces every praise of democracy that gives in to the delusion that dominates society, that begins to pretend to be concrete and substantive and thus undermines the preconditions of abstract law as a political form. This point is most accurately marked today by the question of terror. If the jargon of democracy causes the constellation of law and sovereignty to disappear, its concept of the enemy no longer allows for a distinction between terror for the sake of abstract law and terror as an end in itself. In this way, bourgeois society either denies its violent origins in the French Revolution, La Terror, and the American War of Independence, or it equates annihilation, which is related to an external purpose, with annihilation for its own sake. Either there never was a Robespierre, or Bin Laden is the Robespierre of today. The talk of terror cannot and will not distinguish between Jacobin terror, Stalinist cleansing, and National Socialist annihilation, RAF actions and Al-Qaeda massacres, assassination and suicide bombing as a principle. It is of the utmost importance to recognize real transitions between these different forms of violence, but for this very purpose it would be indispensable to know what the worst case means in each case. However, talk of terror, insofar as it remains incapable of ideological criticism, can only perceive the worst after the fact, not in the presupposed ideological context of such acts, for which the worst case must already be paradise. Thus, a condemnation of terror that refuses to recognize political violence as a possibility of liberation, because it does not want a liberated society at all, always contributes to the trivialization of what political violence is capable of when it wants to put an end to every possibility of liberation. Political judgment loses the indispensable sense of the relationship between means and ends, and in the worst case it allows itself to be deceived into seeing the suicide attack as an act of desperation by the oppressed and the defense of Israel as actual terrorism. It denies itself when it no longer has any concept of the willingness to nothingness that Karl Lowith recognized as the state of consciousness of the Third Reich, of the freedom of the victim, to which Heidegger destined the German people and which Hannah Arendt understood as the most terrible form of selflessness, of the threat of the jihadists, "You love life, we love death." The jargon of democracy and terror thus displaces the relationship between law and sovereignty, which is still present in Arendt's books, apart from the idealization of the American sovereign, and in critical theory before Habermas, and also the relationship to death, which is what matters in politics. There is apparently only one surrogate for this religion. Only it is able to fill the void left by the jargon and horrible dictu, makes bourgeois society capable of acting within its own borders. The war on terror must, by all appearances, conjure up the enemy as evil in the most religious sense, for it cannot grasp him otherwise without trivializing him. Point 8. And indeed, his readiness for nothingness means something rationally incomprehensible, in which the irrationality of the whole is reflected. It was Rabbi Emil Ludwig Fackenheim who found the formula for the irreducibility of National Socialist politics. Annihilation for the sake of annihilation, murder for the sake of murder. The dilemma is perhaps most clearly illustrated by Paul Berman, precisely because he recognizes the danger of playing down the threat, especially on the part of the political left, and seeks to explain the historical and philosophical context of the totalitarian death cult of the jihadists. In doing so, however, the Nazi ideology appears almost on a par with Spanish and Italian fascism, as well as with Bolshevism and anarchism. This totalitarian theory is also the reason why Berman misjudges the current position of Germany and the core of Europe. At the end of his book, he calls on the Germans to launch a recall campaign. They should take back the nationalist and totalitarian ideas with which they once flooded the Muslim world, like defective products. However, Berman is unable to see the updates that German Europe is now offering worldwide in the form of the newer ideology of international law in their innermost connection with that totalitarian death cult. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, however, did not speak of evil in the sense of the war against Hitler's Germany. He spoke of tyranny and slavery that a victorious Germany would bring to the world, of the epidemic of worldwide lawlessness, and of the threat of totalitarianism. These terms capture something of the Nazi state, while at the same time missing what constitutes its essence and where the rationally incomprehensible triumphs: the annihilation of the Jews. Thus, after the full extent of the horror had become known, the praise of democracy had to become the jargon in which the whole world speaks as a matter of course today. When, in the midst of this world, an American president and some of his associates and members of his government suddenly invoke the foundations of the Christian faith in order to add the absolutely evil to the condemnation of the enemies of tyranny and slavery, lawlessness and totalitarianism, great unease arises among the others, the liberal spokesmen of the jargon. But no one is surprised anymore when these very rulers and their sympathizers, who think in the strangest religious terms and hold reactionary views on issues such as gender relations or the penal system, are apparently better able to recognize or want to recognize the global danger of anti-Semitism than, under incomparably more dramatic circumstances, the thoroughly liberal and enlightened leaders in Roosevelt's circle, with the exception of Henry Morgenthau. So that the then president, however much he himself may have understood the situation, was repeatedly forced to make compromises that hindered the rescue of the Jewish Nazi victims. President George W. Bush, who can hardly be reviled enough as a fundamentalist and is preferably equated with bin Laden or the spiritual leaders of Iran, on the other hand, emphasizes the fundamentalist bond between the USA and Israel, founded on certain basic beliefs: that God watches over the affairs of men and values every life. These ties have made us natural allies, and these ties will never be broken. Speech to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee on May 18, 2004. But undeterred by all religious revelation, Bush grasps the specific geopolitical situation of Israel and the very special threat that it poses to Jews. Israel has faced a different situation as a small country in a tough neighborhood. The Israeli people have always had enemies at their borders and terrorists due at hand. The evil of these enemies is defined here by the fact that they are also addressed as enemies of civilization. Where does this rationality come from in the midst of religious irrationality? Since Hannah Arendt largely excludes religions from her analysis of American conditions, although she knows that here the source of the law is located, as it were, above, in a region that is transcendental in some way, and since she also interprets the development of the USA not in the spirit of Hobbes but of Locke, she lacks insights into such a dialectic of counter-enlightenment. This is only possible where the separation of powers in the state appears to the citizens as little doubtful as the amen in church. The American neoconservatives rely all the more on their chances, initially only conservative in that they see it as their most noble task to destroy liberal illusions in order to preserve liberalism. To this end, these neocons then resort to religion and seek, although they mostly come from the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War protest, and can sometimes look back on Trotskyist origins, the alliance with the Paleos, the old conservatives and Protestant fundamentalists. What is more surprising than their varied biographies is that their view of the internal contradictions and external enemies of liberalism has not been completely clouded, but has sometimes been sharpened. A neoconservative, says Irving Kristol, is a liberal mugged by reality. More clearly than any other political force, he can perceive the new threat from the Islamo-fascists, which sometimes even eclipses the old one of communism. He formulates the criticism of European appeasement towards Islamic fascism more clearly than the U.S. mainstream, which he was able to practice in the internal American debate on Jimmy Carter's foreign policy. He outlines the necessary hegemony of the U.S. sovereign and the fatal blindness caused by the ideology of the United Nations more convincingly than all the old Republican hawks. The neocons proved to be most clear-sighted, however, when they placed the fight against anti-Semitism as the primacy of the political. As the Jews were the practice range for anti-democratic and anti-liberal forces in pre-Hitler Europe, so in the second half of the 20th century, the State of Israel took the brunt of the Arab/Muslim war against Western democracy. As early as the 1970s, some recognized in the anti-Zionism that was spreading in the UN a new internationalized version of anti-Semitism, Podhorets. It was only in protest against Carter's Middle East policy, which increasingly endangered Israel, that they first made a name for themselves in foreign policy, while their engagement for the anti-communist orientation under Reagan and the disastrous policy on Yugoslavia under Clinton blurred this profile again through old identifications with totalitarianism theory. Not least of all, Francis Fukuyama's delirium about the end of history is evidence of this. However, the prerequisite for not underestimating the enemies of liberalism, who regularly gather together as anti-Semites, is obviously a certain experience, a capacity for disappointment that goes all the way by unmasking all the optimism of the liberals as a form of functional optimism. In some respects, this world we live in is, in fact, a hell, and this hell is inhabited by monsters. Here, Hobbes is invoked directly or indirectly, the man who once found the outrageous metaphors of Leviathan and Behemoth for the violence of the sovereign and the anti-sovereign, which scorns reason. According to the neoconservatives, liberalism, with Leo Strauss, the modern interpreter of Hobbes, forgets the foundation of culture, the state of nature in which people kill each other. The fact that this state is already the second nature of a capitalist society, and that the Hobbesian human being is something like a commodity on four legs or a commodity in a wolf's skin, is of little interest to them as it is to Strauss. It is all the more important to them that only the mortal God can help against him, but that God can only be successful if people believe in the immortal one. In this, too, the neoconservatives follow Hobbes. Leviathan is not just any monster, but an Old Testament one, summoned by God to reveal his immense power to the doubting Job. Everyone, Hobbes writes, must consider who is the supreme prophet, that is, who is God's representative on earth and, as God's closest representative, has the authority to rule over Christians. For the author of Leviathan, this consideration, or more precisely the possibility of engaging in it, is the prerequisite for defeating the forces of evil, that is, those who destroy all laws, divine and human, and throw every order, government, and society back into the initial chaos of violence and civil war. Hobbes consistently builds on ancient Israel to counter the destructive forces of the Antichrist, and strongly proclaims for the future that the kingdom of God must not be in heaven, but on earth. 345. When he describes the situation of the Jews in ancient Palestine, one really thinks that he was an ancestor of today's evangelicals in the USA. The kingdom of God was in Palestine, and the surrounding peoples were the kingdom of the enemy. At the same time, in this third part of his Leviathan, which deals with the Christian state, Hobbes leaves no doubt that religion can only exert its beneficial effects in the political sphere under certain conditions, only when it is understood as a religion of law, but precisely not identified with divine and human laws, rather making a decisive distinction between religious and political mediation of the laws. The fact that Hobbes here establishes a difference that even determines the structure of the book, that he creates an internal space in which the individual can make political decisions, already contains the first division of powers, the prerequisite for all that follows. It is, incidentally, part of the nature of Islam that it has always rejected this importation, which ideologically paved the way for the forms of mediation that later developed in the course of capitalization. In the words of today's neoconservatives, religion makes democracy, as the civil society united in the sovereign capable of acting, insofar as it does not simply coincide with it without distinction, so that everyone is only put in a position by the irrevocable mediations to consider who, as the next under God, has the authority to govern. And it is democratic only insofar as it is not mixed up with dissent, but rather determines the consciousness of the citizens solely through the abstract right, the human laws. Being American, says the neoconservative, has nothing to do with ethnicity or blonde ties of any kind, or lineage, or length of residence even. What we call nativism in the United States is what passes for authentic patriotism among many Germans and Frenchmen. None of this is surprising if one recalls that the United States is literally a nation of immigrants, and in the course of time has developed astonishing powers of assimilation. Irving Kristol. These forces are based on a single one, the power of resistance of the law, which creates the synthesis of society and cuts the feudal ties of descent and origin, the Bloodsaurge, Marx. But this power does not seem to be quite enough to anchor the necessary synthesis in the individual. For Hannah Arendt, the emphatic concept of freedom was still enough, although it could always point beyond the synthesis, in concrete terms, only hinted at as the development of the council system, which she saw as already having been laid out in the American Revolution, revived in the Russian Revolution, and then immediately destroyed. Although she wants to keep the political strictly separate from the economic, she does not see this political as the perpetuation of the state. That Arendt is serious about the death of the state in the form of councils is evident in her argument against forced expatriation. As long as humanity is organized nationally and territorially in the form of states, people can be practically banned from humanity by making them stateless. This engagement does not give in to reformist thinking and does not fall into the dead end of utopianism. To really hold the existing state to its duty to demand the undiminished power of resistance of the law for the individual presupposes here just as much the experience of what it means for people today to be stateless, as, conversely, the hope that humanity will not be organized in the form of states forever. In Arendt's thinking, this reveals a regulative principle that can be traced back to Socrates and Kant. If every person can be brought to think and judge for themselves, then it may indeed be possible to do without fixed norms and rules. In this context, Arendt is not, of course, talking about the death or abolition of the state, but rather about a different concept of the state or a different form of the state, as in an interview about her study Power and Violence, ideas that are noticeably shaped by the idealizing tendency in her conception of the American Revolution, but which, provoked by this tendency, also reach beyond the form of the state. A state of this kind, in which the principle of sovereignty would be completely alien, would be eminently suitable for federations of the most diverse kinds, if only because power in it would already be constituted horizontally and not vertically. But if you ask me what prospects it has of being realized, then I have to tell you very few, if any at all. Nevertheless, perhaps in the course of the next revolution. End of quote. The seriousness with which Arendt views this criticism of the state is evident in the consistency with which she, conversely, sees through the ideology of the community of nations. This new concept of the state will certainly not result from the establishment of yet another international court of arbitration, which functions better than The Hague, and yet another League of Nations, since the same conflicts between sovereign or supposedly sovereign states will always take place there. But between sovereign states, there can be no ultimate authority except war. With this concept of freedom, which does not exclude the possibility of a different society, Hannah Arendt is able to go beyond the theory of totalitarianism, which is adopted and further propagated by virtually all neoconservatives. The idea that every person could be brought to think and judge for themselves is what first instills in the power of judgment what norms and rules actually mean, as long as little or nothing of that ability is noticeable in people. The Stalinist regime could still be criticized by its own norms and rules. From a strictly moral point of view, Stalin's crimes were, so to speak, old-fashioned. Like an ordinary criminal, he never admitted them, but surrounded them with a cloud of hypocrisy and duplicity, while his followers justified them as temporary means in the pursuit of the good cause, or, if they were a little more demanding, with the laws of history, to which the revolutionary had to submit and, if necessary, sacrifice himself. End of quote. The Nazi crime, on the other hand, which had its goal in itself and was therefore a total annihilation in the worst sense of the word, made it possible to identify with the mere act of killing and destroying on a massive scale. Hypocrisy and duplicity were the innermost expression of the unity of the people and the Führer, who believed their own lies equally. Thus the Volksgemeinschaft can no longer be criticized for the cause that it claims to pursue. It realizes nothing other than this cause. In this respect, the German developments are much more extreme and perhaps also more revealing. There was not only the horrifying fact of the carefully constructed death factories and the complete lack of hypocrisy on the part of the very considerable number of people who were involved in the extermination program. Of equal importance, but perhaps even more chilling, was the self-evident collaboration on the part of all strata of German society, including the long-established elites whom the Nazis had left untouched and who never identified with the party in power. In view of the facts, I believe it is justified to claim that the Nazi regime was morally, not socially, more extreme than the Stalin regime in its worst form. End of quote. If this seemingly purely moral difference were finally understood in its general significance, then the policies of the Soviet occupying power in Afghanistan in the 1980s and of the Yugoslavian government in the 1990s would also be seen differently than is usually the case at the American Enterprise Institute. Even in their crimes, they are to be distinguished from those Islamic rackets and theocratic states that, at least morally speaking, harbor the same extremism as the National Socialist regime, so that once again the means and the end of the cause they pursue become identical. The self-evident collaboration on the part of all classes is called Islam here. In other respects, however, Arendt's criticism of the fear of revolution in U.S. politics in the 1950s anticipates much of the neoconservative objection to the foreign policy of the 1990s. This fear led everywhere to stabilizing the status quo, which basically could hardly mean anything other than throwing the power and prestige of America into the balance in favor of outdated and corrupt governments, the object of the hatred and contempt of their own citizens. End of quote. At the same time, however, she sees the power of the USA as the decisive potential to bring about a change for the better, the last chance for Western civilization, and she identifies with it, even speaking here in the first-person plural. The neoconservatives who want to bring about this change for the better now simultaneously negate the utopian perspective that allows us to look beyond capital and the state. From a purely ideological point of view, they stand to Arendt's theory about as the Bolsheviks did to the practice of the councils. If Lenin needed Marxism as a legitimizing ideology, they need pure faith in God. Neocons themselves see themselves as concerned more with the utility of religion than with its spirituality. However, they understand the usefulness of faith precisely, and here the legacy of Hobbes and the American Revolution becomes apparent, always on the condition that all forms of mediation of modern society are recognized at the same time. Only in this way can religion fulfill the task assigned to it by the Enlightenment. Not to assure people of their own descent, but to lead them to universal morality, not to separate them ethnically from one another, but to make them pleasant to one another. In this way, and only in this way, does religion appear in the neoconservative view as an antidote to the self-destruction of liberalism. It does not affirm, as Hannah Arendt would say, the politically disastrous compassion with the repressive collective, the national delusion that destroys the mediations. It almost sounds like an adaptation of Lessing's Ring parable when the neoconservative opposes what he, with Leo Strauss, calls the destructive elements within modern liberalism in order to rehabilitate religions, and in doing so has to functionalize them. Irving Kristol writes, "Modern secularism has such affinities to moral nihilism that even those who wish simply to affirm or reaffirm moral values have little choice but to seek a grounding for such values in a religious tradition. The rise of religion in the USA, which is seen as necessary in this way, has, as is noted with some pride, no parallel in any of the other Western democracies, where secularist habits of thought still rule supreme. Only in Israel, it should be added, is the situation similar and yet quite different. Here, religion can evidently never be completely separated from the defense against antisemitism, and therefore, for a state that was created for this defense and has its raison d'etre in it, it is a kind of mythical admonition and ritualized reminder of the persecution that is once again threatening in full force should it lose its ability to act. In this state, as in the diaspora, there are two different laws, the secular and the Jewish tradition, between which the religiously minded citizens, as if they were still in the diaspora, have to constantly mediate and create a balance. The liberals, on the other hand, who refer to Europe, take pleasure in equating the importance of religion in the USA and Israel, however it has developed, with the global threat of Islam, under the catchword of fundamentalism, which by definition knows as little about the separation of powers as it does about the mediation between religious and secular laws. However, in doing so, they only reveal what they themselves have already abandoned from liberalism: the importance of the law for civil society. For in the question of what social content religion possesses in each case, the decisive factor remains how far liberalism has already become practical, that is, how far the generalization of legal equality has permeated society. This alone places the individual before all family and community ties, and for no other reason than that it, This is what the so-called human rights consist of, as an individual is or could be a commodity guardian or owner of labor power, where such privileges of the abstract individual can be revoked by the religiously embellished kinship, and the subject of human rights is transferred from the individual to the community, as its right to subject people to immediate control in ever larger areas, where, then, the concrete practice of Sharia infiltrates the generality of the laws and the headscarf helps to prepare the honor killing of women, where the religious collective ultimately openly demonstrates its own idea of equality by affirming or merely condoning self-sacrifice in jihad everywhere. Freedom of religion is above all an incitement to barbarism. This encouragement of the repressive collective proves today to be the exact opposite of religious freedom, under the conditions of which individual rights always offer a means of countering the claims of the religious community and the family ties associated with it. In fact, faith is degraded to the role of providing the missing human warmth between the commodity vehicles and, in addition, clearly marking the enemy of democracy. It is no coincidence that the neocons emerged early on as opponents of state quota regulations, whereby employers had to prove in court that the failure to meet the prescribed quota was not due to racist reasons. Nathan Glazer, for example, saw this as a break with the actual intentions of the civil rights movement, and Bernd Volkert summarized this argument as follows. Individuals would no longer be considered as individuals but nolens volens as members of a population group, and with a moral value judgment to boot. Some would be stigmatized as members of a victim group, victimization, while others would be collectively assigned to a ruling class, with the victims being forced into a relationship of dependence on the dominant group and deprived of the opportunity to assert themselves individually. This is a breach of the first principle of a liberal society, namely that politics must be oriented towards individual rights and not group affiliations. End of quote. The jargon of democracy alone has no terms for this enemy, and that is what is being demonstrated in Europe's left-liberal circles. Here, one feels fundamentally superior to the worldwide resurgence of religion, so superior that one can occasionally allow mercy to prevail over justice in one's own society for honor killers from other cultures. And so they take great pride in their secularism, while in the background the anti-globalization movement is practicing compassion with the collective in all its regressive forms undisturbed, and increasingly hallucinating Jewish traits in the merciless face of neoconservatism. As long as the contrast between the abstract individual and the concrete community, legal equality and collective identity is not exposed, but rather blurred as the decisive line of conflict in bourgeois society in all matters of freedom of opinion and religion, the secularist habits in core Europe can function as an expression of an irreversible appeasement that accommodates the current anti-Zionist mania for destruction just as much as it retrospectively lends meaning to past anti-Semitic crimes. As Alain Finkielkraut ironically writes, the hour of the great penitent dissolution of the nation-state has now come. The democratic Germany that is prepared to engage in dialogue with Islam, or the new Europe that has emancipated itself from national sovereignty and insists on international law, are the practical lessons that have been learned from National Socialism. It is to Auschwitz that these proponents of contrition owe their pedagogy of remorse, the meaning of which they give to Auschwitz, which becomes politically practical as soon as it is turned offensively against Israel and the USA as the two unteachable and unreconciled sovereign state entities. In the direct confrontation with the U.S. neoconservatives, this core European post-liberalism thus reveals more about the limitations of all secularization under capitalist conditions than the old liberal school wisdom could have dreamed of and than the new friends of the open society could want. Liberalism is the ideology of the Enlightenment. Enlightenment, then, that is not aware of its own contradictions. And the enlightened mind that constantly and rightly demands secularization wants to know nothing about its limits, which coincide with bourgeois society and can only be abolished with it. But today, and for who knows how long, those neoconservatives are standing at the borders, calling to mind the political consequences of capitalist conditions with their anachronistic formulas, which are committed to religion, naturally without any critical concept of these conditions. According to a dialectic of counter-enlightenment which has a tradition in the USA, their surprising interventions could also unintentionally be a stimulus to reflect on the dialectic of enlightenment, which they themselves must deliberately disregard, since they do not want to abolish Leviathan, but to make it more powerful. It remains to be seen whether and how they will withstand disillusionment when they fail. Here, as early on with Fukuyama, there is a threat of infiltration by the newer German ideology, and then the neoconservatives will become post-liberals. In a society that is ruled by the fetish of commodities and necessarily produces anti-Semitism through it, there is no reliance on methods, however secularized, that prefer to remain silent about the interconnection of precisely these everyday religions of bourgeois origin. An enlightenment, however, that does not want to admit its constitutive contradictions will not only tend to gloss over the social status quo, the reality of state and capital in general, but will also always have the tendency to assuage the horror of its worst enemies. For it repels the reflections that could expose it through its own extreme contradiction. Its intellectual consequence of the barbaric, anti-capitalist reaction to modernity, even if this reaction involves destruction as an end in itself, is basically the appeasing reference to anthropology, to the eternal. A dogmatic form of thought that demands reconciliation with the status quo. Man is just the way he is, has always been that way and will always remain that way, which is why laws are needed. In other words, since man is sinful, the law was revealed to him. This hidden theology of the universal human being, which emerges wherever enlightenment is deprived of its contradictions, was revealed not least by the cognitive theist, who precisely registered the weaknesses of liberalism without turning to critical theory, and on whom the neoconservatives can therefore rely with some justification. For Leo Strauss, it was not religious belief but the unconditional acceptance of the law that was decisive. But in the law, which he divinized, nothing other than revelation was formalized. So anyone who thinks they know what and how man is already believes in God. The liberally minded, yet babbling mind, that is, the healthy common sense of the commodity guardian, wants nothing to do with this theological basis of anthropological thought. On the other hand, it mocks as an apocalyptic and strikes at its greatest enemies, to whom such anthropology should be suspicious for reasons other than the cognitively theistic ones of Strauss, to whom, instead, the dialectic of the Enlightenment has opened their eyes and the origins and elements of total rule teach them to fear. It is not by chance that the first signs of appeasement can be recognized in language. In the jargon that likes to dismiss the critical effort of the concept as jabbering, and instead compulsively strikes the cozy tone of the all-too-human, it is not possible to realize the danger inherent in this delusion of annihilation. It suppresses the perception of the monstrous because it wants to make us believe that, whatever may happen, everything is done with monstrous means. The political capitulation is already apparent in the linguistic formulation that smiles benignly at madness. And if it is suggested that Leviathan and Behemoth are not monsters, as Hobbes still understood them and as the neoconservatives at least have an inkling of, but rather well or poorly managed institutions of common sense, and that the well-managed one with the inscription Leviathan would therefore also be reasonable for humanity and forever, then the last vestige of reason threatens to disappear from it. But for the time being, it is this last shred of reason that really matters, humanity's last resort that could prevent the behemoth's breakthrough. The best examples of the limits of liberalism are still provided by Hans Magnus Enzensberger. His essay on the radical loser, Der Spiegel 45/2005, which contains some insights into the packs of suicide bombers, does not shy away from comparing them to National Socialism, and who recognizes that the more successful societies have raised expectations that they cannot fulfill, nevertheless does not abandon the ground of common sense, which is revealed in anthropology as the psyche of the assassins. So things won't turn out as bad as they seem. This essay therefore ends with an indirect criticism of the U.S. measures against terror, and the comforting perspective that the Islamists will not succeed in generalizing their death cult, anyway. Their attacks represent a permanent background risk, like the everyday accidental death on the roads to which we have become accustomed. A global society that constantly produces new losers will have to live with that. Enzensberger wrote this at a time when Iran had long been pressing ahead with the production of nuclear weapons, and he published it a few days after the president of this theocracy had unmistakably made the old wish of Iranian Islamists the hallmark of his policy, namely the desire to wipe Israel off the map. If politics is the art of manipulating public opinion, Barack Obama could expect his policy of the outstretched hand to be seen in Tehran as an offer that could not be refused and that could not be accepted. The regime also understands the art of politics and easily saw through the fact that the hand was not being extended in greeting, but was reaching for its nuclear missiles, of which no one is supposed to know what everyone knows. For it is not this weapon that gives him power, but the secret that is made of it and shrouded in the veil of innocence. His power is therefore not his own, but a borrowed, lent political power of a world public that wears the veil over its face so as not to have to see what can no longer be overlooked, thus protecting the regime. Barack Obama, however, of all people, wants to finally reveal the naked truth. His supporters, of course, see things differently, i.e. they don't understand it, and that's how it should be because this policy is made for them. They take him at his word and think that his policy is what it should be, a policy of peace. Who knows whether Barack Obama really means it that way? The only thing that is certain is that the regime understands more about it. In the end, it doesn't matter because it is a policy that follows not an opinion, but a logic, namely its own realpolitik. And these are its real conditions. The regime is building nuclear missiles and only a war can stop it. It has its own military power to deter an attack. It can, as everyone knows, block the Strait of Hormuz, for example, long enough to inflict a new crisis on the world economy. It can destabilize Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen, force Israel into a war on two fronts, and carry out a terrorist attack anywhere in the world. However, it cannot use all this to deter an attack by the USA with any certainty. The surest protection against an attack by the United States is therefore not its own military power, but a borrowed one, the political power of the international and above all American public. In order to ensure this protection, however, the regime must fulfill one minimal condition. It must keep its secret. On the one hand, this public appears as a boundless mass of opinions, spread across the continents and divided into a variety of nations, groups, organizations, parties, and institutions, and may therefore produce just as many reasons for protecting the regime from an attack by the USA, too many in any case to be bothered with. There is, however, one condition that holds this vast multitude of reasons together as a political force. The secret, the lack of proof that the regime is actually building nuclear missiles. If this proof could be provided, the entire host of its protectors would scatter like the proverbial flock of chickens in the coop startled by a fox. The only difference is that the chickens in question do not want to recognize the fox as a fox. We will not attempt to explain this strange phenomenon here. It is enough to rely on the fact that, even if not the whole world, at least a part of it, for example the American part, is civilized enough to demand that a regime, in order to be allowed to protect it by assuming goodwill, must adhere to a minimum of rules. Exactly where such a measure sets the threshold is open to question, but a gang of Revolutionary Guards armed with nuclear missiles that does not abide by any rules would certainly be too much for the majority of Americans, who are the most important group here. In addition to this assurance, empirical evidence can be cited from the observation of the negotiations of recent years since the discovery of the Iranian nuclear missile program, which were concerned with nothing other than exonerating the regime of that suspicion. The protocols of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the written agreements of the EU with the regime are the witnesses to this. The world's most important think tanks have produced countless expert reports during this time, taking into account every technical detail, and they have always come to the same conclusion. There is no certainty. Journalists could not have known better. The Russian and Chinese governments did not want to know better. The regime itself spared no effort to conceal what needed to be concealed. Only the impudent grin of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, which he could never suppress when he once again gave the world the promise that it wanted at regular intervals, revealed the unvarnished truth. But it was not considered proof. The problem for politics is as follows. The regime is building nuclear missiles. The USA has the military power to prevent it, but it does not have the political power to attack it because international public opinion, including American public opinion, is unwilling to face the truth. The political task is therefore simple and clear. The secret must be wrested from the regime. Since the regime, which the secret gives political power, will do the devil's own and give it up voluntarily, politics has to work with a trick. This is how it works. We say that Islam is a peaceful religion, whether we believe in it or not, because it definitely loosens the mood to talk like that, and the world public, which believes everything, will no longer be able to say that we come with evil intentions. The regime, of course, does not believe such nonsense. After all, it knows best how peaceful its religion is. But what the regime believes is not important because politics is for the public. This trick is without question the stupidest part of Barack Obama's politics, his special, personal touch, so that one can almost certainly assume that it represents his inner conviction, but that does not matter either. It is also a political tactic which, with or without inner conviction, leads astray, because it is based on the false premise that the source of anti-Americanism is America's bad behavior, while this tactic and Barack Obama as a person prove the opposite, namely that anti-Americanism is the source of good American behavior. Then everyone has to pretend to be stupid, forget what has happened, because we are starting from scratch and we are saying whether we believe it or not. The regime says it is not building nuclear missiles, so it must be true, but it is only a hypothesis which will be tested in the near future. We are now making the regime an offer, a peaceful offer that will resolve all conflicts. The offer is formulated in such a way that, if it is accepted, it will hinder or even end the construction of nuclear missiles. Otherwise, the regime has lied. That is pure mathematics, a flawless line of reasoning. If there were not a problem with the calculability of some variables, which would show that it is still politics. The precision in the formulation of the offer, which must not allow any evasion, seems to be decisive for a clear result. How this has been achieved can only be judged on the basis of the specific case. In general, it should be noted that the formulation of the offer, its presentation, and its consideration by the regime will take a certain amount of time, which is either gained or lost depending on how the time is used by the respective side or what other use it could have been put to otherwise. What is certain is that both sides will be arming themselves during this time, without it being certain which side will benefit more. For the regime, it is definitely a gain in time, in that it can continue to build its nuclear missiles in the meantime. The regime has a third option besides accepting or rejecting the offer, namely a vague acceptance or rejection, which would not be clearly recognizable as either one or the other. Or, which is the same thing, the regime makes a counteroffer that undermines the clarity of the original offer. In fact, the regime has reacted in this way, thereby revealing a further general weakness in this policy, which appears so simple and logical at first glance, and which is independent of the concrete formulation of the offer. In this case, the regime can keep its secret while more time passes. What is more, the burden of proof has now shifted from it to us, because we now have to explain why we do not want to accept its counteroffer, which is just as peaceful as our original offer. If it acts cleverly, it can get even more out of it by shifting the suspicion that weighs on it, but which we have not been able to substantiate, onto us and claiming that it wants to plant these nuclear missiles on it in order to have a pretext for attacking it. A perfidy for which we have already been caught out in Iraq. It is clear that the only certain result of this policy is that it takes time, although we only know to what extent the regime benefits from it. It is therefore not clear whether the consumption of time is an intended function of this policy. Its other function, the unveiling of the regime, is intended, but the result is uncertain, or to be more precise, it is always a very uncertain result. What is clear, however, is that this policy cannot have any other function than the two mentioned, according to its premises and logic. Experts claim that politics could have another function. They think, or at least say they think, that a suitable mixture of concessions and threats could change the regime's mind. In doing so, they show themselves to be experts not in politics, but in public relations, their business. If we take them at their word, then politics should be able to force the regime not only to make a confession, but to make a certain confession, namely to deny its true intentions. But it already denies them. In order to claim their expertise, they themselves must therefore deny the true intentions of the regime. The experts of the pro-Israeli campaign Stop the Bomb are a good example of this circular argument in all its absurdity, because they claim that politics should function in this way without any hesitation, despite their own professed commitment to being the champions of any kind of policy of appeasement and their refusal to entertain any illusions about the true character of the regime. They say, for example, that the regime is apocalyptic and suicidal, so that it cannot even be deterred by nuclear weapons. The logic of mutual deterrence through the threat of mutual destruction, which prevented a nuclear war between the superpowers during the Cold War, cannot therefore be applied to this regime. The fear of a nuclear counterattack would not deter it from attacking Israel with its nuclear missiles, etc. At the same time, they claim that tougher, if that doesn't help, more effective economic sanctions would deter it from building those very nuclear missiles. So the regime is afraid after all, but it fears the pain caused by the sanctions more than its nuclear annihilation. Such sanctions are therefore the last remaining alternative to a war against the regime, which they paint in just as apocalyptic terms as the regime itself. In other words, in order to attribute to politics a power that it cannot possibly have over such a regime, they must deny the apocalyptic character of the regime, which they first claim, in order to portray the war against the regime as an apocalypse instead. The result is merely appeasement, which they imagine themselves to be campaigning against. For all the other diversity of reasons, the reason for these experts to protect the regime from an attack by the USA is easy to determine. It is the desire to do something that they are not powerful enough to do, politics. Barack Obama was concerned with power before he was concerned with politics. When he propagated a different policy 2 years ago, There was no more than a single clear thought behind it: that he would win the presidential election with it. Everyone knew that American voters, no different from the world public, wanted a different policy. Dialogue, understanding, reconciliation, peace. But neither he nor anyone else knew at the time what exactly that would mean, what such a policy would look like in concrete terms, and what the outcome would be. In their enthusiasm that everything would soon be different, the voters had not listened very closely anyway. After all, hadn't he, like the other president, promised to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons? Or had he, unlike the other president, ruled out a war against the regime if the other policy did not lead to the desired result? As president, he needed the initial period to talk about the peacefulness of the Islamic religion and to extend his hand to the Taliban, a gesture that was not taken seriously by either side and which was followed by the reinforcement of troops later, as the year drew to a close. The secret services used the time of the fine speeches to do the unpleasant things that they always do, but which are not intended for the public. This included, for example, not just tracking down who the regime was buying which electronic dual-use devices needed for building nuclear missiles on the international black market, but also tampering with the parts and software in order to mislead the regime with this small act of sabotage and thus gain more time for the policies of their president. And while the president was in Cairo qualifying for the Nobel Peace Prize by calling for the abolition of all nuclear weapons and granting Iran the right to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, the finer points of the offer that was soon to be put to the regime were being formulated in the White House. The extent to which the U.S. may have made a modest contribution to strengthening the opposition to or within the regime through the machinations of its secret services, its Farsi-language radio stations, mysterious dollar donations, and other such favors is irrelevant in this context, since the associated events in Iran itself could initially have only a negligible impact on Barack Obama's policy. It goes without saying that those who want to get rid of the regime but not through an attack by the USA immediately turned to the Iranian opposition as the new last remaining alternative to war against the regime, which economic sanctions had previously been for them. Barack Obama's policy was interested in these events, however, insofar as the accompanying news from Iran cast the regime in a bad light, damaged its reputation, and could thus reduce or unsettle the ranks of its protectors, without the USA having to contribute directly to this and thus expose itself to the suspicion of insidious destabilization attempts. A suspicion that was therefore only raised by the regime, but not shared by the world public, which is what matters. The accusation that Barack Obama did not take a strong enough stand for the cause of the Iranian opposition is therefore based on a misunderstanding of his policy. In fact, the accusation should be directed at the Iranian opposition, which would only have grown from an opposition within to one against the regime if it had made such U.S. interference its own concern. It is of course all too understandable that it shies away from this confrontation, but fear of the regime will not be the only reason for this. But if it is impious to make an issue of it, then there is no need to say a word about Barack Obama's non-intervention either. While the regime on the home front was putting itself in a bad light, others were making sure that, even before it was confronted with the offer, some details about its nuclear missile program came to light that did not make it look good in this regard either. First, files that had been hidden in the drawers of the International Atomic Energy Agency were leaked to the press. These files had been written by the agency's inspectors some time ago, when they had come to the conclusion that the regime had already undertaken extensive research into the design of a nuclear warhead and had gained sufficient knowledge to build a nuclear weapon. This fact was long disputed, and Mohammed el-Baradei, the now-retired director of the agency and perhaps the regime's most loyal protector, felt the need to hide these files from the world's public because their disclosure could disrupt negotiations with the regime. The next disruptive message was that a large group of Russian nuclear weapons specialists had been supporting the regime in this work for years, which could hardly have happened without the knowledge of the Russian leadership. Information that was well suited to tarnish the reputation of a second loyal protector. To this day, no one knows exactly who the traitors were who caused the regime and its supporters so much trouble, except, of course, the sinister figures responsible for it. But the nightmare was far from over, so that one is inclined to assume a chain of revelations that can best be explained by the fact that they were coordinated by state agencies. The most important revelation of the year also supports the speculation because the traitors are clearly identified here. They were the Prime Minister of Great Britain and the Presidents of France and the USA. Their revelation was not only coordinated, it was staged. It concerns the now almost forgotten revelation of a second uranium enrichment plant on or under a site belonging to the Revolutionary Guards near Qom, which is listed as a military area and therefore excluded from the routine inspections of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The plant is located in a tunnel deep under a mountain, where it is supposed to be safe from satellite cameras and bombs. The regime went to great lengths to keep it secret, but the American Secret Services had known about it for a year. It is quite possible that the spies of the People's Mujahideen were able to provide them with some information, as in previous cases, despite the fact that the American authorities have this organization on their list of foreign terrorist groups. The construction work had been observed patiently and the revelation had been held back until now, exactly 1 day before the offer was to be made to the regime. An analysis of the plant shows that it is too small for the production of fuel rods, but large enough for the production of 1 to 2 nuclear weapons per year. This revelation therefore demonstrates the following. It is not the International Atomic Energy Agency, but the 3 countries that have revealed the secret that will now determine how to proceed with the Iranian nuclear program. Incidentally, Russia, China, and Germany, the world powers that officially coordinate Iran policy, are not present at this point. The regime intends to build nuclear weapons. It is trying to hide this from the world public. The offer was thus almost more carefully prepared than formulated. It itself takes up a request from the regime to the International Atomic Energy Agency to supply it with uranium enriched to a medium level, 20%, which is needed to operate a research reactor for medical purposes that is running out of fuel. However, the regime itself already has about 1.5 tons of uranium, but only slightly enriched 5%. The offer now has the following content. Iran delivers 3/4 of its own uranium to Russia, a protector, where it is enriched to the degree required for the requested purpose. The enriched uranium is passed on to France, a non-protector, where it is packaged in fuel rods and sent back to Iran, ready for operation of the research reactor. The initial assumption seemed to be that the material processed in this way would no longer be suitable for further enrichment to a weapons-grade level over 90%. But this is not entirely true. In principle, the uranium can be recovered from the fuel rods, although the regime does not yet have the appropriate technology for this, as far as is known. Either way, accepting the offer would not have meant the end of nuclear missile construction, because the regime would have been able to compensate for the loss within a year with the facilities and stocks it already had. Either way, however, it would have had to accept a corresponding loss of time. The offer was followed by further revelations, including satellite images showing that the regime had secretly intensified the recovery of its uranium or deposits, and documents showing its level of knowledge for the construction of a trigger for a nuclear explosive device. But it came as it had to. The regime first asked for time to consider the offer, then it let the deadlines, which had been postponed several times, pass by, and in the end it presented its counteroffers. It offered to have its uranium enriched in Turkey, a newly added protector, instead of in Russia and France, and finally to provide only small portions of it for this purpose. And since it regarded the whole process as a provocation on the part of the arrogant powers anyway, it also defied them with the announcement that it would soon build 10 or 20 new enrichment plants based on the model of the one just unveiled at COM. The International Atomic Energy Agency documented its unshakable refusal to face reality in its last Iran resolution, signed by Mohammed el-Baradei, in such formulations as that it needed more information to rule out the existence of possible military dimensions of Iran's nuclear program. A dispute developed among the scientists of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and the Institute for Science and International Security (ISIS), who are primarily concerned with the issue, about the presumed capacity of the unfinished plant near COM. In other words, how effectively the 3,000 centrifuges would have worked, which were planned to be installed there, i.e. how long the regime would have needed to produce the fissile material for a bomb if the plant had not been discovered and had started its secret operation in perhaps a year. It looked as if everything had remained the same, as if Barack Obama's policy had failed from start to finish. The fine words had led to nothing, as had the revelations and the offer. Hillary Clinton summed up the situation with a realism never before seen. I don't think anyone can doubt that our efforts and our outreach have had very little success in terms of any kind of positive response from the Iranians. End of quote. If she meant the fine words and expected the regime to fall for the efforts and the outreach, she used the word outreach. Then there is indeed no doubt. The title of the article from which the quote is taken, however, is Evidence of Iran's Knowledge of Nuclear Weapons is Increasing, or, if you want to translate it a bit more boldly, the evidence of Iran's knowledge of nuclear weapons is solidifying. In this sense, the statement by the foreign minister could also be interpreted as an understatement if one considers the political preconditions, namely that it is beyond her power to prevent the regime from building nuclear missiles, because military power is required for this, so that politics must limit itself to creating or improving the conditions for military power to be able to take effect. The multiplication of indications or the hardening of evidence that the regime is indeed building nuclear missiles would then not be such a bad result of a policy that is aware of the limits of what it can do. Those who expected more understand less about it. The article states that the regime has managed to acquire the know-how to make virtually every bolt and switch in a nuclear weapon, despite all the sanctions. If that is the journalist's current state of knowledge, then something has indeed happened in the past year. The controversy between the scientists of the Bulletin and ISIS did not, strictly speaking, simply follow the pattern of earlier expert debates, which, failing to recognize reality, took refuge in their world of numbers and formulas. This time, the fact that the facility in Qom was not intended for any purpose other than a military one formed the undisputed basis of the discussion. No doubt not everything can be attributed to Barack Obama's policy, and certainly not to what he himself may have thought about it. But can anyone doubt that the regime's reputation has suffered some damage in the past year and that politics has made a contribution to this, albeit one that is difficult to quantify? There is no doubt that the time is still far off when it will have fulfilled its purpose, the demonstration of its futility. In the coming year, we will first have to wait for the threat of sanctions, and then for the sanctions themselves, to fail in their purpose of testing the regime's stubbornness. If the policy fulfills its purpose, the regime and its protectors will suffer further political damage. The Iranian opposition will probably make its expensive contribution to this. What comes next is anyone's guess, but it is clear that this helplessness must lead to the realization that the power of politics is limited and that its means will eventually be exhausted, that it cannot achieve its ultimate goal of dissuading the regime from its course of confrontation. For the Americans, who in their enthusiasm for the other politics had not really listened when nobody knew what it was and where it would lead, will ultimately remember Barack Obama's second promise: to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. And then it will become clear, or rather it has already become clear, that they cannot have both, so that the next president after the Obamas, Trumps and Bidens could be called David H. Petraeus.